belief. Now, with his current thesis defense,
nobody has ever determined the shape or size of the Earth by making an observation of the horizon. We've never done that. We've never, ever done that.
what in the world? Absolutely priceless. Ladies and gentlemen, this bozo's been out here for 5 years defending the disheveled, ball-tart spinning space monkey religion and doesn't even know where or how his fairy tale radius came to be. You can't make this shit up, folks. Like I always say, just let them open up their incoherent pie holes and they'll do your work for you.
Nathan is telling you that because of the black swan, we can't know the radius of the Earth, when we have never, ever determined the radius of the Earth by measuring the distance to the horizon. Never. No one has ever done that, ever, in the history of humanity.
Al-Biruni. Al-Biruni. Al-Biruni.
Established where?
Al-Biruni. Al-Biruni. Al-Biruni.
Show where that's established.
Al-Biruni. Al-Biruni. Al-Biruni.
No, you're not talking about a water level. You're talking about measuring the radius of the Earth by looking at the horizon. Show where that is established in any way.
Al-Biruni. Al-Biruni. Al-Biruni.
I think
It was never, ever determined by observing the horizon.
Al-Biruni. Al-Biruni. Al-Biruni.
Yeah, it's upsetting to see that. Whatever I was gonna say. I think someone's gonna say something. Oh yeah, right. I was just gonna say that. I remember I looked into this. I don't know, 2 years ago or whatever. Because everyone always. This is one of the things that is like kind of beneficial, like coming into these arguments or whatever, because it's one of those things that I think I had like people have a general idea of how it works, but you don't really get into the nitty gritty and really see what misunderstandings you have about it until you're faced with this argument. But I remember when I was looking into it, almost every explanation that I saw was people describe. They started out saying that most people have a misconception about this. Even some explanations are wrong. And I was like, what? And then, and it's not intuitive at all. Like, it's not something that you would just guess is happening. So, but yeah, totally, it completely makes sense. You just have to kind of know how all the things are working.
What is the definition of a hypothesis? What's the definition?
It is an explanation for a natural
phenomenon.
So, Craig, the fat Earth, a hypothesis is an explanation for a natural phenomenon. Then in the very next breath...
Look, so hold on. So you were explaining something before you researched it. How was that possible?
No, I'm not explaining it.
You're giving the hypothesis. You just said you're explaining something before you researched it.
So now, a hypothesis isn't an explanation, right? Apparently, you picked the wrong week to stop sniffing glue, you double-speaking, window-licking crayon muncher.
So if the Earth rotated, it would rotate under hot air balloons.
That's not what the Coriolis force is. You're wrong.
That you throw in the air.
Okay, I need to educate you on what the Coriolis force is, obviously, because you've no idea. The Coriolis force is not the Earth rotating under things. No one ever said it was. You are simply wrong with that assumption. The Coriolis force is about the law of conservation of momentum. And that is to do with the angular velocity of the Earth at certain latitudes. Now, if you're at the equator, the angular velocity is approximately 1,000 miles an hour. And if you were to go north, you would go into an area of lower angular velocity.
Okay, but you're alleging that the Earth rotates 1,040 miles an hour.
No. The Earth doesn't rotate 1,040 miles an hour. That is an angular velocity. The Earth rotates at about 15 degrees per hour.
But if it's 24,901 miles around and it makes one rotation a day, then that would necessitate it's moving approximately 1,039 miles.
Yes, the angular velocity is 1,000 odd miles an hour.
Did you?
They are not the same thing.
Did you
understand that, right?
That the velocity is 1,039 miles per hour, Craig. Yes.
As I have stated many times, the rotation is not 1,030 miles an hour. The angular velocity is 1,030 miles an hour at the equator. The Coriolis force, and you need to listen here because this is important, the Coriolis force is not the Earth rotating underneath something. It is the conservation of momentum when moving from one area of angular velocity to another. Okay? Stop saying stupid things.
Yes, of course. So science is observation, then hypothesis, then experiments. But if all you have is we saw a light in a ring laser gyroscope and it did something, you don't have any science. You are scientifically illiterate. Go ahead, Craig, your response, and then we're going to move on.
Cool. Everything you just said was wrong. Again. So my observation, I noticed that the Earth appears to rotate based on my observation of celestial bodies. My hypothesis, the Earth is rotating. My experiment to show that is to test using the known effects of the Sagnac effect. The Sagnac effect is all to do with the speed of light and the fact that the speed of light is constant in a vacuum. Now, using the Sagnac effect, we can actually detect if there is motion, based on the closest thing we have to a reference frame, the cosmic microwave background radiation. And in reference to that, the experiment based on my observation and hypothesis shows that we are rotating as expected. So there's all your things answered.
True north and magnetic north.
Piece of shit.
That's
so
true
you
north
know how
and
to
magnetic
navigate
north.
with a map, QE, and you don't know the difference between true and magnetic headings?
True magnetic
no,
what?
Hold on. North. It says on what he posted, north.
Yeah.
Of course we know what true north and magnetic north are.
Okay.
You think there's
So,
true west and magnetic west.
True west and magnetic
And
west.
hold
are
on,
in
before you
reference to
try
true
and
north
True
and
west
magnetic
and
west.
magnetic west.
Hold on. Before you try and argue that, oh, you were just talking about the declination or some bullcrap like that, you then went and said true west. You literally think that west is like a direction.
So if you don't think west is a direction, then you're on.
Oh, no. You think it's a direction like it's a pull. Like it's a true
No,
direction.
did I say?
Like
Oh,
north
hold on,
is.
hold on. Nope. Did I say it's a pole?
You said true west.
Did I
You
say
said
it's
true
a
You
pole?
said true west. We all heard you.
Did I say it's a pole?
After you tried to backpedal and say,
Hey, do
it's
we
a
need to
pole,
go back to the
did I say
recording?
170 degrees. You then went and said true
Did I
west.
say it's a pole?
You
Is that
said
what you
true
heard me say?
west. I
Did I
didn't
say
you
it's a
said
pole?
it was a pole. I didn't say
Did I
you
say
said it
it's
was
a
a
pole?
pole. I didn't say you said it was a pole.
Yes, you did. You
No, I
literally
did
just
not.
said-
You can
Shut
rewind
up.
it. I never said it was a pole.
Can you measure
you
west
pick-
for us?
Yeah,
please?
you pick, any
measure
reference
west.
point. Yeah, you pick any reference point that you
Measure
want.
west.
Yeah, you pick any reference point that you want, and you pick the angle between you and that reference point.
Measure west. You
Sure,
pick
no
the
problem.
Angle.
Magnetic west or true?
Fuck off.
Magnetic west or true?
west.
Magnetic west.
Magnetic west
This
or
guy's
true?
a fucking clown, man. Magnetic
Which one?
west.
Which one do you want? Magnetic west or
Yeah,
true?
I want magnetic west.
Yeah, I want that one.
I want to see magnetic west.
Did he say magnetic west?
He said
Yes.
magnetic west.
Yeah, dude.
Oh, damn it.
Yeah.
Oh, we got it up. We got it on.
A magnetic heading us west is using the point that you're
He said
on
it
with
again.
north, and it's 270 degrees. You always go
Magnetic
from the
west.
right to the left from there. So it's going to be 90 degrees to your left.
Can somebody
Sounds like he's
rename
trying to
it
fake it till you
magnetic
make it. Are you trying to fake it till you make it?
west? Yep.
Magnetic west. I love it.
So QE, If you were actually
Magnetic West.
if you
man.
actually
Don't talk to me.
actually had a background
Magnetic
in
West,
navigation,
man.
tell me what's the difference between true and magnetic?
Magnetic West.
That's your
What's the
new
difference
name,
between
dude.
True
for sure.
West
That's
and
it. Can
magnetic
somebody
West?
rename him?
He said it. He said it again, dude. That's
Dewey,
awesome.
What's
Somebody
the difference
renamed
between
it.
True North and magnetic
RC
West?
Mice,
What's the difference
magnetic-
between True
Mag-
What?
RC Magnetic West.
and magnetic North?
Magnetic
What's the
Mag-
difference between
mag-
True
mag-
South
Go to
and
the West-
magnetic South?
Go to the West
Magnetic
Pole
West
and
must
come
be,
back.
Nick West
West
is retarded
Pole.
cousin.
Huey, what is a magnetic heading of west?
Oh,
What is it?
God. What the hell?
Go ahead, Huey. Are you scared of answering it?
You're a retard.
No,
Are
we
you
want you to
scared?
keep
Are you
going. We
scared,
want you to
Huey?
keep
Come
going,
on.
RC.
Yeah, I'm quivering
want
in
you to
my
keep
boots
going.
right now,
Obviously,
Magnetic
because you
West.
don't know the difference between true and magnetic.
No one claims the geometric horizon is where the apparent horizon is when.
Sorry, we've only got one horizon. We don't have two horizons. We don't have an apparent horizon and a geometric horizon. We just have a horizon. It's just not geometric.
Correct.
So we don't have a geometric horizon on a sphere, Rumpus? And, by the way, the geometric horizon is apparent!
Mute, 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 mute.
Yeah, well then, welcome to Flat Earth. Your model of a sphere Earth requires a geometric horizon to obscure things in the distance, for boats to go over, and to bend at altitude. If you are now disclaiming that we do not have a geometric horizon, then we don't have Earth curve geometry.
I told you 2.5 years ago how this worked, and you didn't remember.
You've just made it plain we don't have a geometric horizon. So what geometric position, moron? You don't have one!
We do, we do, we do.
Oh, so now we do. Only 30 seconds ago, ladies and gentlemen, he made it plain we don't have a geometric horizon, and now we do, we do.
No, we don't have a geometric horizon.
The fact that this flip-flopping retard rumpus has gone from it being geometric as a necessity, as per your model, to us not having a geometric horizon, and we never have, to now it being geometric again. If you can't recognise his flip-flopping and orthodox, it's because you're as retarded as him.
So we don't have a geometric horizon, then we do, and now we don't have a geometric horizon, right? When are you running for office of Retardia?
It's a function of geometry.
No, it's not, because we don't have a geometric horizon. So the horizon is absolutely not a function of geometry. It's not geometric. We've debunked that with this image called the Black Swan, where we demonstrate that if it was physical and geometric, it would be in an impossible location based on the parameters of your own geometry. So we definitely don't have a geometric horizon.
I didn't say we did. We do, we do, we do.
Oh, so now we do. Only 30 seconds ago, ladies and gentlemen, he made it plain we don't have a geometric horizon, and now we do, we do.
Just
yeah, we don't. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Do you
Trick then, is
realize
it?
how many times you've destroyed your own argument today?
So what geometric position, moron? You don't have one!
We do, we do, we do.
Oh, so now we do.
Correct, we don't have a geometric horizon.
So what geometric position, moron? You don't have one!
We do, we do, we do.
Oh, so now we do.
Correct, we don't have a geometric horizon.
PhD Booker-eating schmuck M. Scott Veach and his mentor, Mr. Birds Humping Natural Experiment Numpty Dipshit Gimp Panda, 23 August 2020.
Jeremy, do you really I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a real question, like person to person, human to human. Do you really think it's possible that 100 years ago, Maxwell's equations of thermodynamics, which are used all the time, do you really think that they contradict the gravity model and the atmospheric model? Do you really think these things are in contradiction and nobody in mainstream science noticed that they're all just whistling by as they walk past the graveyard? Is that really something that seems likely to you? I'm genuinely asking.
It may not be highly likely, but it's possible.
Bugger eater, what in the world does Maxwell's relations in thermodynamics have to do with your fairy tale gravity model? Por favor. And we'd really like to see this atmospheric model. Atmosphere, which is a contradiction in terms, atmo meaning air, sphere meaning shape. Gases have no inherent shape. This schmuck is just making shit up on the fly, per usual. My word.
And
You think it's possible? For real?
Yes.
That's my favorite question on this. I just don't get how anyone can possibly.
I don't see how you can see
It's a
it.
fallacy to your whole
First of all, the fallacies don't apply for informal language. Okay, we're talking. You can't apply fallacies when we're just chatting. Fallacies are for formal logic.
3 gems from the Booger Eating Schmuck Beach. Number 1, fallacies don't apply for informal language. What the hell does that even mean? Number 2, fallacies are for formal logic. What about informal fallacies? And number 3, fallacies don't apply when we're just talking. Well, when do they apply? When you're not talking? Just making numpty dipshittery up and contradicting himself again.
And also, I think whenever I say this, people go, argument ad populum. But it's really not. We're not saying you should believe this because lots of other people believe it. We're saying, how do you account for the fact that if what you're saying is true, no one else has spotted it? This is an anomaly that exists within your worldview.
Jeez. The only anomaly here, Knuckle Dragger, is you being able to speak without assistance from your personal fleet of slobber nurses. So, Gip Panda's favorite question is what? You got it, logical fallacy. And it's not an argument ad populum. It's the exact opposite. It's a textbook argument from silence fallacy, you dumbass cracker. What we got here, folks, is a real-life Harry and Lloyd situation. Have fun.
What can you tell me about the sun by observing it?
That it's hot, that it's big, and that it's on fire.
What's the conclusion?
That it's hot, that it's big, and it's on fire.
How do you know it's on fire?
Because you can see fire.
No, how do you know it's
fire?
How do you know it's fire? You can see. What are you talking about? You can.
Dude, I take pictures of the sun every day and I don't see fucking fire.
Oh, dude,
What's
what?
the true sun color?
Well, hang on. Are we talking about fire? Where's this coming from? Like, what do you mean?
I'm just saying, like, you observed the thing's freaking hot, and it looks like it's on fire. Now, is it fire? I don't know. I don't know. But
It looks like it's on fire.
So you see flames shooting off of the sun?
All right, we gotta ask the panel, guys. Have you ever seen the sun on fire? Because
No, I take pictures almost every day of the sun, and I don't see any flames shooting off that fucker, and I zoom way in on it.
NASA gives the sun on the fire. Yeah.
What
Yeah,
kind
right.
of?
I don't see
Hey,
fire.
what kind of filters are you using, Rand? Well,
NASA has a better camera than I do.
what kind of filters are you using?
What does that matter?
I'm asking you.
I have all kinds of different filters.
I
Would
said
you like to
what
see
kind?
all my different pictures?
I just like to say what kind of filters.
See, I have an ND1000. I have a bunch of filters that I can layer. Why? What do you need? What kind of picture do you need me to take?
What wavelengths do they cancel out?
I don't have my camera bag by me.
Okay.
no, yeah, but you just said no. I don't know why you're asking him all these questions when you just said you see the sun and it's on fire.
No, I said
don't see
it
it on
looks like it's on fire.
Well, see,
That
it
sounds
looks
like a positive claim to me. Can we have some
What-
proof of the fire,
yeah.
please?
Yeah, go ahead.
So if it's hot,
No.
glowed.
No. You said it looks like it's on fire, RC Mikey.
A light bulb makes heat. Is it on fire?
There's oxidation happening, sure.
It's not on fire. No, just say
There-
no.
I'd like him to
fire-
say no.
The definition of fire is the rapid oxidation of a combustible material. That
Yeah,
gives
so
off
if you
the
put that
energy
bulb in a
required to light.
vacuum, if you put the bulb in a vacuum, there won't be any oxidation. So
You're
it'll
right,
just burn
and
forever.
by that definition, even in the heliocentric model, the sun is not on fire. Even
Do you
by
like
that
healing
definition,
yourself?
you're 100% correct.
Beavis and Butthead, December 2019.
What errors did you make? No, I thought you were flipping brilliant.
Oh,
I thought
okay.
you did a fantastic job.
Well,
Your analogy of a fist appearing out of nothing, just that was just sheer poetry. I mean, I'd like to use that someday. I want to quote you on that. That's fantastic.
Bob, you think that her appeal to a fist appearing out of nothing is poetry and fantastic? Oscar Wilde, eat your heart out, eh? Bob, are you snorting LSD-laced shrooms and chasing them with Grandpa's cough medicine again?
But
And this
I
is
just
my
want to make
field, by the way.
yeah. Well, I think that everything I said is pretty much high school, if not undergraduate level understanding of the current level of science.
So a fist appearing out of nothing is high school and or undergraduate understanding of the current level of science? I think you're overshooting a skosh. This is without a doubt a 5-alarm, full tackle, paddy wagon, horse tranquilizer, straitjacket, rubber room, emergency lobotomy for the both of you.
And you're discussing quantum physics with somebody who doesn't understand that a force has to act on a pencil in order to hit the ground.
How did it know to be food?
What? Wait, what? What did you, wait, huh? What? How does the pencil know to be food? Or were you referring to the force or the ground in this scenario? Because that would make all the difference in the world. I got this one. Let's try this. How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Roll Pop? True or false? You two bozos better hope a mental health professional isn't listening in on this. I know that for a fact.
How did it know to be food?
What on earth? How did it know to be food for you too, Bob? You just went right along with the shroom-induced coma non sequitur, eh? So, we'll put it to you. Which one knew to be food, Bob? The pencil, force, or the ground? These clowns are insane, man.
Well, the easiest way to do that is the second law of thermodynamics. In order for something to go from small things to big things and organize, you have to put energy into it. Food's energy,
Well,
that's all it is.
So in order for something to go from small things to big things and to organize, you have to put energy into it, eh? Firstly, you seem to be having some issues with singular versus plural. Something is singular, Bob. Something doesn't go from something to small things unless you chop that something up. Secondly, and speaking of chopped up, so we're gonna pile up 150 bananas, TP style, douse the lot with gasoline and fire it on up, because we added energy to small things, as you instructed, Bob. According to you, Bob, we'll get an organized big thing out of that. What do you think we'll get, Bob? I bet it'll be more substantive than the horse shit between your ears. I know that for a fact.
Anyway, Bobby, I appreciate it because you know that my basic orientation to a lot of the people in here, there are people in here with real engineering and scientific degrees, which I don't have, but I do talk a lot. So
They're smarter than I am.
I always check with people that I feel know more than I do to make sure that I'm not screwing up. And I am open to being corrected
Well, you're smarter than I am on this,
by other
the only-
people.
Oh, really? So, Mrs. Observed Phenomena, shoe. Hypothesis, it's a shoe. And measuring the time in a cubic meter depends on how quick on the draw you are with a tape measure is smarter than you, Bob. You see, what we have here, including these two knuckle draggers, are hordes of delusional clinical level Dunning-Kruger mindless wiki discovery channel patterning pretender clown muppets that best case scenario should be picking up cans along the side of the road, supervised. But they're out here posturing and pontificating on topics that would make actual 5th grade general science graduates blush. Listen, fellas, you two bozos, I'd suggest getting on your knees right now and start praying ceaselessly, giving thanks to the rocks, pond scum, whatever, for the autonomic nervous system. Because if you had to think to breathe, you'd be in big trouble. My word.
Mute.
That's another appeal to format fallacy, isn't it now? So I gave him another opportunity to discuss his logical fallacy and his incorrect assertion that the citation says that the horizon's being loomed with respect to the horizon, which makes absolutely no sense. Andrew Young does not say that. He's not stupid like you, man. But you can appeal to format again when I give you an opportunity to speak, that it's the mute button that's the defence to this argument, which it isn't. That's a fallacy.
Mute.
Yeah, it's the third time in a row. Appeal to format. Yeah, I'm muting you so you don't get to talk through the devastating argument, as you normally do. We all know that. You claiming appeal to format is just going to appeal to the retards like yourself. You go, yeah, he muted him. Yet you could hear him, audience. Every time you heard him was an opportunity for him to address the fact he claimed looming explains the horizon looming. When Andrew Young, his citation, does not say that. He doesn't say the horizon's moving with respect to the horizon. That's nonsense. Let's see if he appeals to the format again when I give him a chance to address that.
Mute. Andrew,
yeah. Mute. That's appeal to format fallacy. You're not addressing my argument. You're addressing the fact that when I speak, I don't want you interrupting, so I have to mute you. You don't give me any alternative.
Mute. You see, you've had lots of sentences, Nathan, and I've only had none.
I run the show. Mute. Mute is an appeal to format fallacy. You're never going to address your fallacious use of reasoning when addressing your incorrect citation from Andrew Young.
The double-speaking Dunning-Kruger rumpus, June 19th, 2020.
Einstein's field equations cannot solve for more than one mass.
Yes, you can't solve them numerically with as an equation, but they...
So you can't solve this little problem that Brian's presented you with Einstein's field equations then? You cannot do it then? That would make you a liar.
You can solve it numerically. You can solve it numerically. Yes, you can't solve them numerically with as an equation. You can solve it numerically. Yes, you can't solve them numerically with as an equation.
Though we have Mr. Air is not the atmosphere and the second law doesn't apply to the Earth, 17 March 2020, performing his best impression of George Musser.
You understand they don't exist?
He's trying to... The horizontal ray paradox he's talking about is in fact quite difficult conceptually to cope with. And obviously, you being stupid obviously will have no chance. So he's trying to simplify it for people like you who don't understand how light rays work. The point is ray tracing is used all the time in games and in simulations, and it works. The fact that he uses the word ray is different from the situation that Andrew Young is talking about.
We don't live in a fucking game.
You're too stupid to understand the difference.
We don't live in a game.
The only way to replicate realistic visuals.
Sorry, I just want to Rumpus. Do you understand that they're not real? Rays.
Well, they can be treated as real. You don't understand that. You have no understanding of physics or science. You're not qualified to even ask me that question.
And video game. Video.
What do you think? Do you deny that there are? So when you talk about a ray of light, laser light, then Nathan, are you denying they exist? So Nathan, do you think laser beams are real or not?
Yeah, let it just be officially on record.
So Nathan, the second law of thermodynamics does not apply to the Earth.
Well, we have you on record saying that. It's just...
Where have you got me on record saying that entropy doesn't apply to the Earth? I'd never say such a thing. The second law of thermodynamics does not apply to the Earth.
Let's do a test. I challenge you to answer this question, which is the fucking most annoying, shittiest question you've ever heard. From fucking dickheads that I don't know or hate the sound of their voice. How can you have gas pressure without a container? How?
That principle fundamentally misunderstands what pressure is.
Just explain
and
to
the
me.
forces
Just
involved.
explain to me. I never said tell me why it's wrong. I'm asking you to explain to me how you can have gas pressure without a container. That's why I asked you. I didn't ask you to tell me what was wrong with it. I asked you to explain.
It
doesn't matter about your feelings. It doesn't matter about your view.
You're asking for the answer to a question that doesn't make sense.
Why don't you just tell him the answer?
Exactly. Because you know what?
It's a simple answer, bro. example.
How do you know I can accept the answer? If you
Brahmi.
haven't given me,
Brahmi.
I'm getting annoyed now. I'm getting annoyed.
I'll give you one
challenge you to
sentence
answer a
answer,
question, you
Brahmi.
don't answer it. I think it's three.
Brahmi, you sound like you just give me a one sentence answer. A container is not the antecedent for gas pressure.
Okay.
The container, it's the forces that imply the container. There's forces that that keep it contained, electromagnetic force and things like that. You can't see that because it's not obvious, but it's really just the forces that are compelling it to stay in the container.
Sounds like a
And so as long as you have a force, that will keep
It
gas
sounds
pressure
like
in
a
a vacuum.
container.
Dress the legend, 30 December 2019.
Okay, yeah, gas pressure. Well, so I find this kind of weird because, you know, we see examples of pressure differentials everywhere we look in the natural world.
That wasn't the question, Professor. The question was, how can you have gas pressure without a container? You started off talking about gas pressure gradients. Well, that's delta X. The question is, where'd you get X? So before you can have delta X, that is gas pressure gradients, you have to have X, gas pressure. So again, how do you have gas pressure without a container?
The second point I'd make, you know, we can demonstrate I can get a high pressure air hose and I can generate enough pressure to cut someone's hand off. So, and that's pressure without a container.
Oh, really? So you used a hose attached to a compressor? No doubt. Sounds like you have two containers, Professor. Do you and Hillbilly Blue Ball swap spit in the shower? He also had two containers, demonstrating gas pressure without a container.
And the last thing is every action needs an equal and opposite reaction. God, what are they use this? That is a law of motion, and it applies to the motion of objects, and it's based upon the fact that if you shift something's mass, you know, there's going to be a reaction about you shifting that mass based on you minus frictional forces, etc. involved. So there's always a reaction. That's why when you fire a gun, you feel a recoil. Done.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I think that was a minute.
Yeah, 5 minutes too long. You had 3 shots at a simple question. Newsflash, for everyone that can't fog a mirror, you didn't answer his question, Professor. It wasn't even an obfuscation. I'm convinced with 100% certitude that you thought you answered the question comprehensively. That's the really scary part. Oh, and by the way, from Richard Feynman, lecture on quantum electrodynamics, the discovery of quantum mechanics first, and then the behavior of light, and then in the behavior of matter, finally culminating in 1926 with a full equation of quantum mechanics, which told us that the laws of motion of Newton were not right. Let me say that again for you, Professor. The laws of motion of Newton were not right. Okay? Thanks. Priceless. This is Danny T. Truther, 1 November 2019, 24/7 2.0 Discord.
I agree that projectiles are a pretty bad example of Coriolis because there just wouldn't be.
There is no
a
Coriolis
significant
effect
of an example. But what about ones where they do it with like fluids? Like
There is no Coriolis effect.
Were you talking
Because
about your
there
flushing
was-
your toilet,
okay,
Danny?
Wait a second. You
not
defined
the
it.
toilet. Not the toilet.
No, I didn't say the toilet. Hold on a second. Do I gotta put you on mute again?
Do it.
You already defined the Coriolis effect correctly. Well, kudos to you. You're the first baller that you must have been listening to that Nathan Oakley Hangouts for a while, so you got it. So, if that be the case, see, my argument isn't the Coriolis effect. My argument is the Coriolis causes, right? If the Coriolis causes are true, then a flight from North Carolina, Charlotte, to LA on the same latitude line, roughly, traveling at 500 miles per hour, would take 1.5 hours straight flight. Why does it take 4.5?
That's a good point.
Am I on mute still?
No.
Okay. So when the airplane lifts off from the runway, it's let's say lifts off going 500 miles per hour, which it doesn't, but
let's say let's say, hold on a second. Let's say the runway is facing west.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Exactly. Even simpler. Yeah. Okay. So if the Earth were spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, and
860. I'm sorry.
Right.
Sorry for interrupting you. At that latitude, it's 860 miles an hour.
So at 860, so then it would be going 1,360.
No, it wouldn't.
In a reference frame with respect to the Earth, in a reference frame that was outside. of Earth,
wait a
which
second.
no
The
one
plane. Hold on a second. Takeoff speed is about 175 miles an hour. So the Earth is spinning from west to east at 860 miles an hour.
Right.
Right. Are you saying the plane is going backwards?
Well, not on Earth. No.
When it takes off? If it was
No.
conserving momentum, right?
Right. Yeah. If it was conserving
I got
momentum.
you by the balls.
No. You're right. You're actually right. If you're conserving momentum
the ball.
and you were at a stationary point in space, which nobody is at,
no,
then yeah, you would see the airplane and the Earth passing you by, and the airplane's actually going. Yeah.
Go ahead, say it.
That would be correct.
Say it.
Well, it's
Say
no
it.
different. Okay. Can I give you an example? I know this is if
No,
I'm
no,
in
no,
a car.
no. We're on my example. Say it. If the person is standing, if the person is in the the
Yes.
inertial
In the
reference
ref-
frame. Hold
Yes.
on. I'm gonna have to fucking mute you. So, the Earth is spinning from west to east at 860 miles an hour. The plane is taking off directly west to its target in LA, and it's going 175 miles an hour. If it's conserving momentum, are you telling me the person in the inertial reference frame is seeing the plane going backwards?
Yes.
Ah!
That's right. I know that, but you know that's the answer, though.
Danny,
Are you
you're not
recording?
thinking about
Are you-
reality.
You're recording?
Beam me up.
You're
Beam me up, Scotty.
So, are
Beam me
you
up, Danny.
still
Oh my
struggling?
In review, what he's saying is, so you got two reference frames. He got that right. You have the spinning non-inertial reference frame that the plane's on, and then you have the inertial reference frame, which is the atmosphere. Now, the Earth is spinning from west to east. That's in the plane's face on the runway before it takes off at 860 miles an hour. Typical plane reaches about 175 miles an hour on takeoff. What he's saying is, if you're in the inertial reference frame witnessing this plane take off, due to the conservation of momentum, which he doesn't understand, that the plane would be going backwards in reverse until such time as it overcomes that conservation of momentum. That at that time it will be in suspended animation and then all of a sudden overtake the spin. That's what he's saying. I know it because these baltards have been doing it for the past 3.5 years. I've been trying to explain this to them, but they can't get it. Dross the Muppet, 19 July 2020.
And it's always the presumed cause, Kima, never the actual cause. We never assume that we have the actual cause in science.
No. You always search for the actual cause, numpty. You place that into a hypothesis, your supposition, then you test it to prove that it is the actual cause. It's inherently presumed, the hypothesis, until you test it. Experiment.
It's always the presumed cause. You keep missing the word presumed out of your description.
Okay, so that's your alternative method of science.
No, it's not. That is the method of science.
The method of science? What's that? According to the booger-eating schmuck PhD, M. Scott Veach, on the very same panel that you're speaking to, not peeping a word, the scientific method doesn't exist. You need to get up to speed, son.
The method of science says we search for the presumed cause. We hold that cause to be true until we falsify it. And we find out that our presumed cause was incorrect, and we have to now establish a new presumed cause which will hold until it is disproven.
So when we find out that our previous presumed cause isn't working, we search for a new presumed cause and we hold that as true until we disprove it. Like the presumed cause for volcanic eruptions is birds humping, and we hold that as true until we can disprove it. Is that your story? My word, son, you need a lobotomy. It is my distinguished honor to present Hillbilly Blue Balls, the redneck retard, aka No Marvel Science, fresh off his world tour of showing how you can have gas pressure without a container by showing up with a pressurized gas in a container. This is tantamount to disproving the existence of dogs broadcasting live from a blue tick coonhound kennel. Now, with his current thesis defense,
it's creating low
and
pressure.
That's how. Listen to me. That's how it overcomes gravity.
Jesus.
It doesn't overcome gravity.
So let me get this straight. That's how it overcomes gravity. It doesn't overcome gravity? Do you reminisce with strangers? You got horseshit for brains, son. Clown.
Let's agree on a height, because I think that's a fair point to proceed forward from. You've obviously got a point of ejection to 10 feet, and maybe it was a little flippant. My apologies.
Well, I don't mind.
Maybe you could suggest
it doesn't really matter.
So it doesn't really matter. You're saying that height doesn't really matter, Hillbilly Blue Balls, the redneck retard.
Well, it does matter, doesn't it? Because the distance to the horizon is what?
Nuts.
It doesn't matter why. Why doesn't it matter?
Don't attack me. I'm just.
Don't attack you. He's merely asking you why height doesn't matter. You friggin' snowflake bozo redneck retard.
No, why doesn't it matter?
Making a point.
Your point was that it doesn't matter. My point is that it does.
Listen, if you want a target height, if you want an observer height or a gun barrel height of 30 feet, you could probably target stuff out to about 6 miles, something like that.
Sir, why doesn't the observer height matter when targeting?
It doesn't matter because the use radar, which is like
no interruption,
50 or 60 feet up, you know what I mean?
Tears,
and it's
we
a
got
parabola flying over
Adam
the
and Blue
horizon.
having a combo here. Adam and Blue, please.
You could see a target on the horizon at about 6 or 7 miles from 30 feet, from a 30-foot observer height or gun barrel height, laser height.
Why does not the observer height not matter when you're painting a target, when you're observing it across a geometric board of radius?
I didn't say it didn't matter.
Oh, really? So you didn't say it didn't matter? Do you even know your own name? Or where you're at? You double-speaking Muppets. You just said it didn't matter about 20 seconds ago. Let's have a listen.
It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter.
You said clearly it doesn't really matter.
Did I?
You did, sir. That's why I felt the need to address it so we could proceed.
I don't believe I said that.
So you don't believe you said that? Really? Well, let's have another listen.
It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter.
Oh, it does matter, the observer height.
Of course it matters.
It
doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter.
Oh, it does matter, the observer height.
Of course it matters.
Wow. It's well past time for you to head back to the Blue Tick Coonhound Kennel, or your true vocation, picking up cans alongside of the road. Supervised! Craig Fight the Fat Girth, Numpty Dipshit, 8 May 2020.
Even though the whole thing is rotating at the same speed, right?
No, the whole thing isn't rotating at the same speed. That is tangential speed. However, every point on that rotating sphere or platform has the same angular velocity. The problem is you don't understand the difference between tangential speed and angular velocity. You'd fail junior high intro to physics because you're a numpty dipshit and you just don't learn. I toe tagged this same numpty dipshittiness from you 2 months ago, 24 March 2020.
It's that difference in the tangential velocity.
Wrong again, numpty. All points on a rotating sphere or platform have the same angular velocity. You're a dipshit.
That would mean for an observer in the inertial reference frame, it would appear to deviate for them because they are part of the reference frame that it's all moving in.
What in the fuck are you talking about? The observer in the inertial reference frame isn't moving. Everything in the non-inertial spinning reference frame is moving because it's spinning. You're a moron. You're just making shit up.
So even though from the outside observer it appears it's going in a straight line, for the person that's in the same reference frame as the thing that is moving from one area of tangential velocity to another, it would deviate.
Wrong again, bozo. You don't understand the difference between tangential speed and angular velocity. You can't move from one area of angular velocity or tangential velocity on a spinning platform or sphere to another area of tangential velocity or angular velocity. Why? Because they all have the same angular velocity. You're brain dead baller compadres. Better friggin' tackle your dumb ass and stuff some dirty socks in that incoherent pile of yours, son. Because you're really screwing the pooch with your convoluted, made-up horse shit.
What the Coriolis actually is and it's actually referred to in several physics books as the law of conservation of angular momentum.
Yeah. And Liberace's grandmother was a Mau fighter pilot and a Saudi prince. Can you show us these several physics books, dipshit bonehead? You probably got them from the Rocco Clubbo School for Typewriter Maintenance in Narnia. Number 1, law of identity violation. The Coriolis effect and the law of conservation of angular momentum are two different things. They're two different concepts with two different names. So let's take a look at these two different concepts and see if your nonsensical bullshittery holds any water, Gilligan. The Coriolis effect from Sigurd Douglas' Introduction to Ocean Sciences. When set in motion, freely moving objects including air, that's atmosphere, and water masses, that's clouds and water vapor, move in straight paths while the Earth continues to rotate independently. Because freely moving objects are not carried with the Earth as it rotates, they are subject to an apparent deflection called the Coriolis effect. To an observer rotating with the Earth, freely moving objects that travel in a straight line appear to travel in a curved path on the Earth. So that's the Coriolis effect. Let's take a look at the law of conservation of momentum. From the Khan Academy. There are many conserved quantities in physics. They are often remarkably useful for making predictions in what would otherwise be very complicated situations. In mechanics, there are three fundamental quantities which are conserved. These are momentum, energy, and angular momentum. The conservation of momentum is mostly used for describing collisions between objects. Just as with other conservation principles, there's a catch. Conservation of momentum applies only to an isolated system of objects. In this case, an isolated system is one that is not acted on by force external to the system, i.e., there is no external impulse. What this means in the practical example of a collision between two objects is that we need to include both objects and anything else that applies a force to any of the objects for any length of time in the system. End of citation. Gilligan. Basketballs and boll weevils have more in common. In conclusion, you're a delusional, double-speaking, Dunning-Kruger, numpty dipshit of epic proportions.
Let me ask you a question, Paggis. Let me ask you a question. Yeah. Let's say you got home and, I don't know, your wife is banging the next door neighbour. Yeah. Do you think it would be sufficient if your wife said, "Oh, I've got a model that explains how I didn't cheat on you"?
So, technically...
Yes or no?
Most likely.
Why is it whenever I ask Globus yes or no questions, I never get a yes or no answer?
Because the world isn't that simple.
He's about to explain how technically his wife could come up with a model that may be possible, and he'd have to consider it.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Either she can construct a model that means she did.
So it could. One possibility is
either yes or no.
But it isn't a yes or no answer.
Are you serious? You're saying that your wife can construct a model to explain how she didn't cheat on you after she banged the next door neighbour?
Yes.
This is the level of sophistry we're dealing with.
So, let me tell you this. Let's say my wife...
seriously, you're going to justify this?
Let's say my wife went on Amazon and she found this amazing new thing, which can a sex robot, which
is the next door neighbour a sex robot?
Yeah.
No. Wait.
Stop.
Let me finish.
Obfuscation.
This is so embarrassing.
Obfuscation. This is the ultimate cuckery, my friend.
You're not, but you guys are not letting him finish. I'll finish for him though, because
he's talking about sex robots.
Hold on. But here's the conclusion of his argument. The next door neighbor has been proven to be a sex robot and is not a human being that is being because the model says so. Because his girlfriend gave him a model. No, that's not our next door neighbor. That's a sex robot that lives next door.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Obviously, this is nonsense, right? Obviously, this whole thing is nonsense. Clearly, if your wife is banging the next door neighbour, she objectively cheated on you. The end. There's no model that can explain that away. Can't be done.
So, I want you to look at these two realities.
I think his wife is banging the next door neighbor right now.
Probably. She's probably sick of his obfuscation.
It's a mirage. It's refracted.
If I would actually be allowed to finish.
She's like, Peggy, so are you going to have sex with me tonight or not? And he's like, well, technically I could, maybe, possibly, maybe I could build a model. And then she's like, fuck it, I'm going to see the next one.
As long as he's banging her at 9.8 meters per second square.
Let's get back to day two.
Wait.
You have to get
I'll give Paggis a chance to respond, but I want you to respond to Crypto's question here.
So what was Crypto's question?
Can you construct a model to explain away the fact that your wife banged the next door neighbour?
Yes.
That's absurd.
Okay, there we go.
Absurd.
Right, so, Paggis, quickly, tell us what you imagine that model might be.
So one possible model that it might be is that she went onto Amazon and there was one dude who had invented this new sex robot who conveniently looked like the next door neighbor. It was like an exact replica. But then she buys it, she gets it, and she's having sex with the sex robot. Then I enter the door. Then I enter the room. And I see she's banging something which resembles and is in every way looking exactly like the next door neighbor.
This is what they call in America the good old college try, right?
So,
how would you verify that?
So then look. But when I am looking at the thing, then I see, she's banging something. It could then be the sex robot, but it could also be the next door neighbor who just walked over and is banging her, and I kind of no way of differentiate. Like when I enter the room, both possibilities are true. But as you said, which one is more likely? There is.
But you can verify.
But before I've verified.
We're not talking about before. We're talking about after verification.
Let me finish. So, as you said, which is more likely? Yes, it's more likely that my wife banged the next door neighbor, but there's still a small, very, very small possibility that it was the sex robot. But then I go over and I look at if the next door neighbor is in his house, and then I see, oh no, he's not at home. Oh, yes, this model is false. Then I have proven that model was false. But before I have verified that, I can't know.
Let me try and tie this back very briefly, right? So when you enter that room and what you see is your neighbor banging your wife, and you're like, holy smokes, it's my neighbor banging my wife. And then that moment goes through your mind when you're like, wait a minute, there might be an explanation for this. And you start thinking about Amazon, and you start going through the price range, you start thinking, how much money does my wife have? Is that even possible? But for that initial view, you'd be thinking, well, I'm going to be going with what I see. And what I see is that my neighbor is banging my wife. So that would be the logical assumption at that point, wouldn't it?
No, I disagree with this. What I see is not that my neighbor is banging my wife.
This guy coming in the room and he still wouldn't recognize you banging his wife.
No, hold on. Sasha. He said he's not observing his wife being banged by the neighbor. Yeah. Yes, you are. Because in this example, we observe the earth to be flat, right? You need to observe your wife banging someone.
Yeah, the premise was you walked in on your girlfriend cheating with your neighbor, and you were trying to construct a model to excuse that so you wouldn't believe she was cheating. It was just, they happened just to be naked under the covers. It was just a coincidence. It's just...
Right, but let me just, Pagas, the point is, you come in... Sorry, you want to finish?
Go on, Drace, go on. Drace.
It's all good. I just wanted to continue the example, but it's fine.
No, sorry. Well, you finish up if you want to. I just want to bring it back to the observation, right, and the logic of the observation, right? Occam's razor, it looks like your neighbor. Whether or not you think it's some high-spec sex doll from Japan, it looks like your neighbor. So you're going to be thinking, oh, that's my neighbor. And then it might come into your head, but, oh, wait, my wife, she's kind of loaded. She was really looking into those sex dolls. There's a small possibility. But the most logical assumption would be what you observe directly, which is your neighbor, right?
So, what I am observing... Let me finish now, please.
Yeah, but no...
Before you speak, please let me finish.
No, because fundamentally this is a red herring anyway, and so this is what I wanted to address before.
A funny one.
Because you can actually just verify whether it's a sex robot or not. You could just go up to it and go, oh, here's a battery. Or, oh no, it's a human. So obviously my question wasn't, I mean, you've done well to obfuscate the point, but this is about after the fact that you verified it's a human, coming up with the model to explain that away. That's what the point is.
What I am observing when I enter the room, if I start with that is not actually, I don't observe my neighbor. I observe something which looks like my neighbor. I observe something which looks like a flat earth.
Asserting that it is a robot.
So it sounds like when you get up in the morning,
please, I can't even finish a whole sentence. This is insane.
Sorry, does that mean that when you wake up in the morning, you see whoever you live with in your house, you go, well, that's not actually them. It looks like them, but that could be something else entirely. Is that how you think?
Technically, yes.
Technically, yes.
So, because let me finish now to respond.
Please let me respond.
Again, no, because we have to stay on point. The point is that we verified it is a human. Any talk of robots is stupid. No one ever mentioned robot in the example. I know that because I gave the example. There are no robots. Let's leave the robots to one side.
And I am going to respond to that, but I can't even finish a whole sentence, so it's a bit hard.
But how about you actually go for the point that I made and not a red herring?
So, what I explained was that there could be a model explaining and giving another reason for anything else.
But inventing a sex robot that doesn't
when you then go and verify, look, it didn't have a battery pack. The another model.
I'm sorry, man, but you sound like one of those people that, like, even if you walked into the room and neighbor was banging out your wife and you realized it wasn't a sex robot, you'd be like, well, the neighbor would be like, well, I'm sorry, man, I just fell and somehow I just happened to wind up inside her. And you'd be like, oh, shit, that makes sense.
Yeah, we can make a model for that.
That makes sense to you.
I'll have to get that step from the front door removed so it doesn't happen again.
So yes, that is true.
Yes,
I agree
that is true.
with that
Oh,
statement.
man, bro. Your man card back. Brother man, you need to go get your man card back. I don't know where it went.
This would have been much easier for you if you'd have just said at the start, you know what, if there was a dude banging my wife, I'd be pissed. This would have been over 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, this is an infinite regress fallacy. But I'm trying to explain my point.
I think to be fair to Pagus, we should let him explain how the neighbor could be a sex doll when he's getting cheated on.
Part of the example.
Please do.
No.
Actually, Crypto's right. Because first of all, robots fucking exist, and we've experienced them. If this was to be analogous to the conversation, there would have to be something that no one has ever actually experienced, like space. That is right.
Listen, if you behave like a robot, a particle which we haven't found out exists yet, which is like distorting our view of reality.
Okay, but what Crypto said you could verify, go and check the battery pack, and it's find out it's not a battery pack.
So yes, I'm going to that. But then, as you said, there could be another model. Then we know the old model was wrong. Then we can have a new model.
Wait. No, this I need to get. So Pagus, right? You check the battery. The battery is not there. It is a human. Now you're saying there's potentially another model. Could you tell me what that model would be, please, Pagus?
So then that model could be like, he fell and he fell and
went inside.
And then accidentally went inside him. So yes, but was this model?
He's not even Italian. He's not even Italian.
Pagus. So he fell.
He just repeated exactly what I said.
Pagus, I need you to be serious. Pagus, I need you to be serious. What is this other model? After you check the battery pack, it's not a battery pack. What's the model that could explain it?
I think your example, as you said, was very good with the falling. But then I look, what is most probable? What is the most likely? And I say, it's very unlikely that they fell and that happened. So therefore, I choose to believe and I choose to use the model which is the most likely, which is that my wife banged the next door neighbor and therefore I am divorcing my wife.
Okay.
But I will still always know that there was a small, extremely small
the question. You still haven't answered the question.
This is what the globe does. It allows you to accept lies like that.
Yeah, we are 30 minutes into a question that you still haven't answered. Okay, so we'll try again. What model could you construct that your wife could then prove with this model that she didn't cheat on you after objectively having sex with a man next door?
But the problem with that statement is that we don't know. She is technically not objectively we can't know that she's objectively having sex with a man next door.
Wait a minute.
We can, because we verified it.
No, but the verifying. There might be another explanation.
What the fuck are you talking about? We verified it. We checked that the battery pack isn't there. We checked that the penis is in the vagina. It happened. Yeah.
Yeah.
And now we're constructing a model to make the cheating go away.
As a matter of fact, your wife just said. As a matter of fact, your wife just said, "Oh my God, why are you here?" Does that convince you that that's your wife?
No. Pagus.
There could be.
Pagus.
Please, can we keep him on the question? Don't allow him to red herring and squirm and answer whatever question he wishes I asked. I asked a very specific question. He hasn't provided an answer because he can't. I just want him to accept this. Any obfuscation is very irritating right now.
So the fundamental way of what I am saying is that I can't give you an exact model, because the whole premise of this is that it is something which is beyond my understanding, beyond my knowledge, which is affecting this thing. So, for example, when I checked that the penis is in the vagina, it could have been. Let me finish, please. It could have been, like, say, an otherworldly, all-powerful being, like a demon or something, which then altered the visions and my memory, as well as my wife's.
Descartes' evil demon. Right, okay. Sonny, what were you going to say?
And then we look, this model, it's an explanation, so it's actually likely, but it's very unlikely. It's extremely unlikely.
Yeah,
therefore we don't look at
Sonny, go ahead. Pagus, you're embarrassing yourself now.
Pause. Hey, Pagus, I just have one question, okay? Very simple.
Go ahead, please.
Do you believe there is such a thing as objective reality?
No.
There you go, folks.
That's it. Nail on the head.
Yes, I believe there is, but I don't believe we can't figure it out.
Bro. Dude, are you objectively on Discord right now talking to us?
I can't actually know that. And as Roger, as you said...
then you're a psycho.
Well, then you can't objectively know if I mute you. So, I'm just going to do that.
Yeah, that's a good place to put a pause on that, I think.
Oh, yeah.
And really have a little moment of silence for the globe there.
I mean, these people are insane. These people are insane.
Well, Crypto, that's one of the best clips we're going to have in years, so thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Pagus. If there's no objective truth, you cannot prove your globe, right?
Yeah. It's Pagus. I've just put you on pause there, by the way, so I think it's just time you maybe took a step back and have a reflect. Oh, is he gone?
I don't even believe he really said that. You don't even know if you're objectively here having this conversation. I mean, do I give you any credibility after that, or do I just classify you as a psycho? Why should I even speak to you after that?
What he was talking about was a part of Cartesian philosophy, which is called Descartes' evil demon, which is the idea that you don't know that anything you perceive is real because there might be an evil demon controlling your perceptions, right? Which, of course, is completely unprovable and wouldn't actually matter anyway, because science is generally based on verification, but repeated verification by multiple people. So
all right, that's the end.
There's like 20 people in voice check-in. Got some people coming in.
Cool. Yeah, there's a lot of people in the VC check-in. Wow.
Yeah. I don't think they know where to go. Somebody needs to slide them into here. The ones that got the tags.
Guten Tag. My name is Klaus. I have a question about the flatter. Is the flatter the flat like a pancake, like a French crepe, you know, or is it
Like your
more
mom's
like
ass.
a donut?
It's like your mom.
Is it flat like your girlfriend's chest?
Can you curve the pancake with gravity?
No, but you can stick stuff to it with syrup.
Any of them make it down yet?
Yeah, probably got some guys coming in.
I've been waiting.
Make sure the Jaws theme is playing.
Ooh. Got some NASA documents, but we don't have the military ones. Globers. I'm here. This is Radwin, the great one that you want to do all kinds of shit to in the lobby.
Yeah, don't be afraid. Not like we can bite you through the airwaves.
It could hurt your feelings, though, by telling you the truth.
Are you guys talking to me or someone else?
I don't know. Who are you?
I'm a new person. I have no clue what's going on.
Oh, okay. New person. Take it away, somebody. I'm in 2 different chat rooms fighting off the trolls.
I honestly just was here to listen to what people had to say. I didn't really have any intentions of saying anything myself.
That's fine. Gotta ask something. Yeah. We'll answer it.
I mean, I just asked for... I just came here to see... Not that I want to convince myself that the Earth is flat, but I just want to see why people believe it. See for myself.
No one.
We don't believe it.
Yeah, we didn't want to actually prove the flat Earth. Most everybody here started out thinking flat Earth was the stupidest thing in the world, and we're set out to try to prove the globe to be correct. And we've been at it for years now and can't do it. That's the problem.
Okay.
You're roboting pretty hard for me.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the thing, is that no one, for 35 years I thought that the Earth was a globe. And then I found out that it wasn't, and then I was like, no, this is dumb. This is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. There's no way it's flat. Obviously, no. I already know that the government lies, but they wouldn't lie about, no, it's got to be a ball. And you set out to try to prove it's a ball. That's all we want is one proof. Actual, physical, tangible proof that the Earth is what NASA claims it to be.
Can I just ask a few general questions?
Yeah, but did it sink in what I just said? Like, we're trying to prove the globe to be correct. Apparently, we've had thousands of years to prove it, so it should be pretty simple, correct?
So you don't believe in a flat Earth, or do you just not have a claim to what the Earth shape is?
What we're claiming is that it's flatter than what NASA and the other space agencies and government agencies of the world claim it to be. Does that make sense?
Okay.
They claim it to be they claim that it's a very specific size and shape and does very specific movements. Those movements and shapes are testable by us and can't be validated by the claim that they say. They say it's got a specific radius, and we can prove that that's not correct. So that's a big problem for them, right?
I guess. I don't know. I don't see exactly.
Well, okay, if I claim that I have I claim that I've got a fire red Ferrari in my garage, are you going to believe me, or do I have to show it to you? Well, I can show you a picture.
I can show you whether or not it's true, unless.
Cool, but what if I show you a picture of a red Ferrari and say that's my Ferrari? Would you believe me then?
I would probably believe you then, but for something like the shape of the Earth, you need a lot more than just disproving one of the things.
Right, but the point is that if you didn't, I'm about to post my picture of my Ferrari. You want to see my Ferrari? I'll post you a picture.
I'm gonna be honest. I honestly don't really care. I'd believe you that you have a Ferrari.
If I showed you a picture,
what you would want to do is go to my garage and see for yourself that there's a Ferrari there. Correct? And if it took you 3 years to validate that my Ferrari, right? If I claim that I have a Ferrari and you looked in my garage for 3 years and you couldn't find a Ferrari, would you still think that I had one?
No.
So we've been looking for some people more than years. We've been looking to prove any proof that the Earth is what NASA claims it to be.
Yeah, 6
and
years.
And we can't validate it. That should bother people.
It's kind of like they're saying they have a magical unicorn in their closet which grants wishes, and we want to see the unicorn.
We don't even want to make a wish. We just want to see the unicorn.
Okay, can I get back to what I was going to ask? I showed you a picture of a
dragon.
You don't.
But you believe in question, but like you see,
I showed you a picture.
I don't understand your argument.
You're breaking up. Yeah, you were breaking up just then. But why are you skating past that? Like, you wouldn't believe me if a Ferrari, but if NASA says that the globe is this amount of size, and we have multiple days that we go out and test that size, and it comes up short, that's a real big problem, right? Like, why would you think that that's okay? No, I'm just saying, like, do you claim that NASA is telling us the truth, or that they are lying to us?
I won't claim anything, because honestly, I wouldn't have the evidence to back either up, or the resources still. So instead, I'm just going to ask some questions about your points of view. And it's
but like what I just explained. No, I got you. But like what I just said sums up years worth of people being here trying to figure out what's going on.
I get the gist.
That's the gist of it. It's just the entire concept of the heliocentric model for billions of people. No problem.
I'll get to my question now. So your claim is that the Earth is flat, but that claim would also...
No. What I said before, I said it's flatter than what they claim it to be. They claim it's a very specific size and shape. Right, it's flatter than what they claim. That's all we can say, because they won't let us go explore for ourselves. That's all we can say. So anything else is speculation. Does that make sense?
Balls.
Yeah, but do you have any... do you have any reason to show that they would lie about something like this?
Well, can you name a specific instance where the government actually told us the truth without nefarious ends behind the curtain?
They told
I don't have anything in front of me.
So in your entire lifetime, or anything you can dig up, you can't tell me one time the government told you the truth for sure, that you know for sure they told us the truth with our best interests and didn't have any nefarious ends behind the curtain. And you're asking, why would they lie? For real? You can't think of any reason why the government would lie to us?
Lie about the shape of the Earth. I mean, it's...
Well, they're lying. Well, if they're lying about everything else... Yeah, if they're lying about everything else, why would they tell us the truth about this? If anything, it helps them by not telling us the truth.
Just an argument of why would they, why wouldn't they?
No, I could give you 1,000 reasons why they would, and most every one of them you would agree with.
If somebody murders somebody and you don't know why,
money,
does that mean
power,
they didn't do it?
Control. Yeah, right. Like, just because there's a murder scene and there's blood on the walls, you're saying that, well, but what? No one's murdered until I can figure out why this person would murder somebody. No, obviously someone lied and someone was murdered right there. Why would you say that, well...
If I look at evidence and the evidence is clear that the Earth is not what they say it is, I'll believe you, but...
Well, right, so what we're doing is...
So make a claim.
Can you validate the evidence that it is what they claim?
I mean, if you're trying to disprove them, the burden of proof would be on you more so than me.
No. We're not trying to disprove them. No, we're not, we actually never, like I said before, we never started out to disprove them. We started out to prove them correct. I wanted to prove the globe to be correct. I was on the globe side of the argument for 35 years. Thought flat Earth was the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Obviously, that's dumb. It's stupid, right? I'm going to prove the globe correct. Can't do it. Yeah, but can you? That's why we're asking for people to prove the globe. But I don't. That's all we're willing to. That's all we can actively say, because everything else is speculation, because we're not allowed to.
Hey, you cut out, man.
Yeah.
You know.
So they give us a
can't go
radius of
independently research ourselves, and therefore that's a problem. Like, if we can't go take our own measurements, and we can't figure it out for ourselves, we have to take their word for it. That alone gives me a problem, because, like we said before, they lie about many things, and you can't come up with a single time that they tell us the truth.
About they, who exactly are you referring to? Are you referring to just NASA?
The people in control, the people at the head. Most of the people at NASA are not in on the game. They actively think they have a helicopter on Mars right now. They're hopelessly devoted to a system. They don't realize they're being lied to. They're just going along with the flow, cashing their paycheck. They actively
more
think
so about all the other countries in the world. Are they all in on it, or is it just the U.S.?
I mean, all of which. So here you go. I love this example, right? Like the weapons of mass destruction, right? Then we invaded. The U.S. invaded Iraq, right? You remember this? The weapons of mass destruction.
Yeah.
Right. Only like a handful of people actually had information that was the case. Do you think that the hundreds of thousands of soldiers were all in on the lie?
The lie. No, I don't see why they would be.
So there it is. So not every NASA employee, just the head people at the top levels, because of compartmentalization and just segregating knowledge. Just, these people are working on this project. No one knows what everyone else is working on. They're all just working on their specific part of the puzzle. They don't know what's going on outside of their rooms. Does that make sense? You know what compartmentalization is, right?
I don't know what that is.
You know the Manhattan Project, right? You've heard of that?
Oh, yeah, I know that.
Right. And you know that of all the different people, no one fully knew what they were technically working on. They all were just working on different parts of the big puzzle. And only a few key people were putting all of that stuff in behind the curtain. Most people don't know what's actually going on. They're just making a widget for XYZ component. The point is that not everyone has to be in on the lie. Some people just need to follow orders, right?
It would only take a few people to disprove it, unless you say that they would have no way of proving the Earth.
Well, then, can you prove the Earth is a ball, the way NASA claims?
Hey, wait. Hold on. You're right. It would only take a few people, or even just one person, to prove that we're not on a ball. But if you did that, do you think that the mainstream news are going to cover you with cameras and put your face on television? Do you think they're going to talk about it? Do you think they're going to cover it?
I'm sure they would, but it would be out of satire.
Right, exactly. They would make fun of it. They would spin it to whatever best ends that suits their means, or their suits their end, right? Like that. That's how they work, right?
Interesting.
Well, I mean, you don't think that the media is independent of what the government tells them to say, right? Like, they get packed.
I mean, the government would have some power over the media, but I don't think they would have full control over it. Just the existence of this server in general is proof of that.
Well, right. But do you ever heard of the Operation Mockingbird?
I've heard of it, but I have no clue of any of the details.
So Mockingbird basically was the CIA, their plan to infiltrate every and all possible media outlets at all levels to control the flow of information whichever way they want. In front of Congress, they said, do you now or have any time had members of the CIA working in mainstream media outlets? And the guy says, Mr. Chair, I believe we should probably take this conversation into executive session, closed doors behind we don't want to be talking about this in front of the public, right? They said this on camera. If you think the CIA is telling you the truth, you're farther down the rabbit hole than you realize.
It's not that they would lie, it's just that they wouldn't say anything.
But they're active.
Yeah, it's more accurate to say that they it's not just the lies that they tell you, but what's more important than that is what they know but are not telling you.
That's what I mean. I wouldn't go out of their way to just go out and lie unless something was...
What? They wouldn't go out of their way to... What?
Yeah, they do lie to you, though.
They wouldn't bother to go out of the way and lie about something that people would have no way of discovering.
Oh, not true at all. People could discover this all the time. All you need is a mirror and a camera across the body of water and the sun. People can prove it for themselves. That it is not what they claim it to be. But most people are so busy with the 9 to 5 and working just to put, scraps on the table that they don't have time to go out and do all this stuff on their own. They're just going to take the word off of the official government, science, whatever you want to call it, organization that did all the research and just pressed us. CNN looked into it and they're telling us the truth. Yeah.
Okay, but when you say they have control of the media, is that for all countries or just the US again? Because it sounds like if a conspiracy this big, it would have to be something.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of the United Nations? You ever heard of the United Nations?
Yeah, the UN.
Yeah. What's the United Nations in your own words?
I don't know exactly, but it's, of course,
in your own words, you've heard of the United Nations. It's in the title, United Nations. In your own words, what is the United
every single nation?
Well, takes a majority, right?
Formed for many different reasons.
It's an international governmental body.
Your fellows ever played Gex?
So, are you saying that the UN is incapable of lying to the public at large? I mean, the United States government was one thing; they would lie to a public. But let's see, German people, would the German government lie to their people, or the English government, or the French? Certainly not the Chinese government. Chinese government would never lie to their people, nor would the Russians, right? They would never lie to their own people.
I don't see why they would lie about something like this. It only seems to prove that to cause distrust.
But just because you don't have the imagination to wonder why governments would lie to you means they're not?
I mean, I'm not really making a claim. I'm just saying it doesn't make sense to me.
Well, because
okay. So how would you find the curvature of the Earth?
Oh no, but real quick, how long have you been looking into this subject? 20 minutes?
I haven't been. Not at all.
It's 10 minutes, right? Since you got here right now? So you're saying that in the 10 minutes you've gotten here, it hasn't undone the years and lifetimes worth of indoctrination that you've gotten in school? And then you're confused? It's like, this is going to take more than 5-minute conversation, yeah?
I know.
I mean, the seed can be planted. No one's going to try to change your mind in 5 minutes, but what we can possibly do is plant a seed in your mind and water it over time, but you're going to have to grow your own thoughts on this. You're going to have to unlearn.
Yeah, and you have to provide the fertilizer.
Yeah, right. You realize, what's the difference between indoctrination and education?
It's the same shit, but anyway.
to think about that.
So, Gex,
Indoctrination starts at a very, very young age. Education is
different areas.
much for any age.
Wait, so what age does school start for
It's
most
on the Game
kids?
Boy Color, the N64. It's on a lot. You all should try it.
Preschool.
Yeah,
Most
so
kids.
that's a pretty young age, right?
Horribly young. But
And
also
it's government, and
extends.
it is government. I mean, unless it's changed, it is government mandated that all kids have to go to government schools, right? You can homeschool, but the school still the homeschooling still has to follow a curriculum set forth by the powers that be, right? I'm just saying, you know, I'm just saying. I mean, the fact that you're asking questions is good. But again, you have to realize that this is not going to happen overnight. And the fact that you're asking questions is great. It's just going to take a second.
Happen.
You think that I wanted to be a flat earther? And no one thinks
so.
We all set out to try to prove the globe because flat earth is stupid. And yet here we all are.
Here we all are with our degrees and PhDs and high school dropouts and mothers and kids. Here we all are, knowing that it's flat.
Well, not all of us. Some of us have looked into flat Earth for a
The
while.
way you
and never
say
got
it sounds like you're just saying that you know it's not round.
Yeah, it's not what they claim it to be because
It's not a ball. We do not live on a ball floating in the vacuum of space. It's absolutely 100% impossible, and that's the end of the story.
And round can describe a flat surface.
And you know what I haven't heard come out of your mouth is, well, what evidence do you guys have?
I mean, you haven't asked us. I've been waiting to tell you about it, but you're not.
Asked before, and I.
Well, I mean, but you.
It would mean that much.
Well, what specific? Well, okay. Does someone want to go over the black swan?
Well, first you got to figure out what he understands. Does he even understand what he's trying to find out? Do you even understand what you're walking on?
So yeah, football. How about the three questions? Right? How much do you actually know about the heliocentric model, the model we were all taught in schools? Right? Do you know any proof? Who was the first person to ever actually?
High school student.
So who was the first person to ever measure actual physical Earth curvature? When was that ever actually done? Not just calculated, but actually measured.
Measured? Would it even be possible to measure the entire Earth like that?
Well, you can measure the curvature. I mean, you should measure 8 inches per mile squared.
I would know.
Over a few miles, noticing a drop should be possible.
Well, so obviously somebody's measured it if they know the circumference, right?
Right? If they're launching satellites and probes and stuff, someone did it, right? Or they got lucky on their first try by winging it.
If I say your house is mine, I have to know where your house is. I can't just say I own your house. I have to know where you live and everything. So you make a claim, you have to prove it.
Oh. This was to measure the curvature of the Earth is actually way before the heliocentric model then. Weird.
Yeah, so what is it? What's the apparent way of measuring it, and who did this?
I mean, basing all this research off of one Google search, Khan Academy.
But are you saying that because you think for 5 years we didn't Google it? For real?
We don't know how to use Google.
Right. The point is, this is just to understand you can say you don't know. This is just as an understanding to get on the same page so that we know how to what evidence to give you. Right? Some people are very well versed in the Jesus fuck.
I'll take one of those and some of these. The old 5-finger discount. 3 more and I have.
But at the same time now,
so yeah,
you understand
the point
how little you know. Look at how little you know about the place you claim to live on. Look at how little you know. Doesn't that strike you as odd?
Not really.
Well, that's why you can't understand the information we're trying to give you so you can receive it, because it flies over your head because you don't understand it. because you know so little about
But
the
he
place
doesn't
you
care,
claim
though.
to believe in. That's the thing. You need to understand
doesn't
where you
care, though.
believe according to how you believe. You understand? You say you live on a globe, but how? Right? Where's the how in all that? You just accept it without actually. Well, how do I live on a globe? If it's shaped like a fucking basketball, it's got to have some curvature to it. You're living on a giant basketball, dude. A giant fucking basketball. Think about that.
It's retarded.
I have for a while.
How are you?
But are you saying that the curvature is not detectable because Earth is so big? Is that what you're saying?
What do you mean it's not detectable? It is detectable.
So who did it? Who detected it? Who measured it?
I mean, I can show you the article, but you've probably already seen it.
Well, let's see if you understand.
Aristophanes.
Here's a simple one.
With the sticks.
How do you measure something that's really, really far that you might just know offhand? You know, how do people measure things that are basically you can't pull out a tape measure and measure it? How would you do it? Do you even know?
You need perspective.
And what else? What other tool could you possibly use to measure something that's really, really fucking long?
Look what he posted in.
Really long. Two perspectives, I guess. There are other ways.
Yeah, you see, I'm just trying to test how much you know about anything and everything that's located on this planet. You know, because I mean, when you have land surveyors, you know, what do they use to measure stuff? You know, just simple things like that. You know, if you want to build a building or lay a foundation, you have to measure it, right? You have to do the layout, right? And they use certain tools to do that.
Yep. Yeah, I'll tell him straight up. I'm an engineer. There is not even in the dumb books that they give the idiots for university, there is no formula to use.
Also, your thing about Eratosthenes, right?
Yeah, that's what I said to him before. Yeah, there's no formula even for the morons that go to university. They want to become engineers, civil engineers. It doesn't say use 8 inches per mile square so you can build this or build that. It doesn't say to use it. So
also by saying, no, go ahead.
It'll be impossible to build. Sorry, bro. How can you lay a bridge or even train tracks on something that is curving? How can you make that forge it in a factory to make train tracks to put on the ground on a thing that's infinitely curving, bro? Think about it. Train tracks. The simplest thing.
Just
to lay it on the ground. It needs to be bending all the time.
But hold on, real quick.
Over a short distance would be so insignificant that it would be almost irrelevant. But I've heard a story that when you're building really, really big bridges, you do actually have to factor in the curvature of the Earth.
But that's a story you heard. But actual engineers don't do that.
I'm done.
On top of the fact that what you said about Eratosthenes goes against what Neil. Do you know who Neil deGrasse Tyson is?
Neil deGrasse, I've heard of him, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, would you say he knows probably more than both of us about the heliocentric model? I mean, he's a credible source, right? He says that he says that Eratosthenes doesn't prove it one way or the other. He says that you have to presume that the sun is far away and parallel rays coming in. However, if it was a smaller, more local sun, the same observation could be seen. And the point is that it doesn't prove it one way or the other. So coming from someone on your own side claims that what you just presented isn't proof of anything per se.
For a very, very long time.
No, but you're missing what I'm saying. Neil deGrasse Tyson, who is alive, said that Eratosthenes' example that you presented isn't proof of the globe one way, or it's not proof of it. It could be flat. The same observation could equate that it's flat, and the same observation could mean that it's a globe. You have to presuppose your outcome. He says it doesn't prove. I'm telling you that he says you're wrong, but that's not enough evidence.
Bro,
does that make sense?
He doesn't say I'm wrong. He doesn't go either way with it.
Yes, he does. He said, well, no, he doesn't say you're wrong. He's just saying it doesn't prove it one way or the other. So we need to find something that's much more specific. So it's not. Does that make sense?
So just
it doesn't help either way.
Rationally, think about it. I just put 2 sticks in the ground. And I get the answers for the whole Earth. Hey, can you imagine that? How simple that was. Just 2 sticks in the ground. 2 sticks in the ground gave me everything about the Earth. That is mentally retarded if anybody thinks that. By putting 2 sticks in the ground, that they could get all the information for the Earth.
Not all the information, just the size.
That's all they calculated with that.
That
this
is
was
basically
a
the whole
very
thing.
early test with primitive tools.
Hey, look, football. Do you see the last post I just posted in the live, the text? Do you see that?
Wait a second. So you're going to tell me they were primitive? They could build pyramids, but they didn't know about that.
Yeah, right.
What are you measuring?
Yeah. So does that table measure curve based on the shadows?
Well, what is he measuring?
Well, you're saying Aristophanes.
Well,
we're just trying to. Yeah.
That's the thing. What is he measuring? Can this guy answer me? What's he measuring?
He's looking at the shadows and based off the sun's. I don't know exactly.
Wait. You're measuring the shadows? Are you sure?
Yeah.
Do you understand Aristophanes' argument?
I mean, I haven't looked at it.
It's not the shadow. Oh, you haven't looked at it, but you're citing it.
You literally asked the question, and I Google searched it.
You cited it. You cited it, but you don't know it.
But
why?
You don't think we Googled that? For real, bro?
You asked the question.
My dude,
I mean, of course
I can
Googled
tell you,
this.
you don't understand what's being measured. What was the thing he was measuring? Nobody.
You can just tell me.
No,
well, no, but we were just going over the 3 points.
It's your argument.
Okay.
Well, you asked
just the
him
3
the
points.
question.
Yeah, no, this was just the 3 points.
So
he doesn't.
You could have just. Yeah, he doesn't know. You can just say you don't know. If you had to Google it, you can say you don't know.
That's fine.
Yeah, and that's totally fine. We're just trying to understand where you're coming from. We're trying to get on the same page so that when you ask for evidence, we have the appropriate evidence to give you. We're not giving you something that's more above your head or too far below your head. We're trying to meet you in the middle. Does that make sense?
So if he wasn't measuring shadows, what was he measuring?
I'm not telling you.
Okay, then I'm just going to go on believing that he was measuring the shadows and using
Well, then you're going to be dumb.
Okay, so we can just say we don't know. Yeah, let's move. Can we move on to the next point? You could just say you didn't know. You didn't know who actually measured the curvature of the Earth, right? Who do you know?
I have no reason to not believe this article that I pulled up.
Okay, so if you just pull up a Bigfoot article, would you just believe that real quick because you brought it up on Google right fast? You didn't even read it.
I didn't say I have 100% reason to believe it. I've said I have no reason to disbelieve it.
Yeah, but I'm going to give you a Bigfoot article, and why not believe it?
I mean, if you're going to argue against this research and then also argue that it's not valid.
It's 2 sticks in the ground, bro. There's no research.
I mean, I just showed you the table, right? Like, did you see the picture of the table with the shadows in the live stream?
Yes.
Yeah. How curved is that table? According to those shadows, that is a curved table, bro.
I think the sun and a flashlight would act differently.
No, that's exactly the entire point.
What are you measuring, my guy?
Oh, yeah, I see that then. So just using this, you could argue that the sun acts either as what it does in the heliocentric model or as the...
Correct.
Yeah, but he's not...
Right.
He's calculating the curvature.
No, it doesn't prove it one way or the other. That's the point.
Yes, we both
it doesn't prove it one way or the other. So, Aristophanes does not...
He's been dead for thousands of years.
Right, but... Okay.
That's what
the point is that the thing that you posted doesn't help your argument. We've just showed you that it doesn't... It could be... It only works if you go in presupposing your outcome. It also works if the sun is much closer. The point is, you didn't know. That doesn't help your argument. This isn't proof of anything. It works for both. Let's move on to the next point.
You literally asked me to find basically this article.
I didn't know. No. I was just wondering from your own knowledge, like just to understand, because we're trying to get on the same page. We don't know what schooling or whatever kind of concept of the heliocentric model it is you have.
Well,
if you have to Google every question, just say you don't know. That's all I'm trying to say.
Can we at least get a can you at least admit
I mean, I know the story. I just didn't know the person's name.
Can you at least admit that it's just a belief, right? That you take it upon faith, like you said. I don't have any reason to question these people, right? Right? You didn't know what he was measuring, right? So you're just accepting what you're told because you Googled it.
I mean, I was pretty sure he
or something, right? Right. So
you didn't read the article. You're taking it on faith. The article includes the thing you're talking about. You didn't even read it, right?
So you believe what's been told to you by faith, right? Through faith, you believe, not by knowing, right? And not by knowing. That's what we're trying to get to.
I guess you could never 100% argue.
Did you do it yourself, or are you taking the faith of somebody else who said that they did it?
I guess I would be taking the faith of someone else.
Well, that's the entire point. That's all we're trying to illustrate here. That's all we're trying to illustrate.
Not a trustworthy source.
Okay, trustworthy. What is a trustworthy source? Because you just said that government agencies lied to us. So who is the trustworthy source?
The government is a reliable source, but not on everything.
Oh, well, so how do you know?
If they lie once, twice, 3 times, they always lie. It's simple, brother.
Yeah, how do you know? How do you discern when they're telling the truth or when they're lying?
Oh, when they're protecting us.
They would have no reason to lie.
Yeah, they only lie to us when it's to protect us from bad things happening to us. Yeah, that's the only times they lie.
Now you need to wear 6 masks when you go out.
So wait a second. What could be? What is a possible reason that the government would have to lie to us?
I mean, obviously, if they want to cover up some of their shady corruption, all that jazz.
Go on.
So they're all full of corruption, and you're going to take their word on faith? You can't think of any reasons why them getting $100 million a day would
provide evidence around it, and it's not.
But they're the ones providing the evidence. The liars that have the corruption, those are the people who are presenting you with the evidence.
The evidence that doesn't fit the real world.
For the sake of argument.
What do you mean for the sake of argument? You told us that they are full of corruption and that they have lied in the past many times. They get hundreds of millions of dollars a day.
I'm saying they're full of corruption. I'm saying there is corruption present.
Right.
I'm not getting hundreds of millions of dollars a day to convince people that the earth is round.
Has the government been able to clean up its corruption over the years? How they doing on that? Any day now they're going to end all the corruption?
Yes and no.
The question is why
How
should
social
you?
media works, it would be hard to hide something.
The question is why should you trust them? Do you have a reason?
Yeah, you said they're
They've given you a reason. Have they given you a
Considering
reason?
that I trusted the government to provide me a vaccine, why should I? I mean, I got vaccinated.
Y'all aren't gonna get baited, are you? Y'all really aren't gonna get baited, are you?
Don't sell that stuff on here.
Because that's why his brain's functioning at this level.
So please don't sell that. What you did,
I mean,
to your own body.
I do want to ask you one thing, my guy. What's a vaccine? Can you define that?
The vaccine.
You don't even know what a vaccine is, do you? Vaccine takes whole parts. Vaccine takes a whole part of the virus.
I can explain it. The vaccine. Well, most vaccines take a part of the virus that is.
There is something that a vaccine is.
It's poison. That's it.
Fucking device.
It's not a poison.
I don't need any commentary.
Yes, it is.
Christ.
I can explain how a vaccine works, but I can't explain exactly what a vaccine is by textbook definition.
A vaccine takes parts of a whole virus to inoculate an individual. To inoculate an individual against it by creating an immunity to it.
Antibodies, yeah.
Yeah. So it's not a vaccine because it's an mRNA modifier, isn't it? All it does is boost your immune system. It does not use parts of the virus. So
it's an injectable.
So hold on. You don't even know. Hold on. You don't even know. Hold on. You don't even know what a vaccine is, but you're telling us you trust the people who say they got one for you, even though it's not one.
I mean, if I...
You've never isolated a virus.
I don't mean to brag. None of them use any full parts of the virus that can cause antibodies particular to that virus. All it does is boost your immune system using an mRNA modifier. So what are you talking about a vaccine? What are you talking about a vaccine?
They've
literally got injected by a vaccine a week and a half ago.
It's not a vaccine.
I trust the government with that.
It's not a vaccine. It's a shot. It's an immune system booster.
It's an injectable.
It's not a vaccine. Nobody interrupt me. It's an immune system booster. Is an immune system booster a vaccine? Because it never has been before.
Okay, if you want to argue definition, sure, but I don't really
semantics are important. Words mean things. Phrases mean things. And that's how people like you get tricked into things. That's how people like you get tricked.
I didn't get a vaccine
you're not specific.
2.5 weeks ago. I got an immune system booster 2.5 weeks ago provided by...
that's what you got. You got an mRNA modifier to automatically boost your immune system. That's all you got. Because you can still get it, can't you? You can still get it, can't you?
Well, of course it would never be 100% effective.
A vaccine creates B memory cells, so then you don't get the virus
still
again.
Get it, don't you?
I can still get it.
You just can't.
Yes, you can.
Jesus, greatly reduced.
Are we in the weeds right now? Are we down the wrong path?
No. I did this for a reason.
I know. I'm just making sure.
He doesn't know anything about anything.
No. Does anyone here have a flu shot?
That's why I wanted to say. When you said that the government, when did the government lie to us? What is something the government has lied to us? What would you say the biggest lie the government has ever told us, in your understanding?
Think for a while. Manhattan. Probably hiding something during wartime. Probably still hiding some advanced weaponry.
Sure, I mean, that's just assumed. I mean, that's just a given. But anything else? Specifically? And I mean, like certain subjects or events or things?
Manhattan Project testing stuff on paper.
I was going to say the Manhattan Project.
No, but they've told us the truth about. They've told us that they lied about that. So that's obvious. Like what? I mean,
poisoning the water, poisoning the food.
Just let him answer the question.
Why would they poison water and food?
That's a good question. Okay, so
can we go back to the curvature?
Yeah, this isn't really going anywhere.
Who do you think? Let's go with JFK. What about 9/11? What about the Gulf of Tonkin? Like, how far down the rabbit hole have you stumbled?
I've looked at it and I've decided that most of it is not true.
Okay. Not true in that the government has lied about how it happened. Yeah?
The conspiracy parts.
Not true. So the government's correct.
No such thing as conspiracy. That doesn't exist. People don't lie.
Conspiracy is just something that multiple people... What?
So when the government...
That argument makes no sense. You could say conspiracy theories
know that rich and powerful men never lie, right? Rich and powerful men always tell us the truth, right? Rich and powerful men that
I'm not saying that they always tell us the truth. I'm saying in those particular cases, they don't always lie.
Words coming out of his mouth.
Everybody stop rumpusing.
Hold on a sec. Are you saying that when you looked into the conspiracy theories, are you saying that those conspiracy theories about the alternate idea of how alternate from what the government said is false, and that the government story is what actually happened on those specific topics that I talked about?
I honestly haven't looked too deep into it, because I wouldn't say I believe any of it.
But you haven't looked into something. Well, all right, so how often do you do you believe in stuff 100% that you haven't looked into yourself?
If I have very little reason to not believe something, I will not go out of my way to try and prove myself wrong.
What gives you reason?
What would you go out of your way to prove?
No, but what gives this bloke reason? Wait. What gives you reason to doubt something?
Well, if someone would gain benefit from lying about it, and they would have the means to actually hide it.
$100 million a day. If an organization got $100 million a day, do you think that's reason enough to lie about any one thing or another? $100 million a day.
What if they could benefit in a way that you didn't see?
If you're talking about America, that's pretty minuscule in the amount of money they get per year.
It's a really bad argument.
That's
no, but $100 million is $100 million.
What if they got no dollars?
Is it a lie? Is a lie.
A lie is a lie. You have to comprehend that in your thick scale. You need to go inside. A lie is a lie. Once, twice, three times, and they keep on doing it. How can you have trust or faith in somebody that keeps on lying? Are you mentally retarded?
People have murdered people for less money than $100 million a day for 20 years, 30, 160 fucking years.
160 years of getting what?
If you see that something is flat, right? Like if you see that the Earth is flat, if you see that it's flat, right, and the government tells you it's not flat, are your eyes lying to you?
Yes.
Yes. Well, that's your problem.
Yeah.
Your eyes are liars. That's the problem with your that you're having.
Got to remove my eyes.
Replace your eyes.
You need to go get some truthful
eyes. Wait a second.
They said we can't trust our senses.
They'll hook you up.
Boys, who's that Aussie guy? Who's that Aussie guy? Who is he? Speak up.
That's probably me.
We can't help you, bro.
Yeah, that's you.
Until you see straight, until you get better eyes, we can't help you.
If you can't see what's in front of you, something's wrong. If you are seeing your girlfriend getting pounded by some dude, and I come along and tell you, nah, she's not getting pounded by another dude. You're not seeing that. Don't worry about it. Every time.
You can't trust your eyes.
That would be you being blind. That wouldn't be me being blind. You would need to get new eyes.
Well, we all see it and you don't.
We all see it. You don't.
Yeah, everyone sees your girlfriend get
That's
pounded.
just stupidity.
Everyone sees it. And you
that's what I'm.
it.
That's what I'm trying to prove to you.
Hold on. Let's get it away from this girlfriend thing. All right. Look, we see flat. You see it. I see it. We see the horizon. We see what we see. You have to believe that you're not seeing it. That it only looks flat because it's a ball. So who here has to take an extra step to believe what they're not seeing? Not us. We're calling it for what we see it as. And so does Neil deGrasse Tyson. He says that stuff is flat. You're the one who has to take an extra step to believe that it is not what you're seeing. That's crazy. That's insane.
Come on, bro. We live in the flattest part of anywhere. Water everywhere. The ground is flat. You see nothing but flat around here, man.
Yeah, so they tell you it's too big, right? It's so big that it looks flat. So they told you that, right? Well, they also told you there's a radius, and guess what? You can measure that. It's way too small. So they tell you it's too big that it looks flat, but it's actually too small. And you believe that shit, right? Did you even check it? Did you even check? Do you even know what it means to have radius? Well, I don't know any math. That's your problem, not mine. You're the ignorant one.
Okay, you can keep calling me ignorant and stupid, but that doesn't change my mind at all.
Yeah, but it's up to you to do diligence to learn how curvature. It's your due diligence to learn how curvature works and to go out there and prove that yes, because if somebody comes to you and tells you this is a basketball and this is a cube, right? Listen. If somebody tells you this is a basketball and this is a cube, and they convince you that the basketball is the cube, it's your job to prove that it's not that's true or not true. And if you say I can't do that, that's your problem of understanding, because your eyes are telling you it's not a sphere, but you believe it's a sphere because you were told, but you won't do what it takes to prove that.
By your own admission, You said, by your own admission, you said that you haven't looked into a lot of these things. So since you haven't looked into this,
I said at the beginning,
right? You haven't looked into it. But you're already coming up with you're pretty hard and fast on your opinions, and we all were there at one point. Believe me, right? We get it. But my point is.
So why are people calling me retarded for believing it?
No, he said ignorant.
No, I was calling the other guy.
You added that.
Well, someone called him mentally retarded. Or
like you said, if you haven't figured it out, you haven't looked into it, you're slower than the people who have out raced you.
I haven't looked into it. That doesn't say anything to my.
So, guys, let's go back to asking. Hold on, guys. Stop insulting each other. Let's just ask him. What method would you use to find the shape and dimensions of the Earth? What method would you use?
I wouldn't have the tools for it.
You don't have the tools. Well, hold on. Okay, let's go with that. You're saying there's no tools to do it, right? You said there's no way to do it?
I don't know why you guys are asking me to prove to you the Earth is round.
Okay. Yeah, well, here, just follow me for a second here. You and I went to public school. You and I were both told that there's a radius to this ball Earth, and that the radius is 3,959 miles. Now, you would have to take a measurement in order to find the radius of that ball. So my question to you is, how did they find that radius? Yeah, you can calculate it, but you have to presuppose a sphere. So how do you figure out that it's a sphere to begin with, and the precise curvature of that sphere?
What's the difference? What's the difference between a calculation and a measurement?
Can you stop asking me 7 questions at the same time? I want to respond to the first question first.
Calculate. You said you can calculate something. We're talking about measurement.
First prove that the Earth is a sphere. You can then use this evidence that if the Earth was a sphere, it would be this wide.
Right, that's affirming the consequent. That's affirming the consequent. If I say
so, you wouldn't use the calculations of the Earth's curvature as evidence of the Earth being round. You would use a different way.
If the Earth is flat, we would see this, right? Like, do you know what affirming the consequent is? Do you know what affirming the consequent is? It's a formal logical fallacy.
Yes.
Do you know what it is?
What is it? You don't use the evidence. You don't use the calculations of Earth's curvature to prove the Earth is round. Use other ways.
But that's
exactly what Eratosthenes did.
That's what you just did. That's what you just did.
Are you guys talking about?
I literally said, if you don't.
Sorry, I didn't mean to call you that. Yes, you said you don't use the curvature of the Earth to calculate the curvature of the Earth. You said you use.
I said you don't use the. I said you don't use the calculations for the curvature of the Earth to prove the Earth is round.
Okay, tell Eratosthenes.
You know,
round can be a flat surface. Okay, you mean curved or spherical?
Look, mate, we're talking about basketball.
Round can be a penny. Round can be a record on a record player. Round can be a CD, a compact disc. So you mean to say curved or spherical?
Of flat Earth, if I say round, I'm pretty sure you can extrapolate the information. That
no. You see, that's the problem. That's the problem. It's being unprecise. It's mixing up our words that got us in this problem to begin with. So we need to be precise. All the people on the other side that want to be stupid, they can fuck up their words all they want. We're all about not fucking up our words here. So we have to be precise.
You know what word they fucked up? Level. You know what level means now, bro? It means curving around a ball. That's what level means. But you know that's not what that means. You want to throw that word around too? You want to say it's curved
eye level? Sea level, eye level, everything's level.
Back to curve. Can we get back to the curvature? You said it can be calculated. Do you realize the difference between the measurement and the calculation? Right?
It can be calculated with smaller measurements.
But you'd have to presuppose that you're on a sphere in the calculations. Right. That's a presupposition.
I don't know why we're still on this topic.
So why?
How do you measure the curve?
You just pointed out your own fallacy.
How did you measure the ball? You just said
calculations.
Wait,
you asked me to measure the ball?
Yeah.
If you ask me to measure the ball, am I going to say that's not a ball?
All right, guys,
I'm just going to measure the fucking ball.
How did you know how to use a ball in the first place?
Because you literally said, measure this ball.
No, we're asking for measurement. We're asking where any curvature was ever actually measured on Earth.
Measured.
And you said, well, you can calculate it.
Yes.
Well, in order to calculate it, you would have to presuppose your calculations on a sphere, correct?
Yes, but you can also prove that the Earth is a sphere in different ways, which is why you wouldn't use the calculations for the Earth's curvature as evidence
How would
of the
you
Earth
prove
being
it's a
round.
sphere? What other way would you prove it's a sphere?
Oh, I don't know. You're supposed to tell me how those reasons are not true.
No, tell me one. You said you could.
How about the sun and moon? Ellipses.
What about that?
What about that? Wow.
Yeah. What about the sun and the moon? No. What about? Why does that?
Focus on the curve. Focus on the curve, guys. Don't wander off.
Wait. No, we're not.
So new basic arguments. I don't have hard evidence for around Earth. If I did, we wouldn't be talking right now. But if you suppose the Earth is
if you suppose,
does that mean every other planet in the solar system?
No, you just said, you started out your sentence with, if you suppose Earth is. If you can't start out a sentence with, if you suppose Earth is. Do you realize that you can't do that? If I say, if we suppose Earth is flat, we will see the sun and the moon go from east to west every day. We see that every day, therefore Earth is flat. Boom, evidence right there, sun and the moon.
And trying to use it to disprove it. Yes.
No, I just proved the flat Earth to you. Did you see that?
Can I finish my statement and not be interrupted, please?
Go.
Can you answer him and show that you understand at least what he's telling you?
I understand what you're saying, but just let me finish. If you suppose the Earth is flat, does that also mean the other planets in our solar system are flat as well?
If you suppose they are, yeah. If you suppose they are, I suppose the whole everything is flat.
If you suppose the Earth is flat, does that make the Earth?
If I suppose the Earth is flat, and if I suppose the other planets are flat, I will see them up in the sky as little dots. I see them up in the sky as little dots, therefore they must be flat.
He's giving you an example of how fallacious your logic.
You can't say, if we suppose Santa Claus is real, we're gonna, think about how elf magic works. Yeah, you can't start out your sentence with, if we suppose Santa Claus is real, because that's not helping to prove anything, correct?
You can use it to disprove the statement, though.
Yeah, I'll give you just a little mental exercise. You go into your room, yeah? You turn on your lights. You turn on your lights.
No. Let me talk
now,
for a
listen
minute
to me, bro.
About this.
Don't cut me off, bro. You walk into your room, you turn on your lights, yeah? You've got like 4 or 5 lights, whatever, yeah? Why are you looking up to see what you are walking on? That is the most illogical, unreasonable thing to do.
I also see what he's
like
trying.
going to the.
He wants to deny the antecedent, which is a valid deductive argument, but he just affirms the antecedent, which is an invalid fallacy.
Yes, obviously, it's like going.
In a math problem, if I say, let's suppose x equals 4, I plug x into the calculation as 4 and it doesn't work, I disproved that x can now not equal 4.
Yeah, but in your calculation,
is there any law? Is there any
in any equation? In any equation, you're going to have x equals values, correct? So what we're asking for in your equation, in your equation for, you said you can calculate Earth being a sphere, or whatever your calculations are. Those values have to have been measured. They have to represent something that is in reality, correct? Those values have to have data points that someone took at some point. You can't just make up those numbers, right?
I've been saying.
Do you understand that?
Long. Yes, I understand. We're literally on the same page about it. I said that
cool.
you can measure the Earth's curvature, but you can't.
We're asking where those measurements
calculate
came from.
the Earth's curvature.
Yes, the calculation is great, but where did the actual measurement come from? Where did you get those data points? Where did you get the
those
value?
Calculations aren't used as proof of the Earth's curvature.
So then, how can you?
There's better evidence.
You just admitted it. You cannot use a calculation to prove something.
Literally saying don't use the calculations to prove it. Use other things.
Then why are you using it?
Because
we're saying you have to measure it. The only way is measurement. Geometry means Earth measurement. That's what it literally means. How hard is that to comprehend, bro?
If you say measure the Earth's radius, just with the word radius, you're assuming that it's a sphere.
I didn't say radius, bro. I just said geometry. It means Earth. Measurement of Earth.
Things, then. Can we move on from this topic? It seems we're just arguing about it.
Yeah, geometry.
It's important, bro.
There they go. Bye.
Circles can have radiuses, right? Cylinders can have radius. You don't need just a sphere to have radius. So that's
If you're talking about a 3D object and say radius.
How did anybody measure this 3D object basketball thing that you're standing on? How did somebody measure it? Not calculate it, not assume it, measure it.
You just measure. Wait, you calculate it out of numbers that you make up.
I said you could use calculations to measure it. Can't take a tape measure and measure it. No one would ever argue that.
So
where do you get these calculations from?
Do you see the backwardsness of what you're saying?
I don't.
Those calculations.
You could just throw any number in a calculator and that becomes a radius?
You would just be wrong all the time. You just put in numbers.
That. I'm saying the original question.
So can you post this equation in the live stream for us so we can see this equation?
Furthermore, how could you have a physical object and not be able to measure it with a tape measure?
Well, I mean, here you go. To accurate now, it take a while. It's on the same article that I posted earlier. But if you're going to say that you can't use it because this argument doesn't prove the Earth is round, sure, then don't use it.
I'm an engineer, man, so it's alright. You can post it and I'll have a good laugh. It's all good. It's alright.
Him also. I'm very curious to hear about this interesting calculation we have that proves the curve of the Earth.
Can't post images.
Well, somebody should help him out.
I was just
DM me if you want. I'll post it.
In another room, or I would be just talking.
Hey, didn't we check in like 200 people this afternoon?
Ridiculous.
Yeah,
in both rooms. I'm in the lobby and I'm in both rooms. The jail and the lobby.
You can send the picture to Drace. I'll post it for you.
Try it now.
And I've been in here almost all day, even while I was at work, except for meetings. That's how busy it was.
You need the image perms, not.
I think somebody tweeted something out or something.
Well, isn't there somebody else we can move on to? I've been listening for a while, and it's kind of a kind of a cluster. I think he's a little overwhelmed, and it's new, so
he's not thinking reasonably at all.
Yeah, just give him some time, and we can talk to someone else. Like 500 people.
Give us the correct
kill time. He can listen in. He'll hear it.
Say at the beginning, I wanted to just hear your arguments for it, but you seem to be asking me to prove my points, which I already said at the beginning I wasn't going to do.
Because you don't have to prove it?
You know anything.
Because the burden of proof is on you if you're making the claim.
We're not mate. We made the claim.
Yep.
Okay, let's just. Is there somebody new here we can talk to?
Isn't the calculation the root of 2 times of the observer height in feet for like the curvature?
There you go.
It's got nothing to do with the price of fish, anyway.
Hey, right before we go on to the next person, this guy said this twice about the burden of proof. So when you walk out your front door, you see, correct me if I'm wrong, you see a flat Earth. You don't see a curving Earth. You don't feel yourself in motion. So would you say that the burden of proof is on the people trying to show prove to you that it's a globe? Or would you say that the burden of proof is on the people telling you that it's flat and stationary?
The burden of proof is on both of you if you're making a claim about it. If you're not making a claim, you don't have to prove that the claim someone's trying to make is false.
Okay, well, at least I got you halfway. I'm glad at least we got that far.
But your burden of proof would still be on you, right?
No, the burden of proof is on the claimed radius, bro. Go figure out how.
Claimed radius.
Spheres,
so
what are you talking about? Without radius, there's nothing to. Without radius, there's nothing. What are you talking about? Radius is the size. Radius is the ball. Radius is the thing you can measure.
You're gonna go to radius, sure, but I'm saying they claim that that NASA.
I think you need to go refresh your memory.
Do you feel yourself moving? Do you feel yourself moving right now?
There's an explanation.
Or just go with your senses.
Relativity.
It's easier to go with your senses.
What's the explanation, bro?
But that is.
Go learn the math and come back.
Relativity.
I know, but I'm just pointing out, just so you don't misuse the term burden of proof again, because that those words actually have meaning. It means when somebody is trying to tell you something that you have reason not to believe, then they have the burden of proof. Do you see that?
Burden of proof means if you're making a claim.
If we see a basketball together, if we are looking at a basketball and somebody claims that it's not, that it's a cube, right? The burden of proof is on the person who is not seeing the same thing as the other 5 people or the other people that are there. The other people are seeing a basketball, but the other guy is saying it's a table. So in other words, when we go out and look at the ocean, we see flat. Everyone sees flat. All pilots assume flat planes they're flying over. Neil deGrasse Tyson says it looks flat. So look, what we're saying is this: we are all agreeing that we see that it is flat and it is a plane. So the burden of proof is on the person who claims otherwise, right? That's how that works. And because somebody has claimed radius. Because somebody has claimed that there's a radius, therefore. No, we are seeing that. We are seeing that. There's no need to prove that. Listen, let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying so it's complete. We are all seeing that it is flat. There's no need to prove that we are seeing and agreeing it's flat. The claim is that it is actually a ball. And nobody can prove that. Nobody is seeing that. So the burden of proof is on the claim that has to be proven. It is a ball, even though we agree it looks flat.
I don't think you
okay, then that's a different argument. You'll be arguing that the earth is not round.
Let me give you an easy example. We are seeing an actual woman, right? But somebody is saying he's a dude, right? Now let me finish. We undress her, right? And we see that she's a woman. A year later, she gives birth. She's a real woman. We've tested it. But somebody is claiming that she's a man. The burden on proof is on the person that's claiming it's a man.
So you guys,
you just provided a lot of evidence for that person being a woman now. The only evidence is that she has the parts. The evidence is that she was born as such. The evidence is that her DNA, her chromosomes are all saying she is not male, right? So the burden of proof is on the person that's saying it's otherwise. Okay? Do you get it now? Please say yes, because if you say no, we're moving on.
So is the burden of proof on you guys?
Burden of proof
is on the person who is claiming it's not what we see it is. That's where the burden of proof is. We are all agreeing we see flat. Even Neil deGrasse Tyson keeps saying that. He shouts it. So the burden of proof is on the ball that's not there, that we don't see. That has to be proven. So you've been given a radius. You've been given the ball. Now that has to be proven because no one sees it. No one measures it. No one observes it. Nobody works or practically uses it. That's where the burden of proof lies. And it has never been proven because we've tried to do that. So either you go learn the math and you try to do it, or you accept what your senses tell you. Does that work? Come on, man. Give me hope.
Simple.
Let's say the exact same thing, so let's just move on.
Yeah, Poidloid.
Hope. Joanna,
do you think the Earth is curved?
I do think so, but I won't argue it.
Then the burden of proof is on you, bro. Okay, now go grab that proof and come back.
You also can't say the same
thing. Literally said when I was coming here.
You can't say the same
what
thing.
I think.
You can't.
I'm not going to try and prove it to you.
You can't say the same thing because it's what we all observe is flat and non-rotating.
All right, we're moving on from Lord. Thank you, Lord, for your time for claiming things and thinking things, but not providing any evidence. Have a great day. Next person.
May I say
lots of brain cells.
Sorry, may I say it? Like a lot of people that are globe earthers try to come here and I guess you would say understand the flat earthers' points, and I think that's what he was trying to do. I don't think he was trying to argue much.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. He never actually claimed he lived on a ball. He wasn't really doing that.
But that's not the right.
He was just not really grasping things properly.
Yeah, wasn't listening much.
None of us went out looking for proof of a flat Earth when we first started. When we first started, I had to go and relearn my ball, and then I had to go make sure that it's there so I can show the flat earthers how wrong they are. I didn't care about flat Earth. What the hell am I going to learn from those crazy people? I need to tell them what the globe really is. When you come here and you don't know how the ball works, what are you really doing here?
Yeah, what's the point?
When you come here and you don't know how the ball works, but you believe it 99%, what are you doing?
What are you playing doing? The game. What you're doing in that case, Bong, is you're playing the game of let's see how much time we can waste and how many anger addicts we can trigger with nonsense.
Exactly.
So you're either here for a reason to learn, to try to understand, to comprehend something, and if you can't comprehend it, we can only help so much.
He said clearly that nothing that any of you said was going to change his mind, and he didn't get the fact that nobody here can change anyone else's mind. That's something you got to do for yourself. Like how you experience the earth is up to you. Like nobody else can change that but you.
Exactly. Yeah, we can't make anybody think anything. We can give you facts, and it's up to you to accept a fact or to believe in, unicorns. It's up to you. That's it. Simple. Let's move on. Who's up?
I think it's kind of also shocking to come here and you might not have expected that there are people in the world that might know more, than those people on TV. It's hard to accept it, right? Like
yeah,
you don't even have a PhD.
You'd come in and the assumption would be that it should take 2 seconds to prove, you idiots, it's ball. Then you realize, oh shit.
Yeah.
Don't got much here.
It's hard to accept that that they're lying to you. That's what's hard for you to accept. That you've been fooled. That this hard, this bad. Am I an idiot? I'm not an idiot. These people are idiots.
So how can we prove the Earth is flat though? If we can't prove the Earth is a globe?
Because you don't need to prove a negative.
How can you prove a negative, right? How can you?
It functions
you don't
observably. It's all.
We're not saying it's flat. You're saying it's round.
You don't go out and say, if it's not a ball model, then it must be a flat model, and then you go and prove a flat model, right? That's not how it works, right? You explore, you gather data, and the model should reflect what you are actually experiencing and exploring.
We're trying to falsify. We don't try to prove our point. We try to disprove other points until we figure out what's true.
Okay, that makes more sense of what you guys are doing because, when it says Flat Earth Discord, I think you guys are all flat earthers. But
I'm not one of those.
You're
well, we can always call it not a ball Earth Discord.
Yeah,
but that's a bit of a mouthful.
Yeah,
it's just a label. You can put a label on anything, bro. That's not the point.
Yeah, it's a trigger word they put out.
Yeah.
I mean, we could just call it 24/7 reality.
Yeah, that's probably better.
It's a bit vague, but accurate.
Yeah, but people won't know. Yeah.
I got a question.
Could call it Pizza Planet, but it's not a planet.
Yeah, it's not a pizza.
Shaped like a pizza, though.
Is it though? Are you sure about that?
With Antarctica as the crust? Yeah, sort of.
What's up, Orion?
My boy. Someone's asking a question. Go ahead.
Yeah, Orion.
Yeah. No, I'm asking a question. The question
I like your stars.
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
The question is, if the aspect of water over distances is not curved and can be shown not to be curved, what other options are there other than flat?
There is no other option. If you have no radius, you have a flat.
Right. So in disproving the curve, it actually does prove flatness.
Oh, that's what it is.
No curve. It proves no curve.
But it's a lot. It's what do you call it?
When all the results come back flat, it kind of answers its own question.
So you're going to tell me, that NASA says there's a curve because they show you pictures from space and we measure 0. That means they're lying because we can actually measure it. So they are lying. That's the end of the story there.
The answer to the question is yes. And if it was curving the other way, if it was concave, we could probably detect that. We could probably measure that too, but it doesn't seem to be curving the other way either.
Right. I'm merely bringing this up to point out that it's not the definitely not a globe server or the definitely not a globe argument, because in a disjunctive syllogism, if one of the options is disproven, then the other one must necessarily be true.
Well,
you can only have a curve or a flat. You can only have a surface that's curved or flat.
Yeah.
What do you pick one?
There are concave earthers and there are globe earthers. We are the sane middle ground.
Yeah, it's not a flat disk in space, though. Have you closed it up so you can have air pressure to breathe and life to exist? I mean, you're still developing a model, right? You're developing a model to replace an old model. You think, I need a model. What? Okay. Everyone needs a model, but is your model accurate? How is your model developed? Is it from a theory you came up with mathematically, or did you actually go out and model the thing from the real thing, like a sculpture would have, sitting in front of a real person and sculpting them?
I'm not sure that everybody needs a model. I think you can just act and think in the world based only on the things that you interact with.
So like television is your world then, right? Phone is your world.
Not me.
People need maps. When you need maps, and a map is a model. That's what we mean, right? It's a model of what from the top down. But what, can you get out of the system and look in and see? Can you go sit next to God and look down and tell us what the model looks like? I mean, that's what NASA does.
Well, no. Yeah, I mean, that's egregious. But I mean, there have been and still are lots of human groups that live without maps.
The map is in your mind, right? The map is in the sky. And some people who can write things down, well, they draw it out, right? We pass it down orally, but it's usually in the sky. Navigators, way back in the day. That's the map. We use rocks on the ground to try to teach it. See, when this comes over here, over there, you know what I mean? That's a map. It's a model, but it's built from the real thing. This guy didn't think it up from some math he had somewhere to fool people. They need to use this to navigate and do real trade, live. So it's always there.
Yeah, I feel that.
People are awesome. They didn't come from monkeys. They didn't crawl out of caves or throw bones around back in, people are awesome. One of a kind. You're special. You're unique. You're the crown of all this. They don't want you to know that. You might feel like you're worth something.
That's really funny because I was arguing with somebody in the text chat last night, and they were given the whole usual oh, flat earthers just want to feel special. You just want to feel unique. And I was thinking about it. It's like, wait, so you're saying that you're the smart one because you want to feel the same as everybody else?
He wants to feel less than animals.
Yeah. Yeah.
Without man, the earth is nothing. Nothing without man. Be this overgrown wildness, right? Just animals. Meaningless without people. Who is here to appreciate any of this?
Mate.
Yeah, only we can. The beauty. Sorry, we're arguing about it, right? It's so awesome. The system we're in.
Yeah, it's arguing. The word argue means to make something clear. That's what the word means.
You want to dominate it. Yeah, that's what I mean is you were trying to dominate the earth by lying to each other about what it is because it's so awesome. Gold, the stuff.
Yeah, of course. Because you muddy the water. Make it unclear.
Yeah, for control. Whatever. Yeah, because it's so awesome. That's why it has to be a ball. To control all of this awesomeness and all of these human resources that can do things for us. You'll never be able to build a robot that can do the job that man does. Don't let him know he's the robot.
It's like we're living on a, like, what is it, a spaghetti matzo ball or something. It's retarded. I'm not gonna call
Any questions, Slow Breeze? Maybe we should do a roll call.
Matzo ball.
So who here knows why the radius is important to know? Because it's so big.
So radius, you got nothing.
A really big radius that makes it look flat. How big is it?
Unbelievable.
People I got a question for you guys.
Curved lines.
If you guys are looking for a question.
Yep.
Yeah.
So assuming if we were to use the flat earthers map of the earth, the two farthest points of land would be Australia and Southern America. If you were to look for a flight, which means you would have to travel across the entire earth. Now, assuming we use a globe, you would have to be a straight flight from Australia to a Southern America, or vice versa, would be 12 to 14 hour flight, traveling across the Pacific Ocean, which is only around 6,500 miles. Now, going back to the flat earth map, you would have to travel 24,000 miles from point A to point B, which is almost the entire circumference of the earth, which is like 45 miles or 45 hours or something like that crazy on a plane.
What?
No, why? It's the same path. What are you talking about?
How did that
just fly
what?
East? What are you talking about? Australia to South America,
what he's saying is that it would be a much longer distance from, say, Argentina to South Africa. It would be much longer distance flight travel on a flat Earth than a globe Earth. And this thing that he's illustrating is actually one reason why many people have become flat earthers, because they've tried to figure out why flight paths would go in odd directions that would seem to not make economical sense as far as jet fuel goes. And since when they get to the realization that they can't figure out why this would be other than the fact that the earth is flat, then they admit to themselves the earth is flat.
Okay.
Huh?
Yeah, but it would still be the same path on a globe. Like, it would still be the same path. I don't know why.
Wait, whenever you say they go in random places, sorry to interrupt. Whenever you say they go in random places, you mean like, for instance, if you have a flight to Miami and you stop in like a big airport, like that's like almost 30 minutes out of the way. So what you're saying whenever you like?
Yeah, or like when I go to Europe.
What I'm illustrating is that on a globe, you have the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere. On a globe, they are the same size. But in the real world, you have a northern hemiplane, if you want to call it that, with the North Pole in the center, and then you have a southern hemiplane, which would be a much larger piece of land and water on the outside, south of the equator. And that land and water has more surface area than the land and water above the equator, or north of the equator. And so when you're flying an airplane from, say, South Africa to the southern tip of South America, if it were a globe, this would only take maybe 10 hours at the most or something. But in actuality, it takes probably more than 20 hours. And the reason why is because it's not a globe. It's flat. And there's a lot, it's just the way it works.
So there's a lot more distance on the flat. On the flat, when you open it up, there's a lot more distance to cover, right? Because it's
that's what I'm saying.
South of the equator,
But a flight would actually take half that time and half the distance.
I'll explain that. When I travel from here to just Eastern Europe, I've taken a few routes. I usually take the most direct route, and Australia is one of the only places that gives this option. So one of it is from here to Singapore, and then I can go to just say Turkey, and then take a little smaller flight here or there.
He's not talking about that. He's talking about the time it takes to cover the same distances in the air. You know what I mean? That if it was on a flat map, the distance would be shorter because it would be a straight line.
No, if it was,
it would be longer because it's outside more. Sorry, but if you bring it in, turn it into a ball, wrap it, now the distances are closer.
And that's that's actually how long it takes usually. Sorry.
Yeah. Sorry, I had that wrong the first time.
If it makes no difference, it's the same size. You're just wrapping it around the ball. What is so hard to comprehend?
No, it's not. It's not like when you open it up, right? Because the ball, the South Pole, right? Things are closer to each other. But when you open them up into the map, but see, that's what the thing. I don't know if these maps are accurate or not. I mean, they're useful.
That's another thing. But I'm telling you, if you get a piece of paper, you wrap it around the ball, and make it perfectly like the ball. When you unwrap it, it's going to be the same thing.
No, that's what we're trying to say, Iggs. That's what we're trying to say is that it's not actually the same. The globe is disproportionate. What we're trying to say is that when you look at a globe, just imagine the distances between, just imagine the southern part of the Atlantic Ocean and the southern part of the Pacific Ocean. Just imagine those being, a good few hundred or a couple thousand miles wider. And then you have a good picture in your mind of what the Earth actually looks like. What I'm trying to say is the globe portrays the southern tip of Africa and the southern tip of South America as being geographically closer to each other than they are in reality. In reality, South America and the southern tip of Africa are very, very far away from each other, but they don't look that far away from each other on a globe. So the globe doesn't represent reality at all geographically.
That's what I'm saying. So, but if you take
we avoid flying down there? Go ahead, sorry.
Sorry. So the point is them misrepresenting something, as they always do. I can't help that. My point being is, if you take any whatever paper or whatever cloth or whatever, you wrap it around the ball and you unwrap it, it is the same. What they do with it and misrepresent it, and make things bigger and smaller and move them around, they're just assholes, But the size is still the same. That cannot be any more clearer.
Well, all we have to do is avoid flying south, right? South to south. Let's just all fly north first and then fly around. Don't fly south to south. Don't do that.
Even I found that weird.
Questions.
When I was young, as I said, from here to Singapore, and then directly there, or from here to the United Arab Emirates, and then go to Eastern Europe. Like that makes no sense if you look at it like that.
Canals too, because canals are shortcuts.
Canals yesterday. I told you about that. But yeah, what's the point of me going to Saudi Arabia, like UAE, and then going to Eastern Europe? Right? Makes no sense whatsoever.
So what you're saying is that the planets are not the continents or bodies of land are still the same length apart on a flat Earth map. Is that what you're saying?
If you were to portray them properly, but they're not portrayed properly, we don't know. We just get told you're flying over this. You look down, you just see land. Do you get what I mean, bro?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So you've been on a plane.
Flat Earth map, though.
Yes,
when
exactly.
You started your question. When you started your question, I was going to stop you, but I thought, let's just go over this.
It's a conversation, yeah. But
what map are you talking? What specifically? Which map are you specifically talking about? The AE
the most common one, just the
AE map.
Yeah.
I
mean, it's there, right? Google is there too, right?
It's just like the globe Earth, but flattened out. That's what the map.
Yeah, you're correct. Yeah, but as I said, I can't even claim that because when I fly, these dudes tell me, "Yeah, we're passing over, Estonia. We're passing over Germany. We're passing over." I don't know what the hell I'm passing over. You just see a bunch of land.
Okay, so you're saying they're like lying. They might be lying to us.
No, that's why I'm saying these are red herrings. Like, it'll only get you more confused and farther from the truth. Like, that's why I like focusing on the curvature, because if that's not there, then none of those red herrings exist.
Wait, what curvature? On top of the stuff.
Right. As long as I can't find, if no one can show me the curvature that's there, then no one's moving. We're not budging. There's nothing else you can tell us about anything else. If you don't bring curvature, all this is just wasting time speculating, and arguing about nothing. You could be arguing about freaking unicorns and stuff, and you don't even know they don't exist. But is that a productive use of our time? Not really, right? Let's just nail this down. Curvature. Let me make sure in my mind that this is what it is. It's not curved. Let me go check the evidence NASA has provided. Is that acceptable? It's disappearing over the curve? Then why are you saying it's flat from 128,000 feet? I mean, what the hell is going on here? Nail that down, right? Can you do that? Yeah. Can you be sure there's no curvature, or there is?
Once you've done that, what I just said to you briefly, which I probably shouldn't have said, all that stuff will come up naturally and it will get answered naturally, and all will help you with it. But the biggest thing is getting over that dumb curve, because there isn't. You can't flatten the curve. It's flat.
I even told myself, can I just pretend, right? I even did with that. Try that. Can I just pretend that these people are right? Am I able to keep going forward in my life, pretending that I'm being told the truth, even though my eyes are telling me so, even though the math is telling me, even though everything I know in my experience is life? Am I able to go forward like this? And I couldn't. How
can you keep on lying to yourself, bro? It's the most terrible feeling ever. Ever.
I need to nail this down. This fucking curvature, man. What the fuck, NASA? I got angry. I got sad. I got mad. I got angry.
Yeah, you need to go through those things.
Yeah, and every time Globers come here and they avoid curvature, I always wonder: do these people know that they are avoiding the very thing that they are claiming? They are avoiding the very thing that everything is founded on. Do you know that? Do they know this?
Can't you prove curvature because you can't see other land?
Well, in their minds, you don't need to prove the curvature because the Earth is a shadow on the moon.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. They look up, they look over there, but they don't look at the thing they are trying to measure. What kind of builder goes out, right? And then instead of measuring the land he's about to build on, he looks around at the birds that are at the thing in the skies. Do you know anybody that does that? Then why are we doing it here? Why are they showing you how to do this here? Because you're saying, why would they lie to me? They are totally avoiding the curvature, and you're asking us why they would lie to you. You're coming here and repeating, avoiding the curvature, and you're asking us why they are lying. You're telling you how to lie to yourself. You're asking us why would they lie to you?
With the moon, do you guys? Sorry.
See what I mean? What's the moon? How
he has to go. It's hard.
Hang on, let him ask his question.
Yeah, they just go off on tangents. That's just what happens.
Are you guys just going to keep monologuing, or are you going to let him ask a question?
Let's go. Let's do the moon then. Let's do the moon.
With the moon, do you guys think it's flat, or do you guys think it's like?
It's a light. I don't know.
Let's flip this question back around to you. If we were going to determine what shape it is, how could we do that?
By measuring it. I just explained to you. It's like you were not listening.
So I mean,
every stuff, dude.
Mom, for fuck's sake, I'm asking him, dude.
Every night, all day, every night, you look up at the moon and you see the same face, like, and
that's not a measurement, bro.
But no, but I'm
that's
saying
an observation.
That, like, yeah. So that then we could infer. I mean, no matter where you're standing on the Earth, you see the same side of the moon, right?
Sure.
Like,
yep.
So you can infer that. How do I explain this?
You know, if it was an actual object, you shouldn't be able to see the same side from everywhere. It's impossible.
If it's a ball, but continue.
But you can. That's the thing. You look. You see, like if you go out right now. Yes.
If you take a basketball, right, and you have someone hold it, and two people stand away from it and next to it, they will not see the exact same side of the basketball because they're not viewing it from the same angle. So if the moon was a physical object, it should also behave the same way, but it doesn't. We see the exact same side, and that doesn't make sense.
On a flat earther's map, that doesn't make sense. But
flat earthers, man.
No. In the globe model,
we're on a flat Earth.
Hold on. In the globe model, that makes no sense because the globe model says that the moon is a physical object.
Dun, 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 dun.
The answer to your question is we don't know, and your guess is as good as ours.
Well, every night.
He's trying to prove something that he just.
We don't make claims about the unknown and the things we cannot verify. So you're fishing.
So you guys are not making claims, buddy. Okay.
Well,
no, I was just
you brought up.
I was just curious if you guys thought the moon,
You brought up the moon. We were talking about the lack of curvature on the Earth.
Okay. Yeah, because I guess when you look up at the moon, somehow you're supposed to be able to see the curve of the Earth.
Yeah.
And let's not project anything on this guy.
Well, all I wanted to ask you is what your belief on the moon was. I wasn't.
Okay, let me try this. Let me try this. I look up at the moon and I see that it is a sphere. Therefore, the Earth must be a sphere. I look down at the Earth and I see that it is not a sphere. Because you just said you know what a sphere looks like, right? But when you look at the Earth, you say, well, it looks flat, but it really is a sphere. So how can you say the moon is a sphere? Well, it looks like a sphere. Then how can you say the Earth is a sphere? Well, it only looks flat. Are you crazy? You just said that thing up in the sky. You just said you know what curvature looks like. But when you look at the Earth, all of a sudden you don't know what curvature looks like. How big? What's the radius again? Go ahead.
I mean, you could see something go down off the edge of the Earth technically, but it's like going around.
So there's no curvature.
What?
You can see something slowly disappear over the horizon. Yes.
No, you don't. It only goes away from you, right? It only goes away from you. If you look left and right, it's just a flat horizon. That curve only goes away from you. Well, doesn't curve to the left and right like a ball.
Perspective, vanishing point. That's all it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
You ever taken a drawing class?
Pooh, that's a common question, right? That's like number 3 on the globe proofs, like ships over the horizon and the curvature. Ships are going over the curvature, right? And that might sound good as a sophist argument for somebody who's ignorant of perspective and how optics work. But with that new understanding of how perspective works and how optics function, you'll know and you can see that the ships that are going over the horizon are not going over any curvature. Like the Black Swan has completely debunked that.
The Black Swan?
Yeah.
What about the Black Swan?
So the Black Swan, somebody can post it in live stream text. It's a logical argument, okay? If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. So if the Earth is a radius, with a radius of 3959 miles, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q. Right? Not Q, because the horizon's distance is greater than 9.41 miles, therefore not P. The Earth is not a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles.
So actually, to calculate the curvature of the Earth, it would be...
So actually, like, that's wrong? That's incorrect?
I mean, it's
already been...
It's the square root of 2 times the observer height in feet. And that would only be about...
2 times the observer's height in feet. No, it's 1.25 times the
So it's 1 foot off the ground.
Okay.
Yeah, 1 foot.
Well, anyway, that's not okay. So even if I give you the benefit of the doubt and say that camera is based off of 1 foot off the ground,
from a video you can watch and put it down.
There's the video right there. Hold on. You should necessarily doubt us and go find out for yourself.
Okay.
Yeah,
well, anyways. Okay.
It's
I'll watch
pinned
this
by
video.
Google Earth. It's pinned by Google Earth. Measurements are there. The camera is there.
Okay, so you see. Okay, anyways, you see those waves.
What do I say? What do I say? Tell me what I say, bro. Please explain to me what I say.
It is 1 foot off the ground, but you see the waves in the tower right there, right? That's something called.
Let me add something.
No.
Let me add this. White. Please, White.
Where's the horizon?
Let him go.
All right. You want me to explain it? This is something called Fata Morgana, I'm pretty sure, right?
Fata Morgana. I told you this 3 weeks ago. These morons are going to use this. Where's Roger?
It might be a different guy.
I should have.
Relax.
It doesn't matter. He's wrong anyway.
Oh my god.
The point is, it contradicts what the Red Bull saw at 128,000 feet. That stuff is flat.
Let him dig his hole.
Listen. Shut up.
What is
Can I just say something?
Snell's law.
Red Bull jump debunks the claim that boats disappear over the curve at sea level. The Red Bull jump.
Have you ever heard of that?
Debunks that.
Yes, we have, bro.
You are incorrect. Snell's law requires 2 mediums, so there's no separation of 2 mediums here. You're watching through 1 medium.
Yeah.
What do you mean? What?
You're looking through a camera, bro.
It's not even the same thing, bro. Like, it's not even the same thing.
Still.
What do you mean? Yes, still.
It's not still.
It's called atmospheric refraction. Whenever light travels through a changing medium. Okay.
Right. Okay. Can I point something out? All of these terms you're looking up, you're assuming that nobody here.
I'm not looking it up.
Well, whatever you're bringing up, Snell's law, we've been through this like many times. Just to let you know, bro. Just because, like, I know you're.
So how can you debunk?
Oh, they must not know about this. But hold on.
No, I know you know about everything. You guys are really good arguers.
Let me finish this. No, it's not an argument. We're not trying to win an argument. We're just giving you the opportunity to find out. No, we would not respect you if you just believed us and were convinced. That's the worst thing that could possibly happen. Is you just believe something. You think we believe things. That's the problem. If you were born on this earth and you were never told anything about spinning or going around the sun or all this orbiting and millions of miles per hour without feeling it, you would just assume this is a level plane, a stationary plane, exactly like it seems, right? If you were never told the theory about going around the sun, can you assume that or at least agree to that?
Theory.
I know it. I know we revolve. What is it called? Revolve around the sun. I know it. I don't think I know.
I know you say you know that, but it doesn't. Well. It wouldn't seem that if you were never told that, you would never assume so, right?
Nah, he knows it.
No, I know.
He can tell me what I say.
No, let me go back to this real quick. If you were born on this earth, you were never told anything about revolving around the spinning,
orbiting,
or corkscrewing, or wobbling, or any of the other things, falling, the things that they say.
It's all fairy tales anyway.
You don't feel any of it. You would assume you're on a stationary plane because everybody's experience is that. Right? We all just have that as our experience. Even though you think it's counterintuitive to assume that, it's what we all experience as a default reality. You can't argue with that. right?
That's right. The sky is not falling.
What about your experience gives you any idea, without the theories, without the math, what about your experience would tell you you're on a spinning ball? Besides looking at the sky, which doesn't tell you anything.
What? Sorry, say it again.
What's one thing about your sensory experience, all 5 senses and all your common sense, would tell you that you're on a spinning ball without ever hearing the theory?
All right.
Never being told about it. You were never told anything.
But
God bless you.
God bless you. It moves constant in space. But what do you mean?
I understand what you believe, but we're saying that you just agreed that nothing about your sensory experience would give you any inkling that that's the actual reality that you live in.
That's because Earth moves at a constant. Like,
I know that's your belief. I know that's not true either, but we can get into that. I'm just saying that you're calling us believing in flat Earth, and that's just not the correct terminology to use.
Well, how did they determine it was moving?
Our default reality is a stationary plane, just like yours. So that's not a belief. That's all you can assume unless you have a belief in a theory.
Man, shut the fuck up. I'm a lie. You a bitch. Suck my dick, bitch.
See that?
See?
That was Hannibal.
When it gets
Hannibal.
Was that even good?
No,
that was like the worst.
Pui's still here. That wasn't the guy you were talking to. Pui's still here.
No,
that was just terrible. Perspective talk.
I just want you to understand that concept first.
He's gone.
You think that? Cool.
Thank you.
Cool. Okay, so just
his parents weren't home and he was able to swear.
Then I think you can move on.
Stop practicing this poor guy.
Cool.
Stop practicing this perspective.
We don't want to win this argument, right? We don't want to win this argument. It's only for you to be interested enough to look into it for you. That's the only thing we can.
I have looked into it, and I know there
no, but you have to.
But
I know you go by the theories, but
no, I don't go by the theories. I know.
Okay, so if you know, how do you know? Can you? Yeah, can you please provide how you know?
How did they determine the distance of the sun?
I just explained it to you, but you guys don't believe in Snell's law.
Okay, no, it's not about believing. It's about the fact that they reverse.
I know Snell's law exists.
Listen, you may be convinced even if you did some observations because they reverse engineered all this, bro. It's like they hijacked perspective. Our limits of perspective actually make things disappear from the bottom up as they go into the distance, and we were told it's because they're going over the curvature. And none of that checks out because the distance they would be disappearing over the curvature at is way shorter than the long distant horizon line you see, which is straight across, and there's no curvature to it. So you're looking at 25 miles of a straight line, and then believing 5 miles out in front of you, there's enough curvature to hide a boat. But you don't see any curvature in that line that goes straight across the horizon. Does that make any sense?
That's because of the refraction, the atmospheric refraction.
Always making a straight line? What are you talking about? You're talking about horizon line.
Atmospheric refraction is in certain spots, like all around. I guess whenever you look,
it's selective. Yes.
Horizon is always a straight line. That has nothing to do with refraction.
Okay, what about the horizon?
It's called your vanishing point. Have you ever taken a drawing class?
Exactly.
Yeah. But what does drawing class have to do anything with physics and Earth?
He's saying the horizon should be closer.
When you work
do you know what even physics means?
Drawing, it's mimicking reality, and the reason you draw the horizon line with the vanishing point is because it's mimicking perspective that you would have in real life, and it's the same thing you see when you look out in the ocean. Okay, and it's a vanishing point, just like the boat vanishes eventually, and it does it from the bottom up. And depending upon your angle of attack, your angle of view that you're looking at it from, you're going to see different effects in the way that it disappears. But it's not going to disappear 5 miles out in front of you if you're looking at a 25-mile straight line of horizon. There should be some curvature to that horizon line if you're believing that boats are disappearing over a curve in front of you.
Interesting.
Common sense, bro. So your default reality is that we are all on a stationary plane. That's all we would assume. But then we were convinced of the theory that it's the opposite of that. But it's just so big you can't feel the spinning of it. Oh, it's just so consistent that it's just like being on a plane going in one direction. It's exactly the same, even though you're going at 1,000 miles per hour in the axis, which is like faster than the speed of sound at 700 something. And then you got 67,000 miles going around the sun that's 93 miles away. And that's in another direction, but they want to convince you it's all one vector, and it's because of the angular velocity being so consistent. We know all these theories, and it's not, because orbital mechanics requires a consistent change in your momentum and velocity. That's just the way that it works. I know you want to think it's so big and so stretched out. That's how they trick you. They even tell you that it might be slower than the hour hand of a clock. But that's because if the circumference of the Earth were the size of a clock, then it would be that hour hand would be going 1,000 miles per hour, because it's a smaller clock. Like if you're going around in a car on a racetrack and you're going 100 miles per hour, right? Say it takes 5 minutes to get around the whole track. Now, if you wanted to stay at 100 miles per hour and you wanted it to take longer to go around the track, then you'd have to make that circle bigger to take longer to go around, right? And if you want to stay at 100 miles per hour and make it take a whole day to go around, you're still going 100 miles per hour. Now they say we're going 1,000 miles per hour to make it around the world in one day. That's an actual speed. You can't just think of it as one rotation to make it seem less, or degrees. They give you all these. There's a lot of tricks that they've used to reverse engineer this problem.
All this
just the way
blabbering
it is.
Is this making your mouth dry?
Yeah, my mouth is.
No, you need to be muted, bro. If you're going to be like this, then just go Fata Morgana yourself somewhere, bro.
If you want to call it blabber, you might as well leave, bro, because you're not open to hearing and learning.
Yeah,
you don't want to know.
Let's look about it. Let's look at this, right?
Know,
he's trying to tell you about reality, and you respond with a personal insult. It's like, what's the point?
Yeah, because it's what's natural though. It's people get triggered because it's cognitive dissonance. We all went through it to a certain degree. We all were triggered by it.
I mean, you know what? You want to like. My conclusion is that you guys just want to find something to argue about, and this is what you guys like.
Yeah. Get the fuck out of here.
Dude,
Next.
I love Stephen Hawking. I didn't want to give up on Stephen Hawking.
Get out of here.
I mean, I'll see it, but
awesome,
go get good at a game. Go practice playing a video game. Get good.
Fata Morgana, brother, in your brain.
That's about it for him.
Yeah, we can hear you. I give you guys props, man. I really give you guys props for how much work you put into that. I just can't see wasting my... Right. Well, not only that, but like the time and energy spent into somebody who's completely rejecting it. Like for me, it's not even worth it. If God's not lifting the veil off of someone and allowing them to seek truth, I don't even waste your time.
Yeah, you don't understand how brainwashed. You don't understand how brainwashed people are. So,
Jesus gave the worst trolls the time. Yeah, Jesus talked to the Pharisees too. Kind of gave him the
pearls before swine.
These people are all showing up for some reason. They're not just showing up for no reason.
Thank you.
Right, but if you were under the effects,
props to you guys.
Props to you too. Hey Neo, if you were under the effects of mind control, would you know it?
Props to God.
Yeah, Amen. You're told it's stupid. You don't want to disagree with all the people that think it's stupid. Those are your friends. You want to reject this stuff so you don't have to be the weirdo or the outsider. A lot of people just don't have it in them to be that person.
Right. Who wants to be on a narrow path and have everybody think you're retarded?
Yeah, it's not something people like to volunteer for. It's just those who really want to know.
It is kind of fun though. I prefer it.
I should have put money on it. I called it 3 weeks ago. Fata Morgana will be the next thing
of course.
out.
I want to say something about the Black Swan real quick. The Black Swan seems like, for somebody especially that's new and they get presented the Black Swan as if this is the proof. I'm not saying that anyone's doing that, but it does seem like they probably look at our Black Swan evidence as like what we looked at Soundly's curvature of Pontchartrain photos, like as if it's the only example. I know we always tell them there's many like this, but the Black Swan makes it sound like it's the one out of many that's rare to see. And every picture shows us the same thing, even though it's hard to get a photograph like that 1 foot off the ground. I understand, but it just makes it seem like it's a rarity rather than something you would obviously see every time, and they treat it that way.
I would say next time if we do talk to that young gentleman again after he finishes his downward spiral, when he comes back with a rebuttal, what did he say? He said first Fata Morgana, then he said Snell's Law, and then he said refraction. We possibly may need to work on, not jumping down his throat and guessing what he's going to say. Just take him through each one individually and go through each one and how it's incorrect as a rebuttal, rather than getting off on all these different tangents and letting him detract from actually addressing the argument properly.
We do, but he keeps on going on, and that's when you need to stop it.
Well, I did get him to admit that we don't experience any of it, so he might.
That's true.
Be enough to make him question. Well, okay,
I understand. I was just trying to take him through it, and it just completely got derailed. And I can't yell like you guys. Like I got my niece sleeping right across the hall, so I can't yell back and interject and stop you guys from running over.
Sorry, bro. You still there, bro?
Yeah.
Sorry, it didn't mean anything about that.
It's all good. I mean, it's it's fair game. It's brutal here in the live stream. Everybody's trying to get a word in edgewise. Everybody wants to tackle the three-legged cat. It's like we're a bunch of pack of hungry wolves, and everybody wants to kill. It's fine.
I like the three-legged cats.
One thing I don't like is it's gonna come to bite everybody in the butt. This is Fata Morgana, and I called it out because people don't even know what Fata Morgana means. It means that you're mentally ill. It's got nothing to do with refraction or what's that other one? I'm losing words now. I've been on here for so long. Looming. A mirage. It's not a mirage. It's not looming. It's none of that. It means that you're mentally ill. That's why when he said that, if I could reach through look through my phone and my screen, I would have strangled him. Like people say stuff and they don't even know what they're saying. Like things have a meaning. Otherwise, we'd just be all going trying to navigate and do stuff without having meaning or context to any word. I take that word very, very seriously, boys.
Let me tell you something about words real quick. It's a 2-second story here, or 1 minute.
Yeah,
so the other day in the meeting, we talked about one word for 45 minutes. How do we define the word availability? That was based on if a document is ready for basically be moved from office into production, and there's 3 different terms. So for 45 minutes, we define the term available in our scope of work for this project we're working on, because we had to define one word because it means something.
Yeah.
And words mean things. Words do mean things. And I even talked about it. I said, I was the person I said, so have we defined what it means to have the availability, or that this is available? And like 3 people started laughing and they said, no, but we had it highlighted in yellow too. I said, yeah, I know, because it doesn't make sense to different teams coming together. My being available means different than your being available in this scope of work. So we had to define it.
Man, that's completely correct. So otherwise, you've got no reference. You've got nothing.
No, that was our reference. It's based around that. This whole system we're designing is actually based around that word, and we didn't realize it until like halfway through the project.
Oh,
we were basing it on that word alone. Nothing was screwed up in the design. It was just that we were at the point where people had to start going their own direction. That's why that was brought up by me, because part of the team was on my team had to go do something, and I said, I got to know what this available means then. And that's when they spoke up. I said, because I think we need to define that. And then they did. Like 20 of us in 2-hour meeting, 45 minutes was used to define available.
Yeah, because in their head, available can be whatever time pops up in their head. They can't do it. You can do it.
And I even said, because it was a Teams meeting, I even said, see, words do have meaning. And a couple of people started laughing. They're like, yeah, you're right. That if we didn't do that right now, we would be shooting emails off for like 2 weeks back and forth to people. What does it mean to be available?
People don't get this. Like this is the biggest problem. People have don't even know what words are. People have their own lexicons, their group lexicons, and a lexicon has nothing to do with meaning or whatsoever. It's just the bullshit terms that you use that you're around a certain group of people. That's why when somebody mentions a lexicon, I got this lexicon to tell me what this means from this language, that language. I don't care what anybody else thinks.
A group lexicon is called a dialect, correct?
Sorry, bro?
A group lexicon is called a dialect, correct?
Yeah, that's when everybody agrees upon it. Exactly. I don't agree with somebody that I don't know.
Thought I'd throw that out there. I thought it was interesting that I actually thought about that word, and what we do here in Discord is why I had to have that defined, because one person said something about that word, then I heard somebody else, and I said, hold on. To me, that word doesn't mean anything yet until it gets like 2 parts down the line. So what does it mean? It's like in 2 parts down the line, that word becomes part of my job. You know what I mean? We're redesigning a whole new network way of, 20,000 machines in the whole 9 yards. So we need to know what that word means. This isn't a project that takes a couple of weeks to do and only costs, a couple grand. This is like millions and millions and millions of dollars. We need to know. It has to be defined.
Yeah, but people should put that type of effort into communicating with one another or into a relationship. Like, that's even more important in my eyes, or at least make it the same. But people can't do that, or they don't want to do that, or they don't care. I don't know what it is. It's got to be one of them.
Oh, yeah, we're all about communication and making sure everything is down to the dot where I work. And I work at an engineering company, so that's just the culture. Everybody wants everything a certain way, and it's not that way. So now the new design is going to make everything across 23, actually it's 25 plants, count the Isle of Man and China, and they're all going to flow the same way. People won't be using paper anymore. All this bullshit that we lose between plants, that's going to stop. Just so backwards in our way of doing things.
We will be going back to paper.
Oh, I hope. I don't care. I'm just saying what we have to do there with the bullshit that the operators, because I was an operator, what they have to go through to get a job done. It's just easier to press a button. We don't care what happens when it leaves the building. We don't need to have a paper trail following us through the building. That's what I mean by paperless.
Yeah, I'll get you. But you need that because somebody's gonna pick up the paper and say, this word means this. And that's the whole argument.
Or they'll pick it up and lay it on something else. And then all of a sudden we have a gigantic nuclear problem at work.
It's funny. It's funny
things have to be put in their own spot, segregated, and they have to be inspected just by putting a piece of paper in the wrong place.
It's funny whenever I hear somebody say that a specific word means a specific thing, and you look up any word and it will have 2 or 3 meanings depending on context. Context is everything. Context defines the word in which it's used. Period.
Oh, yeah. That was it. We were defining what does the context of available mean. How are we using this word?
Minutes, wasn't it?
We were using it correctly. We just had to actually get it right because it was starting to split between 8 groups.
Because not everybody is available at the same time.
Basically, it was a term defined for a piece of imaginary paper going through the system. When at what point in the program is going to be available? That kind of thing. Are we calling it available? Are we calling it ready? Are we calling it it's been released? What are we calling that?
Yeah.
So we had to say, well, it's not released because it's already been released, but it's going to be available to the operator at this point. You know what I mean? So that's how we had to define. How is it? What does it mean by available? We have so many different terms for releasing documents at work.
As far as releasing documents, you can say something is available and it be behind a paywall, such as a scientific publication, or available such as behind a Freedom of Information Act inquiry. If you inquire, it is available. So there are many ways that something can be available but not readily available.
Right.
Right.
Available. The propaganda is now available for consumption.
Yeah,
Begin.
But the word available means just it's a veil, and the ABL is just the add-on. So it's really avail. That's what the word is.
Avail yourself. I will be having lunch with you today.
I just want to say thank you, Radwin, for that 2-minute explanation of what happened at work today. And I'm glad to see that you're applying what you learn here on Discord to your professional life. Now, may we go to the next person who has some questions?
Yes, we can. Sorry.
And remember, the truth is always available.
So it's always behind a veil.
Oh,
available if you know what the definition of is.
Oh God!
One click away.
Didn't we have a whole hearing on that word?
Oh boy!
It's only one Google search away. The truth, very available.
Thanks, absolutely.
I said that nobody believes me.
Are there any Globers available to talk right now?
Damn.
Any Globers?
She don't want to hear from me. She's in her car. She don't even want to talk to me.
You might have scared him off with big words and intelligence and logic.
AF, what do you think? Oh, he's gone now.
So there's no new people at all.
There's a few.
Yo, I'm new. Yeah, I just signed in. I was here last night, but yeah, what's up?
Mr. Flat Truth Man, how are you?
Dude, I'm fabulous as usual, to say the least. Not gonna lie, you know?
You sound fabulous.
Actually a Flat Truth Man?
Yes.
He sounds kind of flat, doesn't he?
He does. He actually does. What is your best evidence, first-hand knowledge of a flat Earth?
I mean, I'm pretty new to the whole thing. Like last night, I was in this chat. It was my first time.
He's a newbie.
I would say probably the Black Swan as of right now. That would be like the first thing.
What about the Black Swan compels you to believe that it's flat?
I mean, it's like the most recent thing, I guess, that comes to mind. I don't really have like a list per se off the top of my head. I'm here to more so develop that, you know.
Hold on, let me give you an introduction.
What I'm asking
you. An introduction. He came over last night, right? And this is the first truth he's learned. He's never learned any other truths. He's coming in through the back door. Flat Earth is the first truth for this guy. 3 months ago, his friend mentioned it to him, and that's about it. So this is what this guy is. So go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's accurate.
Okay. Never mind.
That's a hard pill to swallow.
No, I'm coming along though pretty nicely. Yeah, no, I mean, it basically started. It was like 6 to 9 months ago. One of my friends, brought up that he, just started going down this whole, rabbit hole himself. And at first, I was like, the typical reaction. Having up these, I just couldn't. Nights been hanging out, having some beer, and kind of everything follows.
Beer doesn't sound right.
That's okay, Mr. Flat Truth.
He doesn't know.
Some people aren't as elevated on beer as others. It doesn't mean that you're abnormal. You're perfectly fine.
Yeah, we're just messing with you. Go ahead, continue.
Yeah, I don't know. That was pretty much the end of my point on, just kind of the whole intro thing. Yeah, so I don't know. I've just been trying to learn more and all that stuff, and it's kind of hard. I feel like to find like general information on this, because it's like so hidden and all that stuff. It's like, you kind of do have to dig deeper into like discords like this and that kind of stuff to really like, I think, find some more truth, that kind of stuff.
What are you looking for?
I don't know, just information on what's going on, Yeah.
Glad you found us. You need a Flower Society?
Sorry, what was that?
Have you heard of Flat Earth Society?
Yeah, I think I've like heard of something like that. Don't they have like conventions or whatnot?
The Vsauce goes into detail about their model. Flower Society is like controlled opposition. We've got this model of a disk in space, rises up at 9.8 meters per second square. Barack Obama brings it up just to make people think it's stupid. And then they come here and ask us questions about that model. But yeah, I'm glad you found us and not them.
Yeah, definitely. For sure.
So how's everyone's day been? Just to clarify, he doesn't know any other truth. This is the first truth he's come across. He doesn't know about all those other things. All right.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say it's like the first. It's like the first one that I've, sort of like cataloged in my mental list of things. But like, there was a lot of other topics that I've already sort of scratched the surface on, and that kind of stuff.
What about aliens?
Definitely started with the whole moon landing hoax. I mean, that was like a great tip of the iceberg for sure. Because I mean, that's just fucking ridiculous,
What's ridiculous about it?
I mean, do you think we went to the moon?
America's the greatest country in the world. Hell yeah, we went to the moon. Why do you think it's ridiculous?
Yeah.
You guys don't?
I'm asking you.
I take it very seriously. Why do you think it was fake?
What evidence?
I mean, just
do
none
you
of the photographs line
makes...
up. Like all the shadows.
Okay, what about the photographs? Okay, yeah, go.
Yeah, I don't know.
What about
they
the
look
photographs?
Fake, right? You saying they look fake?
I think so. Yeah. I don't have obvious proof, but like,
hey guys,
you guys are hard on this guy.
Hey guys, could you not answer for him? Bong, especially.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead, bro.
Dude, it's gonna happen, so let's get used to it right now.
I'm not trying to be hard on you. I mean, you said you're new to this and, you're looking for truth and, you have these ideas and I'm just probing to see what you've looked at. So I'm not asking questions to be hard on you. I'm just asking for more specifics because it sounds like you're being really general and really vague.
I mean, that's kind of where I'm at.
Looking into, you could be more specific.
To defend anything, I'm more of here to I'm more of here to like listen to what you guys have to say and like learn from that. You know, I'm not really here to like push any of my beliefs because I haven't really formulated them yet.
So you probably got a million questions. You know, explain this, explain that. But if you look at we try to focus on the curvature of the Earth because that's the only thing that everything is built on, right? That's the foundation of a ball. That's how we know a ball is a sphere.
Yeah.
How hard have you looked at that curvature, the black swan? Do you understand everything? How it's not out there?
For the most part, I mean, I've flown a decent amount of times, and like I always try and get a window seat, and like I've definitely. It just looks like a flat plane, you know. It really does. Like.
Let me help. He does not understand the black one.
Can I just ask him one thing? From 1 to 10, how sure are you that you live on a globe?
Like with 10 being globe, 1 being flat Earth.
Yeah, 10 being like you're spinning through the whole, you know, the model and all that.
I'd say like 4. Yeah, with 1 being flat and then 10 being globe. Yeah, I'd say right now, currently, sitting at 4. But like I said, I'm pretty new to this whole thing. So, I mean, hey, I was at 10, 6 months ago. And, now I'm at 4. So it's like, who knows where I'll be in like a few months, most likely closer to 1.
Honestly, I think that's a rational position to take, especially in your position. If you were all the way at 1, I would have questions like what specifically drew you to believing that it's a flat Earth that you have seen with your own 2 eyes. And that was my initial question, which you kind of went off from. And you being at a 4, I totally understand at this point.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
I agree. That's a rational position. My question would be, what is preventing you from going down to like a 3, 2, or a 1 on that same scale? Like what questions do you have left over?
Gotta ease into it, Just
is it your own 2 eyes? Is it your own 2 lying eyes?
Ease into it, like getting into like a cold pool. Ease into it.
Maybe a tub of lava.
I don't know. I mean, doesn't any subject take time to learn all the details about,
To acclimate to the cold pool? Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. I mean,
especially you don't want it going up your waist too quick.
I'm just approaching this like how I would any other thing that I would want to learn about in life. It takes time to learn all the ins and outs and all that stuff.
Yeah. Or a hot tub with an attractive stranger.
Yeah. Who's asking to rub your feet?
Wow.
Sure, but you admitted yourself that you're at a 4, right? And I respect your time. Everybody's on their own journey, but you said you're at a 4, so there's got to be something specifically that you have a question about that's, making you hold back or not completely, like, commit. So what's going on? Like, what's your question?
Right now, the question that I'm asking myself is, what are the right questions to ask? So that's. I mean, I think I'm still figuring out exactly what the right questions to start asking are, I mean, I would say
Well, wait, who are you asking these questions to?
Just in general, like just having the right questions to seek out and find the answer. I'm not trying to ask any questions right now. As soon as I think of one, I will,
He doesn't understand. He doesn't understand any specifics about the flat Earth yet. That's clear.
Yeah.
Well, I'm wondering what's keeping him.
But I mean, some of them. I don't know. Not too much. Not as much as you guys.
Go ahead.
Keep focusing you.
It's your blinker.
Oh, sorry, my bad. What is the one thing or the few things, I guess, that's keeping you believing that it's a ball from like that 4 out of 10 that you mentioned?
Really, really quick. You guys are trying to hammer this guy on something that he doesn't know the answer to.
Yeah, like I'm trying to tell you, like I don't have any questions right now. I'm working on like figuring out.
I know you don't have questions.
So I don't know.
What we need to give him is homework.
Don't talk to people about it.
All right.
Not ready
you see
to
what
talk
I'm saying,
to,
right, Leluca?
you're
I
not
do,
ready to
but
talk to your friends and neighbors yet either.
Just look at the moon.
You understand?
Flat Truth Man, yesterday you mentioned that you were on a plane a few weeks back and you were looking for the curvature and you couldn't find it, right?
Correct.
That's something to go upon, right? Something like somebody mentioned, like you should have some homework to do. I'm surprised that you didn't actually go to a Globy Discord or some Globy site first and try to find out the answers first. That you came
way more
here.
than just somebody.
Sorry, man. I didn't see your name, man. Sorry. But yeah. So yeah, basically in a nutshell, I'm surprised you didn't go some other place, that you came right over here. It's actually pretty interesting and nice to have you, man. So, consider that you didn't see anything outside of the plane, that it was just flat. Like you couldn't see any droppage or anything, right? And there's a lot of if you scroll down on the left side, there's a lot of places you could go to research. There's videos and texts and things like that. So you could start there. That's all I have to say.
Really quick. So, and he's right. There's a ton of resources here that are available to you that you can pour through, and you can even ask help for some guidance on it specifically. But also, you can take observations. So you can make observations in your local area using the calculations that we know. I mean, it's simple geometry, calculating, the curvature of a ball, correct?
Yeah.
Something we should be able to do mathematically with the computers that are greater than the Apollo missions all put together in our pockets, right?
Yeah, no, I definitely agree on that. Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean,
I like computers.
Honestly, 8 inches per mile squared is pretty fucking easy to remember. So if we look out in our local area, get above, the local stuff around us, such as trees or even buildings, if we get high enough, we can take calculations that they can show us from where we are to a distant landmark off in the horizon, how much curvature should be between us and that, right?
Right.
And these are the observations you should be making, both with your bare eyes and with hopefully a telephoto lens of some sort, whether it be a telescope, binoculars, or even a telephoto camera that you can, document your observations with. Let me share something with you really quick. Are you in voice text right now?
Yeah, I got the chat up and all that stuff.
Perfect. Here, I will give you this. Sorry, I've got to go through my multitudes of bookmarks really quick. It's grown exponentially in the last few days, so it's much harder. Here we go. Okay, so this calculator, if you get on Google Maps, it'll tell you your elevation as well as the distance to your horizon landmark, whatever you choose it to be. And you can plug in it. It's under me, Deucefault. People keep on posting memes. Please stop for a second. They won't. Anyways, that little GitHub link right there. Go ahead and bookmark that. And also, you can open it up on your phone. It's really light, really takes seconds on any browser. And you will be able to do calculations right then and there when you make your observations and write them down. The best thing that's going to change you from a 4 to a flat 0 is your own observations and calculations. Seeing it for yourself is the best way. You can sit there and watch every single video, look at every single proof. None of it really matters until you verify the veracity of what you're being told. And this is the best way to do it. This is how to make your own Black Swan.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. I'm looking at this right now. It seems pretty straightforward.
Perfect. So do that. That's your homework. I want you to go out there. I want you to get it done, because as soon as you do, you're going to be one of the strongest pillars in the flat earth, because you've seen it for yourself. You've verified it. You checked the veracity. You've done the calculations, and you can show people with your own documentations what you can see to be true. So that's the most important thing. This is not a cult. We all have disparate ideas on what goes on beyond it being flat, but it's flat clearly by our own observations, and that's the most important thing.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, don't worry about your family and friends. Just carry on learning the truth. You might get ostracized. I think one of your future good friends is going to be the guy who actually introduced you to it.
Yeah, probably.
But don't worry. Just
you're going to find out who your friends are now.
Yeah. Don't hate back or anything. I mean, sometimes it gets to that point, and sometimes people, you might have to let go of some of them. But keep in touch with that guy who introduced you to this, and keep in touch with us.
Yeah, still hang out on a regular basis.
I think flat Earth is a great way to decide who your real friends are, right? Like, even if you weren't a flat earther, you could feign being a flat earther long enough to get like a reality check on who your real friends are.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense for sure.
You can't feign being a flat earther. Many have tried.
He said feign, he means fake.
Yeah, I know. You can't fake it.
Yeah.
I'm just fucking with you.
Right.
No.
And dude, I'm actually really excited for you, because if this is the first thing you've learned, I mean, you're in for some sleepless nights, my friend. Some misery, but in the end, it's going to be all for the better.
No, he's completely right. It seems laughable, but if they're lying to you about the nature of your own reality, the nature of where you live, what the fuck else are they lying to you about? They can lie to you about anything.
What up, Deuce?
Hello. What, Neo? What? Never in the last 2 years would I ever suspect you to be here.
It's been a few years. I love hearing your voice, bro. It's good to see you.
Good to see you as well.
And welcome, Mr. Flat Truth Man.
Hello.
Yeah.
It's good to have some
you're right. It's like
fresh meat.
Hi, Neil. It's like setting the standard, right? For like, if we can lie to people about this, then that means we can lie to people about anything, right? I mean, it's like this is what we can do with our news, with the technology, you know. So wow, anything.
Yeah. To Bong's point, what's funny is when most people come in here and they're dubious on, the claim that the Earth is flat, they ask, well, why would they lie? Well, if they can lie, why wouldn't they? And if they can lie about the nature of your reality, what else are they lying about? It's crazy how deep that actually goes.
Yeah, that sounds like the mothership of all rabbit holes. I guess. Yeah, because I don't want to say conspiracy theory, because I don't want to have that come across as like an insulting term, I mean, it shouldn't be, but yeah, I mean, rabbit hole.
I don't.
It's the only one that's not.
Yeah, I don't see it as an insulting term. It is a conspiracy theory. It doesn't mean it's wrong.
Okay, that's a good way.
It doesn't make the theory wrong. It clearly says that there is a theory that this is a conspiracy of one or more people not telling the truth.
Okay, can I just interject quickly?
Yeah.
There's a thing called open conspiracy, and it's actually factual. You can research it. It's called open conspiracy, where they do the stuff in front of you and they tell you you are crazy. Just look into it.
Yeah, I'm a conspiracy factist.
Hey.
Yeah, so it's called the open conspiracy. They're doing it openly. They're just telling you that you're nuts.
Yeah, they're gaslighting you every single time.
Yeah. It's actually, the term is open conspiracy. There's no other way to put it. I don't know. So when people go, "Oh, conspiracy this, conspiracy that," I'll go, "They're doing it right in front of your eyes."
Right, when they act like you're nuts after they tell you that there is a conspiracy, that's called gaslighting.
It's not conspiracy.
Oh, yeah.
It's questioning known liars.
Yeah, gaslighting. Yeah, just putting, making it even more so. Yeah.
How's everybody's day going?
If you say conspiracy 20 times, it will lose its meaning. Try it.
Just like racist.
Yeah, forgive me, guys. I gotta say that I could be wrong, but I'm willing to bet that Mr. Flat Truth Man here is sus. Like his story's not jiving with me.
Yeah, you can suss them all. You can suss them all you want. That the fact is that he's here. At least he's willing to have a discourse. And if he does his homework, I don't think he'll be sus very long.
Well,
I checked him in.
I appreciate that you checked him in, and I've heard what he says, and from his own testimony here, he's been looking into this for a few months now. He's been up on a plane and can't see the curvature, and if that alone he hasn't had any sleepless nights, and he hasn't broken his spell enough to know what's keeping him at a 4, he's sus. Just saying.
Hey, I was at a 4 for a year.
Grace. Yeah, I was gonna say it took me 4 months to research this, and I was, it takes time for everything.
It's harder now.
It's definitely harder now. You have to admit, there's you can't even find anything out there.
Yeah, but if he was at a 1,
if he was at a 1 or a 0, I would be sus. I would be questioning him a lot harder. But when he's at a 4, he had me. I'm sorry.
The only thing I would request of him is he invite his friend to the server.
Yeah, please.
I'm just saying he seems very vague in general. He's saying yes a lot, and then he just asks how everybody's doing. So.
Well, I'm sure he's trying to, get acquainted. I mean, we all don't want to jump down his throat, right? But
he doesn't want to be the center of attention.
Yeah, he sounds pretty humble, which is great. And here's the thing: even if you are just trolling, and this is an elaborate scheme, you're actually in the benefit being here anyway. So, I mean,
yeah, because clearly we're not going to tell you to believe us. We're going to tell you to believe yourself in your own calculations and show you how to make those calculations. There's no scam here, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, you can't be told and you can't be taught the nature of your reality. You have to do that. You have to experience it for yourself.
Hey, Riggs, how's it going?
This is only
every time I talk to you, I almost dox you because I'm just used to using people's names. And then I got to see whatever your newest name is. Okay, Deuce Vol. Hey, what's up, Deuce?
No problem. Tap for tat.
Oh, Judas. That's right. Okay. I can just call you Judas, I guess.
Docs.
Hey, speaking of
sus.
Oh, what about sus?
I was on the fence for a really long time.
You still are.
How do you define sus?
Oh, I still am? Okay, cool.
Yeah, you're still leaning on the fence drinking a beer.
Yeah. Doing what's his face with the car? What's his name?
Yeah. The fence is flat.
The fence is always flat.
Come on, man. Get on flat earth, man. Come on.
And level.
I consult Hank.
Yeah, Hank was trying to say something.
I don't consult the oracle. I go to Hank. So what do you think, Hank?
Shut up, Pong.
That's what Hank sounds like.
I thought a lot of people were sus in the past. Right now, the guy who keeps bringing his girlfriend and his brother and his mother online, I think that guy's sus. But that's just my opinion. I don't know if it's true.
You guys need to stop sussing people and start embracing every idiot who comes in here. And I'm not calling anybody here an idiot, but every idiot who comes in here and just giving them the warmest welcome, letting them know how to discern the facts of the world around them, and let them have their own opinion about it. Because what does it fucking matter to you?
Yeah, bro. We don't stop them from doing that. They can't be in their own body, bro. This is the problem. We are telling them, feel your senses, look, here is this, here is that. Have a question. And the guy starts speaking in tongues and having epileptic fits on a live stream, bro. How can you help him?
Who said that?
I agree. I don't know what he's saying, but I agree.
No, these people that come on. What were we talking about? Embracing somebody. Come on, man.
Oh,
it's
the stages of grief. I honestly, you lost me for a second, but I'm still with you 100%.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you too.
So we were saying about embracing somebody. I said, how can you embrace somebody when they come in, they can't even be in their own skin, they don't know their own senses. You help them out, and they have an epileptic fits while speaking in tongues. How do you?
I don't think Mr. Flat Truth Man has spoken in tongues once. Oh, okay.
Well, again,
he's actually.
Why is everybody strawmanning? Why is everybody strawmanning?
If they're not disgusting, we put them in Cogdis. That's what Cogdis is for. But if they're disgusting, we server ban them. Right? Cogdis? That's Cogdis. That's what it is. Right?
That's mental asylum.
Oh yeah, that's what our Cogdis is. It's the mental asylum.
I'm sorry, I strawmanned you, IGZ. I didn't mean to.
Right, bro. Yeah, no, I know. It's okay.
I'm a bitch.
It's like we got to do a litmus test first, right? Like something like that. Like
me,
is that?
I've been on this trail for. Sorry, wrong. Yeah, I've never believed in the globe. So my path through life has been a lot more than discovering this. And when I see people questioning, little things, and they say, "Oh, they lie about all these little things," but they can't lie about this other thing.
Yeah, to your point, this is rung one of the ladder of enlightenment. Honestly,
yeah,
this is the beginning of understanding.
Yeah, it's not the penultimate. This is rung one of this ladder that's at least up to the roof.
This is where it matters. Yeah, this is the front line. This is where
stationary foundation of truth.
Yeah, it is foundational truth.
Yeah, good. Where we arm the troops.
Because if you can't, it's real life experience. That's the difference. Yeah.
Yeah. So you can't be denying your own smell, touch, eyes. Look, that is the definition of mentally insane.
Here's a tip. And fear behind it.
Yeah, if you can't trust your own senses, I believe you are considered mentally insane. I agree.
Yeah. So
sharp mind, sharp sword.
Yeah, that's true. But most of these people are denying it, and a dude's gonna come in here and tell me it's Fata Morgana, trying to make like I'm mentally ill, and the guy doesn't even know the word.
I like what you said. Well, you can go Fata Morgana yourself somewhere else.
You like that? That was a good one. That was just it was there set up, and it popped into my head. I'm like, you can go Fata Morgana yourself.
Are you done driving, Leluka?
No, I just got gas, so I'll be driving more.
How much is gas?
Did you get premium or just regular?
How much?
Premium. I got it at Costco. It's $3.48 right now.
Whoa!
So you're
how long was the line?
I'm in California. So
she's in California then, obviously.
Yeah,
how long was the line?
That's actually pretty cheap. Huh?
Come on, man.
How long did you wait in line?
Come on, man. Like 20 minutes.
Yikes!
Holy shit.
Dude, okay, so gas in my area is like $3, and it's normally, I don't know, man. Like 5 months ago, it was about 160, 170.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We had it like
It got down to like 125, 130.
No, it's not nice. It's $3.
Oh no, I thought you said it was one something.
Yeah, no, like half a year ago.
Well, yeah, we never got to that though. We never had. Like, are you kidding? $1? That's. Like
I'm in Texas, man. Ago. We make our own petrol.
They do in California too.
Yet? Can you pay with Bitcoin yet? Petrol?
I wish. Gas? No. No. Not that I know of.
Why are you looking to donate to her fucking her wallet?
I haven't been to a gas station in a while. My bad.
Send them your wallet. Fucking.
I'll send you my
public key. Send them your public key.
Yeah. On the stock market, it was like minus $1. Minus $1. So they would pay you to take the petrol, and they were still selling it for whatever they were.
$40.
So people, yeah. So people, huh?
A barrel.
It was minus.
At the time, it was minus $1. They were selling it for $40 a barrel.
Yeah. So how, why would they lie? So they're telling you one thing.
I don't know. It costs 83 cents to make a Nike shoe, but they're still charging me $120.
Mm-hmm.
Well, something to think about.
Sucker.
That's what I'm trying to tell people. But these people are telling you on TV, we've got too much of this crap, way too much. We need to pay people to take it. But you go to the gas pump, and it's like whatever, $2 or whatever. I'm just making something up. But you get what I'm saying?
But you got it.
How do you think the kid making the shoe feels?
Balancing.
Like, I don't want to say anything because it's gonna turn me into a racist. Just forget about it.
You're not
But is it a lie if they believe it, or is it just telling them?
What do you mean? As in,
if you believe in it, okay. If they truly believe that it's a globe, are they lying to you, or are they just wrong? Or are you saying there's someone at the very higher echelons that?
Okay, here's how you figure it out. It's misinformation or disinformation, right? If someone is gaslighting you and they know the truth, that's disinformation. If they're teaching you because it's what they believe and it's what they were taught, then it's misinformation.
Yeah.
We're not necessarily saying that all the teachers in the world know that it's flat. They clearly were taught the same we were and pass it along. But the fact is that there are people at the top who clearly know that what they're telling us is not the truth.
100%.
About everything.
100%.
That's why they have a saying within those circles of how the real world works. If you go into their circles, they will say this thing to you of how the real world works, because you don't live on the real world. They do, because they know the nature of their own existence.
And as well, and if you're a follower, I just wanted to answer this real quick. Yeah. If you're a follower of Yeshua, or Jesus, he said that when they speak, their native tongue are lies. So if you are a follower, then you have to believe that, and that's kind of evident, isn't it? Go ahead.
No, I don't know what you're saying.
To add that.
I don't
at the top, when they speak in lies. Everything is a lie, because we call it secrets, we call it occult, we call it secrets. They call it secrets for society.
It's their milieu.
Spoken in secret, because that's how control and power is maintained and held. Sorry, go ahead. Shit.
Yeah. So when a person walks into the circle, and most of them are ignorant, and they start talking, if they talk about religion or politics or how to, better this or better that, or how to scam this or how to scam that, these people laugh. They do not engage in politics, in religion, in none of that stuff. They laugh. I'll tell you this as a matter of fact. They laugh. And people can take it
however they want. To them, it's funny. They let the idiots run around and do all this dumb stuff. They feed them lies from the top, and they just suck everybody dry. From their will, from their money, from everything. And all they do is laugh. They're laughing all the time.
CIA
and they're making other people suffer. No, CIA. The people that run the place, it's a handful of people, literally. Well, not literally a handful of people, but there's not.
It's much larger than you give it credit to be.
There's a lot of
your war is not with people; it's with principalities and powers.
Yeah,
So what does that mean?
The point is to have
It means that the lie is endemic to the system put in control.
So the principal, who's the principal?
Principalities.
You know his name. Yes. If you speak it, he will show himself. It's pretty obvious.
Candyman.
Helio?
Well, look. The position of President of the United States is a power or an authority, and then there's there are powers behind the physical. The role itself is an authority or a power.
I spend like 6 hours doing this yesterday. I think even battle mode was
spiritual wickedness in high places, right? The Pope.
Yeah.
The Pope, the position of the Pope.
6 hours doing what?
Oh, you had to be here. It was a very, very, very long talk.
Was it a blast?
The ball.
Okay. Yeah, it was like the Big Bang.
The Pope gave us the ball.
Hey, who muted Lord Football here? Who muted Lord Football?
Not me. I can't.
I think we were moving on to other people, so he got muted.
Okay,
you can unmute him if you want.
It'd be fun.
Spiraling.
He said that there without a radius that the Earth wouldn't exist. So I'd like to unmute him.
Well, no shit.
What does that even mean?
Hey, Lord Football. Before you go, would you like to elucidate exactly what you meant by with zero radius the Earth wouldn't exist?
Oh,
Lord Football, you are unmuted.
When I meant zero radius, I meant that there's no radius, so it's flat.
No, I realize what you meant. I'm talking about what Lord Football meant by a zero radius would mean that the Earth doesn't exist. What's that?
If you measured something and you got a distance of zero, that would just mean it wouldn't exist.
Right. Well, a distance of zero would mean that it doesn't exist, but a radius implies a globe or at least a round disc.
Yeah.
Correct.
If you say it would.
So you would say no. Hang on, Bong, please.
No.
So my point is your presupposition in your measurement.
And I just say why my argument is flawed.
Go ahead.
By myself. I was going with the argument that since you said that the radius, first of all, I was basically saying that if you say the radius is zero, that first of all you're saying that a distance measured is zero, and you can't measure a distance and have it be zero. It just wouldn't.
Now tell me how that's flawed.
Well, it's honestly just wordplay.
Yeah,
it's flawed because it doesn't mean anything.
Exactly
right. It's pure wizardry, right?
Useless to argue about.
Word salad.
That's why I use it to make you think.
A distance is a distance, despite your presupposition of what you're measuring. Correct.
Okay, look at this picture, Lord.
I would argue that radius.
Look at this picture.
If you're arguing that there would be no measurable radius, I would just say there's no radius instead of a radius of zero.
Lord Football. Look at this
Drace, you're coming in low.
Okay. Look at this picture.
That doesn't help me with anything.
Yeah, there's zero deviation here. It's hitting the laser hits the target.
Actually, with a fraction, it would be possible for me to hit that target.
Really?
Wow.
So you're going to invoke refraction.
What happens if it goes up? What happens if the laser goes up and not down?
Dude,
what do you think happens then?
I mentioned the M word.
The laser goes.
Snap.
Well, first of all, just having a straight line.
Hang on. Okay, everybody stop. Really quick. Lord, I'd like to ask you one question. What refraction are you referring to?
Light refraction.
What kind of light refraction in which are you referring to?
Multiple types. It's just
which one would make this happen? Which one would make this happen?
Specify.
Is there different types?
Yes, there are multitudes of refractions. What refraction would make this happen? You're making a claim. Well, with refraction, I could make this laser hit the target. That's specifically what you said. What refraction?
I don't know all the scientific names of what refraction
Okay, well,
is.
in any one of those refraction calculations, you would have to factor in what?
Curvature.
Right. So you have a presupposition of a ball to even say you could make that happen, correct?
I was basing it on the image of you providing.
Right. So you're begging. You have a begging the question fallacy, even in your presupposition with, oh, if I could do this with refraction. You don't even know the calculations that it would take to do it with refraction, what kind of refraction it would take, and you're starting with the begging the question fallacy, correct?
I was literally just making a joke about the image you sent.
I'm sorry, you didn't even laugh.
What's funny about it?
You didn't even find yourself funny.
And you were trying to come up with a number for that curve, and you don't even know what the radius of that curve is, and you said you could use refraction, and you were looking at a picture, and you said you could use refraction on that without even knowing the radius of that curve in the picture.
If you gave him a tape measure to measure
it could be possible.
The actual...
How can imagination
would never be possible with refraction like that?
How can you appeal to refraction when you don't know what refraction is? I could name you the
refraction is the bending.
I could name you the 5 effects of refraction in the atmosphere, or so-called. Meanwhile, you use terrestrial refraction, which uses the R value. So, where did you get the R value from?
It's a begging question, fellas, because it's one is a question toward football.
Arguments. I just said with refraction, it could be possible for me to hit the target. That's all I said. I don't know why you guys
can't do it.
That's not possible. You're making a claim with nothing to back it. The only claim that
if you want to prove you every single claim I make, go ahead.
And the only one they can try to shoehorn as bending and making the globe appear to be flat is terrestrial refraction, which in their math, they make the globe bigger using the radius value. So how do you justify using math to make the globe bigger so it appears flat? How do you justify that when it has no experimental validation or anything to tie it into actual refraction?
And really quick, Lord, really quick, Lord, before you go on, in most refraction cases, light will be bent downward towards the more denser medium, correct? When it's bent downward, you're not going to have it going around a curve rather than going over, the light wasn't naturally going to go upwards and then out into, the atmosphere or whatever. It was going to go through the earth, and then you're saying it bends upward around a curve. Do you see what I'm saying?
No.
Well, I want you to have a think about this. Look at the simple picture that Drace gave you, and you will see that the light has to go up and then down for refraction to work. Not in one direction, which would be down.
What?
You agreed the light would bend downward towards the more dense medium, correct? You would have to have a medium change for 1. For 2, the light would bend towards the more dense medium. Therefore, it would be going into the ground sooner than it would have if you claimed no refraction. So your claim of refraction actually throws your whole supposition that you can make a light go around a curve impossible.
Problem is, in the image, you can just imagine that person being tilted upwards a little bit, so they look up.
Imagine.
Actually, he's tilted backwards. If you think about how the imaginary globe and gravity works, he's tilted backwards, so he would be looking up in the sky. You're wrong.
It would be. That's why he would see the sky.
Lord Football.
That's why when you're outside.
Lord Football, the refraction would not go. It would not bounce twice in that refraction.
Yeah,
correct.
The thing is,
it would go downwards towards the denser medium. One, two, you're bent backwards. You're looking up into the sky of where you are no longer able to see this target over that curve. You're losing this argument by your own words.
We got some big problems.
Can I say one last thing?
Argument.
Yeah, go ahead, Leluca.
Because he made a comment like, "Oh, I just said this, and you guys are taking it this far or whatever."
Literally,
it's like you're saying I could shoot a target with a gun, and we're asking you what kind of gun would you use, and you're like, "I don't know. Is there different types of guns?" And we're trying to as it was being said earlier, words have meaning. So if you don't know what exactly refraction is, don't just throw it out.
It's like we're kicking around a stuffed animal and half the stuffing is already out all over the floor.
It's like saying magic.
Yeah, so don't just throw it out
to give this context, to give this context to the listeners, Lord Football was in the chat thinking he was winning an argument when he was clearly wrong with his argument, and I'm bringing him in for further clarification of how you were wrong. And I'm not doing it to embarrass you, but so that when you do go away, because you are about to leave because you said you were losing brain cells, but when you do leave, I want you to hang on a second. I want you to leave with something to think of, and that's this conversation. Thank you.
And your IQ did get a little bit higher tonight. Welcome, by the way.
Action.
It's like Lord Football, I got a question. For that light bend and refract, do you think that it requires the medium of air to be there, right? It requires gas pressure, right? For that light to have a refract. Okay, so what do you think happens to air when you put it next to an open vacuum? Just curious.
What? Wait, so I repeat the question.
Happens? Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
I didn't really hear the question.
Okay. You know how when you mention refraction that the light has to have a medium to travel through, like the air, right?
Yep.
Okay. Now, what do you think happens to air when you put it next to an open vacuum?
It would go away, but there's gravity.
Okay, can you demonstrate gravity holding air next to an open vacuum?
I wouldn't be able to because the scale is too massive.
Have you ever seen anyone who could demonstrate an open vacuum being maintained next to air pressure using gravity?
Again, no, because the scale is too massive.
So you're claiming astronomical forces in order to prove something that you can't falsify within a laboratory, correct?
Repeat that.
What do you mean the scale is too big?
Which way does air go?
You are standing on Earth where you claim that gravity is the strongest. What do you mean you don't have it?
Bro. What do you guys believe in the force of gravity, right?
It's not a force.
You claim gravity, so you need to validate it. Here on Earth, where you claim gravity is the strongest, not just in a fairy tale out in the edges of space. It holds the gas when it can't here on Earth.
Strongest from where I stand at a 90-degree altitude. Is that what it is?
I don't get that point of the argument.
Where is the strongest? Is it the force there, right where you stand, the strongest, or is it the guy to the left or the right? Where is it?
Really quick, Lord.
Closest to the center of the Earth.
Lord Football, how do you validate any scientific claim?
You repeat it.
You can do your own research if you want to do. Or
You have to repeat. You have to repeat.
Reviewed it.
You have to repeat specifically the experiment that was made, correct?
Yep.
If no experiment is made and only a claim is made, what is that called?
Extrapolation.
extrapolation or a guess, correct?
Pseudoscience.
Well, now, if you have no experiment to make a claim of any scientific fact that you're stating, then your fact is what?
It's theory and void.
It's pseudoscience, right? So when I asked you how I could falsify what your claim was, being an astronomical event, not falsifiable, that means you're spouting pseudoscience, correct? Because I cannot falsify it nor verify your claim with any experiment because it can't be done.
They could say that things fall down to the earth.
No, I'm not doing whataboutisms. I'm not doing whataboutisms. I'm talking about your claim specifically, correct?
My claim was that the air in the atmosphere stays here because of gravity.
Right. And I said somebody asked you how they would verify that in a scientific way, which would be an experiment. How exactly? I'm going to.
Oh, that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm going to. So if it's not verifiable, it's not falsifiable. It is what?
I guess.
If it's unfalsifiable, it is what, Lord Football? Just say it. I want to hear the words.
Pseudoscience? Is that what you want to hear?
That's correct. Okay, yes, thank you. Mic drop.
Mic drop.
Religion works too, but that's just
your mic fell because of relative density, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, relative density. So is it split? Do some people believe in gravity and some people believe in this density?
No. There is no belief in mystical. There is no belief.
Some people believe in mystical unicorns.
There's no belief.
There is no belief here. There's only things we can verify and falsify.
Verify density.
Let me just get a word in real fast. So there's different types of gravity, right? Yeah, there's.
Can never be 100%
Yeah, there's Newtonian gravity, Einsteinian gravity, and then there's specific gravity. Everyone here knows that specific gravity is observable, testable, or repeatable, right?
I guess, yeah.
So we don't believe in anything. You guys believe in all sorts of weird stuff, like it's a force, or there's like some bending or warping of space-time.
Because they have to.
Bending of space-time.
Or it will not exist.
Space-time is
doesn't both work,
right?
though?
Wait.
Hang on.
Lord, hold on.
For some reason.
Hold on. Yeah. If you're talking about bending and warping space-time, that's a mathematical concept. You can't bend a concept. Like, you can't bend my freedom, can you? Can you bend my liberty?
That's just a theory, and gravity is...
Hang on, stop it. They say a scientific theory is as good as fact, correct? And they say gravity is a scientific theory.
Not theory. I don't know.
It's not theory. It's a hypothesis. It's an unverified hypothesis, untested hypothesis, as you said by yourself.
But for gravity,
as you said by yourself, this is another one of those things that would take astronomical forces, right?
Gravity, yes.
Bending of space-time. Okay, let me ask you two questions. Can you show me a unit of space?
The meter?
A unit of space. I'm going to move on. I'm going to move on because this one will make me see where Hank Hill is.
But just afterwards,
Lord, stop talking over me. Hang on. Can you show me a unit of time?
A second. I can't show it to you, but it's actually a social construct.
No. I'm asking you for a material witness of your concepts that can be used as material. You're saying space-time. I want to see a unit of both of those concepts because they are just concepts like any other language. I want to see a unit.
I guess I can't show you a physical time.
So it's a reification fallacy, correct? A reification fallacy is where you take an idea and say that it is real by the right of you speaking it into existence. That's reification fallacy, right? What? So you're saying space, time, these two things combined together, they're both concepts. You're reifying them into material. I want to see the material, please.
Can I go off on what I was going to say earlier, not related to these exact questions?
No,
I don't think people will let you.
That's fine. I'll just type it out in chat.
Nobody's gonna care. Answer the question, please.
Can't.
You can. Just use your mouth. Just try to spit it out. We'll help you along.
What exactly was the question again?
I want to see a unit of space and time. Both. I want to see your concepts reified into actual material that I can test, that I can observe, and that I can verify their materialness. They're your witness for your concept. It's funny I can answer this better than he can, I guess.
He muted himself, I think.
Yeah. His mother was asking him to take his trash out. And he should, honestly, take his trash out.
Oh, that's good then. Good.
Oh, he is using her electricity.
Yeah.
And her food, I'm sure.
That was fun. How do you have refraction without an atmosphere? Oh, right, because there's a vacuum. So rest in
Bro,
peace.
how do you have a cranium without a brain?
Only with brain surgery, with the implant. I don't know.
How come when you see large construction sites that have gigantic cranes and they sit there for like a week, say, because they're not at the job right now, so the cranes are just sitting there. How come those balls aren't swinging back and forth like a crazy pendulum just because of going through space at all different angles?
Oh, you were here for the pendulum guy, the French dude. Were you here for that?
I don't know. Maybe I popped in and I hung a picture of a crane and I said these should be moving all the time, and then I walked out. That might have been him.
Well, they only look like they're not moving. But they are moving.
He kept on saying, "This book, the books don't explain anything because the words aren't good and we can't use words. But if you only imagine, and if I only showed you a picture, just imagine this." And I'm like, what the how the F do you learn?
It's Einsteinian mathematics where you just fucking imagine everything into existence.
So in order to use the pendulum, because it doesn't work and they have to use a magnet, you have to imagine that it works.
Well, you just can't see it working, but it's working. You just can't see it.
And plus, it's hanging on something too. But besides the point,
can't see it.
Pendulum. No, but he kept on going. He was this.
You can prove that gravity exists and that gravity is a force that affects all matter: gas, liquid, solids, plasma. You could say that gravity could keep an atmosphere. If my uncle didn't have a dick, he would be my aunt.
Of course.
But just because you say something doesn't make it true. So if someone tells you that gravity is holding the air, guess what? That doesn't make it true.
How? With his hands?
It has to be verifiable. It has to be It has to be falsifiable, right?
Yeah, or demonstratable. Either way.
Either way.
It has to be falsifiable, yes.
Or demonstrable. I agree.
Because if it's not, it's just a story. I mean, you could just say anything.
And they do. They clearly do.
Yeah, so we can just say it's flat, and we don't have to give any evidence because they just say it. They just say their claims, so we can just.
What's funny? Soon.
Bro, last night there was this one guy. The boys were trying to explain to him about, how your eyesight works, and they were asking him, "Can you see a brick just say 10 meters away?" And he's like, "Yeah." He goes, "Then if I put it 100 meters away?" And he's like, "Yeah." He goes, "What about if I put it a mile away?" He's like, "Yeah." And 2 miles away, he's like, "Yes." And the boy's like, "How can you say that?" He goes, "Yeah, the brick, because, you can just see, Superman vision, and the light, the light bounces off the brick so you can see it." And I went, I didn't get it. I'm like, the light bounces off the brick, and you can see the brick because the light bouncing off the brick. The mental gymnastics that you have to do to even say that the light will bounce off a brick.
A light does bounce off a brick, but it's unobservable past your ability to resolve it, which is your vanishing point. If you're to the point of where you were talking, of course you're not going to be able to resolve that light bouncing off that brick.
Yeah, are you referring to the light that's bouncing off the brick that is within a medium that would be impossible because it's supposed to be next to a vacuum? So, are you referring to that light, the one that's not supposed to bounce because
Zodiac doesn't want to go back to the atmosphere?
That's the one.
Because
that's the one.
It wouldn't be in the air.
Zodiac is literally Morpheus. You think this is air you're breathing?
Yeah.
I was like, bro, first and foremost, you don't even know what light is. Most people don't even know what light is. But to say that this thing, light, hits the brick and just beams right into eyeballs, and you can see some brick, one brick, 2 miles away. That is
beyond your ability to resolve it with your bald eye. It's beyond the ability for most optics to resolve it.
Yeah, but this guy was saying
optics are clearly finite. So
yeah, no, but this guy was he didn't want to let it go. He did not want to let it go. 2 miles, 10 miles, 20 miles. Of
course, he didn't want to let it go. It's his whole world, literally.
Yeah. But he kept on bringing in the light bouncing off it too, and I was like, well, "Why are you bringing? What's that got to do with the price of fish?
Lord Football, what do you mean by you can see the force of gravity?
I drop a pencil on the floor.
You drop a pencil on the floor, so you really quick. I'm just gonna get stuck into this with you. Okay. So when you drop a pencil onto the floor. Mm-hmm. You're attributing that to a cause, but you only have correlation, correct?
Sure, but you could also say...
Oh, hang on. So you have correlation. Can you think of any things that might have correlative data to also take place of what your presupposition is?
What about your presupposition that everything gets dragged down because of atmospheric pressure?
I never said that. I'm talking to you. I'm asking you the question. I don't know why you're asking me a question to obfuscate. Why or what other causes can you think that would make the pencil fall to the floor besides something you cannot verify? We're asking you to show us seeing gravity, and you're showing us something that is correlative instead of a causation. You're saying this correlative data proves what I'm saying. You can see gravity, a pencil dropping, complete correlation. I'm only asking you to use your imagination to come up with other possibilities for the cause so that we may test at least one of them.
I have a question about that.
Hang on a second.
So,
please, Bong, hang on a second. Can you come up with anything else?
I already said pressure.
Pressure. Okay, so pressure. What would pressure be a part of? Pressure would be a part of a certain. That would be like an atmosphere. Pressure. It would be part of a system, right? Because all pressure has to be in an enclosed system, as Zodiac has amply pointed out, right? So you're claiming air pressure, which has to be in an enclosed system.
Mm-hmm.
All air pressure has to be in an enclosed system. It cannot be in an open system. Your presupposition, based on your worldview, is an open system. But in order to have gas pressure, you have to have a closed system, correct?
Not necessarily.
No. All gas pressure can only be observed in an enclosed system.
You can observe air pressure outside.
Yes, that's an enclosed system, as you have already tangentially claimed. That's in an enclosed system.
Are you arguing that the Earth is an open system or a closed system?
The Earth has to be a closed system if you can measure gas pressure, correct?
Mm-hmm.
This is fundamental thermodynamics.
Lord Football, what's the definition of gas pressure?
Do I need to tell you?
Are
you made
aware
the claim that you can observe a pencil falling, and that's gravity. So yes, you have to tell him.
That would be arguing a different point.
No, it's not, because you said that one of the causes could be gas pressure. He's asking a clarifying point. Please elucidate your point.
You would be arguing against gravity.
And that's heresy in your religion, correct? You can't argue against gravity. I asked you before to show me.
I did argue against gravity. I didn't argue well, because I'm not informed on the subject exactly.
Then why bring it up?
Because you literally asked.
If you can't possibly back up your claim with a simple Google search, then why bring it up at all? If you're not willing to discuss what you claim and only do a seagull shit on us while you fly by, don't bring it fucking up.
Don't bring up gravity. Don't bring up pressure.
No. Either one. Both. Look, you need to show evidence for cause, not correlative data, not anecdotal thing of I dropped a pencil, therefore. You have to show a cause. You can't show a cause for gravity. You can't show a cause for gas pressure without a container. I've asked you for both of these, and you flat out refuse, because apparently you're not here to educate us, right? But you're not here to educate us on the arguments you're making. What's that?
I already said at the beginning, I'm here to listen to you guys talk.
Right, but you're a hostile witness in our environment. We're here to ask you why you believe that the world is a globe. You're not here to ask us anything unless we give it freely. But you came here, so we're asking you to verify what you believe with evidential findings. Period. Whether they be your own or somebody else's. But you can't even give us an unfalsifiable claim. So you're just spouting voodoo pseudoscience.
Falsify gravity?
You can't falsify gravity, no.
You can't.
You can't falsify the fact that an object of mass will attract another object of mass.
How about gas?
So you're using. Hang on. You went from Einsteinian gravity of the warping of space-time to Newtonian gravity of mass attracting other mass. So you're flip-flopping. Now you no longer believe that mass warp space.
Oh my god! It just said technically the forces of gravity are caused by the bends of space-time, but you can just simplify it and say that it's just the attraction between two masses because it works the same.
Incorrect.
Can you show me
They're
that?
incompatible, I thought.
They are incompatible.
When did I say
can you show me? Yes.
Are they two different geometries, right?
Yes, they are different geometries. This is claimed not by us.
Demonstrate? Can you demonstrate
This is not
any of this?
No, he can't. This is not touted by us that one is incompatible with the other. This is touted by mainstream science that Newtonian gravity is incompatible mathematically with Einsteinian gravity.
Not only that, Newtonian is spooky action at a distance that's instantaneous, and Einsteinian gravity, nothing can move faster than the speed of light. So if something's instant in Newtonian, that's faster than the speed of light.
There's also in Newtonian things resting on the surface of the Earth are at rest. In Einstein, things falling are at rest, and the Earth is expanding to meet their feet.
Let me ask you, Lord Football, if you believe that solving a mathematical equation means that you did science.
Solving a mathematical equation.
Does that mean you did science?
Depends on the context of what the equation is.
No, it doesn't. What is science?
Well, attempt to find the truth in a matter based on observation and I think just observation should be good enough.
No, not just observation, because you're only going to get correlative data which you've been spouting. Okay. Observation and testing. The testing would be called what?
I don't know.
The testing would be called what? It would be called an experiment. What are the three constituent parts of I can't even say because I'm thinking of QE. What are the three constituent parts of an experiment?
First an observation, then a test, and then a...
Wrong. You're wrong.
Okay. And just say the answer.
Okay.
What do you need for the test?
It's an independent variable, a dependent variable, and a control.
Dependent control.
There you go.
Okay. So now, in order to test any of these, you would have to have those three constituent parts, correct? And you say that measuring certain things on a scale or at scale is impossible because they can only work on a macro scale. Well, that makes them unfalsifiable. Again, you're using a begging the question fallacy, invoking something that cannot be done, invoking something that cannot be done as your evidence.
You can't think of any other ways to falsify it.
Falsify something that's never been proven. Yeah. Okay.
I would have to have a dependent, independent, and a control, which cannot be done on or at scale, correct?
I guess not.
So it's pseudoscience again. Do you agree?
Pseudoscience? I would not agree.
Okay. Can you do an experiment? Can you? I'm gonna circle back. Can you do an experiment? With just by solving an equation.
I don't know. I won't answer that question because I feel like either answer would be wrong.
What is an experiment?
Test with an IV, DV, and control.
Okay, so can you solve an experiment or can you do an experiment with just by solving a mathematical equation?
Nope.
So, Einsteinian gravity and Newtonian gravity cannot possibly be verified because they were only mathematical equation solving, correct?
Don't know. I would agree with you there.
Well, you didn't have it on any of them. You didn't have an independent variable, a dependent variable, or a control. You only had a mathematical equation for either one, and both of them do not jive together. You're invoking a mathematical equation as your proof. You're using pseudoscience.
Mathematical equation and observations.
What's the independent variable you're using, Lord? Give us an independent variable that you'd use for space-time or Newtonian.
I don't have one because they don't exist.
Which gravity doesn't exist, or are you talking about independent variables don't exist?
The unit of space-time doesn't exist.
Okay. So how about if you wanted to prove gravity via scientific experiment, what would be the independent variable?
You wouldn't have, I don't know. Ask someone smarter than me.
It would either have to be space or time.
It's okay.
But
no one really has an answer for that.
You could do time, I guess. Just seconds.
Okay, then can you show me time?
Space-time gravity.
I do have a pencil.
Before you manipulate time, show me the time you're manipulating, please. It's a material object. You've invoked it as a
material object. Do IVs and DVs have to be always material? You definitely could say
manipulate it.
Yeah.
How can you test it?
Oh yeah, you could wait 5 seconds and you can wait 10 seconds.
How do you maybe he's a time bender. Maybe he's a time bender. Maybe he can manipulate time.
Okay, so then time would be...
we can use time and we can go backwards in time, right?
If I want to experiment with an object and say, let me set it outside and see how hot it gets, I can manipulate time and set it outside, measure its heat after 5 seconds and 10 seconds.
So that I can also go backwards, right?
Direction. Do you have to go backwards? I don't think you do.
Yeah, I want to repeat it.
What's the dependent variable?
Wait an extra 5 seconds, then cool.
An independent?
That's repeated. Time is constant.
Lord Football. You are trying to find out what time is, bro. Not an apple, not outside the sun. Time. Time is the key word, not...
You're going to use time to prove time. Is that what you're saying?
On Thanksgiving.
Time to prove
on Thanksgiving Day.
What?
On Thanksgiving Day, when I cook my turkey, is it that heat that's cooking the turkey, or is it that time? Is time causing the turkey to cook, or is
actually
heat? Not both? One. So okay. So without heat, how much time will it take to cook?
Without time, the time, if time didn't advance,
how much time?
There would be no time for the cookie to cook. Need time.
So how much time? So
the fourth dimension.
I'm saying without heat. You said both. So we'll just do half. So it'll get half cooked.
What? No, it wouldn't get cooked at all. You need both.
Oh, so no, you definitely don't need one. You just heat will cook it.
Yes.
Yeah, but time is constant. And if time wasn't constant, if time just suddenly stopped, you wouldn't be able to cook that turkey.
Hang on. You just
bro.
Okay, guys, really quick. So now we can go back to one of your variables was time, but you said time was constant.
Time flows forwardly at a constant pace.
So would that
so
be
it's that would have to be your control, right?
Then why do they have to reset the satellites every 8
I can wait
minutes?
5 seconds. I can wait 10 seconds. Those are two different times. Agent and IV.
It's control.
Again, you're using one of the observed phenomenon to define that phenomenon.
Oh, since I'm observing time, that proves its existence. So are you arguing that time doesn't exist?
What is time, bro?
We're saying it's a concept, obviously.
It's a concept.
I'm observing a video of Bigfoot. Does that mean Bigfoot exists? I'm observing it. I'm observing.
You can never objectively prove time exists, but there's so many reasons to believe the concept of time exists that it would be stupid not to believe in it.
Objects moving doesn't inspire your imagination.
Obviously, it's a concept.
Bro, you just said something really important. Repeat what you just said. That last line, bro, please.
I don't remember exactly what I said.
Me or him?
Since
the football man.
You can't objectively prove time, but since time is so many other reasons to believe time exists as a social construct, not just as a social construct, but as an actual thing that exists objectively.
Does tomorrow exist?
It would be stupid.
Does yesterday exist?
Tomorrow will exist tomorrow. Yesterday existed yesterday. That's my answer.
So they don't exist.
There is only now. When you say 5 seconds from now, it's already there. There is only now.
Okay,
Time can only be used like a tape measure. Yeah.
If I move a day unit in time forward.
Time is so convoluted, guys. We're going to be arguing over time till the end of time. So I suggest we move on.
End of time? That would imply the existence of time.
Just ordered a cup of time, so I'm waiting for that thing to show up.
That was good timing.
Okay, really quick. Just to make a finer point of what we were talking about. Bending of space-time. Space has to be reified. Time has to be reified. They are both concepts. You cannot bend nor mutate them. They are simply what they are. What's that?
I'll just argue for the more simple definition of gravity, which is two masses attracting each other.
Now we're back to Newtonian gravity.
Sure.
Okay, so what's your dependent variable, what's your independent variable, and what's your control?
You can't demonstrate that either.
When we're going to demonstrate
dependent variable would be time again. Dependent variable, let's say, just be a pencil again.
But you just admitted that time cannot be used because you cannot validate it. You just admitted that when we stopped talking about time.
No, your independent has to be
not to use it.
Gravity.
Your independent variable has to be gravity? Oh.
So
your independent has to be gravity.
Drop a pencil on Earth, drop a pencil on the moon.
Go ahead.
And how thick is the moon's atmosphere?
Can you be more specific?
How thick is the moon's atmosphere?
I don't know. Go measure it.
Go measure it.
Okay, so let's say that the atmosphere is close to non-existent on the moon, claimed by your own scientists, right?
Yep.
Okay. So when I drop a pencil, it didn't fall on its own. I gave it the energy to fall because I picked it up. And then it will find its equilibrium. Does it find it quicker or slower on the moon or the Earth?
You would find it slower on the moon.
So go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Atmosphere?
It's fine.
I was going to say, so you're choosing your independent as gravity and your dependent is what?
First of all, it would not fall slower on the moon. Things fall slower when
it takes to fall.
The medium is thicker than the object itself.
Okay, so how did you manipulate your independent, which is gravity? How did you manipulate gravity?
Move on the Earth, move to the moon.
What?
Earth and moon.
Earth and moon, but you're not proving Earth and moon, you're proving gravity. So how'd you manipulate gravity?
Gravity on the Earth, gravity on the moon.
Okay, that's unfalsifiable. Again, can you or I get to the moon?
Oh yeah, you'd have to test that first, actually.
I can't, but someone can.
Who
did that during who did that?
Wait, then you have to go back to Zodiac's point of the second law of thermodynamic violation that you invoked by having an atmosphere. By having an atmosphere, we're back to the core question of you proving that you can have an atmosphere. Let's be more specific. Let's be more specific at the Kármán line. It's a 10 to the negative 6 torr up against the top of the thermal sphere, which is 25 torr, and you have a pressure differential of 50,000 millibar. Now, how do you have that without a solid barrier?
Gravity.
Demonstration, please.
We're also back to believing.
Okay, let me put it like this. I won't be able to exactly demonstrate it, but let's say I observe that the pencil falls, it hits the floor.
Okay.
Easy.
Okay.
And then I also observe that, wow, there's an atmosphere here. Maybe the force that causes the pencil to fall on the floor and keep this atmosphere from flying out into the open space.
Which way does air go? Which way does air go?
Can I respond?
Really quick. I like that you said maybe, because I would agree with you. Maybe that is the cause.
That's why it's a theory.
Can you think of? Hang on. No, that's not why it's a theory. That's why it's a hypothesis, which is untested. It has not moved to this point of scientific theory.
Gravity
it is a hypothesis.
Tested?
No, it has not.
No. I've been waiting to ask. Please.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry, Bong. I'm sorry for everybody for taking up the chat. Go ahead.
No. It's just a simple thing. I need to add. If you're talking about dropping a pencil and you're saying it's because of gravity, well then you can't just drop a pencil. You have to drop all kinds of stuff. And if you are holding a helium balloon and you let that go, you have to say that's gravity now. The helium balloon going up. I just wanted to add that.
I want to say something. That's an outlier, and I'd have to provide a different definition for that.
It's not an outlier. It is the norm for everything lighter than the surrounding substance, whether that be water or a gas atmosphere, anything. It is the norm. When something is denser than the medium in which it is in, it will find its equilibrium. When it is lighter, it will go to find its equilibrium. It is the norm, not an outlier. You're wrong.
Yeah, let me give you an example.
If you
take your pencil example, if you take your pencil example and you drop it in a different medium, what happens? Let's say the medium is
at a different
water.
Speed. Fall.
Will it fall in water?
Fall through rises.
Will it fall through everything? Will it fall through mercury?
Probably not.
Like you go to the bottom of the pool and you let go of your pencil. Which direction does the pencil go? Up or down?
Up. Most likely.
That's gravity, right?
That's density.
Okay,
that's
I agree with you.
That's not an equation. That doesn't work. That's false. The same reason why things fall down has to be the same reason why things float up. Okay, and then you have to manipulate the independent variable, right? Right? So we got a couple of things here. We got a medium and we got an object. Which one is the independent? If you change one either or, you'll get a different result. See, what you're saying? Go ahead.
Can we verify buoyancy and density, Lord Football?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, I agree with you. Can we verify gravity?
You can tie a lot of things to it, so sure. I would argue you can verify it.
So because you can point it to be the cause of a lot of things, again, correlative data, you can't show the cause.
So
you say unless it's on an astronomical scale, unfalsifiable, right?
I'm just going to say that it makes sense for a lot of things, and so it is currently our best explanation for a lot of things.
No, it's not. It clearly is not, because we just gave you a better explanation that you can verify. Lord, before you stated that you were losing brain cells being in this chat, I can say honestly that I have lost brain cells trying to bring you to the obvious.
Thank you.
Confirm.
Oh, bless you, bro.
Can I just
go
ahead, Hank.
Now we're going to have to talk all later, only with no glowers in here, so we get our brain cells back.
Just a second, please.
Hang on. Let Hank speak.
Go through.
Yeah. So
go ahead,
earlier he said that. Earlier he made several claims that mass attracts mass. Well, actually, gas doesn't attract gas, right? Because we have to put it in a container. Hold on, bro. Because you have to put it in a container to contain it, and when you open the container, even at the ground level, where the gravity is the strongest, because we can't get to the core of the Earth, the gas is going to spew out the top. So just
we heard about gas giants.
Oh, okay, Lord Football, gas attracts nothing. It is unbound. It is an unbound material of that state of matter. It goes in all directions until it fills its what?
Volume.
Until it fills the volume of its what? Okay, thank you.
Container. That's the answer you're looking for.
That's clearly the answer. It's not a got you either. This is what you learned in your 5th grade high school text, right?
How do you verify gas giants in real life? How did you verify those?
Can I just explain to him?
You can fucking see them.
Football man.
Prove it.
Football man. You can verify it when you fart.
See lights. Go ahead.
The sun made out of plasma? Plasma attracts plasma, man.
How did you verify the sun again?
Plasma.
Are you arguing against the sun's existence now? Or are you arguing that
he's not. Don't straw man him. You said it was plasma. How do you verify that?
How do you verify it's made of plasma?
Okay, so you're arguing that it's not made of plasma.
You don't know what it is. I'm not saying what it is.
He said, verify your claim, and you keep on telling him what he thinks it is or isn't. Verify your claim that it is a plasma and show us your work and how we can reproduce it.
That's someone else's job.
So it's someone else's job. Hang on. This is to the crux of the whole argument. It's someone else's job to verify your beliefs, correct?
I guess, yeah.
So you believe willy-nilly whatever you're told by the people. Let me ask you this. Do you believe your government has your best interests at heart?
Sometimes.
Okay. Sometimes. When is that?
Yeah, no, he never. Earlier, he agreed that they lied.
Hang on. I'm asking him.
I know he never explained how he knows when they're lying or when they're not lying.
He just said before. He trusts him with the vaccine. He got a vaccine.
Okay. Thank you, guys. So you think at certain times they're trustworthy. When do you think they're not trustworthy?
And they have something to hide? And when they have a reason to hide that stuff?
Hang on. If you know that they're untrustworthy when they have something to hide, then why would you trust them when you think they don't? Because you don't know everything you could know about a certain subject. You have to verify everything they do because you know that you can't trust them if they have something to hide.
I can just assume that most of the time they wouldn't be lying.
Hang on. My whole point here is that you will believe anything you're told to believe by the people you deem worthy. These people you know will lie to you if they have something to hide. Therefore, they're never at their best because they will do the wrong thing when nobody is looking. By your own admission.
They won't do the wrong thing when no one's looking, unless they had a reason to do the wrong thing.
Okay, do you know everything? Hang on, do you know everything?
They claim they know everything.
When did
okay, so you can't possibly know why they would have to hide something from you, right? So therefore, you have to go to over the presupposition that they will lie to you if they need to. Therefore, you have to verify the information you get from them, right?
I have to verify the information.
Stop sighing every time you answer my question and just answer it.
Sure.
Okay. So,
welcome to Flat Earth.
All of your knowledge comes from where?
Observe.
No, it is not irrelevant. All of your knowledge comes from two places: establishments and media. Correct?
And your fantasy.
No, I don't want to say that. Let's be generous here and our attributions. All of your information either come from scientific or governmental establishments or media, correct?
Yep.
Who puts out the media in which you find informative?
Pretty much anyone.
Anyone. So you're taking me at my word and you believe that what I'm saying is fact without verification.
No, I don't believe all media.
The CIA.
Why don't you believe all media?
No, because people have reasons to lie.
Okay, so you know when they need to, they will lie. Hang on. When you know they need to, they will lie to you. So therefore, it would be in your best interest to verify every time you consume their media, correct?
It would be in my best interest to verify media that would actually be relevant and media that I have reason to believe is false.
Oh, so now it has to be relevant. But the media you consume is the media you deem relevant. Would it be best to verify that media?
It would be best to verify media, but it would take too much time.
If you grew up in Germany in the 1940s, would you have any reason to believe that Hitler was a bad guy?
I guess I would not.
Hitler did nothing wrong.
According to the media, he was pretty great.
Are you trying to
why would you have any reason to believe that he was bad?
Well, in that case, the media of the time was very, very limited, but just based off the existence of the server itself, you can see that media is not that limited in the current time.
Dude has done no research in his life on anything. Yeah. He's gone down 0 rabbit holes.
Okay. Man, he doesn't know what a hole is.
Down a rabbit hole to believe
really quick. I'm going to make a summation here. You believe that asserting something that is unverifiable, unfalsifiable, to be good evidence, then you will claim that what you're told is the truth because you were told it by people you trust that you know will lie to you if they have the chance. That is from your my clarifications and your answers, not your own words. But the basis of it is true based on your answers, correct?
I would say that off the first question, you can falsify the existence of gravity. I don't see why you could not do that. And the second reason, I do not entirely trust the government.
No. Stop right there. Stop right there. Tell me how. Tell me how to falsify gravity. Tell me how it would be falsifiable.
Well, just go based on a theory of gravity, do your own experiment, and say in a place where gravity should do something, do that thing, and if that doesn't happen, bam, gravity is proven.
Okay, no. You're trying to prove a negative that at that point, and that's impossible by science, right?
Prove a negative?
That's why you're saying because of one thing, you can't come up with an imaginative, reasonable answer of why that did or did not happen. You're showing a lack of obvious imagination.
For why the pencil falls to the floor is gravity.
Hang on.
It's not the only
imagination.
It's not the only
imagination. Shut up. Imagination is the key to performing science. Because without imagination, you will never. What?
Key to science is observation.
Stop talking over.
You will never come up with a clever experiment to either falsify or verify your hypothesis. Because you're too dim. You will take whatever somebody gives you. You will take the shit they feed you, and they keep you in the dark, and you're happy with that. Because you lack imagination, you lack the ability to assess the situation about you or the world you live in, and I find that awfully sad.
And give him a break. He has no reason to believe that the government would lie to him about stuff.
I already said. Wait,
what about gas?
Believe.
Please, we have to stop this. People getting caused brain injury from listening to this guy. I can't speak. Can't think.
Isn't what Hank kills? Sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry, bro. This guy has he's drilled it. He's killed it. I swear, he's giving me like brain damage. I'm like 60 IQ points down now.
He actually stopped using brain cells a while ago.
Yeah,
wait, I got a question.
Sounds like ET, doesn't it?
Okay. Do you remember when Hank said gas? Gas does not attract gas. Do you remember that? Okay. So, is there any way, like, what would be the best demonstration of gravity acting on gas?
You need a lot of expensive shit to do that.
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry. What? What'd you say?
You'd need to remove the other forms of gravity and pressure, which would mean you would need a vacuum with no gravity. Which means you would probably need to go out into space, which would be very fucking expensive.
But you would have to assume that outer space is real, right?
If I leave the Earth's atmosphere, I can then assume that that place I am exists, and I can call that place outer space.
No one's ever done that. No one's ever left.
Have you done that?
Yeah,
a lot of ifs in that.
That's a little ifs, yeah.
If I traveled far enough north I will eventually.
And the keyword is.
So what would happen if you keep
out of space?
I don't know. I've never been there. So
Out of space. Because it's out of space. There's no space. You're out of it.
I love that story.
Out of space.
Yes, because you're out of it. There's nothing there. You ran out, bro.
Yeah.
How do you
There's
know
no
outer
more.
space exists the way that? Remember those?
Well, they just make a vacuum with no gravity. Simple.
Yeah, the people who lie, the government organizations,
Gas
that lie
in
to
it
us,
and see if it attracts.
they're the ones that tell us that space is a real. Why do you think that?
So why
space
did I
is
say this? Yeah.
I mean, because I could say, like, again, like, if I go up north, I'll eventually find Santa's workshop, and therefore, when I find that, Santa is real.
Yes, you will.
Right?
It's supposed to be by the North Pole. If you find the pole,
find that
All you gotta look for is elf droppings. You find the elf droppings. You're getting.
Elf droppings, right? I heard that one
If
too.
I would go up there, I would definitely find reindeer droppings, which means I would definitely get closer to Santa's workshop. Therefore, Santa is real because I would see those things if I went up there. Correct?
Somebody find me Superman's cave.
I want to find the unicorn farm.
I just want to say, what if we got some reindeer that had just gotten like blitzed out of their mind on Anita Muscari mushrooms, and we take them down south, and their poop grows mushrooms out of it, and you eat that, right? What happens if you eat those magic mushrooms?
That'll be the best.
Shit.
You become the unicorn and go.
Well, Robin, if you want to find a unicorn, there apparently is a cave in North Korea, according to them. So maybe we should just believe that.
Oh, North Korea! I told you I want to go live there. At least I know I can be free.
You did say that. I'll give you that one.
Maybe.
You see what we're trying to say?
Big up, Craig Villain.
Oh, someone's coming.
I see what you're trying to say.
Kind of ridiculous.
What are we trying to say?
If we go
The
up there,
argument is stupid because it relies with a lot of assumptions.
well, right, like you're saying about space and how expensive it would be, like as if you know it's a place you can go to because they told you you
Just
could.
create a vacuum and remove all gravity.
What's the vacuum? How do you create?
What do you need to create a vacuum?
Something with no pressure.
Yeah, can you show us a vacuum without walls?
Yeah, open vacuum. That's the one that you need.
And
Need
ever
a
expanding.
vacuum.
Do you know anyone who can?
Vacuum.
Hold on, wait. Do you
Make
know
a
anyone
vacuum
who
where
can show you a
the
vacuum
pressure in
without
it would
walls?
be irrelevant.
What was your answer again?
Just make a vacuum to where the pressure inside the vacuum would be irrelevant to calculations.
And without walls, right?
You're an idiot.
Make the wrong big enough so it also be irrelevant.
Okay, let's not call names, guys. I think this conversation it can be perfectly reasonable.
Rendered mute.
I agree.
Please.
It
No,
should
it
be
can't
super
be.
easy to just get a vacuum chamber and show that gas does not expand to fill the chamber because of your imagined gravity.
Yeah, that's it.
Imagine gravity.
Just hold the gas next to a vacuum.
Okay, really quick. Gravity, as you claimed, is a hypothesis that is unverified. It is not a theory, right?
It's a great explanation. That's what I've now come to.
It's a great
Based on
explanation.
everything
So it is a hypothesis. It is a guess.
Sure.
It is an imaginative
everything could be a guess.
explanation.
You can't never prove anything 100%.
We're not asking for 100% anything. Why are you taking it to the nth level? We're asking for a simple explanation that we can verify, and you're giving us nothing can be verified. Why?
You can verify it, but the verification will never be 100%.
Okay, how do you verify it? No. After a certain amount of time, stop sighing every time I talk to you. You're boring. You're boring. Because you're bored because you're a boring person. Listen, dropping a pencil is correlative data simply, which I've gone over before. Stop sighing when you answer me. It is correlative data simply, right?
Wait,
which
your argument is that things fall because of pressure, right?
No, I didn't say that. Nobody here said that. You said that. You said that was another explanation.
provide an argument as to why things fall to the ground.
Relative density.
What about helium balloons? What happens when you drop them?
Yeah, but not all things fall to the ground.
What happens when you fart? What happens when you fart, bro?
Yeah, no. I want him to tell us what happens when you.
We've already asked him this, though, Crypto.
They asked him in text twice.
Well, yeah, but then you can't ask why things fall because some things don't fall, right?
And you said it was an outlier, right, Lord Football? But I said it was the normal because a lot of things go up compared to the medium in which they're in, and like a million things in water.
What relative density is exactly?
Could who give you a definition? Google it.
Anyone? I did.
All you have to do is look up specific gravity. Yeah, we
specific gravity is its nickname.
The ratio of the density of a substance to the density of a standard, usually liquid or solid input, and air for gas.
Archimedes principle,
so what if you drop the pencil in a vacuum? No density.
Relative density is the density between your object and its surrounding medium. I have defined it time and time again, and you continue to ask what it is. I don't understand you.
I gotta correct him because he said that a vacuum has no density. That we cannot create an absolute vacuum on the Earth. That is not possible. All vacuums have air in them or gas in them. It's just less gas.
Make it so that it would be rarely relevant, and you would find that the pencil drops at the same speed.
It's not about
what happens with the helium balloon in a gas chamber or in a vacuum chamber?
It would do the exact same thing it did outside of the vacuum.
You are wrong.
Chamber.
What happens with a helium balloon in a gas chamber is it explodes and the gas fills the volume of the container. It doesn't fall to the ground. That's a lie. That's a lie somebody told you, and you believed it.
I said it did the same thing, which would be float upwards.
No, it would not float upwards. It would explode, and the gas filled with inside would fill the container in which you had it in. Is that not correct?
Okay, but can you explain why the pencil drops at the same speed in the vacuum?
Because it's always okay. The pencil doesn't.
There's nothing resisting it.
Yes, there's nothing resisting it. To be specific, the pencil does not fall. You drop it. The pencil has never fallen. You have simply dropped it. You gave it the impetus to fall. The pencil has never fell on its own. You gave it the energy to make the travel.
Pencil doesn't get up and drop itself.
It finds its equilibrium. It finds its equilibrium like everything in a medium would. It behaves normally, just like the helium balloon behaves normally, finding its equilibrium within the medium. The medium, we're going back to Zodiac's point here again, is a contained gas, correct?
So the medium shouldn't affect the speed at which the object reaches its equilibrium.
Why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't the medium? Why wouldn't the medium?
What?
Why would the medium not change its speed?
Well done. Wait there.
That makes no sense.
Water and air is the same thing.
He just proved the point. This is why gravity.
No vacuum. Drop a pencil, hits the floor. Vacuum with no air. Drop a pencil, hits the floor at about the same time.
Okay. And when I drop the pencil, I'll fall back. Stop. When I fall, or I drop the pencil into water, how fast does it go to the bottom? Does it go to the bottom as fast as it found its equilibrium in the air?
So the time changes then.
Okay, the time doesn't change. It doesn't go down. You already said that.
You change what the object does.
What if the water? But what if the liquid had a specific density, so it was just a little bit less dense than the pencil?
You're changing the volume,
and the pencil would fall slower to the bottom of the liquid, right?
The medium. If you're adding a different density to the liquid, you're changing You're changing the medium that object is in. That's changing what the object
Wait
does.
a minute. I have a question. That would be a scientific experiment. If you're manipulating the independent variable, which is the medium, right? That would prove that that's actually what's causing things to rise or float.
Exactly.
Can you do that with gravity? Can you change the medium? Can you remove gravity from the universe?
He just did.
Or increase it.
He just did. He lowered the density of the water so the pencil would fall in the example. And he just proved that gravity is just the density of the medium.
Thank you, Lord Football, for playing. We appreciate you. There are food and drinks in the back, as QE loves to say. Welcome to Flat Earth, because you have to be Flat Earth now.
Get wrecked.
Really don't know
I knew
why.
he was going to be running around the house tonight telling his mom, it's flat. I'm telling you, these guys told me.
You might as well believe it, because you believe anything you're told. Even by people who you think don't have your best interests at heart.
Me saying I don't
We're
believe
just giving you straight facts.
Football man.
Take some time to think
After
about it.
all this effort,
I still
after
didn't
all
get an
this effort,
explanation as to
please
why the medium changed and the pencil fell at the same
You posted a picture of Mercury and
leave the
Anvil
pencil
floating
for
in
a second,
Mercury.
brother. Leave the pencil for a second. After all this time we've spent, please take some time, think about what was discussed objectively. Let it sink in. Don't just throw it away and start all over again.
Hey, Lord, to be honest, we're not here to dunk on you on anything. We're trying to make you see the truth of the matter. What's that?
It really does seem like you are, just based on
No.
how you were sounding.
I'm absolutely not. I am trying to.
I don't believe you anymore.
Okay, that's fine. I'm trying to. Okay, my whole point of bringing this up is hang on. Can I finish my point, guys? Okay, my whole point in bringing up that we are not trying to dunk on you. We are simply trying to show you the truth. I'm doing my best to bring you to an imaginative place and to see the world you live and see outside of what you've been told and to see it objectively. The only way to truly verify anything is to do it yourself, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I've seen you post in live stream voice text. I'm going to assume you're there. I am now pasting a GitHub that will give you a curvature calculation that takes into consideration your height at sea level. What I want you to do is I want you to go outside. I know that's a big ask. Go outside. I want you to look at your horizon. Find a landmark that you know. Okay? Either with your eyes, hopefully with some form of telephoto lens, such as a binocular, telescope, or even a telephoto camera, so you can document your findings and show us what if you see something that shows curvature, bring it to us and we'll show you, or we'll look at it objectively. Because hey, if we're believing the wrong thing, we'd like to know. Take this calculator. Plug in your numbers so you can find the distances easily, either by maps or even Google Earth. You can find your elevation either by topographical map or Google Earth. And I want you to do this sometime soon so that you can verify what you're being told by the powers that be that may or may not have your best interests at heart. We have no stake in this. I am honestly not trying to dunk on you. I want you to see the truth for what it is, but that's the only way that's able to be done is with your own work. You have to put work into it. It's very easy to verify these calculations. It's basically, not exactly, 8 inches per mile squared. Okay? And you can look that up. You can look all of this up.
You have to walk through it.
And make sure you get the distance to the horizon too, because that never matches on every single observation I've ever seen.
But your observations are on you. The impetus is on you to make sure that they are objectively calculated and observed. And I mean, nobody's going to hold your hand. Maybe you can go with a friend. I don't know. But the fact is that
COVID.
Well, I mean, there's another unverifiable claim. But either way,
Look that one up too while you're doing the rest of your research.
either way, yes, it is an unverifiable claim. All epidemiology is unverifiable. It's all based on correlative data. Nothing cause it or no causation. It is an unverifiable claim. Right, because you can't, because it's objectively true. It's objective. Period.
I don't.
All epidemiology is correlative data drawing a conclusion of cause. None of it is all false.
Maybe somebody in a white lab coat said it to him.
I think it was the injection.
So do you guys support scientists or not?
What's not a scientific question? It's the flat Earth is not. Go ahead, sorry. Go ahead.
Be more specific.
Lord Football, what do you mean?
I don't know at this point.
You sound tired as a motherfucker. You can talk for hours, but every time it sounds like you're about to fall asleep because you're as bored as we are.
What I am.
Who cares? Then get off. We're not here to convince you, bud. Nobody cares if you come or go. We're here if you need us. Come and talk to us. We're here to answer your questions if you have any. But don't think that we're trying to convince you of anything or that we need you. We don't.
I know you don't need me. And I don't need you either.
All right, football man. On the unicorn.
See you later. Get out of here.
Sleep. That's what you need.
Are you always yawning?
He yawned on every single response. It was either a yawn or a sigh.
Yawn is a nervous response. Just bored you know.
People.
Bored people are boring.
Yawn is a nervous response.
No brain is just not working properly though.
Your brain trying
Joe Biden
to get more
energy
oxygen in a quick, short shock, like a fuel injector or an advanced carburetor trying to get a quick oxygen mix into the proverbial blood work of the car, i.e. fuel.
Yes.
The diesel or the petrol.
Correct. Turn up your mic, bro.
Yeah. I also
or come back in the house, buy your computer.
What did you say, Darius?
Both did a great job. Really, you have a lot of patience, and I commend that.
Oh yeah, he does.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, you do, bro. That was.
Hey, I just joined. What's the topic, my guys?
Well, we're not your guys.
Can you test your mic, bro?
Or not the guys.
We're not your guys. My guy. You don't own us, and we are. Well, I'm not a homosexual, so I'm not your man.
Correct.
Homie.
They got me.
Okay, Dan.
I've learned something new every day. Thanks for having me.
Well, we're happy to have you.
Yes, welcome. What do you believe the shape of the Earth to be?
I am indifferent towards that. I can't really arrive at any.
You can't find a conclusion. Is that because? Hang on. No, damn it.
Okay.
Is that for a lack of interest or a lack of understanding of what you've looked at?
I would say both.
Don't say both. Don't say both.
No?
Pick one.
Why? Okay.
Because you can't be both.
I lack the understanding.
Okay, because you can't be both disinterested and inquisitive. That's ridiculous.
It's redundant.
It kind of depends on the day.
No, it doesn't. You're either inquisitive
on your period,
or you're indifferent. I formulated the question so that you may not say both. When I heard you about to say both, I said don't say both, because that would show you to be an idiot, and I didn't want you to be an idiot. But then you tried.
Right. Third option. Is it because you have a deep-seated emotional, should I say, tribalistic attachment to the globe?
Well, okay, that puts a negative connotation on it. I think it's reasonable.
Your mic, bro. Sorry.
Yeah, crack your mic. I think it's a reasonable approach. Shut up. I think it's a reasonable approach to say that I was taught this, therefore I believe it. I think that's perfectly reasonable, and most of us have been there our whole lives. Do you agree, Digital Dan?
Yeah.
Okay.
I agree.
So I want to know specifically if you're an interested person or a disinterested person. Are you an interested person? Are you inquisitive? Would you like to know the nature of your existence?
Yeah, I would.
Okay. So you are an inquisitive person, and I appreciate that about you because people who are indifferent are pretty fucking boring. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Good. So we'll no longer claim that I don't really care. That's perfect, because that's a fucking conversational ender. What is your best evidence, because you're on the fence, what is your best evidence that the Earth is a globe?
I mean,
it can be anything. You just tell me anything. I don't care.
I mean, they're like pictures.
I'm not going to jump on you for your answer. Okay,
well,
pictures from space.
That. But it's again, like, I wasn't up there myself. These are just yeah.
So it's unverifiable.
Right.
Okay, that's perfectly fine. What's your best evidence that the Earth is flat?
I mean, if you go out into like a wide open field, like as big as you can possibly find,
like the ocean,
you can look out. Oh yeah, even better. I mean, because I've been on a few cruises before, and it's like you can't really see like any like curvature to it. Nothing that's like obvious.
From the left or the right, but then they tell you that boats disappear off into the distance, and that proves curvature, right?
Yeah. I've heard that argument before.
So that's a bit of a foil of not seeing curvature at sea level. Have you ever been in a plane, Dan?
Yeah.
Okay, and did you see curvature when you looked out?
I mean, I've not been on a plane too many times, and I'll be honest, I have a little brother, so he always kind of gets the window seat, So,
okay.
Yeah.
Either answer was correct. You could either say yes or no, and I would take that as correct.
So no, yeah.
Okay. So you have pretty good idea of the arguments pro and con, right?
Yeah, I mean,
of the Earth being flat or a globe,
right? But I don't know what I don't know. Hence,
exactly.
Here,
but
so.
you think you have a well enough grasp to say I don't know, and that's a good place to be.
Yeah,
it sounds honestly like you literally don't know, but it doesn't sound like you're disinterested, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so let me ask you this, and Zodiac was going to bring it up in 5 seconds anyways. Can you have gas pressure without a container?
No.
So can you see the Earth from space if there's no space?
No.
So a picture of the Earth is either an artist's interpretation, or what if you can't actually go to space because there's no possibility of having an atmosphere without a vacuum or without a solid container, right?
Right.
So a picture of the Earth is a fabrication based on the second law of thermodynamics, right?
Right.
Okay, perfect. So there's one ball thing that you can just throw out of your head that can't be possible because you can't have air pressure without a container. So, are there any other globe proofs that you are sure of that are holding you back from making a definitive, I'm going to research this side a little bit more?
I mean, based off of how you formatted the question, you can never really be 100% certain, so I would say no.
Do you have anything that is stuck in your craw that says, no, I'm not too sure because of this one thing? You said space pictures. We talked about there is no space. That's pretty obvious.
Right.
So is there anything else holding you back from really saying, you know what, I think this is worth it?
Not really, not off the top of my head, no.
I want you to think about it long and hard. And I want you to get back to somebody in this chat and say, hey, if, the Earth is flat, then how come Earth Chan isn't? Whatever, I don't care.
Uh-huh.
I mean, you may get banned for that stupid statement. But
okay, I won't say anything like that then. But
okay,
like satellites.
Yes. Can satellites exist if you can't have air pressure without a container?
I do not know.
Okay, so let's say there's two possibilities here on your Earth. Your Earth is both round and flat. You either have a dome or a sphere in capsule to keep the air pressure in there. Can you get to space in either one of those? Because you need a solid barrier to stop a 10 to the negative 6 torr from allowing the 25 torr directly butted up against it to flow into it, right?
Uh-huh.
So I believe that there are things taking pictures far from the Earth that are in the atmosphere, such as balloons, such as high altitude planes that clearly take pictures, and they admit that, both of those. But satellites. Oh, okay. Now, do you think that phones operate over satellite?
No, I mean there's cell towers.
Okay. Do you think GPS operates over satellite?
I mean, it could technically work from like a cell phone tower.
It could technically work from a cell phone tower. That's exactly how the LORAN, I want you to write this down, the LORAN system, which is the first GPS that the American military made, and it worked off of radio towers. That was the first iteration of GPS that we used for the Navy. The LORAN system, LORAN. I want you to look that up. So the GPS coordinates coming to your phone, when they say 14 satellites, they're not talking about extraterrestrial satellites. They're talking about terrestrial satellites, meaning phone towers. So when you've got 14 of these hits, it could mean Wi-Fi from somebody's house. It could mean a cell phone tower, or it could mean another repeater and some other form of repeater that they use for multiple purposes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean so that makes sense.
Okay, you realize that your phone is always positioning you by the MAC addresses of every Wi-Fi signal around you. That's every house that has Wi-Fi. It's using those MAC addresses to pinpoint, triangulate, quadrangulate up to 14 of these. It will say exactly where you are by your signal strength from those MAC addresses.
Dude, I can't believe I've never thought about that. Why does your GPS ask? Sorry, why does your GPS ask if it can use your neighbor's Wi-Fi if there's satellites overhead? I've never thought about that.
Well, it literally is a ground positioning system. Yeah. It is a ground positioning system. It has nothing to do with satellites. Just because they put a satellite picture on your phone and saying GPS, it has nothing to do with satellites. You can look up the LORAN system, which is its first iteration. They also have one for the Soviets that came a little bit afterwards, and they both work the same way. So it's not voodoo magic that's up in the air. It's right here at home. It's in your house, as a matter of fact.
If I can just interlude, please. Sorry, just an add-on to that.
I didn't hear what you said as an add-on.
Oh no, I was going to ask if I could just interlude on that point that you made. What you said with the what's called the Wi-Fi. Before, if you had Wi-Fi or whatever you wanted to call it, or cable, your neighbors could use it. Your neighbors down the road, but then they made everybody think this guy's stealing my Wi-Fi. You know, we're going to do this and that and cut it down, so everybody else has to pay for it. But it could have been one person pays for it and the whole street uses it.
It would not have worked. IGZ, it would not have worked that way. Your bandwidth is it only talks to one system at a time on all iterations besides this new one, which is AX. But it only spoke to one device at a time. It may have spoken to them very rapidly, but only once at a time. So your Wi-Fi was being cut down by somebody else using it outside of your own system. That's very true.
Because you fill out the channels, right? And each channel has a bandwidth.
Right, but the channels are only speaking to one device at a time. Everything besides AX, all of those are only speaking to one device at a time. They're either speaking over Wi-Fi, not LAN. Obviously, if you're using LAN, then your router can handle the bandwidth. But it's only talking to one device at a single time. It's called a handshake. It will handshake here, handshake there, handshake here, handshake there, and it will bounce between all of them, doing a bunch of different tasks. So if you have more than what you're expecting in your own house, even if you're in your own house, if you've got multiple people on it, you can definitely see a slowdown. So that is actually true. There's no such thing as a free meal.
No. Before, when they just released it, do you remember the speed that it was going at?
Yeah, 3 megabits per second.
3 megabits per second.
It was a far cry over the 1 megabit that we were getting over DSL.
Remember when that was so fast?
Me too. My point is,
I don't want to blurt out a number because I know that when we had it, I could download literally anything, and I could give it to my neighbors, and it was all sweet.
Right.
Then they decided to cap the speed.
The files you were done right. Okay, so you live in Australia where they have a very specific internet system that is specific to Australia. It's nowhere else in the world, and you're capped because the powers that be have colluded to make your unlimited Wi-Fi. They've come up with a payment system for when you're using more than they deem necessary. So it happens here with some ISPs, and others don't do that. So here it's more of a free market system, but there it's the government of Australia commands it. So yeah, I understand what you're saying, but it's not. That's just specific to you and your country.
Well, yeah, well, true. I can't comment for there as. Yeah, you're correct. So my experience here was we had the internet. Like the speed was like unbelievable. Download whatever as quick as you want. I used to give passwords to my mates, and they would use internet everything. And then all of a sudden, they just like went boop. I'm like, the speed's not, not even.
I think this is. I think you've a bit derailed our conversation here, right, GZ?
Okay, I'll let it go.
Digital Dan, are you still there?
Kind of funny that you were talking about satellites.
I'm here. Ian.
Okay, data on a plane. Data on a plane? What do you mean?
Oh no, just because I came across a video today, and I just it's total horseshit. I'm going to post in the link for you. What it is, it literally is showing one cell phone user connecting to 3 and 4 fucking satellites in the sky, and it's done in cartoon imaging, so it's really meant to spoon-fed idiots. And I'm just trying to think, what would be the practicality of having all these satellites when you have ground towers 20 miles, 10 miles, 3 miles away from the user? Why are you going to have the logic behind it? Here, I'll send you the video anyway. I'll put it up there just to look. This is what they're.
I know
and
what the benefit is. Metro PCS used to charge $12 a month for the use of GPS satellites.
Oh yeah, so they can add it. Oh yeah, because maintenance and so forth. It's crazy too, man. Here they'll tell you, like it's so easy to see that as long as you're not willing to investigate how they can bamboozle the public. Like just with
the point was works on oxygen. That's all it needs. Radio waves, oxygen. There you have it.
Well, that's not the point. The point of this video is the use of ground towers as if they're extraterrestrial satellites, or the impression that they're the Arthur C. Clarke satellite, right? And it's just look, if you're going to transmit, the easiest transmit process is through cable.
Yes, correct.
Other than that, you can do ground tower, especially if there's only a 10-mile radius between, or a 50-mile radius between a couple of cities. You just need ground towers. You don't need any satellites, period. Nothing. Nada. So.
They did that experiment, I think, across the Atlantic Ocean. Like the largest, like a straight beam from one tower to another. A 5G thing. I need to find the actual article, the paperwork for it there, to show you guys.
Well, look, I don't know exactly how the refraction and diffraction effects are in the upper atmosphere because I don't spend enough time shooting into them. I do know that they have algorithms to smooth it out, if you will, or limit the extremities of these.
The attenuation, better. Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
The more correct term. I know surface value. I'm not into the mechanics of these, but I understand that the simplest process. Yeah, the simplest process is most profitable, especially if we're talking money. And the only purpose for satellites would be for spying and espionage. And I would refer back to the book that I read by General Hackett. It's the untold story of the Third World War, and we're in the Third World War right now. It's the
still
silent
going on right now. Yes.
Yeah. So it started in 1960. That's what the SALT Treaty is all about. And January 1st, 2021, is when the SALT Treaty expired. And they, according to that SALT Treaty between Russia and the United States, NATO, and all that stuff, it was like checks and balances for espionage, spying, and computer weaponry, I suppose, that would involve lasers and lights and all kinds of EMP stuff. And the SALT Treaty is derived at, I think it's called START Day now, or it was called START Day. And it was like SALT Treaty 1, SALT Treaty 2, and then turned into a couple other things. And now I think it's absolved. It was absolved 2021.
Yeah, they've had it going on. Just you look at what's his name, Lieberman from the Labour Code. Started a long time ago. Got most of his stuff. So they've been, even he's stated, how they were doing it. He was like one of the instigators for the World War. So I need to grab that and somehow put it. If anybody's interested, when it wants it, I can give it to them. And so, yeah, this is something that they've planned out and they've implemented, from what I know, at least a minimum 100 and something years ago. Now they're just tightening up the screws. But yeah,
it's a what do you call it? It's a lockstep, but more importantly, it's called Pompeo said it. He said it in front of everybody. He goes, "This is a live exercise, okay? It's a live exercise, everybody. Yeah. You're in the presence of a live exercise, okay?" He tells you. Mike Pompeo told the whole world it's a live exercise. And he looked at the audience and just looked at everybody. He just goes, "It's a live exercise."
And laughed. Yeah, smiled. That's it.
It's over everybody's head, right?
Yeah, I get it. I don't know if they don't want to get it. It's there to get. So it's not real if it's an exercise. If you're exercising, I don't know.
Well, I don't know yet. I'm still. It's been a year. How long does it take for some?
Well, they said 5 years is going to continue this exercise.
Yeah, 2025. Yeah.
Yeah, that's from there. So unless something changes, and then they either stop this exercising.
To answer, let's see. Yeah, to answer Mr. Flat Truth Man, I don't remember what my further questions were. I've lost my train of thought.
I'm sorry, this.
We were talking
about computers. I don't know.
We were talking about satellites, the attenuation between them and the
GPS.
Yeah, the redundancy.
Something about Wi-Fi too.
Yeah, that was part of GPS. I was showing to Digital Dan how the one proof that he gave can't be a possibility, and then he brought up satellites, and I asked him if he thought GPS were satellites. I asked him how can there be satellites with no gas pressure, and he concurred that that's not possible. So I think I made my point. I'm sure I could have elucidated a little bit better for you, Digital Dan. But what these fellows are talking about is obviously accurate. But it is objective that GPS is not satellites. It is objective that if in order for them to be satellites, there would have to be a way to contain a gas pressure without a solid barrier. So it's neither here nor there, but yeah. You understand, right, Dan?
Yeah.
Cool.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I understand.
Cool.
Anyways, actually, correct me if I'm wrong, but even if you just venture into the ground tower beginnings, they will
Loran, specifically.
They'll tell you that before they even got up and running with the satellites in the sky, they had ground towers set up first. That was
they were using terrestrial radio towers. Yes.
Yeah. So that was initially the communication in the beginning, and you can read about it clearly.
Right.
And what they did in the beginning to put on balloon satellites is
that's the thing is GPS is not reliant on balloon satellites. When things are above you, they're far too distant because of that attenuation and the inverse square law, and going through a medium, your signal will be so faint it won't be very accurate, nor will it be for very long. The handshake value needs to be more over 5 seconds in order for you to get a proper reading. That's why you can see satellites go in and out if you look at your a better readout of your GPS. And when they say satellites, they do mean satellites, but they mean terrestrial satellites from a source. Crazy. So that includes Wi-Fi, certain positioning towers that they use for dual purposes, and cell towers. So that's the whole impetus of it, is that when they say satellite, they don't mean something that's flying in the sky. They're literally saying, your MAC address on your Wi-Fi and your signal strength to it.
Well, you're just talking about transmission receiving at this point, and that's all calculated instant, and because everything is so nearby due to the ground towers.
Yeah.
Have you guys gotten the vaccine yet?
Yeah, I'm lined up. I go tomorrow. They got a new one where they slice off your toe, then they put a gel on your toe, and then they stick it back on, and you're cured.
Yeah, I'm on my 6th round.
Elijah.
I'm still a little on the fence about that one.
I wouldn't be on the fence. I wouldn't take it. If it's not going to make you deathly ill, If COVID isn't going to make you deathly ill, then why would you take something that might?
It's a good point.
It's worse than that, isn't it? It's the first time that they're injecting RNA protein into the human body, right? That's derived
mRNA,
from
which is it's going to rewrite your DNA. That's clearly what it does.
What it does is it instructs your protein of your cell, your healthy cell, to produce another replica of its cell, but having that code in it.
So what would changing your DNA entail? Like, would that effectively, like, give you autism or?
No, well, there's a specific doctor who looked at the protein that it was in. There's a specific doctor that looked at the protein in which it was instructed to make, and he said that protein, when it's induced, will stop a woman from being able to create a uterine wall that could bear life. Yeah. And he showed evidence of this in both lab rats and rabbits, that it did do this indeed, and it was a way to sterilize a population. So I'm not pushing that that's what happens, but there is some evidence.
A possibility.
Yeah, and like I said, the simplest thing is why would you take something that will make you deathly ill for something that most likely won't? It doesn't make much sense.
That's beautifully put, and I say that all the time. Something that will probably never affect you 99.997% of the time to cure 0.003.
99.7% is in an elderly population. Everybody else, it is 99.98%.
Yeah, I said 99.97, so calm, bro.
Oh, I heard 99.7. I am so sorry.
I thought like now he's just like hammering me. I heard it from.
No, I thought you said 99.7. I'm like, that's only in elderly populations.
Populations, yeah.
Wouldn't it make sense? Wouldn't it make sense to say how would it work? They have to take a protein out of another body, right? And then they have to instruct it with, or add an instruction to it. Sorry, which is like an outer shell, right? Or something inside the outer shell that attaches it to the protein. I don't know what that is. I can't remember the name of it.
It is recombinant. It is recombinant DNA. When your cell splits its DNA in order to do the work it's supposed to do, it will go in there and it will attach itself to the split DNA and re-instruct it.
Oh, come on, guys. You don't want to be a genetically modified organism? What are you afraid? Somebody's going to try to own you?
I have a
Hold on.
Two questions.
Just real quick. You afraid somebody's going to try to own you? Because you can't own something unless it's genetically modified, right?
Yeah,
that's true.
I've got the details. Oh, Hank, I've got the details for that for you if you like.
Please send it. Sorry for interrupting.
No, one more thing, sorry, bro. One more thing, sorry, and I'll shut up. You know, with the, as you were explaining, how it works, what it will do is, as far as I got it, because these people claim to have the code for the DNA and but they don't really have squat. What they do is try to damage a specific cell to make an induced reaction. So
if we look at the evidence, if we look at the evidence that this doctor gave us, it's clear that they're trying to sterilize a certain percentage of the population.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. People think like DNA changing, like your mutates and da. No, they're targeting something specifically. Yeah, that's what I wanted to elucidate.
Going to be like sexually transmittable, number one, think, and
well, when you have, okay, go on. what's two?
Maybe this will have like ramifications on like the children you have, if you can have them, like, you know.
Okay, so it is genetically transferable through your offspring. The only DNA transferred during sex is from the man to the woman. Now, a part of that DNA does rewrite her DNA somewhat, and a part of your bacteria does rewrite her bacteria somewhat. But I don't know if it's sexually transmittable. But a birth is a sexually mutation, or it's transmitting something, right? So in that aspect, it is sexually transmittable to your offspring. But whether or not it can be transmitted from recipient to non-recipient, I think that's yet to be shown.
They're waiting for the results.
Yeah, I'm sure their fingers are fucking crossed.
So let me get this straight. If I'm using my ramrod to load a black powder gun, you don't think any black powder is going to get in my ramrod?
No, it will. But will it turn your ramrod into black powder? Gotcha.
No, but it might take some with it, right?
I got you, Hank.
Depends on how hard he rams his rod.
Here we are. The fallacy argument. The fallacy.
The fallacy. The phallic fallacy.
That's the one. Oh gosh. Yeah, if you want, I'll just have a bit of difficult time doing these things. But if you like, I'll send you the document too. When I send it to Hank and to you, if you want.
Okay, cool.
How the actual process is going to work for people to own people.
Yeah, I've seen this show Utopia. I'm pretty clear on how it works.
It's a phallicy. Get it? Phallicy.
Isn't that their whole thing? Isn't it all about the what's that thing that's supposedly a whole bunch of inches that equals 666 feet, and the Washington D.C. the
Washington phallic. Yes.
Yeah.
The Washington Monument is 666 feet from the base below ground to the top.
Funny how I got to ask. I actually haven't asked this question really before. Do you guys mind me asking all of you this one question? Just getting each individual's response.
Oh yeah, just real quick for clarification. The Washington Monument isn't necessarily a phallic symbol. It's a symbol pointing to what they believe to be the one true God, which is the sun god.
Yes and no. It's sitting in between a Vesica Pisces, which looks the opposite of a phallic symbol.
Right, I get that, but it's not necessarily all obelisks aren't necessarily a phallic symbol. They're intended to point to the one true God that they believe is the one true God, which is the sun god.
If they even built those monuments,
right? Hey, there's no evidence of that, honestly.
Were you guys in the text the other night when those two dudes came in here? And I was like asking them, like, are you sun worshippers? I don't know if you guys saw that.
Was not here.
So the number 666 turns up quite a bit. Like the apparent velocity around the sun in its orbital path is like 66,600 miles an hour.
The tilt axis.
Oh yeah. The tilt axis. But yeah, that was the thing that pushed me over the edge.
Well, here's the thing.
Yeah, I was on the fence, but then I realized I put all the 666s together. Realized the tilt was upside down and reversed. I was like, holy shit!
Oddly enough,
you just don't want to
actually. I bought Tesla shares at $666 a share today. And then as soon as I did that, the tornado alarm started going off in my neighborhood. It was like the weirdest thing ever. It's coincidental, but like that was still
Yeah, don't.
Dude, that's definitely supernatural. No coincidence.
You speak his name and he shall appear. But I mean that's kind of maybe the tornado warnings just needed a battery replaced, like Elijah's fire alarm.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, I know it was like purely coincidental, but like that was still like, whoa. Like, did I just cause the apocalypse?
This guy sounds like a coincidence theorist.
Yeah. I don't do coincidences.
In particular, though, when you dig like 1 foot, 1 mile away is 0.666 feet, right? If you look at all these things in the math, you have to wonder, well, why are they deriving from it? Because it is true that at 1 foot, 1 mile away, that would be 0.666 feet, right?
Cool.
Right.
It's just
correlation theorist.
Yeah, so what happens is, I guess, at this present moment, when you have a circumference of a ball that's based on your vision, you're going into the optics of it. So when Eratosthenes did the measurement of the sun, technically, if you break that down, that's going to be 3 miles, right? Roughly, if you break down that.
At sea level, yeah.
Overall, 3. Well, just the math in general. If you're trying to measure if the theory of Eratosthenes, the story, gives you that circumference, well, that circumference breaks down to 3 miles. But that's the whole point: is that the 3 miles is created by the optics of your eye, and they turned it into a ball, right? That's the whole, the whole concept of it. Essentially, it's just funny though that particular. Hold on, let me finish, please. That particular interpretation of the optics has a lot of 666 in it. The tilt of the axis where Polaris is, that's based on perspective. The apparent joining of the sky and ground is your personal field of view and your angular limit to that object based on your height.
Right. So, let me point out really quick that Eratosthenes didn't have empirical measurements. Or imperial measurements. Go on.
No, I know that. That's what I'm saying. So for instance, look, okay, so the math works both ways, right? For just like it works in demonstration, where if you take 2 sticks and you curve the ground, versus on a flat plane with 2 sticks, right?
Yeah,
you can get the same effect that way, and you can also do it with the math. For instance, when you're, let's say you can I finish?
I don't know.
Just say.
Go ahead.
Well, I know it sounds like you're going to interrupt me, right?
I stopped as soon as you continued talking.
So, according to the supposition that Eratosthenes was 500 miles away from apparent position where he knew that at solar noon, there'd be no shadows, and he would be measuring the angle to the sun from that position and come up with a 7.2 degree angle. When you do that basic calculation, you end up with a 3,957 mile sun.
Right.
Up in the sky.
As long as you don't add radius, yeah.
Right. You don't need it. That's just basic trigonometry. The sun's 3,957. Now, if you just invert that triangle, throw a circle over it, now all of a sudden you got drop. Now, what you have to do to make it work is you have to ignore the diverging light that we see, and then assume that light's coming in parallel to get your 7.2 degree angle. So it's just really easy to see the inversion, if you will.
Yeah. Yeah. And my point in pointing out that that Eratosthenes didn't have imperial measurements is because that's not the way they measured things. They measured things in cubits or whatever. But in order for that math to work out so beautifully and so derangedly to invoke the number of the beast in every one of their calculations, they would have to have had imperial at the time, which points more to a date of, 1500 to 1600 AD.
Well, actually, it's funny because you're right, because around 1300, there were still teachings of flat Earth. It started to change 14, 15, then 16. They got really right into it. And then, of course, still at 18, you're still battling it. Fully came into effect, I think, 1945, really. 1945, World War II. And then boom, you got 70 years of space programming.
Right. Yeah, that's correct. They were still teaching it in schools, flat Earth in schools, up until the early 1900s.
So we know places like. Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. Go.
Yeah, I was just going to say, we know places like Iran tried to stay on the fence. They tried to stay neutral, but they were forced into the war anyway. I'm kind of wondering if, the World War II hypothetical here, what if they were trying to stamp out like the flat Earth states? Because it doesn't really make any sense for the whole world to go to war over Franz Ferdinand, right? It does make sense that
it was. You're right. It's to hide something else. I'm almost positive it's to hide ancient structures and buildings that don't fit the narrative. I think most war is to bomb out places that don't quite fit, if that makes sense.
And, yeah, I know.
And to put a finer point on that, the thing that they accomplished by starting World War I was the first introduction of a global governance. In order to create a globe, they had to control the globe. So that was the League of Nations, exactly. So that was the whole push, was for the League of Nations. And that was global governance, period. It wasn't governance as we know it, but a worldwide governance pushing a globe.
The precursor to the UN. That's why I love when people say, well, not all the countries could be in on something. Have you ever heard of the United Nations? Well,
Yeah, what I was going to say before was
damn,
the whole thing where these people apparently have all these numbers before, and even though they're fake people, just get some proper documents, but they didn't have numbers till like the 6th century. So they were developing this language of effery to F with people, while in the meantime damaging the language that we actually speak, and then passing it, syntaxing it in the 1500s, making Old English, Old German, whatever, redundant, and introducing this stuff.
You know the word hello? Can you tell me
the word hello?
Hello.
Oh, I know you do, but check it out. That was they were trying to figure out when they invented the phone, that they were trying to figure out the first word to say. And that was the first word they came up with. But if you look at the syntax of it, how does it break it down for me? Or the
actually, halo.
Halo? No, it's not halo.
Hell-O.
So break it down. Why would they come up with hell? Oh.
Hello.
Hell is not. Oh, if we're going to get into this, hell doesn't even come on the scene. Doesn't exist.
So you talk about spellbinding, right? And you tell about spellbinding people, right? You tell about putting words forward secretly that they say they don't know. It's what you do, right? It's like how you keep a slave, you hide shit in books, right? The thing is...
I spent 24 hours by the yesterday with no sleep explaining intricate things. If anybody heard, if anybody can back me up. Yeah, if not, doesn't matter. But I know how the thing works. Continue.
Anyway, hello is quite an interesting word for a greeting.
What's the etymon on it?
Well, I can't. I have to go back and this is years ago that I came across this, but I do know they struggled for a word to come up with it, and they came up with hello.
Yeah,
weren't they saying like ahoy hoy?
Nope.
At first. No.
Oh, that way I don't know about that. No. As far as like the greeting goes, I don't. They probably had various things, various things, but hello is quite interesting because if you look, it's the first ether. It's the first ether of the world. Like we have Ethernet now with our computers, but that was the first ether. Like essentially its own entity. And we called it hello. Hello.
Hello world.
So
no, we're saying hello to, we're saying, hey, to the fucking entity in the cable line. You call it new technology, but it's also an entity there. It's an entity transferring ones and zeros and bits and things and information and energy to one point to another, right?
I think we should change it to inside of computers.
Everything is
maybe
all the stuff.
What?
Unless you design something, whatever it is, you have to put certain signs and symbols, and they affect people. And the space, whatever is around you, is not empty. It's filled. Ether. The word ether is transmuted after to air. Before it was ether. It was just scribed differently. So air and ether are the same.
So there's no entities in my computer, right?
You've got signs and symbols.
Like on the keyboard?
We should change it to yellow, right? Ring, ring, yellow. Oh. Yellow.
Hello just means the halo, like you would see on a fresco of Jesus, the thing around him. But they've made it a negative thing. So people get scared of it.
To Jello. Jello sounds cooler, right? That sounds like Jello.
Hey man, I'm just talking about coming across that little tidbit of history where they're really trying to determine how to greet each other, and they came up with hell. Oh, okay, all right.
And then there's how, right? You put up your hand to show me that you have 5 fingers and not 6.
Well, all I know is when you put hell in a sentence and then O at the end of it, there has to be something interesting behind it.
Have a look at the etymology, bro.
Yeah, that's why we wave our hands, because if you have 6 fingers, then you're not human, right?
I don't know. 6 fingers. Six fingers isn't human.
Like giants. That's where the how comes from, where you put your hand up and show your 5 fingers. That's where that comes from. Native Americans.
I have no idea.
It's a cool story.
Oh, the how.
Show me your fingers.
Yeah, the
how. Show me your fingers. Yeah.
Well, I was talking about hello.
They're giants. Oh, greetings, right? Greetings.
Oh yeah, for greetings. You know what's funny? A lot of cheersing, like we take for granted nowadays. Back in the day when you traveled, you cheers for the purpose of preventing yourself from getting fucking poisoned and robbed. So anytime you went to a pub or traveled anywhere, anytime you cheers to anybody, you made sure that you'd spill your drink into theirs, and they'd spill your drink into yours, and you drink together, right? Interesting how you had these little.
Good thing we don't do that now during COVID.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. We got maybe like what?
That's true.
If they keep locking you down and locking it down, dude, it's just going to be Venezuela. It's going to get bad.
Hello.
Look up etymology, Bong.
It's when I think of it now, I don't say hello. I try not to say hello now.
Hello. I say howdy.
Something to do with Halloween, right?
And then
holla. Yeah. Is an alteration of hallow. It's HALLO. Itself an alteration of holla, HOLLA. Hollow, HOLLO, a shout to attract attention, which seems to go back at least to late 14th century. To shout in the chase. Emphatic imperative. Used especially in hailing a ferryman, right? Or a cab, right? The multiplicity of forms is bewildering. I'll post the link.
No,
interesting.
When you keep digging into words, it is very interesting. What other common English words do you know that are spellbinding?
All of
morning, good morning, good morning. Like
one of the best.
That's what is that cognitive dissonance statement? Good morning. You're mourning over the good morning.
How can you?
Or
Grand Rising.
Ionosphere.
From the word mourn.
I truly
MORN. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I think our language actually.
Sorry, go ahead. I can't stand when people say you've made it one more lap around the sun. Oh.
Happy birthday.
Another lap around the sun, right? Another dollar.
Does the sun rotate around us?
Well, that's what you see when you look up.
Well, if I was a mathematician, and I was studying the phenomenon above us, and I would to map out its path and create a calculation for it, and then I found out through my calculation that for the Earth to do what it would do, it would have to speed up and slow down. And then as I was doing my calculation, I'd be like, well, I don't feel any of the speed up and speeding down shit. My calculations must be wrong. That's what I would have done.
Yeah.
Instead, I presented my calculations to the layman, and I said, hey, look at my fancy circle. Look at this elliptical circle. You see these 2 points here? I'm going to time this point. I'm going to call it a function of time. And it's going to, don't worry, we don't have to calculate any physics of the speeding up and slowing down of Earth along the path around the sun, because my math says, look, it's called a function of time. Brilliant. It's fantastic. It's like the best wizardry I've ever seen. Kepler's planetary, Kepler's, it's too funny, man.
They look at you like you knew what you were talking about. Like, wow.
No, like, at the end of the day, when you just look at how it's laid out, it's in the Euclidean format with an ecliptic circle put over it, and then it's calculated with two right triangles to calculate this true anomaly, and then that's supposed to be the the correct I guess
expression.
It's just so comical.
Mathematical expression of
the movement, right?
Theory.
It's the movement, the true movement, and the apparent movement. Again, it's like, or what do they call it? The true Earth and the oh man, I can't remember now. I got to go back and read it.
The apparent Earth.
Yeah, something like that. It calls it something else, but I think he does. Anyway. But it's just that's what it is. And then if you're sitting there calculating something out, and then you introduce a result based, or a description based on that result, or based on the phenomenon, you produce a result, and then that result makes you think, well, the Earth is rotating and spinning, and as it goes through its process, there's no other. There's no way to verify your math. You're not observing it in reality, right? So it's just really, really interesting how it's been taken on as realities to some people when it's just a philosophy of a phenomenon, and then a quantified formula based on that phenomenon. It's just very funny. That's all. It's good to learn. I urge anybody to research Kepler and learn, the true anomaly.
It's an old model, isn't it? The atom, isn't that the same model of the heliocentric model, anyways, where they got the idea?
Kepler's.
Hey, I'm going to the drive-thru.
Yeah,
do you guys want anything?
Oh, I'd go for a milkshake.
I want a shake. Milkshake, please. Chocolate.
Shit, I'm at Taco
Bell.
I want a Coke.
Yeah, so like
I miss Taco Bell.
So you guys familiar with the equation of time?
No.
So basically, the equation of time would be pertinent to Kepler's, like the result of Kepler's equations would highlight the equation of time. And equation of time is, and what man has done is basically used clock time to measure against the movement of the sun. And that's essentially what you do in every model. Always positions the Earth at the center and then puts the sun on the ecliptic. And then reverses it. Then you reverse it, right? You study the motions of the sun first, and then you reverse it as it's the Earth moving. And it shows you, even in Kepler's calculations, what they do. I'm just trying to find here what I wrote down.
I just put in the live stream voice text.
Well, it's in my book that I'm working on. Anyway, it's just really interesting how, if you want to come up with a mathematical representation of what you're observing, it could be easily saying, okay, well, we know this isn't true because of A, and A would be contradictory to your equation, which is B. B is saying that through the process of the movement around the sun, Earth changes all these different velocities, right? So you're like, well, where do I see evidence for the different velocities? Your supposition is an orbit. Your supposition is this elliptical path, and nothing is like all these calculations fundamentally are from the sun rising at these ecliptical points and taking a path between its summer solstice and summer winter, right? And it has these different positions. But at the end of the day, when it's rising to each observer, they're not calculating. They're a tiny little fucktard, and the sky and ground is really appearing to converge. The sky and ground is appearing to converge at that point. So they're not even calculating refraction and perspective at all in any of these observations, right? At least when I'm looking at the path of the sun and how it rises in a disk. Because that's what it will appear like if you put yourself on a fucking cylinder and look at objects like you're living on a cylinder. And that's what all this math looks like to me, is like everybody just thought they lived on a fucking cylinder. And we're going to calculate how it's like on a cylinder.
It's mentally retarded.
If you're running a race and you pass the person in second place, which place in the race are you in?
Second place?
First.
Yep. No, second.
You pass the second, get into second.
Yeah.
Someone told me third place when I asked that to them. I thought it was pretty funny.
Oh.
Wait a minute.
I said.
Can you go?
Now you're second.
You subtracted.
I'm sorry.
Wow.
I haven't been in a race in a while. My bad.
Tom. Hold on. Hank want to say something. Hank's coming in a little low.
I'm really sorry. So
it is a good question, though.
Flat Earth just said they're trying to map out the Earth like that because my Southern Star Trails theory has to do with the Earth being like there's a corridor to the north and we're not allowed to go there, and there's another corridor to the south and we're not allowed to go there either. So what do you mean mapping out the Earth like a cylinder? What does that mean? Whoever said that.
That's the point of convergence, brother.
Being in a cylinder kind of just sounds depressing, to be honest.
Yeah, but somebody was just talking about,
that was Data. Yeah. Data on the plane. So
a can of beans.
Yeah, Data, you there?
Data on the plane.
Data.
What's going on?
He's probably unmuting.
What's happening?
Data, can you hear me?
Hello?
I can now.
What were you talking about when you said they mapped out the Earth like it's a cylinder? What does that mean?
Well, you just look at how Kepler, like any of them, when they look at the position of where they are, they're at the center of a geometric center, and everything is revolving around them to their perspective point of view, which, if you look, is only 3 to 4 miles away. So if you're looking at 3, 4, 5 miles away in all directions, you're like analyzing your information like you're on a cylinder.
I
Do you understand?
NASA for,
Yeah, because the Northern Star will stick out.
But do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay, sure.
No, the other guy asking.
Oh,
that was Hank.
So you said they were hijacking perspective when it comes to, the shape of the Earth and the boats going over the Earth. Is it possible that they're hijacking the cylinder shape from something else?
No, because the cylinder is your perspective, right? The apparent junction and all that's just the way it looks. So if you were to draw an ecliptic plane and then draw the ecliptic, right? So you had your plane, your equatorial plane, pardon me, and then you had your ecliptic. You would be looking at that position circle based on the observer's distance to all those angles are based on the observer's distance to his eyesight. So if you look, it's only an extremely short distance. So what is it? Obviously it's not a big, tall cylinder. I'm just saying it could be it's just a cylinder. You're not doing a plane. You're doing a cylinder, a plain cylinder, but it's not a ball because, like, if you just look at the drawings, just go look at the drawings. It's just literally, it's literally the observer's perspective, and it's on a cylinder.
It's to highlight the Northern Star in those schools. The Northern Star is master. Then so-called Jesus is next to him, and prophets and whatnot. Yeah.
Well, the Northern Star is lights. The Northern Star is relative to the north because of the Northern Star. When you get south, there's other.
Sorry, I meant Polaris, bro. My bad.
Yeah.
I misspoke. I'm sorry, bro.
Polaris is specific because of its stability, right? And that stability is really localized to that north mainly. It gets more difficult apparently with these converging magnetic lines, and meaning I guess when you travel in the south, there's a big discrepancy in miles. I guess there is a difference between miles and nautical mile anyway, but I think a lot of people, when they go and look at the differences, they're not understanding the translation between nautical mile and mile. Maybe, I don't know. But
it's one of the same. That's why I said air, ether, whatever. It's just a different density. Yeah. So even when they fly planes, what measurement do they use? What is it?
When they fly? What do you mean?
So
what measurement?
How do they calculate? How do they calculate how fast they fly?
Well, they usually have a thing on their wings that pick up a.
But what is it called?
Oh, I can't remember right now. I don't know.
So you know when you drive, it's you guys have miles. For cars in America, we have kilometers. What is it for?
Speedometers.
Oh, it's still. What do you mean?
The wind.
Your airspeed?
No.
Yeah.
It's tires on the road. Odometer.
It's called nautical miles.
RPM.
It's called a tacho. No.
RPM.
No.
It's got nothing to do with how fast
kilometers per hour. Yeah. When you're up in an aeroplane, how would you? Wow, I'm losing words. I can't believe.
Well,
using Hall sensors
tubes, dude.
What he's trying to say. What he's trying to say is, how do you calculate ground speed when you're in the air?
No, he's not saying that.
Yes, he is.
It's got nothing to do. No. It's got nothing to do with speed.
Trying to say what he's trying to say because he.
I know what he's trying to say.
Holy fuck! Will you stop interrupting?
Just calm down.
I'm not interrupting. You relax.
In the floor usually calls miles, and they call it kilometers. So what is he trying to ask? Well,
he's asking. He's not asking about speed.
Good night.
He's not asking about speed. He's saying, how do you measure the distance Hot mic, dude. Hot mic, dude.
It's 11 o'clock. Stop. Good night.
So yeah, what's this like when you calculate?
Alrighty then.
It's
trying to
nautical.
measure.
Yeah, I'm gonna. So you use nautical. Why does that? Yeah. Why does the aeroplane need to use the word nautical?
It's not a boat. I don't
exactly
really know.
right, but they use it. These people aren't dumb. They don't use these things for shits and giggles.
Iggs, rather than asking him
Does anybody
questions,
get
just tell him.
Yeah.
They're just tubes on the wings, aren't
I
they?
don't want. Yeah. Okay.
Just air tubes.
Just tell them, Iggs. They don't.
Okay.
They don't
all right.
get it.
All right. So, yeah. All right. So, I said before, ether, same. You just change the way that you describe it. I just put what hello means. Yeah. Now I'm telling you, in the air they use nautical miles as if they were on the ocean or under the ocean. Why would you use that?
Because you're
it's
most
illogical.
Likely.
It kind of makes me feel illogical? Unsafe, to be honest.
Is it illogical to do that? You mean what?
It is illogical to do that.
Yeah, to use a measurement.
Well, this is what I'm saying.
When you're up in the plane.
This is what I'm saying. When you read about certain stuff, there's like some confusion between miles and nautical miles. Like when it comes to land distances, is what I meant. Yeah, okay, go ahead. That's what the literature says anyway. Like hundreds of years ago.
Yeah, I've been on this trail for full time over 10 years, and I've been around some people. So I'm trying to just tell you like outright. I tried to give clues so I don't seem like assertive. Oh, I know this, or I know that. But you've got nautical miles in the air. Something that is used for on the sea and under the sea. I personally would not use that term for something that apparently is in the air. That's irrelevant to the sea and under the sea.
Previous point there, that honestly kind of makes me feel unsafe because to me it sounds like they're suggesting like this plane belongs in the ocean, or maybe I'm misinterpreting here, but
it's sort of.
Yeah. But there's no difference between traveling on land and traveling at sea or traveling in the air. There's no difference. A mile is a mile. That's it. It's not hard to understand.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, this is what I find in the literature is that they seem to make it confusing in there when they go to measure land masses in between each other. There seems to be some discrepancy with the ball because I guess when people are logging data, they get, I guess, mixed in translation between nautical mile and mile. And then you tell me that in aircrafts for airspeed, they use knots, right?
Yeah.
So I wonder...
Everything is about some sort of fluidity, I'm trying to tell people.
Yeah. It makes sense, right? I was just going to think because...
You get me?
Yeah. Well, I was just trying to think those tubes, to calculate your speed. They have them usually on the wings, little air tubes or whatever. Or maybe that might be the... I wonder if they if it's more dense or less dense, what it does to the to your airspeed, right? Do you know what I mean? Because it's the plane obviously is affected between updraft and colder air, warmer air, and so forth, right? So I wonder.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's really fascinating. Yeah, all this.
It's one of these things that I tend to throw it out there. Sometimes I feel like a fool. I don't know, but I say most of the people here are very, very intellectual, intelligent. Some are even greater than that. I'm not trying to put anybody up or down, but when there's no like flat earthers here. We have to. It's just a suggestion. We have to. Just a suggestion that we think about these things. Maybe do some things if somebody comes up with an idea for a test or something or other. But at least think about these things because they're there for a reason, and there's certain mechanics to certain things that we don't know about that are there. They can be accessed.
Yeah. It was an early argument, Iggs, that if you're travelling with the revolution of the Earth as it turns, you'd reach your destinations quicker. And then if you were going against the revolution of the Earth, it would take longer. That was one of the first initial arguments.
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct, because you're going...
Do you know what
you're going against the flow.
Do you know what I came across recently and blew me away? I've been researching perspective and Rayleigh criteria analysis for a while now, a couple of years, and I come across this one easy explanation. It's called the perspective point, and basically the calculation is that half an inch times 3,000 will get you the perspective point, which is 125 feet. So essentially, if you take the diameter of any object and times it by 3,000, whatever it is, so let's say you have a 6-foot object, you times it by 3,000, you'll get 18,000 feet. Well, if you divide that by 5,280, you'll get 3.4 miles. So that's a perspective point.
That's a significant number.
Yeah. So
34.
I came across... What's 34?
That's a significant number. Flip it around. 43 means something. Just like 23.
Well, it's 3,000, right? 3,000 is the number. So this is a simple... I don't know if you understand what I mean. So there's an actual calculation for perspective point. So you can take any object. Okay. Yeah, you can take any object, right? And as long as you know its size, just times it by 3,000. And it seems to work for the most part. And it really highlights the practical and obvious perspective argument of vision. Now, with the upper skies being concentrated with fluid, you can take it says that if you take a 1 kilometer cloud, because the average cumulus nimbus cloud is 1 kilometer wide. If you times that by 3,000, that's 3,000 kilometers. So technically, that cloud could go all the way from your vision to disappear into the perspective point at 3,000 miles. That particular cloud at 1 kilometer wide, right? This is the basic math of what it's saying to you. So I just find it quite interesting that even the perspective point for a 6-foot observer. For a 6-foot observer to be completely disappeared would require 3 miles distance. So again, it's all relative to that concept that distance away is due to Earth curve, when indeed it's a perspective point.
It's mostly all the time due to that, because I'll speak from me, yeah. I've got a rare eye condition, which is beautiful. I was born with it, yeah. So I've got one eye's long-sighted, one eye short-sighted. I've got strabism, stigmatism, and I've got cylindric vision. So my eyes, both of them, do not focus in on the thing like everybody else. It's really weird. I used to dislike it, but for some reasons, other senses got better and all the rest of it. But there's a thing that I do that helps me out with like other stuff because my eyesight is cacked. When I read, I read a lot. I have to hold the book almost to my face, literally. And then if something's far away, the other eye kicks in. So for me, I can understand what you're saying. Maybe one day I'll be able to experience it. You know what I mean?
Well, if you're looking at a close object, right? Well, basically, are you talking about the muscles in your eye not being able to change the contact, the shape of your eye?
So it's the muscles. It's a retina, like the retina, and one side's long-sighted, one side short-sighted. So it's hard to gauge, like, you know, the depth of the distance and stuff. And I used to play professional sports, and people they're half blind. So it's kind of like a sort of, I don't know, a gift and a curse in the same time, if you get what I mean.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, man. I think that it might be best understood with the idea that if you take two circles on a piece of paper, and the two circles had a certain size to it. In this case, let's imagine we had, like, you know, 2 1-inch circles. Eventually, those two circles will appear to go into a point. They don't actually go into a point, but they'll appear to, and that's basically your perspective point. So however far away that happens to your eye, or whatever comes first, if it blurs first, that's basically going to be your perspective point. In the case, you know, in your case, it's unique because it's relative to how your eye muscle works with the shape of your eye, making your near and far focus happen, right? Far-sighted happen. Yeah. So that's shitty, but that's all I came across with the formula. That I think it was a buddy who was trying to. It was a doctor, Dr. A. Wilford Hall. I think that's what his name is. Dr. A. Wilford Hall.
Wilford Hall, yeah, sounds familiar.
He's the one who gave me the 3,000 times whatever size will give you the maximum vanishing point.
There's a different way to explain it in film. It's basically called depth of field.
Well, yeah, that's another way too.
That's actually the scientific visual terminology.
I do have a question.
Digital data.
Hey, how's it going, man? That wasn't my question. Gravity. What I'm thinking, like, is it real, or is it that, like, since we're less dense than air, the air, since it's, like, you know, rising, so kind of like it's pushing us down because, like, we're...
No, it's not that it's pushing us down. We're heavier than it. That's why we float.
Yeah, we're more dense than the air, so we go down.
We sink in the air.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gravity is just specific gravity.
So, like, heavier density things are going to be below the lighter density things.
Oh. It literally comes from the Latin, means an object with that's heavier.
Yeah, so relative density.
Yeah, I don't think I phrased that correctly, but that's essentially what I was wondering there.
What would happen if you turn the gravity off?
Well, I mean, is the gravity the fact that we're more dense than air, so we start going down, or are you implying that, like, gravity is a completely different thing besides the fact that we're, you know, more dense than air?
Well, just take it out of the equation.
Well, according to Einstein, everything.
Hang on a sec.
Yeah, he's got a good point there.
So just take it out of the equation. Like, how does your life change? Anything you do. Like when you pick something up, if you're walking, how does taking gravity out of the equation change your life?
Yeah, there's certain things you can pick up in the water.
Based off of my understanding, I would probably be, like, floating assuming my previous assumption was incorrect.
Excellent. So if you take gravity out of the equation in your concept of reality, you're going to then float up into space, right? Because without it, like that's what's keeping you on Earth. That's what keeps you pulled to the ground, right? That's what they told us. Right? Yeah. So when you remove it from the equation, what you see is nothing changes.
Because the air is like, right?
Well, I think the biggest mental block for people is they see themselves on the planet, and they've been told all these stories about it. But if you just you kind of have to imagine it first. But if you see yourself on a horizontal plane, there's nowhere to fall. Like, you're already on the ground. All you can do is fall to the ground. You're already here. You've already touched down.
You don't need to click. Yeah, nothing to cling on.
You're not gonna float off because you're not.
It's not Star Wars. It's not Star Wars. You're not a Klingon, so you're sweet.
But I'm with you. It is strange at first. Like, it took me a long time to, it's almost like I had to take the globe out of my brain and hold it in my hand and look at it, and then start to reassess the whole thing. That's not an easy thing to do at first.
It's not. Like, you've been told these things your entire life, and like, all of a sudden, like, you open the third eye, and just like wake up. I haven't quite gotten there yet, but like, I will. You just give me some time. Be prepared. Oh, I'm ready.
It's for. I mean, I can't talk for everybody, but it can be very grounding. It's sort of like
realizing
what you did there.
Literally,
very grounding.
So one thing I just wanted to mention to Digital Dan is like the circular nature of the concept, like the conception of the idea that like gravity and the ball itself have. So it's like you're on a ball because gravity exists because you're on a ball, right? But neither of those things have been independently proven. They're like it's almost like they're two corpses in rigor mortis, kind of holding each other up, but neither of them are alive. They're both like dead proofs. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Well put. Two corpses in rigor mortis. I like that. Let's go. I think you can.
Yeah, I can't claim credit.
Plug that one in a rap line.
Sorry, go on.
I knew it sounded like a rap line or something.
Yeah, no, I stole that particular phrase from a British journalist, but I thought it was really good and kind of describes this well. So,
yeah, good on you. Those guys don't do anything. So, if they string a couple of words together, take it.
I know this is one of the rare journalists that he's deeply unpopular with journalism as a profession. So, he must be saying something that's true, right?
Yeah, cool. Oh, that's good. Sorry, my assumption. My bad. But
yeah, the civilian journalists are like just as good as the CIA puppeting journalists are bad.
Oh, I would say in cases a lot better. A lot better. They know how to look into things, and they go into it with the incentive is to bring light to something, not a paycheck, go home, open shut door, or get told what to do, or climb a ladder. If that makes sense, And if they really want to, Sorry, bro.
Oh, I said I'm vibing with what you're saying here.
Yeah. So once if when they get really good at it, that's when just hopefully this movement will take off even more. But there's a bit of support from somewhere. You know what I mean? Bit of a lift up. Always somebody. We should keep on lifting each other up so we can, keep on going.
Like digital Dan. Like, do you live in a city?
Do I live in a city?
Yeah, or near one? Have you ever been to a city?
Yeah, of course.
Like when you look at skyscrapers, they're vertical, just like vertical columns, and they're built to the horizontal. Once you get that, you break the globe in half.
Wait a minute. So
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm not sure.
Buildings.
So, like, if you look just as an observer at a skyscraper from the ground to the top of that building, you'll see a vertical column. That's basically a plumb bob, vertical.
Correct.
The ground where the bottom of the building is the horizontal. So it's like a vertical axis meets with a horizontal axis. And once you see it, it's like you come into reality as it is. It's like you just break the globe in half.
Is it because the bottom of the building has to be like flat horizontal? I'm just trying to keep up.
It has to be level. Must.
I did actually.
That's why you use a plumb.
I did lose you at the plumb bob.
Okay, well I'll try. I was trying to keep it simple.
I'm not understanding the terminology. There is my
okay. Well, that's why I was trying to keep it simple. The skyscraper is vertical. It's built from the ground up its levels, straight up into the sky. It's straight, right? To the top of the building. And when you come back down to the ground, what you're building on is a horizontal plane. You could do it with a pen and a piece of paper if you've got a table, and you just put the pen upright and connect it to the paper. It's just, you've got a horizontal plane and a vertical axis. It's really just as simple as that. You can...
Well, I mean, I guess like when they're constructing the building, wouldn't they like move the dirt around to make like a flat square to build the building upon? Just like a general foundation?
I have seen that.
That's essential.
Like, because I mean, a lot of places are hilly and stuff. I mean, there's a bunch of hills and things everywhere. Things got to be super level.
Yeah.
They must do that. It's a must.
I've seen that.
Yeah, you need the solid foundation, right?
Yeah. Continue. Sorry, bro.
And it's all engineers like back to antiquity knew this.
Yep.
Pyramids are still standing. If you believe in that.
There's still people that know how to do it. Some of them don't do it. Some of them are in the club and aren't allowed to do it.
Can we talk about
the people lost the ability to... Sorry?
Oh, I didn't mean to interrupt you there, but I was just wondering. Can we talk about the pyramids for a second? Did we build that?
It's a good question. It's a good question.
Yes.
We did. Okay.
I don't think
those rocks are really heavy, but then again, I mean, they did have a lot of time and not a lot of things to do. So human ingenuity,
Yeah, Yeah.
It's possible.
It says they were people 30, 40, 50 feet tall as well. Maybe they did it. Wouldn't be such a monumental feat for them.
Because like outside Washington DC, Digital Dan, there's a huge plain of water, and up the other end of it, it's like this like an obelisk, I think they call it. So there's your vertical column and your horizontal plane. It's like it's in your face. It's like they're showing you how reality is, how it works.
Uh-huh.
But people miss it. It's the same with the Taj Mahal. It's this huge plain of water out the front.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, nobody takes account for curvature. Nobody.
Or the RPS.
I have to step away for a brief moment. I'll be right back.
Sure. The Earth.
Roger, you know?
Yeah.
They did my head in today with Fata Morgana, bro.
Oh?
I told you. Remember?
Yeah.
Yeah. Today, everybody that came in had to mention it. It's going to become, I think it's going to become I'm fairly sure it's going to become the next thing. Yeah, calling us loonies and crazies.
Right.
So, yeah, that's what it means. It means that you're imagining it. It's not even a mirage due to atmospheric pressure from your bumhole or Uranus, whatever, you know?
It's only your mind, right?
Yeah, it's like that. Exactly, bro, you know? Oh. Were you here yesterday when I was blabbering on? Did you listen to me blabber on about the ship?
No.
So the me cutting out, or I think it's me.
I'm driving, so maybe it's me.
Okay. Yeah, no. Did you hear much? You're like, oh, f him. He's started again yammering.
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
I think I didn't hear it. No.
Yeah, no. I went on to just explain a few things, but it was pretty funny. Kept on going. It's more than it seems. Have you heard anything more about it?
About the ship?
Or yeah.
I think it's still stuck.
But nothing new. They've just left it at, it's stuck. 50 ships behind every day stuck. That's it. Forget about it.
Well, they are trying to break it loose, right? But it's a big ship.
They could tilt the shuttle. That's not the problem. To be able to harvest, you need to be a certain amount of time needs to go past. So they'll take their time.
I think, yeah, sure.
Like they can't get a few big planes.
I have arrived.
Digital Dan. Hey, Digital
thanks.
Dan, do you know anything about computers?
Yeah, know a little bit, enough to get by.
Nice.
I
just
actually
the name Digital Dan,
You're on to me. Yeah, I'm a computer programmer. I just try to act all, humble and whatnot, but
What do you write?
Python. I'm a full stack developer, so I can do like anything when it comes to web development, server side database management, I can write like front end applications or web apps as they call it, that sort of thing. But yeah, I've been getting into a little bit of robotics lately. Like I'm not gonna brag and say like I know what I'm doing there, but I'm trying to figure it out. And yeah.
Cool.
Thank you.
I bet Roger's like full C++, like from start to scratch. That's what Roger is. He's looking at me through my telephone. He's like, yeah, you fucking Aussie bastard. While he's driving the car.
Oh man, I can't relate. I have a few friends who know C, but C++, not my strong suit. I'm more of a Python and like Node.js type of guy.
Yeah, that's like getting into the core of it. What's the one before this? The earlier ones.
Assembly language.
Like,
yeah, there was assembly back in the day, and just straight like machine code. That
OGC lower than C++. Lower level as in closer to the hardware.
yeah, like the earlier coding than C++. C++. Sorry.
Wait, what? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
The earlier coding than the C++.
Basic assembly language B.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, those are languages earlier than C++. Binary. Yeah, just straight up.
I did a course in BASIC in 1983. It was pretty basic.
Is that VB, like Visual Basic?
Oh man, I put 1983, man. That'll give you a circa on
Going
what it
into
was.
assembly.
I don't remember. I don't remember any of it.
I gotcha.
I got my opcode. I got my RAM address. I'm assembling language. Joe Biden thinks my hair smells nice.
Oh dear.
You didn't strike his legs, did you?
Just had to throw that in
You
during
strike his
a
legs.
moment in conversation, you know.
What are you, 11 years old?
Like 9
Sorry,
and a half.
what?
You'd have to be 11 years old if Joe's sniffing your hair.
Yeah, I'm too old for it. I'm like twice that, plus a few years.
Oh man.
I don't know, man. I think Joe Biden is an equal opportunities employer when it comes to hair sniff. There's pictures of him sniffing Eva Longoria, other wives of men as they're standing there.
Well. Sorry, Crypto. As soon as you started talking on you, what you on about, I just started laughing. Sorry to bust over you like that.
That's all good.
I rumpus you with a laugh, bro. That's what the.
That's good. It's the champagne of jokes.
That was a good one.
All right. Fellow chat members, I'm not going to say my guys this time, but I'm going to go for a quick bit here and then I'll be back.
Yo.
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 Hey there.
Hey.
Well, one way to get away from Biden is just run up a stair, right?
Get naked.
What Mr. Flat Truth Man, have you seen that meme of Joe Biden falling down the stairs?
Yes. Falling up the stairs.
Oh yeah, that's a more accurate description. Well, anyways, yeah, I need to go for a quick bit here, but I'll see everybody.
If the Earth was a ball with the radius of 3959 and spinning on its axis, we'd all be dead.
Yes. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around and hurt you. Do 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 do.
Okay.
Rick roll. Woo.
Don't sing that. We're gonna get copyrighted and get YouTube shut down.
I was going to say that too. Rick will
Yeah, that's just
strike us.
a little girl in boys' clothing. Rick Astley. Ashley. Hello, Ashley.
I was joking, by the way. You couldn't sing it.
It was good.
Rick Astley.
See Rick typing the email to YouTube as we speak. It's Flat Earth Channel. We're singing my song.
How dare they?
Yeah.
Well, NASA's a big fan of Rick Astley, right?
It's actually not a bad song. I don't know.
Good at
It's a good song. It's got good songs.
It's
just a good.
It's not as good. It's not as good as that one song. Was it like "Take on Me" or something like that? Yeah. Take on me.
You gotta hit the high notes, man. Come on.
Me.
What does that even mean, though? Take on me. That
Dude, I don't know, but it's like the '80s pop like song of the decade.
That's true. Is that a British person that sang it?
No, it's like some.
It's American.
Something I forget. It's like I don't know.
They're American.
No, I've never heard an American say "Take on me."
Hold on. Wait. Hold on.
Come on, Google it.
Holden.
Ask the master Google.
Aha. That's who it is. Aha. The name of the band is Aha. It's called Take on Me.
Where they're
the
from?
best 80s song for like 80s things.
Where are they from?
Where they're from?
I don't know. They're a one-hit wonder. So.
All right, you're gonna make me look this up.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Now, me and this lovely lady here.
It's a Norwegian band. It's a Norwegian band.
Yeah, it's a Norwegian thing. Then nobody says "Take on me." I don't even know what that means. It sounds weird.
It's like that other song. I just lost it.
Are we assuming that the lyrics of songs have to make sense now, or what?
Yeah.
Back in
For
those
me,
days,
it does. For me, it does.
Wouldn't be the first song where you shake your head and go, "What the hell does that even mean?"
Come on, REM.
Well,
records.
That's REM songs are the
if
most.
you hear,
illuminating.
sorry, Eggs.
Sorry. It's my bad. Go.
If you hear like half the hip hop music that's out there, that's what you're gonna say.
Yeah.
Like, what the heck did I just hear?
Yeah. What did I hear? What did that mean? And do people actually spend money on this?
Well, they get you with the beats. They get good beats, trashy lyrics, and play it like 100 times a day.
Yeah. I can't believe how many songs I hear now where they're ripping or sampling songs, a lot from the 80s, early 90s, and I just think, well, can't anybody write new music? Do you have to just keep regurgitating? I mean, they're good songs back then, don't get me wrong, but yeah, I think there's so little artistic talent around now. It's a bit sad.
It's because it's the same with movies, right? They keep remaking sequels, and they can't. Originality is no longer there. It's because it's not because there is no talented people out there. It's just that they're not
Given a
Hollywood. Hollywood has like a real, or not just Hollywood, but yeah, basically like the music industry in Hollywood has a big grip on the industry and the media that they only let in, you know, those few people that agree with them, right?
Yeah.
So
push the agenda. Yeah.
yeah, to push the agenda. So if you're not part of that, then you don't get exposure, you don't get support. And I mean, there are a few people that do, but those are rare and far in between. Yeah.
Well, they have this money making model, right? And if you don't fit the model, then they won't let you make anything.
Well, the secret is these people. The most people think that they sing the songs and write the songs. They don't write the songs.
Yeah.
None of them write the songs.
Well, Ed Sheeran,
maybe 5% of them.
Yeah, a few.
Only like 5% of them. The lyrics are handed down. Handed down.
Well, once you sign on, it's everything is basically done by the industry, the label company, right? They control the music you play, the lyrics, the videos, even the clothes you wear. Basically, you're a brand to them, so you're gonna
part of their label. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who you see when you see who you go out with.
Yep.
Yeah,
Who you date.
exactly. I don't know if you remember here, you may not have seen it, X, but it was either X Factor or Australia's Got Talent, one of those shows, maybe 5 or 6 years ago. There was a busker from Perth, and this guy was, I won't say he's Australia's version of Ed Sheeran, but this guy was just super talented, but he didn't look commercially the part. He was a bit scruffy, and he was so talented they put him through to the next round and the next round, and then the next show he wasn't even there, and apparently he'd walked away from the show because he refused to, like they said, look, okay, if you get through and you win and you get a contract, you've got to comply with this and this, and you lose all your artistic license and all that. And he just said, get stuffed, and he left the show sort of midway through it.
Yeah,
and he's literally gone back to singing in pubs and busking in the mall, you know.
Yeah, so that's why you see on TV, they're battling for the rights to the lyrics. The guy never wrote the lyrics. He cannot lay claim to said lyrics. But because, well, they call it the devil's pot, yeah? Everybody eats from the devil's pot, and everybody must put into the devil's pot. That's where the lump sum of money is. And said people just get a black card, which I know in rap I've heard a few times. You can confirm it, sister, if they sing about, I have a black card or this or that. So that just means you've got unlimited spending. Well, sort of unlimited.
No, not really, because they like everything you own is owned by the label company. So even with like the stuff that you buy, if you don't comply, they can take it away.
I know. So, that's why I said it's the devil's.
Oh, is that what you said? I'm sorry, I must have misheard you.
My bad. The devil's pot. You're gonna eat from it, but you have to put into it. It's a conundrum. So you don't really own it. So you just actually buy a house unless you know how to stuff around with the system.
Yep.
It's theirs, and that's why you get kicked out or whatever. You know, this gets taken, that gets taken, but they make up some story.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
You guys remember Lauryn Hill?
Yeah, Lauryn Hill, yes.
Yes. Oh man, like basically that's the same thing that happened to her. Is the label company just screwed her over. She wouldn't comply, and everything that she did with the Fugees, she wasn't able to use it on her own after she left. I think it was Sony or something. If she used it, like she would have to pay. So to perform any of her songs and whatnot, she would. No, it wasn't with the Fugees. She did the Miss Education. of Lauryn Hill or something. The CD that she did by herself. That was under Sony. So after she left, she couldn't use any of it. And that CD is like bomb, and it's unfortunate.
These people they think they get a version of the game. Yeah, they're told, just like the people with the globe. So they go into it thinking that maybe it's like they say, or they're smarter and they can maneuver through it. But you go in there, they make you change your name, which they copyright on and all the rest of it. They take control of your music, which they take, and all your assets and all the rest of it. And it's a hard place to kind of what's what I'm looking for, to prosper. Honestly, very few people.
Mm-hmm.
Then you get given a choice. You know, if stuff goes bad, you get pulled off the scene. Sometimes
even the ones that prosper financially, if you look at their lives, man, they're just a train wreck. Like, I don't think they actually
get harassed from everywhere.
Prosper in themselves. Like it's just a revolting life.
They don't know who they are, and they've got their whole lives managed. Plus, they've got like interlopers making them feel all sorts of ways that they shouldn't feel. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like people, I'm spying on you. I want to get you, or some X or something. You know what I mean? And these people, some of them do actually feel that they're in that. Some of us, quite a few of them are actually born and bred for that reason. It's a fact of the matter. Usually, excuse my stuttering. Usually they come from military background, naval military background. How fun is that? So, yeah. I wanted to make another point before, but I actually forgot what it was. So, I think it was a good point too.
Dang.
It was a solid point. Yeah. I hate when that happens. You're like,
yeah.
And then it just falls out, and now it's going to do my head in.
They'll come back to you when you're probably going to be sleeping or something. When you get out of here.
Oh, yeah. Maybe. If it comes when I'm sleeping, I'll probably get up and have to say it. Then I'll just jump in the chat and rumpus. Yeah. Rumpus people. Hey, I remember. And nobody was around for the talk.
Yeah, I remember what I tried to say 2 hours ago. Just so you know.
Yeah. I'll do that a few times. I only have a few people sometimes that actually like hear me and follow on and be like, oh, you know. Sometimes, there's a few boys that will say, I think one of that was one of the ladies, the South African lady, she sometimes listens. But I'll be like, hey, remember the time when I said this and that? I'll just, here's this and that. And everybody's like, oh, I don't know what you're talking about. But you just rumpus them anyway.
Yeah.
No worries. Who said yeah?
I think it was a flatman.
Yeah.
Flatman.
Oh.
Yeah,
the song I was thinking about before was Nightcrawlers, Push the Feeling On.
Yeah, don't mind me. I'm chilling.
Who remembers that? Oh, maybe.
Which one?
Remembers what?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. See, Roger's on the money. Push the Feeling On by Nightcrawlers. See,
it's not coming to
me. The Scandinavians, they've got this, like, they have that style of music. You know, they'll come out like a few bands will come out.
Wait, wasn't that one guy that sang the sexy for my shirt, too sexy for my shirt? Wasn't he like Scandinavian?
Right, said Fred. Was it? I thought he was English, but you might be right.
Is he? I mean,
Right,
that
said
song.
Fred.
I'm trying to think.
I don't know if that's 80s or 90s though.
Early 90s, I think.
Early 90s, yeah.
Oh, good times, yeah.
Yeah, it has to be Scandinavian because it's just out there. I ain't too sexy for my shirt, too sexy for my cat.
Yeah, it was so random.
It was really random,
yeah. God, that's good. I'm too sexy now. Oh, there was another one. What was that? Oh. Now I'm gonna do some.
Guys, have a good one. Talk to you later.
Go on, Rog.
Yeah.
Bye,
All right,
Roger.
say hi to me through the phone, bro.
Hey, drive home safe.
Yeah, I'm at my destination, so.
Don't forget to use your turn signal.
I did.
Wear your seatbelt.
Bye, guys.
Have a good one, Roger. Take
See ya,
care.
bro. See ya, bro. Music can make or break.
Dude, I want to buy a Tesla. Honestly, like they're so fun.
Yeah, but the too much electronics, bro.
Dude, they're so much fun.
I've seen them like just
No, I
like
rode
into
one
walls.
the first time, like the other day. Yeah, my brother was test driving one, so like I went along with him. Dude, it was cool. It was fast. It was fun.
I know you just wanted like a free ride in a Tesla, but I know that it's fun. I'm just saying. Me personally, I wouldn't own it because of all the tech in there, bro. They can scramble shit, you know what I mean? Like, I want to turn my car on and turn it on when I want to, and along with the rest of the electronics, you know?
If you're on a Tesla, you are completely dependent on somebody else to keep it running.
Yeah. That's
You know
what I'm
what I mean?
saying.
You got a diesel truck or you got a little petrol. You can at least do some work on it yourself. But with a Tesla,
Wait, how
man,
are
you
you?
are screwed.
Who are you dependent on to keep it running?
And they can just switch your car off. They can meddle with
Switch it off. Just boom, flick a switch, and you no longer have a car that runs.
Yeah.
Like
Why would they do that?
Your autonomy. You've lost your autonomy.
Why would they do that? Come on, bro. Because they can.
Be seriously asking that question.
Because they
You're
can.
in the wrong
bro.
server. You're in the wrong
I'm
server.
not
man.
that, well, I mean, I don't think they do that to me personally, because I don't think they're trying to like track me down or something.
No.
Like, me personally.
I'm just. It was just a general statement, bro. Like, you know, as I said, me personally, how much does that thing cost in America? Because over here we get ripped off in Australia.
Yeah, the prices aren't too bad over here. I mean, like a little more
What's the
upfront than
damage?
the average car, but like maintenance is pretty low, so it kind of evens out, you know. Plus, like charging at home is way cheaper than like gas, you know, because gas has been real expensive lately. You know, it's crazy.
What's the damage, bro? You didn't tell me the price. What's the price on that Tesla?
I mean, it varies model to model.
Well, obviously, what's the come on, bro? What's the minimum? What's the
Like
basic model?
35,000.
35,000 US.
43,000 USD. Yeah.
Okay, so 70K. And what's the engine?
It's electric.
Yeah.
I just super glued my fingers together.
Like a Model 3. That'd be pretty sweet.
I'm gonna run away with a solvent.
So it's just what's
American?
you say
right?
it's just electric. What's it? what's it like? How's it put together? Do you know anything? Or you just know it's electric and that's it. Electricity, yay! Ooh, let's drive.
Specifically, or like the entire car?
Yeah, like the engine at least. Can you tell me something about it?
Have
Electric
electric
motor on
motors that
every
they
wheel.
designed and built in-house.
Wow.
And there's
bro,
two
you're
of
taking
them.
the piss?
There's one on each
And what do they
wheel,
go?
I think.
Like, what's the top speed? Like top speed, stuff like that.
Do you genuinely not know?
Yeah,
I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but I'm looking it
Okay,
up.
I'll give you some figures, Iggs. I know a fair bit about them. I'll give you some figures. Do you like cars? Is this going to mean anything?
Yeah,
to
I've
you?
got a I've got a Monaro myself.
All right, yeah, here I got it brought up.
Excellent. All
So
right.
full motor, long range Model
okay.
3,
All right, well,
$39,000, top speed 145, 0 to 60 in 4.2 seconds.
I'll get back to you in a sec, buddy.
Cool.
Okay, now let me tell you something that's interesting. The new Tesla S Sport. Okay, get this.
Plaid.
0 to 100, 1.7 seconds. Cruising.
Yeah.
I think it can range about 800 miles. It does a quarter mile in 8.7 seconds. And
what?
I know. This is a street car. It is mind blowing. Here in Australia, if you've got a car, if you've got a car at a drag strip that does a sub 9-second quarter mile, you have to have a parachute on it. That's the Australian drag racing rules. But this Tesla S Sport, a street car, does a sub 9-second quarter mile. They are insanely fast.
That's insane. You would get pulled over though. Well, if they could catch you.
But 1,200 newton meters of torque, I think, and something like 800 kilowatts of power. Crazy
See,
power.
I think I read something like that like ages ago, and then I said it because my dad's like a real car dude. He's like, nah, 1,200 meters, nah. You know what 1,200 meters is? I'm like, yeah, I know what it is. He's like, nah, you don't know on a car. So I think my old man pushed information out by rumpusing me about it. 1,200 newton meters of torque. He rumpused me out visually.
But you know what? At the end of the day, it still sounds like a sewing machine. You're driving a sewing machine. I couldn't do it. Stick to the Monaro, buddy.
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
I've only seen a Tesla once in my life. Nowhere around where I live, though.
You clearly don't live in London. They're everywhere.
No.
Every fake champagne eco warrior, owns a Tesla in London.
Yeah, I live in Portland, and every other car is a Tesla here.
Really?
Oh, I'm so worried about the environment, so I bought a Tesla.
Yeah.
I just see Chevys, Fords, Toyotas. Yeah.
They're not too popular here in Australia. There's a few of them around. But
I don't even know what it looks like. My ex said that's a Tesla, and I was like, okay.
They don't look like anything special.
That's what I'm saying. It's like I didn't even know where he was pointing. It was just some white car, and I was like, okay, cool.
That's how good it was. Didn't take notice. Yeah, the car Tesla. Like, yeah, cool.
Hey, babe, look, Tesla. Who?
Yeah, I don't know him too well.
Yeah, no.
I don't know him too well.
I honestly thought he was talking about like the other boats because we were going on the boat. I was like, what? I thought it was a boat model.
Oh god, that's a good one.
This shows how smart. My ex was car crazy, but me, I didn't know nothing. So.
Yeah, I like cars. I know about them, but it's not like I can. I'm not like a battle mod.
No, all I know is turn the key and boom.
Yeah, that's about. Yeah, I can change a tire too if it goes flat. Put some water.
Can't even change a tire. I don't even know the first thing about a car. But if I go to a car mechanic shop, I pretend I do, so that way they don't fuck me over. I'm like, yeah, and I think I know what's wrong with it, but I'll let you figure it out. Tough. And in the inside, I'm thinking, what the fuck is a car?
You need to be stable with one mechanic. Make sure you stick to one. Build a reputation if you don't know about cars. It's the best way. When I was younger, that's what I did.
Pretend that my dad knows about cars. My dad would fix the R2 thing on there, but he busy, so I brought it to you. My dad doesn't even know what cars either. I'm telling you, it's crazy.
You do the bit of sub story. Yeah, my dad, he would have, So he said it wouldn't cost much. He said like $20. I'll buy you a beer or something, hamburger. Should fix it, yeah. Sorry about the noise. Sorry about the noise, people. I'm trying to.
That's okay.
This is where the car's going to start beeping now.
Okay. Does anybody here have a Tesla? I don't think that anybody here does.
No, I don't think anyone here is retarded.
Oh, that's great. Just doing my nails. Usually the server stays only on flat earth subjects. I'm surprised that I joined and it was excuse me, a change of scenery. I'm in another flat earth server and well, no, I don't think they're flat earthers. They debate about it though. It's called Debate Flat Earth and More. And
they're not flat earthers in there.
No. Like I thought these both were flat earth servers, but now I learned that those, like that server and this server, are opposites, I guess. Kind of. Like the server is flat earthers, and then that server is globers, but they debate about the earth being flat.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
It's funny how those people over there kind of behave like communists, and we over here behave kind of like libertarians.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is interesting. I've made the same connection. They're like all about. They're kind of like atheist, big government, like worldview, generally speaking. And I think that's why they feel like NASA and the government, all these things, they have to be trusted because otherwise the whole system doesn't work. Whereas people in here, I would broadly say, well, if there's a problem with the system, then we shouldn't have it in the first place.
The system isn't broken, it was built that way.
Yeah.
They will defend their God to the death.
Isn't it silly that they use God?
No, by God I meant government. They will defend their God to death.
I was going to say, if they try to use God as a way to defend the earth being round or flat, like in one way, I think that trying to bring in like a God or a religion automatically makes your argument invalid, because I hate to say it, but there's just no proof. And a lot of people who believe in God would be like, but that's my religion, don't mess with it. And it's like, you can't even have a decent argument with somebody who wants to use Jesus or any God as their, reasoning, because it's almost like they have this, like a bathroom pass, like you can't veto anything they believe in.
I understand the sentiment, but if you actually want to debate that point, I mean, there is evidence for God. It just depends on what the person considers evidence. But I'm not trying to turn this into a God topic, but I know what you mean, because I used to feel the same way.
See, that's the thing, is I don't really know what to believe in. It's like, I hear so many stories, and it's just, I guess all my family, like my parents, were raised to be Catholic, and then my grandparents were Catholic. But then again, that was like in the 60s and like years and years and years ago, and my grandparents were from like the 40s and 50s. So like, you know, back then people were more inclined to be religious, I guess. Today it's
Wait, you have the image posting roles, and it says you're on the fence. So someone has already talked to you about the flat Earth stuff.
yeah.
Okay.
I didn't even know I had roles. I'm gonna be honest.
Well, have they asked you about the 3 points?
No. I don't actually know, to be honest.
You don't know what?
I don't know. I mean, what do you mean by the 3 points? I guess if I don't know what that is, then I guess no, they haven't.
Okay. Well, I can go over it with you. I mean, you can just tell me if you already did it, though.
Okay.
So the first question is, when have they ever measured the curvature of the Earth?
Okay.
And what method did they use?
I remember that question. That question came. I mean, then again, that could have been just me overhearing it.
Okay.
Oh, you want me to answer it? I don't know.
I mean, if you know.
No offense, but I'm pretty sure, Stella, I'm pretty sure you already did the 3 points. But hey, it's all good. You can do it again.
I don't.
Nobody's
Battle
complaining.
mod.
Hey, Battle Mod.
It
No.
could be why you remember that question though, because I'm pretty sure Miggy pinned you down on this. But hey,
Yeah, or I could have overheard it being asked like in a discussion that I wasn't like active in, but overheard even. I mean, I don't know. But I remember that point sometime, when. That was not fucking. Oh my god, I can't fucking English. I remember that point being made at one point. Jesus. Someone. Jesus Christ.
man, you guys got to learn to tag, man.
Did you just
Battle
say I
mod,
can't
what you
fucking
doing, bro?
English?
You
Yeah.
got at Michael Smith. That's supposed to be at the Battle Mod.
I accidentally
But hey, don't let me interrupt though. You can answer the first question if you want. It's all good.
Hey, bro.
Hey.
Now I want to hear a Mexican say, I can't fucking Spanish.
Chinga tu madre, pinche punto maricán. No hablé español.
Oh god.
That's all the Spanish battle mod got.
Ah.
Oh no, I got more. Señorita. I'll get mucho on your huevos.
I don't know if he said many years.
I will bust your balls, eh?
Did you just say muchos años pueblos? Because that
He
means
said
many
he's gonna.
years.
Is this like Canadian Spanish? What's going on?
He said he's gonna cook eggs.
Oh, hey, there's a day right now, hey.
Bud.
Hey, we're going to the party store to get beer and burritos, eh? S.A.? You want some moose?
Yeah,
Fucking
Baramo is a mix of Mexicans and Canadians. We know that.
Everything I do is got a little Canadian in it, and Ron's always got to point it out.
I think my favourite accent of yours, Battlemod, is your Canadian Indian accent.
Pip pip cheerio, eh?
No, I mean like Indian from India, like what English people call Indians.
Oh my God, my friend, you bet you. Eh? Are you making fun of me, you son of a bitching farting bastard? You know, you motherfucker, you pay your AT&T bill. You pay now, eh?
Oi, tudo bom?
You motherfucker. Cash or credit?
It's me from tech support. You have
Eu
a
falo
virus on your
português.
computer.
Please do the needful.
Cash or credit, bastard? Motherfucker. Fucking pay me.
Over here, there's some good ones. Hello. Yes, we are calling in regards to the warrant we have for your arrest because you have not
No, it's always the
paid your tax.
computer. This is Windows calling. You have a virus on your computer.
Hey, I love the dude that calls me up and says, "This is your IRS. You owe us." I'm like, no. No.
I'm from Brazil.
You send police, fuck IRS. IRS no call on phone. When hey, if I owe the IRS, they just shut my account down. You can't scam me on that shit. I know.
Yeah.
The IRS ain't gonna call you.
Wouldn't you know?
You get a letter in the mail.
3-letter
You get a letter in the mail after your shit's frozen. You know but you got some Iranian. Oh no, I will freeze your account now. Oh well, you're not the IRS then, because my shit had already been froze. I've been reading the letter. Fuck you if you don't understand. Pay me. They're worse than. They're worse
How
than
do you
it.
even get to the point of owing money to the IRS? Like, how does that even happen?
It's because I made a joke about Indians calling
Listen.
for tax.
Hold on. You can end up owing taxes just because you didn't file taxes, and you don't really owe taxes. They're owed to you, but you didn't file, so.
That's fucking insane. I don't even.
You didn't ask for your money back, so they'll take money from you. True?
Isn't this
Well, you get a penalty too, but you don't have to file yearly like everybody thinks. You can file every 3 years if you want.
Yeah.
So,
or you can just.
It just depends.
You could just claim zero, or claim zero, and then like don't have to pay at the end or whatever that is.
Generally, people who get in that position haven't paid taxes in at least 5 years or filed. They may have just not filed. That's
dumb.
They may not owe. But the IRS seems like this. We don't go get your paperwork, bitch. You send it to us. You ain't send us none. You owe us something. That's how they think.
That's sad.
Then you just say to them, "Give me my money back."
Yeah,
I had the city once tell me they lost all their paperwork. I had to prove I paid taxes for the last 10 years. I called them on the phone and said no. They was like, "What?" I was like, "No, I ain't gonna prove shit to you. I paid my taxes. Waste your money to take me to court. I got all my papers. Waste your money. I had to prove shit. I got the receipt, motherfucker." You owe me money, punk.
Well, I'll speak to you sometime whenever you're free. Just message me on and see if I can do something for you to get you the allodial.
Oh, a radio?
Allodial.
What is that?
What are you talking about?
Can you type it out? Yeah, because I know how to not pay taxes. I already know that. But I run 3 businesses, so I'm just going to pay taxes. The way I avoid taxes is I take the percentage that I can donate to charitable industries, and I donate that amount of their money to charitable industries. So.
Oh, that's nice, bro.
And
I was just saying, allodial title.
A radio title. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I'm under estate laws, so it'd be a little different, bro. My holdings are an estate. Are you with me?
Oh, you hold it. Oh, yep. I got you. Yep.
Yes, my holdings are an estate. I'm not your normal citizen or national.
Yeah.
I am an estate. My name is an estate. So, and it was my grandfather's estate, but it's not my estate. So if you follow this, you'll know what law bracket it's a bloodline estate.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I got you, brother. You're up there.
So my taxes, my taxes are a little different than other people's and other businessmen. But I pay less tax based on further taxing in the future due to inheritance. In other words, my kids obey tax, and they take over the state based on the full equitable whatever assessment.
I want to know what's going on, bro, but there's like a big echo.
Oh, I know. Who's it?
Who's on this? Okay.
Can you hear me from the other side of the canyon?
Yeah, like, hey, you're back.
Oh, Ryan.
Yeah, sorry, bro. It was kind of like echoing.
Hey. I had to throw my Canadian in there.
You're fine.
Hey?
But yeah.
So,
yeah.
I made a mistake. I made a big mistake. I don't even know what I did, but I came home and I saw a spider on my door. And instinct told me not to kill it. No, but to keep it as a pet. So I proceed to put it in this little like jar with a lid on it. And then I put it on my sink. And then I come back and I realize, why the fuck did I do this? Now I'm afraid of it. And I'm too afraid to let it loose because I'm afraid it's going to...
Oh, you just go out, listen. You don't keep spiders in the house as pets. You pick a tree. And
exactly,
you give the spider a tree. So just take the jar outside, put on some gloves, open the jar and set it by the favorite tree you have that you want your spider to have.
My favorite tree.
Yeah, I would feed your spider to my pet, praying mantis, but hey, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Or it's
Or feed a moth to the spider.
Yeah, I just like I would love to do this.
I like watching my praying mantis eat.
Yeah, I'm very afraid of it, but I love it, but I'm scared, and so I'm just gonna stop being a little chicken.
Have you ever heard bees don't sting you? Bees don't sting you unless you let off pheromones, and spiders don't bite you unless you let off pheromones. You ever heard that? Dogs don't bite you unless you produce the scent of fear. This is what triggers your predator-prey response. So a dog, if you're not scared of the dog, generally they won't bite you and they won't pay you no mind because they can't tell the difference between fear and anger. No animal can. So when you get anxiety and your heart races, you let out adrenaline, the dog automatically assumes aggression. The bee automatically assumes aggression. And so does the spider. So that you're so much larger than them, they defend their life. So if you're scared, you're best off just not to mess with animals because they'll think your fear is aggression. And that's why you get attacked.
Yeah.
How would it be for me to come down there and just say to live properly? Would I have to jump through like the 5 million hoops?
Citizenship. You'd have to apply for citizenship.
That's a shit god on that.
Right, unless you get a work permit and then come here and get work, and then once you get sustainable work, then apply.
But as in like treaty with you. You get what I mean?
In treaty?
Yeah.
I think it's called a hobo spider.
Treaty with me or treaty with our nation?
Treaty with your nation, brother. You know what I'm talking about. You're a nation too, but yeah.
No, it's not a hobo.
Well, yeah, they have yes. We're a nation. So we're a nation within a nation. We have a treaty with the U.S. government and also the Canadian government. Do you have any Native American heritage?
It's a good thing it's not a hobo spider. Hobo spiders are deadly.
Oh my fucking
If you were 13% Native, it wouldn't be that hard at all to get you freedom of travel or stay in our nation. We just make you a member. We could make you a member of the tribe.
Guys.
And then the treaty would apply to you. So if you had Choctaw, Blackfoot,
She's just fighting for her life because she thinks she has a deadly spider now.
So I actually have a recording of it when it's like in the jar, but the quality is so bad. Let me go through because I was recording it for my friends. Let me try to find a good. It's the underside of it, but it's like in a jar. You can't tell.
You want to show us the belly of a spider? I'd rather see a belly
but it's
dance.
really bad quality. I guess the only way you could tell.
Hobo spider?
Oh,
Yeah.
the video of it making my skin grow.
So basically just a wolf spider, right?
That's what I think it is, and those are native. And no, brown recluse.
Well,
Wolf
that's
spiders are
basically brown recluse, hobo, wolf. They're all pretty much the same thing.
Yeah, but that's my problem. I don't want it to be either of those things.
Well, there's a difference. Look, I'll show you. There's a
I sent
difference
a picture.
between
It's
a
really blurry. I
hobo.
zoomed in a lot. It's about the size of a quarter.
Yeah, that's too thick. That's too thick to be a
that looks exactly
brown
like
recluse. Brown recluse is skinnier, so that's not a recluse. The legs
It
are
has
too
the
big too.
pattern kind of like the brown recluse. I can recall. Hold on, let me go through my other photos.
It's the color and the thickness. So a recluse doesn't have that what is it, abdominal? What's the rear thing? Damn it, I can't remember right now.
Yeah, Belmont. So what's how do you need to trace when you do it trace it down with paperwork? Because I'm Occidental like you, but yeah.
Or you can have a DNA sample sent to the nation and apply for nationality. And once they recognize you as a descendant national by DNA, then the treaty automatically applies to you in both Canada. All First Nation treaties apply to you. Mexico, Canada, and America.
I might need to maybe free one day to speak to you, bro. If that's all right. Like, yeah.
Yeah, these are questions that my grandfather could answer quicker. He's a tribal leader, so I mean he has a say in where the money goes from the casinos and all that, and how it's divided between the tribe. When they say your treaty's up for reassessment, he's one of them that say either we just re-sign it the way it is or we ask our people. On that side, I come from chieftain blood.
Yep. People don't understand those are the people that actually have a say in the things, but like your granddad is one of the good ones. I call one side I call chieftains, the other side I call thieftons.
Yeah, well,
chief is meant to be there good.
That'd be the chief's little brother's family that was pissed off because they weren't chief. But yeah, you got the holy man too can speak for the entire tribe or recognize.
Yeah.
He can say no for reasons pertained to him by Yawana Atanka, or the Great Spirit said no.
Spirit, yeah.
And they said it could be a huntsman. Let me see. Oh, fuck that cock. Nope. It is not the huntsman. I just looked up huntsman spider and oh, God, Jesus.
They're in Australia. Like, those things far. Already published.
She's over here like, it's a wolf. A wolf spider. Oh,
the
no.
biggest spider I've ever seen.
saw a huntsman.
I'm actually going to send it to you. I took a
She just
picture
saw a
of it,
huntsman.
but I didn't want to get too close to it because naturally I was...
How old are you? I should introduce you to my 16-year-old. She goes out and barehanded catches water snakes all the time.
I'm over 18.
Snakes,
I'm an adult.
spiders. Oh my God.
Let me try.
We're country folk, though.
Yeah. Let me see.
My daughter will go snatch a water snake, a rat snake, snatch them right up like they're nothing. But she knows how to properly handle a snake too. So
yeah, me.
I don't like snakes.
I don't mind getting a little mud in my boots, but spiders are a completely different thing. Like I would rather not.
I don't really care for snakes or spiders. I'm with you.
snakes, that's okay. It's just spider. It's the way they crawl. It's the fact that you can't.
They're quick.
Remember,
no, this one's really
keep the control. You got the control. You have it inside a plastic thing. You said just use that and take her out and release her. That's it.
Yeah, I was all good with spiders as a country boy until I went to the desert. You see some of the camel spiders, and you see some of the wounds from the bites and how big they get and shit. After that, you're dreaming about spiders when you're trying to sleep in the desert. And
bad run-ins with spiders. Like, I'm talking like walking into webs. Because I was a country.
Try being at war and waking up with a spider as big as a grapefruit in your damn bunk.
Ugh, no. I was walking through the woods when I was a kid, and I walked right through a spider with a bunch of babies, and oh my god, I can't.
I'm having PTSD just thinking about it, Christ.
Yeah, no, it was... I tell you, it's...
I hate them things.
I told you
By the
about
way,
like when I went. Okay.
Snakes don't crawl; they slither. You know.
Yeah, she's talking about spiders. I was talking about water moccasins.
Yeah, we're talking about spiders here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have a look at a huntsman. Imagine being like 12 years old. Yeah. Going to the toilet. Yeah. And
the privy. Is it a privy? An outhouse?
No, it's inside. So you're doing your business and you reach for the toilet paper. You're not really looking.
No, fuck.
And then you turn around and there's this huntsman that's like twice the size of your hand.
See,
and literally what you did before, you do it again.
Yeah, you showed me a pest. I showed you a camel spider. Don't forget. That's not your average one, though. The average one that'd be in your bunk be
that's one
not that, maybe the size of a silver dollar. But these are the possibilities that lay in your mind. Or
yeah, the one I sent, like, that's not normal for
I didn't
here.
sleep in desert that much. I didn't sleep there.
Those huntsmen.
See, that was
9 months of deployment, and I was like, man, I got to get the hell out of here just so I can sleep.
Well, that's what I'm saying is, like, you never see stuff that big where I'm from, like, ever. And I actually did some research.
I do. Here in Michigan, we got wolf spiders as big as your hand.
Yeah, see, the one I'm sending right now, that's not my photo. I found that from Google Images. That looks exactly what the spider in the bathroom looked like.
Yeah, that looks like a wolf. Just
looks
like a normal.
That's not my hand. That's from Google
Wolf
Images.
spider, funnel spider, or tree spider. Looks.
Yeah, the huntsmans are bigger and fatter and hairier.
Yeah, the ones I worry about have all the bright colors on them.
Why are you going to be a huntsman? Rude.
What?
Hey, mate, you got any Vegemite I can get off you, mate?
Well, it's just you described me. You said bigger, fatter, and hairier, so I thought you were talking about me.
I seem to have left my jar at the cribby.
The bright colors are to scare you away.
Hey.
So I did something that I was doing when I was a kid.
You guys have a good day, hey, mate.
Hi, buddy.
So I did something when I was a young kid, and I regret it a lot, but it was out of fear. Have you ever seen a garden spider?
Yeah.
They're beautiful. And I killed one because I got scared.
Oh, yeah, Katie.
Yeah, but looking back, like, I wish I never killed it, but me being so scared. Oh, fuck. Riggs.
See the baby panda? I went bear hunting with my dad the first time.
Look how beautiful that is. Like,
when I was 12, I went bear hunting. I was a Cub Scout, getting ready to be a Weebo. But they shot a black bear, and its mom gave birth when they shot it. They had 5 little black bears. Oh, they were awesome. But
oh, do they live?
Yeah, they lived. I put them in a box, and I went to the DNR, and the DNR took them to a national reserve. The Manistee National Reserve Wildlife Preservation Center. And
yep.
They took care of them.
That's cute.
What was it? Crypto, you there? Sorry, the basic conversation. I thought I was on before, but I started up. I was muted, and I thought I was speaking, and I wasn't.
Okay.
Crypto, you there?
Yeah.
I've got a bit of a observation here. I think I know why women are attracted to guys in suits.
Okay.
What do you reckon it might be? Correlation.
Like
Because they're like Nazis, bro.
Because they're like Nazis.
Look at them, bro. Have a look.
I'm so lost.
You look at them. They're like, it's a suit. They were made by Chanel.
Yeah, they were.
Oh. Oh.
So,
Okay.
You see what I mean, bro? They're a
Have you put?
Everybody's crazy about a sharp dressed man.
Yep. Be wary of
with you.
All right, I reckon I'm onto something.
Yeah. Be an interesting thing to flesh out for sure.
So the Nazis ran around in Chanel suits. That's basically what you're. Well, then fucking pimps.
Yep.
They was just pimping the world. They come out in their Chanel suit and just kill motherfuckers. Yeah, I'm killing motherfuckers and I look good while I'm doing it.
Good too.
Yeah, man.
That's fuck. Dude, that puts a new sick twist into all that. That's fucked up, dude. all I got was fatigues. What the fuck?
I reckon. What do you reckon? How to test
and
this
blues. I mean blues. You know, I got my dress down blues. You know.
I don't know. Anybody got an idea?
Yeah, I would say go straight to BuzzFeed and ask them what they think.
Hey, I'll tell you what. Though it's. I think you're wrong because it doesn't have to be a suit. It can just be a uniform. The uniform effect was real. When I was stationed overseas, them girls were just like magnetically attracted to that Marine Corps outfit. Or maybe it was a haircut and the baby face. I could be wrong, but hey. I went to a place. First time I did ecstasy, I was all dressed out in my blues, and I went there, and it's I took the X, and all these people got touchy, and I just couldn't deal with that. I was fucking Marine, you know, don't be touching all over me, dudes and girls and all that shit. I was like, nah, I gotta go. But they all just had to touch that uniform, and then I went with this other lady, and she was trying to explain it. Like I was like, man, I felt like they all wanted to have sex with me. I wanted to kill the whole party, you know? Seriously. She's like, no.
Ecstasy, what? That's not the thing for you, bro.
Oh, I know, Marine on ecstasy. It was but she's like, no, they just wanted to touch your uniform. And I was so high, I just wanted to take the entire uniform off and just hang it in the middle and let people touch it and just stand there butt naked, you know what I mean? Fucking touch the uniform. Don't touch me, dude. I wanted to party, man. I hadn't slept in the desert in a while.
Yeah.
This was supposed to be a vacation. After that, I just learned, you know, to take a change of clothes. Just don't wear that shit out. Because it really, when I went there, I was American. They all wanted to talk to me, but without the uniform on, it wasn't, you know, I could party without people touching me all the time.
That's the same with the Nazi.
Right, it just.
They've all got the same symbolism on them too, bro.
Oh, they do. Yeah, they do. Eagles and all that. Hell yeah. Yeah, you're right. Yep.
From Marine to Army.
Yeah, I've noticed that. A lot of the same symbolism. And not just in the not in the uniform, but on our badges. A lot of our badges.
On the cuffs.
Yeah, our
Cuff and shoulder,
cuffs.
yeah.
If you buy custom cuffs, they'll be even more. You could get lightning bolt cuffs.
Yep.
You know.
Yep.
And you can have badges with bolts and rods.
Yep.
Other
People
stuff.
straight away think of something bad though when you mention that, don't?
Oh, they do, and it's. I mean, I talked with a few Marines about this, so nobody got offended. I just wondered if anybody else noticed it, and those who did said, "Well, yeah, I noticed that," and those who didn't said, "I didn't." You know, an older guy, he might have said, "Hey, don't spit no stains on the uniform," but you know, the younger ones I talked to that were newer to the Corps, just like myself, it crossed everybody's mind, because when I mentioned it, I was like, "Man, you notice this kind of Nazi shit right here?
Huh?
I'm a Marine. I'm gonna go kick ass for my here. It looks like some Nazi shit." You know, a few people agree. So.
You looks like you're doing Nazis work, huh?
Yeah, but I sure the hell didn't let my CO hear me. You know, I didn't want to get my ass stomped by some career fucking Marine that says, "What, bitch? Oh, you want to be a fucking Nazi, huh? I'll take you to a hurting fucking locker real fucking quick, boy. Your mama ain't here to save you." And you'd be lucky if you get that warning, really, because when I was in there, you get your ass kicked in the Corps, like, no problem. That's every day.
Yeah, you belong to them.
Yeah, you get your ass kicked. You fight back, now there's a fucking problem.
Oh, then you're fucked. Sorry,
Yeah, that's how I left 1st Battalion. I was like, I don't give a fuck who's commanding what you are, bitch. Don't ever touch me again. I'll kill you.
Huh?
I had it with that. You belong to us, shit. I had it with that. Like, looky here, dude. I'm the weapon. Don't touch me.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm thankful that I didn't just spaz the fuck out, but I was ready to, man. I seen some shit at that time, and I guess it was all considered. So I just chose a different position. I said, fuck it, I like to wrench on shit. Put me in the garage for the rest of my term. But you put me back with that motherfucker, and we're gonna have problems. And it'll be your fault.
Yeah, sometimes life puts you in a place where you have to sort of deal with shit, you know?
Well, I kind of had some questions about morality, about our orders and what we had already done. Not that I was denying to perform my orders as they were given, but just a question of morality. And a motherfucker snatched me up and act like he was going to beat my ass over this. And this was morality for my own mind. So it was a natural response to say, "Take your hands off me, dude, or I'm going to kill you." I mean, plain and simple. Bitch, I'm trying to sort out my own soul, and you're upset? I mean, I fulfilled my orders. I didn't see the problem. He should have been fine with go back up front and watch the skies as we fly back home, bitch. You didn't do shit but lay down orders and logistics, you know, or command and control from a safe fucking place.
Yep.
You're just either cut to take orders, keep your mouth shut, and stand in line, or you're just not, I guess. You know, if you have questions or moralities, or if you're too deep into religion, you probably won't make it long in service, or there'll come a point in service where you realize you just shouldn't be a career service. It's that simple, because you're worried about your own soul. Your soul's in your hands, not other people's hands. You're not wanting to go to your maker and say, "Well, they made me, God." You know, no.
Yeah.
Nobody made me.
Yeah, they gave me a Chanel suit, and I had to do it.
I'm kind of pissed I didn't get a nice suit, but I did get one.
A Chanel?
No, I got nice suits of my own, but I mean, just my uniforms. So it was something to be proud of at one time.
Yeah, but back in the days, it was different. The army was there for initiation for the boys going to be men. Not that there was wars or whatnot, but to know how it is to keep the peace and defend.
Right. They were all about the people's defense of their nation. Right.
Yeah, exactly. People don't get that. People. I was trying to talk about a few things. You know me, Battlemod. Oh, you're here. Fuck it. I'm just going to speak.
I do. At my age, I think when we defend our nation, it's from our borders. Within our borders, we defend our nation, not outside our borders.
Exactly.
But that's just my opinion. You know?
Yeah, and I agree with that. So now I'm just going to speak freely because you're here, and I can speak freely when you're around. I don't get my put on the slab to get nailed. So, what was it? Oh yeah, people talk about masonry. This that. They've got it in their head that these people worship a sun. Do you believe that, bro?
Sometimes it's hard to believe, but others it was a long path getting there, you know? It's understandable.
Sorry, bro, you broke up. It was me. What happened? I want to smash this.
Oh, I mean, sometimes it's hard to believe, but other times when you look at the road that's traveled to get there, you understand how they reach your destination.
Yeah.
A lot of our morals, concepts, and beliefs are handed to us from family or down through the generations. So if one of us got it wrong and the rest of us follow him, then there it is. You know?
Yeah, that's correct. Were you here when I was talking about this? Yeah, you were. Because you let me slide in with the law thing. You're like, oh, here goes, yeah. Here we go. Take over. And I kind of went for it when you were like hitting on point. And then I went on a tangent. Were you still here?
Yeah, I was still here.
Yeah,
I just listened.
Yeah.
Well, I don't always like to direct a conversation, even though I know a lot about that topic, because it might flow into an area that I'm not aware of, and I can hear something new. When I was a child, a lot of the things you speak of in law and religion were conversations that were had over coffee every day while I was sitting there eating my breakfast. So from the Constitution, the Articles of Confederacy, natural law, God's law, higher laws, lesser laws, you know. It was a well-known topic in the generation before mine. Traditionalists, they were traditionalists. They knew the traditional law. So,
yeah.
And nowadays they just want to say ignorance of the law is no excuse, but then keep you ignorant of the law. We don't educate our children on it, but then we say ignorance is no excuse. So kind of an oxymoron, you know?
Yeah. And people don't want to realize that thing they call Bible, that is a book of laws.
Yeah.
Like literally, it's how it all operates.
Yeah, a lot of it is precedent. They don't understand that one person's actions as they're seen in a legal manner is precedence. For the next legal manner. It's the same way in Jesus' life, he fulfilled the law. A lot of people want to say, well, he was doing this or he was doing that. But he fulfilled the law, so he was addressing the law when they asked him to condemn a woman who wasn't rightfully persecuted under the law. He actually followed the law. He bent over in the sand, if you read the full story, and he wrote their crime in the dirt. Where if he found them not guilty of it, he could wipe it away. Or their sin. because sin is what? Transgression of God's law. That's what most people don't understand.
Correct.
So the wage of sin is death. If you transgress God's law, the wage for that is death. And who delivers death? I know God says vengeance is mine, but we're not talking about vengeance. We're talking about righteous men, righteous judgment, and the delivery and policing of God's law. These are known as Christian soldiers. So righteous men police God's law. Why? So they can live in a society that was based on the foundations of love. So as a righteous man, I might not want to go out and kill. The Bible says, this is another thing. The Ten Commandments are legal terms. Thou shalt not commit murder. Well, in the Bible, what is murder? Murder outside the law of God, that's the taking of life that is not sanctioned by law. Murder isn't just going out and killing something. That's not murder. Because I can kill a calf if I bleed it out kosher. I can kill a man if in his blood be considered on his own hands if he transgressed the law. So that's not murder. It's within the law. So the taking of life in of itself is not murder. Murder is a legal term.
Yeah, that's why it's put in a negative connotation.
Yes. So murder is the unlawful taking of life, because there is a lawful taking of life in the law and the teachings. Period. In all law, man's law and God's law. There is a time to kill. There's a time to save and there's a time to heal. There's a time to mourn, there's a time to cry. But all things are legal context. And when you go through there and you look at everything as if it was a teaching of a legal aspect, and you bring the law with you when you read that, you now see the law in it, in every bit of it. Wherein some people find prophecy, you find precedence. That means this guy did this once, these laws have been broken before, they'll be broken again. That's precedence. Here's how you do this when they do that. When people wrongfully accuse people, do not take up, a false witness against your brother.
Exactly.
That's false witness is exactly what they were doing when they said, this girl's a prostitute. Even though the guy that was saying it slept with her, that's false witness. You slept with her, dude. You didn't marry her, so you're part of the reason she committed adultery. That's false witness.
Yeah.
You broke the law.
Yep.
Kill him too. See, if it had been Mike, I'd have found them all guilty of their crimes right then and there, and I'd sentence them all to death.
Yeah.
But I'm not Messiah, and I don't
of course
know the full law. Because some has been withheld from us, right?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get out. But people like to fucking strawman me for some reason. Sometimes.
Paul, they want to straw man any legal conversation about the Bible. Paul, for if the law was the way to heaven, Christ died for nothing. No, Christ brought you the law, he fulfilled it, and his life was precedence for you to police righteously and judge righteously, so that you could police the law of God and deliver the wage of sin. Only a righteous man can deliver the wage of sin, because he doesn't do it out of hatred. He does it out of love of his community, love of his generations, that they not be polluted with evil, that they're built on foundations of love. You can actually take a person's life out of love. Yes. This guy raped my daughter. If I let him live, he's going to rape other people's daughters. Out of love for your daughter and mine, I, as a righteous man, take his life. I don't enjoy it. You could say, one dumbass could say, well, the amount of murderers on the earth didn't change because you murdered him too. No. Murder is the unlawful taking of death. So when you put your hands on my kid, you made it lawful for me to kill you. It's better
That's
you
your
die
property, bro.
I mean, it's right, yes. So you damage my property, and this is where Christ is saying it's better they tie a millstone to their neck and throw them out themselves into the river, because in a righteous world built on the foundations of love, righteous men will judge righteously and deliver the wage of sin. So in that world, you'd rather kill yourself than go out and do something and have your community kill you.
Exactly. That's how it was back
And
in
I
the
say
days.
kill. I say kill because I'm legal specific. Now, whether or
Yeah,
not
and that's
it's
exactly.
murder is determined by law.
Yeah, it's not murder because you're correct. And the other thing, what people don't get, is when they bring Jesus out and the other one was Iscariot, and they ask him, which one do they want them to release? Remember that bit? Yeah. So you had Jesus under Roman law or Republican law didn't commit a crime, and Caesar didn't want to do anything. Yeah, a republic.
So they turned him over to mob law, mob rule.
Democracy. Yep.
Yeah.
That's the legal definition in the military dictionary for democracy. It says mob rule. Yeah, you know that.
Yeah. Mob rule. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. What say ye? What say ye?
Yeah.
Fuck the law. What say ye?
Fucking bullshit. Fucking democracy.
So there's another transgression of the law. Had there been righteous men there, Jesus wouldn't have died because they delivered the wage of sin.
Exactly.
When they transgress the law.
So they're trying to separate, the Roman law, the Republican law from, apparently the righteous law, all those Reverend Bigfoot and the rest of them.
Listen, I could find them guilty of so many laws. Not only did they all bear false witness against him, they bound together. They made an oath. They bound an oath to take his life, which you should bind no oaths, take no oaths.
Yeah. Oh, no.
That's part of the
Some
law.
laws are made to be broken.
Not God's law.
Not God.
Not the law. Not the law of nature either.
Yeah.
So you don't bind together. You don't bind together in false witness to bear against the Son of God, and we're all sons of God.
Yeah, exactly. So you have that, and these guys tell them, under Republic law, doesn't get touched. Caesar, like me and you, we say he hasn't done anything wrong. But, these
let
guys...
me ask you a question, Iggy. So can I say, I am a son of God, and me and my Father are the same, and we are one? Can I say that without being his actual son, but being the son of the Creator?
Say that one more time.
I, as a human being, can I say, I am a son of God, and my Father and I are one, without saying, I was there in the beginning of time, I'm the Creator, and through me all things were created.
Yeah, you can say that, yeah.
Yeah,
of course
I am a son of God, and we are one in the law.
Yeah,
in will. When I follow his will is that I follow his law, and his law is his will. So when I abide, then we're one in will, right?
Yes, correct.
Not my will, but his.
His will. Yep.
Yeah.
That'll get it.
No, they don't. Listen, the entire thing is a freaking trial, and it's all legal terms, legal terminologies, and witnesses, and false witnesses, and law of two witnesses, and transgression of the law, and sin, and falling short, and fall from grace. When did you fall from grace? You know what the fall from grace is? You no longer follow your Father's law, and you no longer deliver the wage of sin. So you're not in grace because your communities and your families and your households aren't built on a foundation of love. So they're polluted with evil.
Yeah.
And it'll multiply generation to generation. That is the law. That's a law too, right? It's a law of nature. Yes. Everything grows greater exponentially. So if you build your communities on a foundation of evil where righteous men don't bear the wage of sin, which is death, then that'll compound through the generations, and your 10th generation will be 10 times more evil than the 10th ladder, you know?
Yep.
Or the same will be for good, for love. If you build it on love, then the love that you had when you started it will be even more compounded and exponentially expand and grow. You will have a greater understanding of love in the next generation. It's the love you're giving to your kids. That's their gift. We give to our children, and they give us back the exact same thing before we die, but twice as much, maybe tenfold, depending on your child, you know, and their gifts. But if we teach them to love, they'll give us back twice the love. If we teach them to hate, then we'll experience twice the hate. You know, it's just the law. It's the way it is. It's not a prophecy. It's an expectation.
Yeah, bro. Sorry, I just listened to you. It's good to hear somebody else say these things, except
I don't. Sometimes, listen, I don't get out on these. I don't get to talk about these very often because people stop me with their doctrinal stuff, and I've just got to where I brush them right off. And I'm in a position to where they can be silenced. So I'm not going to argue doctrines when I'm trying to enlighten people about love and hate and principles that were already tried to be instilled to you, but you couldn't find them.
You reject them, yeah.
You know, so these things
they reject them.
Said, they do reject them because they want to believe belief. All they got to do is believe. Works don't have nothing to do with grace and salvation. And I say you're full of shit. If you have grace, you have faith, and faith is a product of grace. Exactly. So grace brings faith. Faith brings works. They're all products of each other.
Correct.
So if you don't have one, you don't have the other because it's not manifest. Yeah, it's not manifest. Exactly. That's another law, the law of three.
Yeah. Everybody shall have to bear their own cross, and if you can bear your own, then you help your brother with his cross.
Yeah, that's just it. That you know how many people that said they would have helped Jesus bear the burden of his cross, but they don't even bear the burden of his teachings. You can't bear your own cross.
Yeah, the thing that really gets me sometimes is these things that they say. You know me, I'm a bit anal when it comes to words, yeah. When I hear this, I'm saved, I'm covered in Jesus' blood, that like upsets me to the core. It doesn't matter if somebody's dead or alive, you know, if they were fact or fiction.
Yeah.
To
I know why
that,
too. Listen,
it upsets me.
If you're covered with a person's blood, what are you considered to be? A murderer. But if their blood's on their own hands, then you're saved. You're in grace. You don't have nothing to worry about.
Good morning, family.
You can't have blood on your hands and be innocent. Good morning.
Yeah, right. Like
you're right.
Like, yeah, I'm saved. I'm saved because of that. I'm like, bro. So you're telling me it's okay somebody to get cut off, die for you?
So
you're not man enough.
Yeah, we judge men by their actions, right? When they're judged by their actions, right? and on a higher level, you're judged even before you act on your own thoughts.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny. How can a man say that they are saved because they go to church, they pretend they believe? But Jesus said that entering the heaven is very, very tight. You know, like that big rope going through a small needle.
You know, I try not to say I'm saved, or try not to say I'm blessed, or I hope to be. I'm not to judge.
Hope.
I'm not to judge, and I know damn well I'm not innocent. You know what I mean?
I say it all the time.
Yeah.
I bear my cross.
But
I feel
battle mode.
I really feel the pain of the world, man. I can tell the state of a person's being just by the way they talk. What's up,
By
bro?
the way you speak, I can tell that you seek in your own life where you are right and wrong. And this man who seeks what is right and wrong stand more chances to be saved because he's doing that from his heart.
Yeah. Yes, I believe seek and you shall find.
Yeah.
If you're not seeking, you can't find.
Exactly.
And as I believe, so shall it be unto me.
People don't get how fucking hard it is. That don't have a effing clue, man.
True.
Hey, if you really know, you know not. If you're really saved, you know you're really not. Are you with me?
Yeah, for sure. A million percent, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and that's what it means to be meek. I don't know crap. I don't know if I'm saved. But if it's God's will, then it shall be so. But it's what I hope for. I expect the worst. I hope for the best. And I try. And that's all we can
God
do.
of life.
And that's what he wanted for us. What would you want for your children? You wouldn't want to. You wouldn't want to hold their hand. You don't want to hold their hand or cushion their bosom through the entirety of their life. You want them to get out there, live, and try their best to be good people and love one another. We're all as children. I tell my kids, just love each other. Try your best to get along. You're not always going to get along. Come to an understanding and learn to work things out.
You are family and you must love each other because out there in the world there are even enemies, and even those we have to love.
Yeah. You always have to look at them a bit. Yeah.
I've thought about that. There's some people out there that are so miserable and so full of hate that if we really loved them, we'd end that for them. But nobody believes in that type of love. They say there's no greater love than to lay your life down for another, but I say there is. For everyone else. Risk your immortal soul. I say that would be the greatest sacrifice and greatest display of love. Okay, I see all this suffering because of these kind of people. I'm just going to take them all out, and then, if I lose my soul, I lose my soul. But everybody from here on out lives a lot better in life. And we're a little closer to heaven on earth. I mean.
Well, as above, so below, but people don't get it. They don't get it, man. They don't get it.
Yeah. If it's in the head, it's in the heart. If it's in the heart, it's in the head.
Yeah.
And we'll see it in your hand. So there's your mark. That's your thoughts, your heart, and your works. There's your mark of the beast. If it's in your heart, then it's in your head and it's in your hands. If you're a killer, you're a killer. You was always a killer. It just took a certain circumstance to bring it out. And we'll see it by the bloods on your hand. If you're evil, it's in your heart, it's in your head, and it'll be in the works of your hands.
That's the biggest thing, bro. Like,
are you a beast or are you a man?
We're past the. And this is what I try to, I suppose, bring. I've known this was 14, 15, yeah. So I've gone through a lot, and I know I've gone quite a bit. I've been in places and circumstances and people and seen things that most people wouldn't. And this needs to be brought out to the people because
when I was younger,
you suffer for.
You know what? Hold up. You know what started my journeys in the into what we're talking about. So like going against doctrines and adhering to law. And you know, my grandmother, we were Seventh-day Adventists. Some of our family were Davidians, Ruby Ridge, Waco, all that. Seeing my family slaughtered for their religious beliefs, and people just say, well, fuck them.
I'm so sorry, brother.
They were cult members and they were crazy bitches, but these people don't know what the hell they're talking about. But anyway, we were Torah hearing Seventh-day Adventists. We absolutely stick to the Old Testament. They come in chronological order. You know, one leads to the next. You have to adhere to the law. Sure, the letters of Paul are the letters of Paul. So if law was the way to heaven, then Christ died for nothing. That I don't understand where Paul came with that, because Christ fulfilled the law. He followed the law of his Father. So how was it not the way to heaven? He ascended after that. He even laid his life down for all those that persecuted him. He followed the law of his Father to the T. So how can you even imply it wasn't? That I can never understand. As a child, at 12 years old, I'm like, here, this man died by the law. What do you mean the law wasn't the way to heaven, Paul? Is Paul a false prophet? Is this a false doctrine? Because first was the denial of the law when Christ went to the cross on the law. He died on the law. And then what? Rebirth and ascension, right?
Yeah.
Okay. On the law.
And
the law was a baptism. And then
I have to go.
In his life and in his ministry warned of false prophets and false doctrines. And my first thought was, I would always ask my grandmother questions, and she'd say, our doctrinal belief. And I'd say, what's a doctrinal belief, Grandma? Because God sent us the Holy Spirit to guide us. And she said, I don't know, son, but I give to you what I got in the hopes that you will return it to me multiplied. And I said, well, if we
God bless her.
If we are directed by the Spirit, we need not doctrine of other men. We only need the Word.
That's what I done.
And my grandmother, as a doctrinal Seventh-day Adventist, Torah-adhering woman, wouldn't deny me that. Because we are directed by the Spirit, and you can't argue that.
Yep.
So, and were we warned about false doctrines and false prophets, and many false prophets in his name?
I was trying to ask the guys, pose the question, who was up in heaven, except for, Elijah and what's his name, the first one.
All the hosts of heaven?
No. It's like Enoch and Elijah and a few others.
Abram?
The angels.
No.
Well, yeah, the angels are the hosts of heaven, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm talking about just the normal people. Because they were bad, apparently. Because this is how it was changed. When it was changed, there was a hell invented. So everybody that was bad got put in hell and levels of hell. So I asked them.
Purgatory.
Purgatory, yeah. I asked them, okay, so now.
Hell is not real place, and Goanna,
you know what we're talking about.
The grave, the grave or the place of the fire. These are actual places on earth, not mystical
it's a cleansing.
Places of purification, but actual places that were referenced, where they burn the trash, or where they bury the dead.
Yep. So, like I said to my grave, he died for the law to be fulfilled. So these other souls can go up to heaven.
Yeah, because if you read the Ten Commandments properly, they're curses if you break them. Cursed is the man who does this. It doesn't say, cursed is the man that does not love his father. Cursed is the man who lies against his brother. Cursed is the man who bears false witness. Cursed is the man who murders. Cursed is the man who creates false idols. They take that out.
Yeah,
it's part of the covenant. But if you do these things, you're cursed.
Yep. So I go, there's thousands or millions of souls, whatever there is. I go, somebody had to pass away. I go, for these souls to go up to heaven, and otherwise they got no redemption. This is your doctrine. Yeah. I go, so because they were talking about, Lucifer, the light bearer. They don't even it's an understanding. I go. So when the person that you call Jesus, I go, when he goes down, where the demons and devils are when it's dark, where it's dark, he comes in light. I go, is he not the light bearer? And everybody's like, what do you mean? I go, when he goes down, is he not the bearer of light to take everybody to go up?
Yeah.
Everybody has this bad connotation of something because you've been drilled into their head.
Yeah, it's like they don't listen. So
that's even in your blood.
Your jailer has a title. Listen, if you're in jail, your jailer has a title. You need the county sheriff to get the keys, let you out of the hell you're in. But if you're in hell, you need Luciferius. You need the light bearer to come with the keys. Because he fulfilled the law and inherited all the kingdoms, keys, all the keys, all the domains.
It's in your blood.
Yeah,
the thing is in your blood, the Luciferius, for F's sake.
Yeah.
I've finally got it out there.
Exactly.
Nobody heard it but you, me, and Get Bigger, but it doesn't matter. They can listen to it after and have a sook.
And so I wanted to say that the Ten Commandments are cursed. They're supposed to start out as cursed is the man or cursed is anyone.
Correct.
And that's further demonstrated in Deuteronomy 27:26. Cursed is anyone who does not uphold the words of this law by carrying them out. And that's all the way through. Galatians covers it, all that. So Galatians 3:10, even Paul says, but it shall come to that, if thou not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe to do all his commandments and his statutes.
Yep.
And then Paul, in Galatians, same one, he goes in to say that the law is not the way to heaven, but, cursed is the man who doesn't follow him.
Yeah, so you better have a look.
Yeah, it says, but those who depend on the law to make them right with God are under his curse. For the scripture says, cursed is everyone who does not observe and obey all the commandments that are written in God's book of law.
Yep. And the thing is, I'm not a fan of the bullshit that they do with the so-called I know what this is and that is. That's just...
Yeah.
Fucking... that.
Yeah, and the only people, listen, when people are locked in doctrine, they'll say, but that's an allegory, that's a parable. But see, the book denotes when people begin to start talking in riddles and allegories and parables. But in Deuteronomy, it's literal. It's when we're talking the law, this is not an allegory.
Yeah, we're talking concrete, solid.
This is not allegorical, and I can reiterate it with the law of two witnesses and show you a demonstration of every law in the life of Messiah. And adherence to that law, too. So a man a being that lived in adherence to all the laws and the commandments, who gets staked to the cross based on the law and the commandments, unrighteously judged and persecuted by a law that other people do not even adhere to, dies by the law, is reborn and resurrected, but the law wasn't his way to heaven. It makes no sense. It's double speak. It is
God's
the worst joke. The author of confusion. I can read There's so many verses that focus on the law and adherence to the law, and you can't give me one that throws it out and think, I'm going to throw out all the works of the prophets to read your one verse and accept it allegorically.
Yeah. I was going to say, it's the biggest joke ever played on mankind if that's it.
Yeah, listen, I call it doctrinal dismay. You're dismayed, bro. You're shook.
Yeah, it's
all you see is doctrine, and this you don't even. Most people can't even tell me who developed the doctrine they adhere to, and they get mad when I know. They get mad when I know, brother. And I'm like, well, what if this guy is one of the false prophets spoken of in the book? All things are answered by the book, brother.
Yep.
You can't say that and deny what the book says. It's just
a physician never gets recognized in his own village, but has to go elsewhere.
This is the worst part of it. People who declare to have discernment do not show a functional use of discernment that you could witness as an axiom in yourself. You can't say, okay, yeah, this guy's got discernment, but he will absolutely say, I can discern this, and then repeat to you a doctrine developed by somebody else that he doesn't even know. Yeah. Is that discernment? Is that discernment? You can't discern between somebody else's truth of Scripture and the own truth your heart tells you, which is the Holy Spirit guiding you.
Exactly. That is otherwise just it's dead wood and hieroglyphs. You bring life to it.
This is what I can't stand about doctrinal people. Now they tell you that the Holy Spirit guides you, God gives us discernment, but they will not recognize that they were not moved by the Spirit to follow the doctrine.
They
weren't moved to this
cleansed, bro.
They accepted this belief. There's not one church that doesn't preach a doctrine. None of them tell you read the book and take from it what you take. They've already got set out. They got it. Each one of them got their own Bible studies. They can take every verse in the Bible and wrap it around their belief of what Scripture says. What discernment is, you form your own belief based on the guidance of the Holy Spirit within you.
The Holy Spirit. Yep.
The light.
Yes.
The light within you. The spark. The holy divine spark.
Yep.
Here's the same people. Oh, we don't have the divine spark in us. That's New Age crap. You're trying to say we can ascend to God. No, there's a part of God within every one of us. Because the kingdom of heaven is not under cobbled stone. It's not under splintered wood. It's within you and me.
God doesn't make anything that's dead, for God's sake.
Right.
Life begets life, death begets death. We contribute in death, like it's not a bad thing. Like we bring children in, but God gives a spirit to the child.
Right.
In that sense, people don't get this thing. You know what I mean? Like it's, go forward, share the good word and prosper. People think it's like go out and root and make a whole bunch of yourselves, but be idiots.
Yeah, I mean, Jesus did say that, right? For indeed the kingdom of God is within you.
They're going to tell me about some place that doesn't exist, about something that didn't happen, and connotations and denotations, but the simplest things. And whoever listens, I hope people listen to this actually, because these things that they're scared of, you'll know about this, about signs and symbols, yeah?
Right.
I'm probably a person that knows probably too much.
Well, you know what I'm talking about, right? Luke 17, he says, and when it was demanded of the Pharisees, when the kingdom of God should come, he answered them and said, the kingdom of God cometh not with observation. Like, you won't see the kingdom of God coming.
Like neither shall
Yet neither shall they say, Lo here or lo there, for behold, the kingdom of God is within you. So in other words, Jesus said it already came. It's in you.
He was the thing.
Don't know it. Right. You just don't know it. It's the kingdom. You are the kingdom. What's the kingdom made up of?
Okay, now.
Citizens make up the kingdom, right? Nationals. Citizens. Slaves. Landowners.
Employees.
Yeah, there's no kingdom without the people, right?
Fucking idiots.
I know. It's another legal terminology, is it not?
Yeah, it is.
It is.
It is.
It's like, if you're national of the kingdom of God, then you are a part of the kingdom, and the kingdom is within you.
Yeah.
You are the kingdom.
I don't get
legally, morally, spiritually, ethically. You're right. Yeah, they can't. They can't get that. Like, they can listen to the song "We Are the World, We Are the Children," but they don't fucking get it.
They don't get it. They don't get the man in the
We
middle.
are the kingdom. We are the children of God. We are the kingdom of God. We are the creation of God. We are the sons of God.
Oh yeah, they were talking about symbols, bro. Listen to this. Like, I'm one guy that knows a shitload about it, and I know you do too. So I can speak about this. You know, symbols, certain symbols. Yeah, well, all symbols, even letters and stuff, are symbols, and they have an effect on a man or a woman.
Mm-hmm.
Would you agree?
Okay. Oh, I do. Yes.
Yep. Beautiful. So now there's certain very powerful symbols that when you place them in a certain way or with certain things, that they actually emanate a certain darkness.
Sigils.
Yeah, sigils. Yeah.
I would agree. Bindings, writings, or castings of spells. Yes, I would agree.
Yep.
The symbols could be letters.
Yep, exactly.
Same as if I write a letter to you, I'm a bad motherfucker and I'm going to kick your ass. I symbolize fear and aggression and violence.
Yep. Or you can use like a drawing. It looks like drawings.
Yeah, I could put a serpent tattoo on my chest and just dance around in your face, but a lot of people wouldn't get it.
I've got a serpent tattoo on my arm, so you can kiss my ass.
I got some tribal art. I got a few tats.
I'll send you some photos of me, that one. That's all right. Sorry. You baby face. I was like you. I was like 30 and I look like I was 16.
Oh, you seen my Marine picture? Oh yeah, I couldn't even grow hair on my face when I left too.
Yeah, same here. Till I was like 27, 28.
My mother, God bless her, she was a proud Marine mom, you know. But my dad was like, "You're still a fucking baby."
Yeah.
My baby, you fuck this. My dad was mad, and I wish, you know. But we all got to live our own life, come to our own understandings. That's what builds character, makes us who we are. But I've often wished that my dad could put what he was heartfelt into words.
Of the same, a bit of the same thing with my dad. Like you can see it in him. You know, he doesn't need to communicate it to you. You can feel it. But
I kind of feel that all this stuff that I've learned from this experience with this and that, I kind of feel like it was all in the fuck that you're still a baby. It was all in that. It was in the all that was said, even though it wasn't said, just with his demeanor before I left, you know. And I'm just coming to an understanding of what was unspoken in my life, and I understand why it was why it wasn't said.
Your parents are different. Yeah,
why it wasn't said, because it took a lifetime to collect the thoughts that he had, and it may have took him another lifetime to organize them and put them in a way I could understand at that age with that limited experience.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And would it have done anything different or made anything different? The answer would probably
Yes.
be no. So as a
Yes,
father,
exactly.
yeah. So as a father, you just got to let your children learn and hope for the best.
Yeah. Mm.
When I came home, my father was on his deathbed. So I came home. I didn't re-sign. You know, I didn't sign back up for another tour. And he expected me to. So when I came home, he was like, I could see it in him, you know, and without even be said, he was happy.
Nice words.
And he knew it. He didn't want to. I know in his soul he wanted to think, my boy don't even care. He's not even going to come home. But then when I came there, I seen that look. I knew it. I knew my boy loved me. I knew he'd be home. And I just thought, if you heard me talking earlier about the, you know, well, fuck this, I got moral questions. And then my father's dying, you know, it's like, it came to where this isn't where I should be, you know. So I finished it out in the garage as a, you know, equipment mechanic engineer, but I was a specialist. I went home and watched my father die, and I enjoyed it. I mean, they bring us into this world. Least we could do is walk them out of it. It's the natural order of things. It is.
Yeah. It should be.
I learned to value unspoken words, bro, from the moment I left till the moment I came back, and it was all like one continuous unspoken conversation that finally came to an head.
Yeah.
Two people in agreement that could just sit there and not have to even speak a word, just happy that they were together in the same room.
Yeah, people don't get that. Or even if you're upset, it'll be a look. But it's not like I hate your look. It's like I'm angry with you. Not even upset or disappointed. It's just like, and it goes away.
Mm-hmm.
It goes away. But you can sit there. Yeah.
Yeah, because you're there.
And people don't get that. People don't have that.
I could see it, my dad.
Yeah, same here.
I came home with a lot of questions. You got to take a man's life. You have a great understanding of your father and what he wants you to do. You're going to have questions about salvation because of your actions.
Yeah.
You know, my father worried about all that. And I could see the satisfaction that without a word being said, just by my demeanor, he knew. He raised a good kid because there were questions of that. Because he knew there were certain things I had to do. I wrote home.
Yeah.
You know,
well,
I talked to him. So, but
the questions were the good thing that he knew, that he instilled in you to ask sooner or later. As you said, if you're a killer, you're going to be a killer. If you're good, you're going to be good.
Right. And just coming home answered all that for him. Even my mom said he was so sick. I mean, he didn't get a bed before I come home, but he lived longer than they thought he would. And I think it was just because I came home. And
100%, bro.
He may have been ready to pass when I was gone, but when I came there and he could see the answers to his questions. He could feel the heavy heart. Then he wanted to live with the conversation that never happened that needed to happen. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, bro.
I feel my dad hung on for extra 8 months just to have that conversation. I really think we choose when we're ready to pass for certain people.
Yeah. I will testify to that. And I need to speak to him private. It's a bit,
but I believe there are those people who've done what we talked about, tried their best, tried to obey all the commandments and follow the laws. And I believe these people are protected And they may live so long that they say, I want to go home, because they know it's home. They've lived long enough to know we're just going back where we came from. You know? But they're also they'll never come to a I'm ready or it's time, because it's always not their will. You know what I mean? So my grandmother was like that. She said, I want to go home. I've longed to go home for a long time, but I guess that's not my father's will.
These people, they get it right. That's the problem.
I watched my grandmother die when I was 16.
Fucking bullshit.
Yeah, she bled from every pore. I didn't leave her side for the last 15 days of it. But some people aren't suited for that, and some people are. Some people can't watch them die, and some people can't leave until their last breath, and they know their suffering's over. I'm one of those people. I can't leave your side while you're suffering. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
I think you've been through some experiences like that. I can feel it in you. But my grandmother loved me so much I couldn't leave her side. Hospice tried to kick me out of my dad's room, and I said, I'm a combat-trained veteran, right? I really don't want to threaten you, but I want to let you know what's on the line if you try to get me out of this room. Your life. My mom, same thing, but I dealt with the same hospice group, so they'd already instructed him that wasn't a possibility. Don't bring it up. He doesn't have to leave the room. You're there to make it comfortable for two different people.
Yep.
Him and her.
And my grandma's still waiting for me overseas, bro. I don't know how she's still keeping it together.
Hey.
She's got like trash.
What's up, autism?
Hold on, my audio's messed up. Hold on.
Oh. I think you might want to interrupt us for some questions, but it's all good.
Hey.
Hey,
am I on stream right now?
Yep.
Oh, man. That usually is followed by an N-bomb. But yes, you are. Go ahead.
I'm not going to do that stuff on the
all right, cool.
Because even if I did do that, it's okay. Because there are no African Americans watching the stream, I can assure you that.
Bro, I don't believe in African Americans, but I don't know what you mean.
What this is?
You're either African or you're an American.
American, yeah.
No, you can be both. You can be both.
No, you can't. I'm
you
an
can
American.
be a unicorn too, bro.
Listen.
A unicorn American.
I'm Native American and American. I'm an American. Well, my heritage is Indian. Chippewa. Ojibwa.
Listen, you can be both. You can be African. You
can't be dual nationals unless you're a native.
No, it's not. Okay.
Elon Musk. Elon Musk is an African American. He's from South Africa.
So let me tell you something. So you can be. Listen. What is that noise? Listen, African Americans are African by their race, but they're American by their nationality.
There's no such thing as race.
African isn't a race. It's a nationality.
No, it's not. Africa's not a nation.
It's the continent, bro.
Did you just say it's not a nation?
Yeah, it's a continent.
So then, how does a continent register to a man?
Well, they're Congoids who live in the
I'm not going to have this conversation. Let's just roll.
Bro. Yeah, this is going to end up like last time, bro. Me 16 hours ranting.
Like, for example,
your name is Autism is a curse. I thought it said at first Autism is a cure.
Well, it is.
I know that's kind of offensive too.
Can I talk?
Oh my god, dude!
Can you?
Why are you so aggressive?
It is a cure to a good life, which doesn't even need a cure. Because a good life shouldn't be cured; it should be embraced.
It should be oxymoron.
Change it to cure. You should change it to cure.
No.
Oxymorons are curses. That seems to be all you have is oxymorons.
What oxymorons are you referring to?
They're morons with
African
oxygen in the head.
African American. Autism's a cure. Oh my fucking little my little nephew is autistic and he's fucking beautiful. I don't even get that shit.
Yeah, I bet you do think he's beautiful.
Well, he is.
Yeah, I bet you do think
all people are.
No.
I don't separate people by race either. There's one race, the human race.
Actually,
There's only mankind, then.
Actually, that's not true. There's no human race. It's called the human species.
Well,
no,
listen.
human. A human is a monster. If you want to be a monster, then go with the human race.
Listen,
if you want to be mankind,
species is a construct of man. It's just an abstract.
Of course it is.
There's only one group, and it's human beings. We're the ones that created. We're the ones that created systems to subdivide and divide everybody. You believe in them division concepts. It's a fucking concept. Race is a concept, not a reality.
Why are you cussing on stream?
I'm getting ready to ban you. Why the fuck do you keep asking me what I'm doing? Whose server is it? Mine or yours? Answer the question quick.
I don't know.
It's not fucking yours.
So
you do know.
So if I say the N-word, I'll get banned, but you can say all this stuff.
I don't even see. Listen, that's a false equivalency. How is this equal to that? Are you so offended you can't take a fuck or shut the fuck up?
What do you think about the shape of the Earth?
This moron who subsets every little difference in the fucking human race into groups. It says it's a reality. That's a human concept. It's no different than mathematics.
Yeah.
We constructed that system ourselves. It doesn't make it a fucking reality.
Yes. I explained that before, and yesterday I told her how mathematics came into being.
This guy,
from when you let me talk, bro, I think I was on for almost 30 hours straight, bro, explaining stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even like using the word human because it means monster. That's what it literally means. It means monster. A masculine or feminine child that was born
what?
Blind and turned dark and died.
Yeah, I know what that is.
You know
I would go with my heritage, and I wouldn't say we're the human race, but we're a group of light beings. We're soul group. We are light beings. Our traditional greeting in Anishinaabe or First Nations people, or however you know Native Americans to be named, we would say Anin. We didn't say how. How are you doing? That's not a ceremonial greeting. You'd say Anin. And it means I see you. I recognize you as a light being. I recognize your light. And then you would lead into, your Dodem or your group, Bear Clan. You would give them a formal, it'd be Anin, Denishnikov, Wabe Makuts, Makwa, Dodem, Nindal, Sagwatal, Ichital, Maknak, and they'd tell you my area, my Dodem, my name, and the fact that I recognized you as a light being before I even dared to speak to you.
Yeah.
How?
Did you, the Occidental...
What's the Bear Clan's favorite pastry? The bear claw.
That's actually pretty nice.
I do like them. Can I get some cream cheese on my pastry?
What is
I was gonna say honey cakes, but
yeah, remember when I put the word up Occidental yesterday? What?
I missed it.
Remember when I put up the word Occidental yesterday?
Oh yeah, yeah.
You know what? Did you just see the etymon on it?
The etymology on Occidental?
Yep.
No, I haven't seen it.
I said it. I even told people to look it up. This is why when I said, what's a Greek and what's this and what's that? Who are these Arcadians that they speak of that traveled the world, or the, Ionians, and why do these certain people get chopped up, mentioned everywhere, but they disappear? Why?
Well, because words change.
Yeah, because
definitions change.
These people do it on purpose to split up the people that are trying to do the decent thing, if you get what I mean.
Well, it's the Tower of Babel, bro. We speak Babel. We don't even know. We can't identify certain groups because their names have changed. The words that reference them are just Babel now.
Yeah, but these guys...
Words we communicate with, nobody knows how to properly define the word, so we just speak Babel.
Yeah, that's what I say all the time. So what does it say on the Occidental? What does it mean? Tell the listening audience. Occidental.
I'm not sure. I didn't look at it.
Oh, I thought you had it up, bro. So Occidental means the original. Original people. Original people. And then it's got where they come from. They come from two places. What is known now as the US of A and what is known now as the Balkans. Two places. So why are these certain people getting sloshed around and certain fagabots getting a head up?
So an Occidental is a member of one of the Occidental peoples or First Nations. Oh.
From the start, bro. Yeah, I know, bro. I don't talk out of the side of my neck, brother. You know that. This is why when it kills you, when somebody's like tries to on me.
Yeah, I hear you. I get frustrated quick too, bro. Yeah.
But when I say that, that's like I know you're a man of knowledge, but did you know that has to warm your heart up a bit? It makes you sad, but it warms your heart up a bit too, though.
Yeah, well, it gives me actually the original way to define my peoples. Yeah.
Yeah. Same with me.
So I can say an Occidental people instead of a native. I'm Occidental.
Yep. There is no so-called jurisdiction.
I'm original.
Yes, I know where I am.
I'm a First Nation motherfucker.
These people don't get it.
I can do a traditional or ceremonial war cry too, but hey, I won't get. Or a war proposition. War proposition. I won't get into that though.
Bro, I thought we were friends, bro.
No, I was just I learned. Yeah, my grandma's big on there's the reason I like etymology of words is because I actually understand English reading, English composition. I know to form a coherent and cohesive sentence, we need our words specifically defined so that we know how to use them, whether it's a verb, adjective, or noun. Because when you get into the etymology of words, you can find out that you thought you used the adjective, a verb, and a noun, but you actually used 3 different adjectives. So you described something, but you never denoted what. So you really have an incoherent, incohesive sentence when you get into the etymology of it. And language has to be both coherent and cohesive so that we understand. The words have to be used in the perimeter in which the parameters which they were defined, the context in which they were defined.
I work with one of the people that's trying to get this English language fucking all organized, and I was just, bro, like, this is what I'm saying.
Right, and I know you're with me on that. It's so
you have to. You can't put nouns in front of verbs and
and what leads me into this is you study linguistics. If you study ancient scripture, you want to get closest to the original source. You know, the 10 people experiment. You tell them a story, it changes 10 times down the line. So you want to get closest to the original story. You read it in the original language. But then the context in which that language was used in that time is now lost. The only way back to that is to not only search the true language and redefine it, but go into the etymology of the words in that language. And that because you'll get a modern etymology of an ancient definition, and it won't be used in the context of the period. So until you search the etymology, will you get the proper story, and the story will now come into context, shape, and form, be coherent and both cohesive. So we have a story that seems to have a direction, of course, and an end, but it contradicts itself all the way. That's because our words and their definitions and meanings have been corrupted.
In the beginning was the word, it was good, and it was with the good. That's the purpose.
Amen.
God bless you, brother. I say that all the time. Nobody, it's God, and this. I'm like,
I get it. And the word is with God, and the word was God. So without the proper word spoken in the proper context for the proper period, we don't get the proper context of the story.
Exactly.
So if the law is lost in context and periodic descriptions of etymology, then the law is lost.
Yep.
If the story is lost in the same, then the story is lost. And you'll never find the point, and you'll never be able to persecute. There's power in the name, but what was the name? Right? Most people say there's power in the name, and then they say a name that doesn't even come from the original scripture.
Sure, yeah.
We got a reference to a name that he'll be called Emmanuel, but he's never referenced as Emmanuel in the book. So there's many examples in the story being corrupted through etymology, definition, and redefinition. Or revision, whatever way you want to say it.
Yeah, of course. And when they put the Emmanuel, that is because these guys write it for themselves. So when they put the Emmanuel, it means it's a manual for something. The book is a manual for something.
Yeah, for proper adherence to the law. But what is it? What are we dealing against? The trickster. In simple terms, the trickster. He wants to trick you. So now you believe there is no law.
Yep.
And if there is, it's not the way to heaven. The guy that, the one who followed the entire law and lived a life that was an example for you, he didn't adhere to the law, and that's not the way he got to heaven. This is what your story tells you, but it literally makes no sense.
No,
because what the heck? Listen, what the heck what's the point of telling the story of living your entire life by the law if the law is meaningless?
That's what I say to people. I go, what the F is this book for?
Yeah, what's the whole damn book for? He died for your life, believe it. You're saved. Hail Mary, peace be out. Pay your tithes.
Why did they have it fucking sitting in their temples, in their fucking, even in their dark temples, they have to fucking have it sitting there?
Well, what's a gospel?
The
gospel is the good news, right? Exactly. So what the good news
they
is
have to have it.
Saved, tithes.
You know, they used to hold that thing over the top of the judge's head. There was a person employed to hold it over the judge's head.
No more Torah. What's Torah say if you spell it backwards? Herod. Who's Herod?
Yeah, I know.
Oh, you're onto that one, huh?
Yeah,
You're
bro.
hip to that?
Bro, I learned to read backwards from bottom up, bro. Well, that's retarded. Who does that? Yeah.
Harlot.
Kara.
So if you follow the Torah, the law, the teachings, you follow Torah. If you don't, you're just a harlot.
Yep, the tarot. People think the tarot is bad. Oh, tarot is you're scared of a picture. Oh, this is what I wanted to say with the symbols. All right. You say not that it's a good symbol when you put the star upside down, yeah? And they picture the coat of Mendes, yeah? I'll go, picture in that thing, I'll go all the females' body parts. It fits exactly the same. Uterus, this, that, da, 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 da. They go quiet. I'll go
The
just
bull
like
of
that.
heaven? The bull of heaven?
Yeah, I'm like, just put it over the top of the upside down star. I'll go, you put the female parts in there. I'll go,
Yeah,
I'll
the
go
uterus?
Yeah, the uterus in it. Yeah, I'll go, so I'll go, if you are, that upside down star means something. You don't know what it means, but it hurts your soul. And this is the thing. There is something not fucking right with you. And that's all I want to say. If somebody is listening, there is something not right in you. If you can't look at that, that means you are in that state. And I hopefully you get my shitty parable that you are fucking upside down fallen. That's why they stick it everywhere. And makes people do dumb shit. Of course it does.
So the pentagram in the uterus? Pentagram is the upside down uterus?
Yeah. Just overlap it, bro. You'll see. I just do it. So I got like photographic fucking memories. I just do it all in my brain. Shit, I say, but yeah. And I said to him, I go, what is? They were trying to back, like they was talking.
So Samael and Lilith. Samuel.
Yeah. And Lilith.
Yeah. Well, that's what you put by the goat and the upside down star.
Down.
So Lilith. So Lilith refused to reproduce or procreate. You know. So Lilith is the one that wouldn't reproduce, and you could put how many people in that category nowadays who choose their own this, choose their own that, and will never have a child, a natural born child, and they'll never be fruitful, multiply, and subdue the earth. Now, how about Samuel?
And he's an angel, isn't he? Yeah. What's he doing there? Huh?
Right. But he's the angel of what?
What's he doing there next to Lilith for? That's a bit of a...
Oh, yeah. I believe that they partook of the fruit of the tree of life. And, therein lied the knowledge of good and evil.
They think all these angels are, they follow God's word and they can't do nothing, blah, blah, blah. And I said to them, let us go down and confuse their language.
Yeah.
Who is this us? What is this us?
Us is Elohim, the host of heaven, the sons of gods. Because Elohim is not God. In the original Bible, Yahweh and the Elohim came upon the face of the deep, right? The Elohim were all the hosts of heaven. So, but we've transcribed all these words to God to change and hide the original story. That Yahweh created us in His image, and Elohim said, "Come, let us make man in our image."
Yep.
That's the sons of God in the fallen state recreated man. They formed man in the flesh. Yahweh formed us in the spirit. in his image. Elohim, the host of heaven in a fallen state, formed us in their image.
Everybody kiss my ass because somebody has just said the things that I've been trying to say. I said, what about if this meat suit is not meant to be ours? Who made this meat suit? Why would a loving man put you in a meat suit?
Listen, so is God the Holy Spirit? And did God create us first in his image? And are there two creation stories in Genesis? These are our own questions we need to ask.
They are, because I will.
Was the name
even in Old English?
Listen,
it says
were
God
multiple references condensed. Were multiple references condensed to one word of God? Rahaim, Nephilim, all the renowned men of old, the evil ones, the great ones, the Elohim, the host of heavens, they're all God now. So when you read the story, God did everything, but in the real story, God did this and then let it be. He said it's good, and he rested. And then the Elohim, the host of heavens, they came down. They longed after Eve. They seen the mate that God had made for Adam, and Adam named all the animals and was given dominion over the earth. Why should man rule over man's self? Right?
Yeah, but this is what I ask.
Divine rule doesn't come from God. It comes from the fallen angel, the Elohim, the sons of God, who want you to believe they're gods because they want to lift their throne above the Most High.
Bro, do you believe that I can't reference my father up there under any name. I can't do. I say my father or creator. That's it. Because for me, it's just like I will call my own dad. You know what I mean? And I don't know if that's true or what name is what. It's just a very, very touchy subject for me, bro. You know what I mean? Like,
the name of the Most High.
Yeah.
I believe that the name is not meant to be spoken in this time, and that we just accept him as our Father or our Creator.
Yeah, I think that we.
So Samael is one of the fallen angels. You have to go back to Talmudic references or Jewish references and beliefs. He's the accuser, the seducer, the destroyer, the Satan. Ha-Satan, that's Samael.
Ha-Satan.
Ha-Satan. Yeah. Most people don't know this, but he is the God of many names. So as a fallen angel, he also has many names. Baal, Raphael, El. How many doctrines and religious beliefs call El God? Do you believe El is God? El Satan?
That's what I think.
It is. It is what they think. Even some people want to say, have you heard the things where they say, well, there were two gods in Genesis, and you got Yahweh and Jehovah, and Yahweh formed us in the spirit, and Jehovah formed us in the flesh. And no, that's just not true. The story's been corrupted. God came here with God's people, pre-Adamic creation, all the hosts of heavens. He didn't come here alone. He came upon the face of the deep with all the hosts of heaven. And the fall happened. They were here. The fall was happening during creation, during Genesis. They were here.
That was the fall.
Why?
That was the fall.
Creation
was the fall.
It was when man was formed in the flesh and face in the garden. Do you believe he walked? Do you believe he walked with El Satan or with God? Did he walk with Elohim or did he walk with God? God is but one. We worship an Abrahamic God, one monotheistic, one God. Come, let us create man in our image. God, one God. Most High God, He already created us in His image, in spirit, in His likeness, in spirit. He's a Holy Spirit.
Exactly.
We were created in spirit, and then Elohim, the host of heaven said, "Come, let us form man in our image." And if there, every KJV
They can't make
only-
life.
Listen,
they can
bro,
make death only.
I'm already exactly. So that's why we die in the flesh. So all
Exactly.
things they do are cursed to fail. But
hey, God bless you, brother.
I'm already a heretic
mean this
here.
from the bottom of my heart, bro, because I've been.
You do you dig on Zen Garcia? You like Zen?
Oh, I don't even know who he is, bro. I read and I get given stuff, bro.
You should check out Zen Garcia's things. You'd like them. We had him here, but I'm a heretic here because I talk things other than doctrine, outside of Catholicism,
bro,
outside of Roman Greco-twisted Christianity.
I don't know what a Greco is, bro. It's a made-up thing, so.
Well,
I had that word.
But you get the reference. It's a time period more of.
Yeah,
more of a Roman Greco is it's a time period, and it's the Greco period in Rome. So you're under the religion of Rome, the people who killed him, the Christ, the one that from Rome says he's the vicar of Christ. Come on, man. Rome killed Christ, but now all of a sudden the Roman Pope is, if I speak for Christ on the earth. Oh, is that why you killed him? So you could deliver his word?
Oh, the guy's got a bit of a yarmulke on his head, but it's alright.
Yeah. I mean, are you with me? I don't know how other people don't get this.
Bro, I mean, I'm with you. I'm like, I need to speak to you, bro. But yeah, as I said, like, yeah, I agree 100%. But plus, he's got a yarmulke on top of his head, bro.
Right.
I'm just saying.
So for your own comfort here, I'm already a heretic here. So when the KJV only mods come in here, and the people with in the principalities and rulers in high places that can ban you, when they start arguing this, you can always just take the side seat and let Battlemod do it, bro. I usually cut it off before it gets, I'm just like, okay, whatever, adhere to your doctrine,
Seize him! Seize the heretic!
Exactly. It's like, how do you not know? Pride comes before the fall. Now, you're so prideful, you say that you have the only way to heaven for my soul.
Yeah.
How prideful is that?
But
when you can't even consider the origins of the true word. And in the beginning was the word. If the word is not true, right? If the word's not true, then, or if you're not using the proper word in the proper context, in the proper form.
Can't be with the good. You can't be with the good people.
No.
So it's an oxymoron.
You can't even speak good because you have not the word, not the true word of God.
Yep.
You speak.
And the people aren't good, so they'll corrupt it. If the people aren't good.
Right. Yep. I know. I wanted to use that on them every time they do it. Like, I'm sorry, I don't speak Babel. Did you say allegory? But they just wouldn't get it anyway.
Bro, I do it all the time. I try to do this. Yeah, sometimes I snap.
It is a powerful statement, but only for those people in the know. You speak Babel, so.
That's why I say, like, how, why, what the fuck, like, what do you mean, man? Like, dude. Somebody's going to try to educate me about, English without
Crypto
how to speak
knows.
about it.
Crypto knows. This is why we don't. Listen, bro. This is why we don't go down in the religion area. They'll kick us out. I try to leave Blaze alone, but Blaze is she's a smart girl. She follows her heart and the spirit. She's not 100% conformed to doctrine because she too seeks truth, and doctrine is already formed for you, and she don't believe that's what Messiah wanted for us.
Of course it is. It's not. Listen, look, people. If everything was laid out like in a book, what is the point of being here? Everything's just written out like a movie. Why are you here?
Basic instruction before leaving Earth. Bible. So when you're trapped in the flesh, you're gonna die, and you need a little bit of instruction before you go to hell. everything's a curse in when you're in the flesh. Everything's a curse.
It's a mate sack. It's a fucking pussy mate sack.
Yeah,
my temple, my body, my temple.
Listen, it's so funny when you say, did God intend us to be in this meat suit? Messiah said to be absent of the body is to be present with the Lord.
That's why I started, but it didn't continue. I said, none of these people have, not as in like, it's sort of, it's a suffering and they haven't cleansed or done any ritual. I told you the rituals that I did.
Well, one thing I wanted to ask you, do you believe the flesh we live in could be also not only a cage for us, but the cage of the oppressor, the mountain that was cast down upon him?
Yeah.
Yeah, the flesh. So if the flesh was the mountain that was cast down upon him, then it brings new meaning to the phrase of, command ye this mountain be removed from your path, it shall be removed, right?
Yep.
So that if you look at it from that point of view, it almost seems as if we could just shake the flesh off and walk out of body. And there are people who, record having out-of-body experiences. In that,
I'm one of them.
Modern day medical science would say that it's a trick of the mind.
It's a trick of the mind, my ass.
Yeah,
it's a trick of the mind. I wake up with the fucking hand marks on my fucking neck.
Yeah, well,
with nobody around me.
I'm covering all the bases. That's what they'll say. It's a trick. I'm with you though.
Yeah. My mind is putting scars on my neck. No worries, champ.
I've had those moments when I felt outside of myself looking down at me and almost been able to read the book that was in my hand.
No, I have full punch-ons with these things, bro.
Well, reading
I have full punch-ons.
Listen, I had an experience like that with reading scripture, 'cause I think deep. I've read it so many times. I read it over and over and over again, looking for new stuff. That's how I got where I am, And my experience too, I believe,
Yeah, of course, brother. This is the thing. People have read the thing once or twice and they think they know what it means. If you haven't read the thing like 50, 60 times, you haven't done nothing.
Yeah, you haven't done shit. Because I still didn't know shit after my first 50 times. But when I started to weigh stuff that now is just stored in my memory, I can quote.
It gets revealed.
I can quote a lot of it. Yeah, it becomes real when you apply it to life and actions and experience.
Of course.
It gets even more real. And then when you look at it from different aspects, spiritual, physical, legal, it takes on different meanings.
Yeah.
It becomes a whole new story. And it's like a multi-layered onion.
Yeah, it's minimum basic.
But you know what I found? If you go into it, this is my belief. If you go into scripture restricted by anything, whether it's a doctrinal belief or a family long-held belief about a certain verse, everything you read will be restricted by that filter.
Yeah, if you can't.
Yeah, if you can't just become like children, just like Messiah said.
That's what I said fucking before, man. This is why I come on us down for 30 hours to get some synchronicity.
Yeah,
Thank
just throw off all filters and open the book. And I don't, when I say, hey, I'm going to read the book, right? I don't choose the book. I don't have a book in mind. And generally, I just set the book binder up on the table and let go of it and let it fall open. Let the universe pick where I'm going to read.
Yep.
And then I just read. I never try to go in with because I've done a lot of different doctrinal studies just to see the difference between Lutheran and Adventists,
exercise the mind.
You do a Protestant Bible study, and you've already done an advanced Adventist study, and you see how every verse is now is taken out of context and added to it. What we add to it is our doctrinal belief, but then Scripture warns about doing this. Don't add to or take away. And I even to form most all doctrines I put this test to, I have to form my belief in there, my opinion, my belief of what it says, or does it just directly say this? And if you fail that test, then you're a doctrine of a demon. It's a false prophet, and it's not to be followed. We were warned by multiple different prophets and peoples.
Yep.
And Messiah himself.
I've got it's like the Geneva one. It's like from, what is it, 1520 or something, in Old English.
Yeah, I literally believe Messiah's entire life was a legal principle, legal precedent.
Yeah.
A legal teaching on the law and what happens with fulfillment of the law. I think the example is given there, and then it says rebirth and ascension. They're given the keys to hell, the keys to death, and he walked without a body or a form, but they knew who he was.
Yeah, it's metaphysical too. Like, you need to understand that here so you can.
All that came because he died by law.
Yeah.
He fulfilled the law. He did what he was supposed to do, but others sinned against him. They transgressed the law, but he didn't. He not only adhered to the law, but all the times and sacred times. Called out the Jews for not being in the proper place at the proper time because they don't follow the proper calendar. What are the stars for? Times, times.
Yeah, they're not meant to follow a calendar. They're meant to follow the stars, but you know.
Yeah. The seasons, the growth.
Calendar, it's an account keeping. It's a book for account keeping. For sheep, for goyim. That is the etymology of it, of the word.
Calendar?
Stupid peasants, yeah.
I know.
I've said it to them like a million times.
They even know what Goyim is, but they don't know Goyim got their own language. We read one story.
I'm a Gentile.
They read
I'm
another.
a Gentile. Do you even know what a Gentile is, man? You're denigrating yourself, bro.
I know. Just call yourself a plebeian.
That's like...
Right? I mean, just call yourself a plebeian. Okay. Save me the trouble. Yeah. You're a pleb. Insignificant. And when you speak in Babel, you read in Babel, you talk in Babel, and you're separated.
Your mind's Babel.
All that is holy, you are a pleb.
Yeah, your mind's Babel.
Yep.
It's just blah, 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 inside. That's all that happens. Blah, 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 inside.
And people get so mad about their doctrines when you want to adhere them to a coherent, cohesive language and say, first we got to define the words we're using. When you create a law, or when you read law and you learn law, the first thing you learn to do is define every word that's made up in a law, and you know what elements are.
Yeah, but
words build elements. And if you change the word, you change the element, you change the law. So we don't have to come in and change the law, right? We can just redefine the word and change the American law for you. We don't even need a system other than the system to redefine the word.
Yeah, to put it in the right place, yeah. I've got that. I'll show you, bro. Honestly, bro, when you have some time, we'll have a call and I'll...
Right, well, we can give an example of this, bro. It's like firearm. So they say you're guilty of possession of a firearm. So you say you have a pistol, a revolver, right? But it doesn't have a hammer. but they charge you with possession of a firearm because maybe you have a felony and you're not supposed to possess a firearm. So you go into court and they say, well, you possess a firearm, and you say, well, define firearm. And they say,
exactly, that's what I say.
They say,
what are you talking about?
A firearm is anything that propels shot by fire, and you say, well, yeah, I got a pile of steel here that you took from me. It's really just gun parts. It has no hammer. Yeah. It couldn't propel shot by fire. If I put a shell in it, there's no firing pin. So there's no fire. And the judge says, oh, okay, you know your law, so you're not guilty of having a firearm. Because it's really just salvageable parts. What you have is scrap metal. It's not a complete firearm. So the judge lets you go. The next guy comes in. He's got a Glock 9, right? He got no barrel. He just plea bargains to it. Felon in possession. I'll take 5 to 15, Your Honor. He says, oh, you will? Yeah, if you'll give me the plea bargain. So the judge takes his plea bargain, takes his time, and takes his money. What did he do? He gave away his authority by not asking to define the words for which. Just define the terms of the law.
Ask a question. Even be dumb. Just ask a question. What is it? What is this firing arm?
Yeah,
does my arm fire? Yeah,
right. Jurisprudence, motherfucker.
Fucking hell, bro.
What the hell?
Does my arm fire out? Does my arm go to fire and then shoot out? What the fuck is the?
So when you get to heaven and they say, "Well, why did you transgress these laws, these laws, these laws, these laws, and these laws?" and you say, "I didn't know those were laws," do you expect Messiah to say, "I lived the example for you, so ignorance of the law is no excuse"?
Yeah.
But Paul, Your Honor, Paul said, if the law was...
worship the government,
Be ye cast out of my sight, for I know not your name. Right?
Yep.
By the law he was tried, convicted, and died. So too shall you be convicted by the law. People think, listen, these same people that think belief is going to free them, they also believe there's going to be a judge and a jury at the end, right? You're going to have to speak for your sins. What is sin? We covered this, right? It's transgression of the law. You're going to say, well, I believed in your son, and so the law doesn't apply to me.
Look, I'm covered in his blood.
Oh, you're covered in my son's blood. Oh, you are, huh?
Oh, hey.
What the hell for I don't think about it, right? So you're a Roman. I personally, if you're covered in the blood, you're a Roman. That's my belief. And you think it was just. Right?
It wasn't really the Romans, but
So you bear false witness. Now the blood isn't. So you didn't execute him by a righteous judgment.
You didn't suffer.
You didn't. Right. Well, you didn't police the law of God. So if you had done it by the law, then the blood would not be considered to be on your hands, but to be on his.
Yep.
But now you're covered in the blood. No, I said, you can't.
The blood
other
be
guys.
on us.
I said this. Yeah, exactly. Let the blood be on you. So you're a Roman. And render unto Caesar that's which is Caesar's. Well, damn it,
but
Caesar killed. Caesar killed. As a righteous man, I have to render to what Caesar is Caesar's. He is guilty of murder, and death is his sentence. His soul should be condemned.
And the other ones, bro.
Yeah, that's Caesar. That's what Caesar's. Caesar's is condemnation. Where he killed the Son of God, who lived holy and just by the law.
Yeah, but it wasn't just his doing. It's the other ones that were yelling, "Let it be."
Oh, I know. Those are his false witnesses. Yeah. That's why you're covered in the blood, brother.
Yeah, yeah. And these ones go, yes, I'm saved by the blood. Do you want to know what that means? These guys just said kill him, and it's like us killing him.
Yeah, it says...
And you want to be covered in that.
It's almost as if we agree with that. So we agree with that their law was just man's law. Basically, it's God's law versus man's law. And if you're covered in the blood, then you believe in man's law. And you're trying to lift your throne above the Most High, and that's my opinion.
And the same thing, like,
I don't believe myself holy enough to sustain the blood. Even touch the blood. I wouldn't want the blood on my hands.
No, don't want to be. Nah, bro.
I wouldn't want to be covered in Messiah's blood.
Nah, bro. That's just.
It's not just. He lived a holy life, righteous, adhering to the law of his Father and all the commandments. His blood was not, in a divine manner, legal to spill. While you scream sacrificial lamb.
Yeah.
So you sacrificed a scapegoat, hoping that you would get your sins cast on the scapegoat, not on you. Nice.
That's the ritual with the scapegoat. That's what it means.
I know it
is. That's what the code is.
And personally, I will accept responsibility for my own sins, and I will not let my brother be punished for them.
Same here.
Because I am my brother's keeper.
Yes.
Let my brother bear his own cross.
But if I can bear mine, I will. But if I can bear mine, I will help him bear his.
And I don't presume to be equal to him. And I also don't presume him to be cast out of divine places to bear the burden of my cross.
Same, yeah. People, that's the thing. This is people. As I said, I'm far from perfect. But
if you were, listen, bro. My dad used to say it all the time. If you're truly a righteous man, would you want another to die for your sins?
To me, that is the most evil thing, man. Like, I can't. Apparently, all these logical people can't say that's illogical.
And I'm not disrespecting him. I feel I'm giving him the respect he deserves and wasn't given for their shortcomings, for their transgressions, for their fall. He couldn't be the Son of God. These people didn't want to bear burden of their own sins. They cast him on him. You judge us. They refuse to be judged righteously when they condemn people to death by that law. And they didn't even follow the law.
You're correct.
They twisted the law.
Yeah, I know, brother. That's why I harp on about it so much.
The stories got so fucked up and people are so fucked up they ain't got the time to find it, and that's one thing. And they don't trust people who have. That's another.
They're gonna suffer, but the thing that pisses me off is children that are not supposed to suffer are gonna suffer because of this fucking ignorance or whatever the mental fucking whatever the
law. It's been multiplied for how many generations now, bro?
Nah, but you can't be yelling shit from the rooftop, bro, when you don't get it, brother.
Well, listen. So, like the references to curses for 10 generations, people think God's actually going to curse you for 10 generations. This
is stupid.
It's that law of nature that I talked about.
Yeah.
If you base everything on evil, then that evil will be multiplied 10 times exponentially throughout the generation.
Yeah.
It's just the law of mathematics. Growth is exponential. Whatever you put out to your children, your community, they'll learn and they'll expand and they'll grow on it and they'll send it back to you multiplied. You get
That's what I say. Can't we get together and do something like that? Nobody, nothing. Everybody mouth shut. But we're something.
One guy, don't eat meat, that's the way to heaven. Another guy, just believe this guy died for your sins and you ain't got to worry about your sins.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to bear their own damn cross. How about we just try to live like our father, your own father? In a perfect world, we want you to be. In a perfect world, your own father will want you to be good people. And we have to create that world. And you'd want your children to be good people, maybe better people than you. I want my children to be better than me.
Of course. You want the generation to be better than the previous, for sure.
But this is where my multiplier comes in. You know, at 16 years old, I'm a single man now. You know, I'm a single father. My youngest daughter, she knows all this right now. You know, she listens intently. She listens so intently when I talk this, and she'll go read because, I mean, I've tried to teach my kids to do their own experience. You're only gonna don't just believe what I say. You'll get in there and experience it and see it for yourself, and then accept it. So, if you're moved to read the Bible, then read the Bible and look for what I said in it. Do your studies, translate it back to Hebrew, Latin, Greek. Follow the etymologies of the original words, put it back in context, see if you can. People think it's beyond us. It's not beyond us. It's like a ladder. There's a ring in every ladder, and we're on the 10th ring going up, but it's not. We can look down and see all the rings below us, right? We can still count them. It's a pathway. It's no different than programming.
People need to, and when I say, like, everybody suffered and all the rest of it, and other suffering, people have not suffered internally.
Well, if you didn't want anybody
they have
to go
not
to heaven,
cleansed.
If you didn't want anybody to go to heaven, use the fallen, use the Asatan, Shatan. Yeah. Well, there's a lot of different references to him in varying levels when we give him the title of Satan. But if the law was the only way to heaven and you didn't want people to get there, well, then you just somehow removed the law.
You hide the law. Yeah.
Well, what's preached from the ends of the world? They say the end will come to pass when the word is preached to the end of the world. Why is that?
Well, I'm not sure it surprised me. The word has to become good, bro.
Yeah, that's because we're no longer under Mosaic law or Torah or God's law. We're under Josiah law, just believe. But he even left out giving you new commandments. And that said that if you did this, you basically follow the entire law, and we can build the bridge there. So if you love your neighbor, you don't bear false witness against him, you don't murder him, you don't covet his wife, you know. If you love your God, like you're supposed to, you're not going to make false idols and go to the idols and say, "Oh, save me, my God won't do it." It's all based on love. If you love, if true love, not just, and you got to seek that too. Nobody can tell you what.
That's what I'm saying. People have not suffered. They have not suffered, bro. No? They have not suffered, these people. Yeah.
So why would he give you a commandment to say love each other, and then basically if you love each other, you're following the whole law. Now, you're not following all the festivals. You're not honoring the holy days and the sacred times, but at least you're following the law.
Yeah, but the full law was fulfilled, and then he made another law. It's like another testament.
Yeah.
He said, "I'll leave you with one law: love one another." If he gives you one thing to do, and you fuck it.
Yeah, but first he says, love your God, your Father first. and then love one another as I have loved you. Because if you don't have love for God in there, you can't fulfill the law.
Well, you can't. If you can't see God in the other person, then you're blind. True.
I agree. Yeah, I agree 100%. There's the spark of the divine in all of us. We are the kingdom of heaven. We are the peoples of heaven. There is no kingdom without the peoples. We have earned the right to be called sons of God.
Yeah, that's correct. So I'm proud of that. I don't give a fuck what anyone says.
Right, and you won't find the kingdom of heaven in a church, under a steeple, under a roof, in a cobblestone home. It's within you. I 100% know that.
Yeah, I know too, right?
There's nothing special about the church. Just a building that man constructed. There's nothing special about the temple that just a place that man constructed. But there is something special about the man or the woman or the child. They're a creation of the Creator. Right. We're special.
And these people that say that don't even realize the veracity of it. They just speak it.
Yeah. I know. Most of these guys just go through rituals saying the same words over and over again, hoping that they're going to be saved.
Bro, I told you the
do my prayers and hurry up and go to sleep. That's one thing I was told never to do. Don't just say your prayers and go to bed. Because a righteous man, as he goes to sleep, and after he's talked to his Lord and give all glory to God, reviews his day, reviews everything he's done, and he tries to find if things he did in his life.
That hurts your head, bro. That hurts your brain. You can't do that.
Listen, and he tries to find if things he did in his life transgress the law, or trespass on other people, and then he weighs his actions throughout the day against his morality and his love of others and love of God, and he seeks in his heart to find if there isn't a better way that he could have done anything. Right. So this is reborn. This is rebirth. The next day, after this contemplation, this new thought of how you could live a better life, had you had the proper love or the proper way of looking at things. It's a rebirth. You're born anew the next day.
People don't want to use
with a whole new hope. With a whole new hope.
They want to
adhere to the law.
Brother, it hurts their brain. It hurts their soul. They will never do it.
Yeah. And my grandmother used to say, you die every night, you're reborn every morning. And I used to fight against that. I thought that never made sense, but now I think that makes absolute 100% sense. Every day's a new chance to do things better. To be reborn, to be anew, to start over. It's a new dawn.
You wake up, when you eat, it's called a break fast.
Yeah.
A break fast.
And I'm feeling good. First flying high, you know how I feel.
You let me know when you're available, bro. You just send me a thing now.
Yeah.
Because I need to ask you something as well, because you'll probably.
Hey, do you think that's living water there, Iggs? Are we preaching living water? Are we actually giving the sheep or the herd or the flock a well to drink from that would sustain their life and their soul?
Well, that's the purpose, but whether they drink from the well or take it or just a sip, that's
I
can't drown them in it.
Yeah, nobody wants to bear the burden. Nobody wants to say they're a sinner. Nobody wants to say man, I treated that guy like shit today. Maybe I should do something tomorrow to make up for it. Nobody wants to measure themselves. They don't want to break out the scales and weigh their heart against a feather. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you're saying, bro.
That's what we lack in society. The man measuring the man. What's the measure of a man? Well, who's a man's worst critic? Himself. But men don't critique men anymore. Men don't critique themselves. They think everything they do is fine. Let's just make it a law. That pisses me off. It's good. They go to sleep and everything's cool. I lay awake at night like, man, is that really even a just law? Where's the morality in this fucking law? Does that make things better?
It affords no obedience, bro. It's.
Yeah, well, I was raised that a part of a righteous man's life is journaling. You got to journal, and if you can't remember everything to recap your day at the end of the night, then you journal periodically throughout the day. Any significant thing in your life, you write down in your journal. Shit happens, you get pissed off, and then so you can review your actions. If you're really trying to be a good person, then review is a must. You don't need a therapist.
That should be done daily.
Review your own
that should be taught to every kid. Yeah,
it should. Mm-hmm. I teach my children to do that. That's the most important. That's the most important thing at night, in my opinion. And in a form, I think it is prayer to Father. It's recognizing that there's a law, there's a system to everything, and that we're imperfect, but the law is perfect, and that we know we've fallen short of what is our best every day of our life, and that if we review it, we can somehow make it a little bit better the next time we experience that. And it's what we should do.
Yeah, I know. This is one of the things that's passed down from generation to generation that I know of. You know?
Yeah, my grandmother was big on it. So big that, she, for each one of the kids, you had your times. Even when I was 6, 7, my grandma would ask me, what'd you do throughout your day? Is there anything you think you could have done better? Do you have any stress?
Yeah, think about it. Now you sit down and think about it.
Yeah, she'd do it. She'd pick a different grandchild. My grandmother thought all her children were blessings. My grandfather was gone. It was her responsibility to bring the flock back to the shepherd, right? Give them love of the Creator, love of self. How can you love creation, Creator, brother, sister, community if you don't love yourself? How can you love yourself if you're not happy with all your actions, but you don't go through and review them and try to correct them? This journaling, that's all about self. It's a selfish thing, and it makes you a more confident person, more self-aware. You have a Creator to love for yourself. And a love so much so that if you become narcissistic in your actions, at the end of the day, you know it. And you love yourself so much. Yeah, you love yourself so much that you say, I got to fucking work on that.
Yeah. I thought of that thing I used to do it a lot, but mine was a mental thing. I used to actually have the image in front of me, so it evokes the same emotion instead of having it get on paper.
Some people think you should do it periodically throughout the day. That any day you could stop. I'm 4 hours into my day and I already fucked shit up.
Yeah.
Do your prayers, do your review. that's kind of what the Muslims or Muhammad was going for when he peace be upon him, when he was doing his call to prayer, call to atonement. Just sit down and reflect throughout the day. He was trying to create a better class of people. In meditation, see, we lost what meditation is, and people
Yeah, they
think
made it all fucking bullshit.
yeah, people think meditation is lose everything, lose self. Well, yeah, lose self and look at yourself as yourself and reflect. Meditation is reflection. I don't care what anybody else says. It's meditating on what you do, who you are, and how can you improve that.
You go in the dark to find the light. You have to be still. You have to go in the dark to find the light. There is no dark without light. And then the light becomes so bright that it overpowers the dark, and the light is so blinding it looks like
Can you
darkness.
overpower the dark if you don't reflect on the dark deeds you did every day?
Yeah,
Led right into my point.
you go in, bang, light comes on, then it goes more till the light is so bright that you can't see, that it feels like darkness, but it's bright.
And that would be bliss, where nirvana, where self-reflection is absent, because you've done so much the best that you could that you might not even see room for improvement. That your soul might say, today was a good day. But how do you measure a good day? You got some people that they smoke a big bag of weed and they go to bed at the end of the day and they say today was a good day, and they don't even care about everything they did in between, rolling one up, smoking it, and talking to their mamas like shit.
Yep. Don't care what's happening down the road. So if somebody's suffering, good for me. In my fucking messed up head.
It's getting early, bro. Here, let's let some people.
You gonna go?
Talk. What's up, TH331? What's up, Jazza? T. I'm gonna call you T. TH. You're unmuted now. If you want to open your mic and talk, I can give you the VC verified, and then you can talk whenever you want. If you don't want to open your mic and talk, well then, when I'm done addressing you, I'll just be muting you again. And somebody will try to verify you later.
Oh, yo, g'day.
Hey.
Hey.
Good one, thanks.
Scramble.
Morning,
I'll take
guys.
mine scramble. Hey.
I've been here for a while, but I've just been listening.
Oh, was it that good?
The ranting has caught on.
Was it that good?
That was very valuable. Thank you.
I was hoping we were vibrating in the right frequency.
Yeah, same, yeah.
Tasney, TH, I'm just going to verify you guys. I mean, if you're trolls and do something dumb, somebody will ban you down the road. So you're verified. Tasney, TH. All you guys got to do is unmute and talk whenever you want to. If you troll, though, somebody here will ban you. You'll be banned quick.
Who's here? You're here, Crypto's here. Who else can do that? Yeah, we've got enough people.
Well, that's cool. You're just a listener. You have the ability to open your mic and speak if you ever want. What's up, Raven? Morning crew's all getting here.
Hey, Eggs. I was listening to the
Yes.
live stream earlier when I was out at the airport, and I just got the end of it. You were asking about why fixed wing and helicopters and that use knots or nautical miles.
Oh, I didn't answer. I made a statement to make people think, but yeah, go.
Well, I don't actually know. Being a pilot, I don't actually know
Yeah.
why. The only reason I can figure out why is that the atmosphere is considered both a gas and a fluid.
Yeah, it's a fluid. Yep, correct.
No, not true. It's not a gas. It's not considered by science to be a gas and a fluid. It's a gaseous collection that displays fluid movement.
Yes, well, yeah, no, that's exactly right. So when like wind is blowing, say east to west through a say there's a mountain range going
crosswind.
Yeah, so there's a mountain range going north south, and there's a low lying valley that cuts through it, and the wind's going east to west. The wind, even though the wind's doing 20 knots east to west, it will actually speed up going through the valley because of the Venturi effect.
Yep.
But other than that, that's the only reason. Yeah, I don't know why they use knots. They used to use in the 40s, like in World War II airplanes, they used to use miles per hour.
I think it's because you can't get a fixed measurement.
No, I say it because it's a metaphysical level, and these guys put these words out there for a reason. That's what I said. Air is ether. Ether is air. That's what it was called before. They just changed the word ether into air, and they made it fucking, balls of molecules fucking with crap.
Yeah, and
not about God.
I think also, like if you're driving on the ground, obviously you've got an odometer. It doesn't matter how fast you're driving on the ground. Your speed's always going to be what your speed is. Speed is distance over time. Whereas in the air, your airspeed is relative to the pressure.
Yes.
Of the air you're flying through. So if it's less dense, you're flying faster over the ground to get the same amount of molecules into the. It's called a pitot tube, which is what that guy was looking for when he said tube. It's called a pitot tube.
Yeah.
It depends on the day.
All this stuff, take it inside on a metaphysical level. Forget how that machine operates. I was saying this for inside, because everything's made now to be what's the word? This whole world is like mechanical. It's not mechanical. There's rhythm, there's flow to it, there's certain unmutable laws, and that stuff that I said. Why do they use the same, nautical, as in nautical when you're, in a submarine and, on water? Because these people will know that stuff up there is not like the fluid water, but it's fluid. Otherwise, they wouldn't use the term. That's why when people crack on about Admiralty law, I say everything is Admiralty law. Just where if the gradient density is greater or smaller. Am I even on?
Yeah, no. I hear. I hear what you're saying, but that's why in the air they use knots, or it equates to nautical miles per hour. Is because
and who's up there?
It's completely relevant to the density of the air, not the like a car. If you're doing 100 miles an hour, you're doing 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, but on a metaphysical level, there's things up there. What you see is like stars, whatever. People think they're rocks and all the rest of it. Have you ever seen a Sprite? You know what a Sprite is? That drink is named Sprite for no reason.
Yeah, is that the lightning going from the cloud up into the atmosphere? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, well, it's like a bean. It actually gets ejected from the ground up. Lightning goes from bottom up.
Yeah, you know,
Doesn't go from top to bottom.
a sprite's
Sometimes sideways.
Yeah, a sprite's the opposite. It goes from the top of the cloud up instead of discharging down to the ground to Earth.
No. Cloud's got nothing to do with it. It just goes past the cloud. That's what they've showed you to put vision in your head, whatever. But it's actually from the ground. It pops up, even though if there's a cloud or not. I'm sure you've experienced lightning when there's no clouds. You can see clear blue sky. Have you ever seen that?
I've never seen lightning with no clouds. No.
I have, when I was in the middle of the city. It lit up the whole city for literally like 10 seconds. There wasn't a cloud in the sky.
Sure that wasn't a big arc from something?
From the ground, that's your sprite. Depends how big your sprite is, and the sprite is an actual thing.
That doesn't.
It's a metaphysical.
Are you completely sure it wasn't like a substation arcing or something?
Nah. I think I know what you've seen. Maybe the pictures of the sprite with those dudes in the planes. Yeah. But it's, if you see it, it's like a. It will go up. It actually forms like a sort of like a form of a etheric body or something like that, like a light being or something.
Yeah, because in New Zealand, particularly over the Southern Alps, we sometimes get something known here as wildfire. Have you ever heard of that?
Oh, continue, go.
It's lightning, but between different negative and positive charged clouds. So there might be a low cloud layer just on top of the hills at like 7,000 feet, and then another layer at 10,000, and there'll be lightning between the clouds, and it will light up the sky. But because it's higher than us, we don't get the thunder from it. We don't get the sound, the discharge from it. It's just the light.
Okay. See, picture this. Remove the clouds, because the
Are you
cloud
talking about
is
sprites?
irrelevant. Yeah.
No.
The cloud is. Try to just remove it for a second, because the cloud has no real function, if you get what I mean. It's the actual. If we're gonna say, just not to be full technical, we're just gonna loosen up a bit. But if there's density, as we were talking about with the nautical miles, and you've got positive and negative density fighting for some reason, and that creates the friction, then it usually goes sideways and into the ground. Most of the time it goes up from the ground up. Sometimes it goes sideways and down. So I think I know what you mean. I haven't seen that. New Zealand is it's a special place, you know.
Oh yeah, literally 5 kilometers from where I live, there's mountains that just poke up out of the ground to 7,500 feet high.
Yeah, they're probably filled with quartz. That's why they want New Zealand.
And so the wind plays a big role. Like flying around here is like you literally have to fly around like you're trying to navigate a whitewater raft around rapids. That's how the wind acts around the mountains. It's like going over rapids.
So those mountains are probably filled with quartz. So I said this last time, nobody gets it, but I'll say it again for the benefit of other people. Those telescopes that they have, that they tell you that they use to look up at, balls of rocks, they use them to keep track of certain mountains that have very like quartz-like qualities. So picture, I don't watch movies, but I've seen like trailers and whatnot. Superman when he's in that cave with all the quartz and crap. What's it called? It doesn't matter what it's called, but you know what I'm talking about.
Tonight.
Yeah. Not the kryptonite, the other stuff.
Crystal. The crystal.
Yeah, so the quartz. These guys monitor the mountains with the quartz because the quartz is like a magnet which interacts with the said atmosphere and has this charge, and these guys have ritual places in there. It's not to look at any rocks or any whatever.
So you're saying Kal-El? Kal?
You know what Ka is, yeah? You know what Ka is, yeah?
Yeah, so we'll get
the
to that.
spirit after dying.
Yeah,
and
Kal, son of Jor-El, played around in the quartz cave.
Yeah.
For the electric nature of it.
It's I don't know how some things I know, and I don't know how I know them. Some things I know because some people have taken me into care and told me.
Quartz collects energy,
yeah.
I just think it's curious that Superman's name is Kal-El.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. So these people actually go to these places and have rituals there. So if that's energy, and these people are gathering there, what is said purpose? They don't have dance parties, I don't think anyway. Maybe they do.
Well, hey,
they're not normal.
I think they're projecting energy into the quartz, so the quartz will store the energy, magnify it, and project it outward, so that they can illuminate the realm in their own energy or vibration.
I like that, but
I just found some quartz today. I've got a wee round rock of it on my desk today, actually, and
yeah. What color is it?
White, obviously. And
you've got it. You're getting different colors. Sorry, I didn't mean to be.
Oh no! Normally quartz is white, but in New Zealand, in geography, it's only maybe 250 kilometers south of where I am that you get a shitload of quartz, and that's where the in the 1800s the Chinese come over to New Zealand, particularly for the gold rush, because that's where you find the gold is in the quartz.
Yeah, you've got little like veins.
Yeah. But it's very rare to find quartz where I am. Extremely rare. It's most of the stuff we've got's glacial rock and granite and slate and all that sort of stuff. So it's very, very rare to find quartz where I am.
I don't know about it, Shay. I'd actually like to get some. I'm just going to post something in the live stream now that I just took a photo. Have a look at this. Let's see. I'm clicking the wrong thing for a sec. How about I might just put on the lightning? There, the sprites. There you go. Here we go. I'll post this. Yeah, but I'm gonna look at this one too.
Oh yeah, that's out of it.
Okay. Battle Mod will know these places, but I've got a rock and quartz like things for places in Arizona. Shit, we broke. You do the same, bro?
Yeah,
look, it's a chart that shows all the natural filtration systems of all the waterways, so that men can go steal our natural filters out of our water and sell it for value.
Why the fuck do I have this? What's
Are
good
you
to me,
with
huh?
me?
You tell me. Yeah, I'm with you. Even though I'm here, I'm with you.
Quartz doesn't just store energy, it multiplies it. So the energy created by moving water can be amplified through quartz and even magnified with gold and quartz. Silver has its own healing properties. All these elements in the river, while the river's creating an energy field as it flows across it, could be its own purification system. And they got us running around stripping all the stuff right out of our streams. It's the very heart. So you kill the water. Eventually, you're going to kill the land, the vegetation, and all the entire ecosystem that depends on it.
You're 80% water, bro. So am I. But the thing is, it is what is it called? An element.
L.
So element for your for your mental being, but you know,
elemental.
There's L for your mental side. But
what's the L mean?
Hey, sorry.
Oh,
Just while you guys were talking, I just noticed that Tasney or something's mic kept lighting up every now and again.
Does they want to say something?
I'm not sure. I just noticed it lighting up just above you. Battle.
Who is it? Oh, yeah.
Tasney.
Tasney. Is it battle mod?
What?
I think this Tasney, like, I don't know much about it. You know about this, but the dude's thing's going like green, like he's trying to talk, but nothing's happening. He's just above you. It's some Tasney dude.
I unmuted him. The other guy messaged me and told me he was just a listener, and I'm cool with that, but this guy hasn't said nothing. Test me your hot micing. Can you fix that? Like mute if you're not going to talk? Here, I can do it for you. When you want to talk, let us know. We'll unmute you.
Yeah, so that's the thing with these people. They like to do this shit, and they'll keep on doing it until people get wise to the situation. We can't keep on reducing everything to fucking mechanical, fucking nonsensical crud. It's not like that.
Yeah, I do hear you in a way, man. I completely know what you're saying, but we're just in two different minds about things on a massive scale, I suppose you could say, or on a bigger scale. Put it that way.
What, as in what you, how you perceive things, or?
I'm gonna be straight up and frank. I'm sure BattleMod knows this and won't ban me. I'm a globe earther. She felt embarrassed to say that here.
Not at all. I was one time a globe earther too. It's like hello, I'm Crit. I'm a globe, an ex-globe earther. Hello, Crit, right?
I've spoken to you before, Crit, many times. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, dude. Everyone here just ate up the globe, hook, line, and sinker, until they eventually found science, logic, and reason, and started testing it. Started testing the claims that the government was making, and it doesn't add up. It doesn't add up to a work. The model itself isn't even presented as a full and complete model. They just use these pseudo-scientific terms to call it a model, but they can't even give you the hypothesis of the model or any scientific experimentation for the model. but they knew if they use the word model, they can make you think it's some hardcore science that people just aren't understanding.
Crit, can I? I'm going to stay on, but I've just got to make a phone call to check what the weather's going to do. A couple of about 150 k's south of me tomorrow.
Get me a quartz, bro.
Yeah, I'll be around. I got nothing.
I'll literally be less than 2 minutes.
That's okay.
Okay, Jez. No, but he's a good bloke. If he thinks he's on a ball, that's fair enough. He'll come around. He's having an internal battle. That's what it's.
Yeah, Jeff's fine. He just gets a little drunk sometimes and starts talking a lot of gibberish. And you're not supposed to. You can do that anywhere else in the server but the live stream. So that's the only problem.
But that's the thing. He probably doesn't have anybody to talk to. As long as he doesn't, go at anybody. It's a process, like.
Yeah, Jazzy's good, dude. The problem that I have with globalists who come in here and all they want to do is talk at you, like flat earthers, retarded, round you up in cattle cars, right? Like figure out who you are in real life, type of shit. Those type of globalists, I'm like, you're nuts, dude. You're actually psychopathic, or sociopathic. There's something wrong with the way your brain is ticking that you're this worked up over the way what someone else thinks.
They're just a machine. Like you can't. I don't know if you were listening before, but the whole thing was just about this. Like everything has to be mentally retarded, robotic. You have to be able to fully explain something. No, some things you cannot know. You can know like
they're just talking babble.
Sort of what it is, but to get to the core, the essence. That's how much people can do that with things.
You know what you call them when they talk babble, or tell them babble on.
Babble. That's what I say. I've been saying it a lot lately.
Oh, outstanding! I don't think I've ever heard that before. Babylon, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I keep on saying.
Babylon, yep.
Yeah, that's really powerful.
That's the thing is the Bible is babble if you don't know it. It's phonetics. So it's either a Bible or it's babble. It depends on you.
Right. It's either the manual
exactly
or Babio.
Yeah. There's the manual there. You will either babble it or you'll become a Bible. It's probably get like labeled a heretic or something like tomorrow. Oh, how dare you?
Nope. That's me. I'm the heretic here, bro. You already got a scapegoat.
Nah, bro. You're not my scapegoat.
Hey, can I get a piece of cheese before I go out in the forest and they sacrifice me?
Not, bro, you're not getting sacrificed, bro. Anything, I'll leave you everything, bro. Whatever I have, I'll go. There's don't do that stuff.
Nah, they're just looking for a scapegoat,
See, that's the thing too. It's like this idea that somehow flat Earth is holding back all of humanity. Like it's flat Earth's fault. Why there's never been.
Before flat Earth, society was held back by ignorance. During flat Earth, well, they're still ignorant of the same shit. Nothing's changed, but a lot more people are studying science and actually trying to think in a scientific manner with critical thinking. So is it a good thing or a bad thing? It promotes science.
This is just the first level. Basic level.
Yeah. That's why I'm saying I ain't even opened the floodgate yet. I'm trying to collect everything. I'm thinking about writing a book because I journal.
If I start opening my gob, I reckon people will start rocking up here because I'll really open up my gob.
I'll babble on like Gog and Magog. And when it get done, I get a bottle of slog. Preach to the weak and the day comes to morning. Rebirth and then it'll start storming. I'm the store god. You can call me Hadid Balar El Satin. If you don't know what I'm saying, then look the words up. Because like a word crook, I'll make you press your own luck.
Occidental, bro. It's alright.
If you can't read the book or the manual to play chess, then when you step to this board, you just get straight laid to rest. 3 and you're out. That's how you got took. When it comes to chess bits, you're just straight shook.
Let's go.
Yeah.
So what happens with the Occidentals, bro? Occidentals, bro, all the way.
Oh, yeah. You know, one person can read Hamlet and get a rose by any other name will be just as sweet, and another person can read Hamlet and say, damn, that bitch killed himself.
Yep.
You know, 2 different people get 2 different things from the same book, you know.
Right. Like, this is like synchronicity. I've been saying this for so many effing times. Okay, when you look at something...
And here, I'm kind of in the middle. I'm like, yeah, the rose still smells like a rose, even if you called it a prune. And yeah, that motherfucker killed himself. That's why the rose smells so sweet by any name.
Yeah. Yes.
I'm trying to collect the whole. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking for my... I'm only missing so many puzzle pieces, and I'm trying to see if they're still in the box or the file.
They're in the box and the file.
Right. They just renamed the pile, so I think the pile's now the garbage.
Yep.
And the box is called revision. And then in the garbage is a bunch of translation.
Input, output.
And organizing the entire box of translation, garbage, and revision is a council.
Yeah, some good people for a council, bro.
And I see ya. I see ya. If I arrange this stuff myself, I might get the real story. No, that was a play on the pun for the council in Nicaea.
Yeah.
I don't care what Nicaea. I see you the truth.
Nice means to be dumb and stupid. But do you see me?
I do.
In the right way.
There will be called only so many true and faithful, still walking the ways of the Lord. The number will be 144,000. They will be called the faithful remnant, having faith still true and just in the holy law. The beast will rise above the sea. 10 heads, 7 horns. Them horns will be called garbage, Nicaea in translation and revision. Right? So we're cutting off the first head. Entomology.
I'll share some things with you, bro. Like, Yeah.
The beast,
We'll talk.
the
We'll
beast
speak.
that holds the key, right? You know that's knowledge.
Yeah.
Like people perish for lack of knowledge.
Gnosis. Ooh. He
They
said
hold not
gnosis.
the key. They hold not the key. But what is a key? With a key, we can unencrypt the code, right?
Yep.
Through gnosis.
Yep. It's a good thing when you got the decoder. It's awesome.
Yep.
It's good but sad.
It's better
It's good but
than
sad,
the
I'll tell you.
secret spy. It's better than the secret. Yeah. When you think you know the truth, you feel the suffering in the whole world.
Yep.
For they know not what they do. And all of a sudden, certain verses take on more weight and other verses are less. That which was higher was laid lower. That which was lowest was lifted higher.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, have they moved that cargo container out of the way? So that it's blocked in
No,
the
they
Suez
won't.
Canal? Okay, it's still stuck?
They won't. They won't move it.
Yeah, the Suez Canal is was blocked for like a day and a half now from a massive cargo container that ran aground.
Really? That's crazy.
It's called pirateering, bro. I explained this for like 6 hours the other day.
They're blocking
What's the name of the ship? What's the name of the ship?
The Evergreen or something like that?
Yeah, that's
Yep.
it. They're gonna have to
And
take that cargo off.
Yeah, they're gonna pirateer it, and they're gonna steal the ship too, and everything. Yeah, it's
That wind must have been
it's
pretty
actually law.
strong, or the rudder broke. I mean, look at that thing. It's blocking the entire canal. Nothing to see here.
Yeah, it's like
Yes, and they only spoke about it once.
There's a
It's
photo.
funny.
What is it called?
It's funny. It's called Evergreen. Isn't that
What's
funny?
it backwards?
The
What's
Hillary
it backwards now?
Clinton farm connection.
What's it backwards? Evergreen. Phonetically.
Near River.
Near Grieve.
New Griever.
Near Grieve. You might be grieving near soon. But it looks evergreen. But you might be.
And money's
to
always
grieving.
green, so seal that shit. And we'll never grieve. We'll just take it.
This is how these sycophants work. So
No, that's to jack up the oil price, isn't it?
What's it
food price, oil price, and steal the actual
now ships
physical object.
Now ships
Hey,
have
that
to
was-
sail around the coast of Africa.
Yeah, it's
That
also
was
too
my
that.
First
sorry.
thought is they're slowing down the flow of products, and is it to cause a false scarcity of product?
Yep. So, all right. What's the time? All right. It's a bit too early. It doesn't matter. All right. There's good people on here, so I'm going to say what I have to say. All right. This whole thing now that's happening is the contract's already it's been dissolved. Who is going to control all shipping lanes and road lanes, train lanes, whatever you want to call them? Because before these pricks, we're not operating in honor.
It's going to stay the same, man.
Like
There's a fight on for it.
Who is that thing registered to?
Taiwan.
Sorry?
Taiwan.
Taiwan, yeah.
So the battle is on. Who's going to have the ship, the actual shipping lanes to keep them safe and secure, even on ground and on sea.
Well, I just
The
want to
people
know
before-
whether the Chinese are going to start bombing Taiwan. Are they going to start flying over there
Nah.
and dropping bombs? You know, because
Nah.
they're dying to start the attack.
Not going to happen, Ariel. Not going to happen.
Nah. Don't think like that, hon. The Chinese have never attacked anybody. If any, the only time the Russians have invaded China and taken their land, and then they gave it back.
Look at where this thing got stuck too. It's like the worst possible location. All those people like who backed up in that lake, now they can't turn around and get out.
Who benefits from that? Right next to Egypt.
Anything on that thing
Israel?
that cold storage is now finished. They don't have generators to keep everything going.
Yeah, I found out what was on. There's nothing like that.
They're not worried about Taiwan.
Hong Kong was theirs. I don't know why everybody was talking about stink, because that was meant to be returned fully theirs under their. It's theirs either way in 1999. The treaty that was there with Britain or England, whatever you want to call them, that expired.
And in 2018, 17, 18, Hong Kong was returned to China.
Yeah, but it should have been in 1999.
I don't know anything about maritime law, but whatever company
It's all the same.
owns
It's all
that
the same system.
I mean, there must be huge penalties for what they're doing there.
Now they're just stealing from each other.
He said, "No, they're just stealing."
I'm being dead honest, blunt. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Ariel, you sound like you're from South Africa, if I'm not mistaken.
Born and bred, but I live in the UK now. I'm French German by descent.
Oh, okay. No, I was going to ask you what time it was in South Africa.
By descent. I love that accent. I'm just picking on you.
Yeah, so what they're doing, because they're fighting for the things, and now they're not going to openly say this is what's happening. We've got a disagreement about who's going to patrol and keep everything safe, because
They
there's a
took
bunch of
our
idiots
ship.
doing this or that.
You took our water away.
How are they going to dislodge that thing? It is sucked into the mud.
As a Marine, I can tell you a few ways. We can just blow it up and scrap it.
Hey, Battlemod.
Huh. Calling the Corps of Engineers. We'll cut it up where it sits. What's up, Jazz?
Yo, man, I'm just saying, I just seen your photos. You lucky bastard. I don't have any little.
Yeah, that's my youngest. She was so tiny. The first day I brought her home, she fit in one hand. Set her butt in one hand and hold her head with the other, and my hands almost touched.
Ariel,
she's about to be six. She's about to be
have you
16.
heard of the BRICS?
I'm just feeling a little emotional. 2016 already.
Yeah, man. No, I don't have any that I know about, or maybe only one that I know about. But yeah, I've got plenty of nieces and nephews that I treat like my own. But yeah, no, awesome, man. It's fucking cool.
Have you? Who's heard of the Alliance BRICS?
It's all downhill from here, man. 16. Damn it.
Oh yeah, that's when you got to sit outside on the fucking rocking chair on the deck with the shotgun.
Wonder when they could. Oh no, man! I make her bring them in the house, and I got guns everywhere. He'll sit down by a chair that's got an M4 behind him and an AR across from him, and he'll look over at a man that's packing a 45 ACP on his hip, everyday carry. And I'll say, I hope your intentions are good when it comes to my daughter, son. And if they answer correctly, I will give them the benefit of the doubt. Last one, my oldest daughter. Her boyfriend loved the shit out of her. I give him a job. I put him through hell, and the kid ain't went nowhere, you know.
Did he look
He,
after her though?
he really loves her. He earned my respect, though. I pay him good now. He's a good kid, but I just want to be a little more gentle with this one.
But he's looking after her. That's the main thing.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a good.
Blow your balls off.
He's a good kid. It did kind of blow my mind. Well, at first glance, I didn't think he was. Kind of hippie looking son of a bitch, but you know. He's a good kid. And asphalt work, I give him a job doing asphalt work, and that's not for the average person. So he took the abuse of the job every day because the job beats your body down, and then on top of it, you know, I made the job worse by riding his ass and giving him the hardest jobs. And like I said, he ain't went nowhere. So he's gotta love her, man. I just feel bad now. I put him through hell. I hope I don't get too lax and maybe let one slide through, but you know what I mean. That's my gift from heaven. All they gotta know is that I'm not other dads. I got bail money and I'll come bury my foot in your ass. Don't test me. Don't put your hands on them. That's not love. That's it. I mean, not that hard to please. I just don't want you beating them or making them live in fear. I raise tough women, though. I push my girls hard. They're battle ready. My oldest, she's a first degree black belt in Kempo style Taekwondo. My 16-year-old will be a brown belt here in 2 months. I think it takes a certain type. I think that's what I learned with the oldest one. It takes a certain type of boy to love the women that I produce. You know what I mean? And that's a man that likes to be told what to do. And he's also willing to work hard for his woman. He's a tough man, but what a lot of people don't know about tough men is tough men. They always got to run everything. Everybody looks up to them, looks to them for the answers. So when they go home, they kind of like to be told what to do. It's a break. And I raise girls that'll do that. You know? Take them damn boots off. Go wash your ass. Dinner will be ready in 15. Don't be late. My girls don't play. Everything in the home has a proper place. There's a proper way to do everything. If you're not going to do it proper, don't do it at all. I just believe there's a proper way for everything. To run a family, to display love, communicate. Everything has a proper way. I'm picky about details, you know. I'm a picky guy. I think that works out best in the end, though. You don't leave anything, no stone unturned. No quirk goes unchallenged. I challenge my own quirks. Truth be told, was my oldest daughter's boyfriend. I worry more about him than I do her now. He calls me and cries to me about how abusive she is, and I'm sorry, but I feel bad for the kid, you know. She don't beat my ass, Mike, but she just always like, you're gonna do it this way, and I'm thinking, this kid really didn't know what marriage was when he said yes. And my daughter, she knows it's a 50-50 partnership. You got to keep up your half. You got to fill your role. I'm more worried she's gonna slap him up, and I'm gonna have to go bail her out of jail and get him from the hospital. 'Cause I like him. I'll have to go get him. Tell him everything's gonna be all right. But I honestly worry she's gonna assault him someday. She's Navy. Trained in self-defense by a combat veteran.
So Battlemod is your oldest daughter married, is she?
Married? Yeah, she's married. She's a Navy CB.
Oh, okay.
She was doing a ELINT. She wanted to be a computer specialist, intelligence officer. For some reason, she didn't like that.
Is she on the like the E3 Sentinels or something like that?
E3 Sentinels? You mean on a ship? Deployed on a ship?
No, on the Navy 767 like AWACS early warning radar tracking systems, or on the E2 Hawkeyes off the ship.
No, she was doing electronic intel. She's stationed not on ship, not on sea. Says she was doing. Now she's going for CB, and she just had a ceremony for that. She doesn't want to be an ELINT, but it was a multi-task force, you know, Marine, Navy, and Army intelligence officers, and they worked on the internet. I don't know specifically what they do, but she didn't like the work, so she switched to be an engineer.
Yeah. No.
Kind of like her dad. I honestly think she was invading citizens' privacies, and she thinks that probably she didn't tell me, which I won't ask because I was just a combat veteran, and I know how it is. You have to have a certain level of clearance to even look at my record, and I've been places I couldn't tell you about. I wouldn't ask her to break her oath.
Yeah.
But I literally think she was doing things that messed with her conscience, about our citizens have certain rights guaranteed to them by their Constitution.
Yeah.
And you just don't transgress them rights, period. We took an oath to defend the Constitution. So, in full understanding, to defend the Constitution is to defend the citizens and their civil liberties from a perspective. From another perspective, it could mean if you believe the political environment gives authority to the Constitution, then it could mean defend all politicians rather than citizens. But my kids know that the title to the Constitution is owned by the citizens, and so is the United States of America. But
you mean?
I literally think she had things that, went against her morals, and she decided to do what Dad did, and I guess I'll just go build shit and see if this fucks with my morals. But, like me, she's not giving up on it. She didn't want Dad to pay for her college, damn it. She's just like me. I went to the Corps, to get that GI Bill, and ended up in war and 1st Battalion and all that.
And did she go to the what do they call that in the States? The like they have the military university or the military
Academy?
Or something? Yeah, academy.
No, she's not an officer. She didn't go through academy.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know how it works. I'm in New Zealand, so I just watch documentaries.
Yeah, here, if you go through academy, or you can choose to go to university and then go through you can enter as an officer.
Yeah.
for a military family, it would be academy. My father went through academy, but so did my grandfather. So, but like for me,
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.